Federation Year 58 ***. Not far from the lunar headquarters of the Cosmic Fleet stood the Interstellar Military Academy. At midday, within one of the Academy's artificial ecological domes, Lin Fan lay lazily on the grass, eyes closed, seemingly indulging in his daily nap. Lin Fan was a legend in the Academy, hailed as a prodigy of the Starship Command Department, the kind that emerged once in a century. However, he was also infamously known as the Academy's most problematic student in a millennium. He earned the title of prodigy when, upon entering the Academy, he defeated all his instructors in fleet simulation battles. Logically, someone of Lin Fan's talent should be the Academy's pride. Yet, the reality was different. To every instructor, Lin Fan was a headache. Whenever he had free time, he'd nap, constantly seeking opportunities to rest. It gave the impression he lacked ambition. Yet, in every simulation exam, Lin Fan consistently ranked first. The Academy's principal once brought Colonel Wood Scott, a 29-year-old federal officer, to challenge Lin Fan in a simulated fleet battle. Wood, a rising star in the military, had already become a fleet commander and was considered the brightest of his generation. The principal intended to curb Lin Fan's arrogance, reminding him that despite his talent, he was still young and had much to learn. However, the outcome stunned everyone. Lin Fan crushed Wood, who left doubting his abilities. A battle of 100 ships each ended with Lin Fan achieving victory at the cost of only one lightly damaged vessel. Rumor had it Wood required 3 months of psychological counseling to recover. Since then, the Academy had given up trying to discipline Lin Fan. After all, no one, neither students nor instructors, could match him in fleet command. After an hour on the grass, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. Ding, congratulations. Your artillery command skill has advanced to level B. Reward, 1% increase in brain development. Lin Fan immediately felt his mind become sharper. Open status panel, host, Lin Fan IQ, 380 brain development, 18%, 17% before rewards, command skills, artillery command B, evasion command CA, formation command B, mecha command C, mission 1, become a fleet commander with at least 10 ships under command, reward, warp engine technology, mission 2, achieve the rank of colonel, reward, genetic enhancement serum, and unlock physical attribute panel, finally, my artillery command reached B. If I face Wood again, I could defeat him without even a scratch on my fleet. Despite having B and C ranks, Lin Fan knew these ratings were based on an advanced standard. In the Federal Fleet, a rank was already the peak, yet his system offered levels far beyond that S, SS, SSS, and even X. 10 years in this world. Just one more year until graduation. Lin Fan wasn't originally from this world. 10 years ago, he had transmigrated here and acquired the Interstellar Supreme Commander System which equipped him with all necessary skills for commanding interstellar fleets. While others thought he was slacking off, Lin Fan was, in fact, training rigorously in the system's virtual space. It simulated battles against various alien races under conditions indistinguishable from real warfare, save for death. Lin Fan. Napping again. The instructor's been looking for you everywhere. A clear, pleasant voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Emma, his class leader. Emma hailed from a prominent North American family, excelling in everything she did. She was proud, like a swan, until she met Lin Fan at the Academy. Lin Fan glanced at the stunning beauty before him, her perfect figure and flawless face. A hint of guilt flickered within. With the system's help, he had eclipsed Emma, turning the Academy's brightest star into a perennial second place. Emma, noticing Lin Fan's apologetic gaze, found it puzzling. She harbored mixed feelings toward him, a blend of irritation, curiosity, and something more she couldn't quite define. The instructor needs me for what? Lin Fan asked. No idea. Just said to head to the principal's office. Did you mess up again? What could I mess up? All I do is sleep. Reluctantly, Lin Fan made his way to the principal's office, where he was introduced to Admiral Liang Xingchen, a legendary figure in the Federal Fleet. After exchanging formalities, Liang offered Lin Fan an early graduation exam, with Liang himself conducting the test a rare honor. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., report to the Simulation Battle Center, Liang instructed. Impress me, and I'll ensure your talents are put to the best use. On his way back, Lin Fan found Emma, who awkwardly admitted to spraining her ankle. Without hesitation, Lin Fan offered her a piggyback ride to the medical center. Despite her initial resistance, she eventually accepted, leaning shyly on his back. This rare moment of vulnerability left Lin Fan amused, marking another unexpected twist in their peculiar relationship. Chapter 2. Preparing for the Interstellar Military Academy, where the students should have been coming and going. But at this moment, they all stopped in their tracks, shocked at the scene before them. A male student was carrying a female student steadily ahead. Normally, this wouldn't be a big deal. After all, most students here are adults and it's quite normal to have love affairs, and it's common for guys to carry girls on their backs. But the problem lies in the fact that the guy is Lin Fan, and the girl is Emma. The students around who stopped to watch the scene were shocked at first, but soon there were all sorts of gnashing of teeth, of course, mixed with intense envy. Female students, Lin Shen, how did you get seduced by that vixen Emma? Male students, wasn't Emma supposed to be everyone's goddess? How did this happen? Well, Lin Fan and Emma didn't care about the thoughts of the students around them at the moment. One was thinking, this girl really has a nice figure, while the other was feeling confused, blushing, and unable to lift her head. Emma, I'm graduating tomorrow. The dean has arranged for my graduation assessment tomorrow. Emma, who was lost in her thoughts, was immediately startled by Lin Fan's words. Tomorrow. Graduation? Leaving. These three words kept flashing in her mind, and Emma didn't know what was happening. She just felt a tightness in her chest and felt uneasy. Sensing Emma trembling behind him after hearing his words, Lin Fan also had a slight smile on his lips. This girl really isn't honest. After graduation, I will probably join the Mars base. Come find me at the Mars base next year after you graduate. All right. This time, Emma responded to Lin Fan. Although it was just a soft voice like a mosquito, Lin Fan did hear it. Soon, Lin Fan, carrying Emma on his back, arrived at the infirmary, handed Emma over to the medic, and then left. Emma naturally wouldn't throw a tantrum at this moment. She also believed that Lin Fan, who was going to have his graduation assessment tomorrow, must be going back to prepare today. Although Emma's speculation was a bit off, it was mostly correct. Lin Fan did indeed need to go back and prepare. After all, his opponent for tomorrow's assessment is Liang Xingchen, the legend of the entire Federation. According to Lin Fan's estimation, Liang Xingchen's command ability was most likely mostly a level, with individual abilities reaching S level. In terms of the Human Federation, Liang Xingchen's abilities could definitely be considered on par with that of a war god. But Lin Fan still wanted to try and see how far he could go. System: set up a level 5 encounter battle training for me. Virtual battlefield activated. Level 5 opponent established. Simulation method is encounter battle. Entry allowed in 10 seconds. Please prepare, host. Level 5 opponents were already all opponents with full level abilities in the system. Lin Fan believed that, in order to earn recognition from Liang Xingchen in tomorrow's simulated battle, he had to display sufficient abilities. After all, this could affect the completion conditions of his system mission, and only by performing admirably could he quickly meet those conditions. Listening to the system's prompt, Lin Fan immediately lay on his bed, closed his eyes, and soon his consciousness faded into darkness. When Lin Fan regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he found himself inside a warship's bridge. Operating the equipment on the captain's seat skillfully, checking his fleet's situation, and engaging in a battle of 100 versus 100 ships was already a routine for Lin Fan. Reporting: enemy fleet detected, 50 million kilometers away. That day, that night, Lin Fan had lost count of how many times he had been defeated. After all, the time ratio between the virtual space and reality was 10-1. In other words, Lin Fan, who had undergone 15 hours of system training, actually experienced a full 150 hours in the virtual space, engaging in 29 battles. Indeed, facing a level 5 opponent with my current skills was too much of a stretch. In the morning, lying on his bed, Lin Fan opened his eyes and said helplessly. But the night of suffering was not without results. In the final simulated battle, Lin Fan had also managed to destroy nearly 40 enemy warships before his defeat. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your command formation ability has been upgraded to level A, receiving a reward of 2% increase in brain development. The next moment, Lin Fan felt his thoughts becoming clearer. Open the attribute panel. Host, Lin Fan Intelligence, 380 brain development, 20% 18% before the reward. Command abilities, Artillery Command B, Evasion Command C, Formation Command A, Mech Command C. Mission 1, become a true fleet commander, commanding at least 10 warships. Completing this mission will reward the Curvature Engine Technology Mission 2, advance in military rank to Colonel. Completing this mission will reward genetic enhancement potions and unlock the physical attribute panel. Not bad. In terms of fleet formation command, I should already be considered a master among humans. Lin Fan silently evaluated his latest level of abilities, raised his hand to check the time on his tactical bracelet. It was already past 7. He had to get going. Taking out a can of nutrient liquid from the system space, he gulped it down. This was a reward from a past mission. Just 1 can a day could replenish the energy needed for a day. Very convenient. Dressing neatly in his cadet uniform, Lin Fan left his dormitory and headed to the Academy Simulation Combat Building. As soon as he left the residential area, he saw a beautiful figure standing there. It was Emma. What are you doing here? As your competitor, I think it's necessary to observe your graduation assessment. This girl, in just one night, turned back to her proud and pampered self. Young people are really something. The examiner for my graduation assessment this time has a special identity, so I don't think it will be open for observation. Isn't it General Liang Xingchen? I have already spoken to Director Li Fu, and he has agreed for me to observe. What else could Lin Fan say? Truly, Emma, the granddaughter of Horn Campbell, the current deputy commander of the Federation fleet, was not someone Li Fu could refuse. Moreover, after hearing about Lin Fan carrying Emma to the infirmary yesterday, and then Emma asking to observe Lin Fan's graduation assessment, how could Li Fu, an experienced person, not understand the situation? It's just that young people can be quite something. Soon, the two arrived at the Academy Simulation Combat Building, where Li Fu and Liang Xingchen were already present. Reporting, Command Department Student Lin has come to participate in the graduation assessment of the 55th term of the Federal Interstellar Military Academy. Please give instructions. Lin Fan immediately presented a military salute that was impeccable, almost flawless, to Liang. Chapter 3 opened the tactic with a wide imagination. Looking at Lin Fan's appearance, Li Fu couldn't help but curl his lips. How come this kid is never this well behaved in front of me? He's such a little rascal. Lin Fan, are you ready? Ready, Commander Liang. Please begin the assessment. Lin Fan still maintained the standard military posture and responded loudly. All right, let's begin now. This simulated battle will involve 100 battleships on each side, both fleets being mixed according to federal standards. Any questions? No issues to report. Very well. We'll now enter the simulation command room. Assessment will begin in 5 minutes, yes? The Academy Simulation Room uses holographic simulation technology. Although not as realistic as the system's virtual technology, it still provides a good immersive experience. The assessment used the small-scale simulation room in the simulation battle tower, with only 2 simulation rooms inside. Observers were in the holographic hall on the 2nd floor, featuring a circular observation area surrounding a holographic projection area of about 600 square meters. As Lin Fan and Liang Xingchen entered the simulation command room, Li Fu brought Emma to the holographic hall and activated the holographic projection device. Soon, a starry sky appeared in the center of the observation area, clearly showing 2 small fleets in that starry sky. At this moment, Lin Fan inside the simulation cabin wrinkled his brow slightly. An asteroid belt, the least ideal terrain. Yes, in an open area encounter, the test is mainly about artillery command, evasion command, and formation command abilities, with not much room for tactical maneuvers. Lin Fan was confident that even if he lost, he could make Liang Xingchen lose miserably. However, with the asteroid belt, the focus of the battle shifts to the tactical level, even involving various imaginative strategies. Lin Fan believed that Liang Xingchen must have seen a lot of his simulation battle data, knowing his weakness was in asteroid belt warfare, deliberately choosing this as the assessment location. Want to see how I handle unfamiliar terrain? After a brief thought, Lin Fan roughly understood Liang Xingchen's intentions. Indeed, Liang Xingchen wanted to see how Lin Fan would handle the assessment in unfamiliar terrain and what methods he would use to break through. However, Liang Xingchen made a mistake. Lin Fan's weakness in asteroid belt warfare was a thing of the past. With the system, how could Lin Fan allow himself to have such a significant weakness? Therefore, Lin Fan had the system arrange numerous asteroid belt warfare simulations for himself. It could be said that Lin Fan had experienced over 100 asteroid belt wars. During this time, not only did Lin Fan come up with various imaginative battle tactics, but he also saw the opponent's system simulate numerous intricate tactics. If asteroid belt warfare had an ability rating, Lin Fan believed he would at least be a B+ or even an A level. Let's begin. In an extremely short period, Lin Fan relied on his high intelligence and 20% brain development to plan out all tactical details and quickly command the simulated crew in the bridge. On the second floor, inside the virtual observation hall, Dean, what is Lin Fan planning to do? He hasn't even spotted the enemy, but he's already sent out all the mechs and drones from the 5 carriers. I can't figure out his strategy either. Is he trying to use the mechs and drones as scouts by dispersing them? This kid shouldn't be that stupid. Both of them stared at the screen projected in the observation hall, puzzled. A large number of mechs and drones were released from the 5 carriers in the fleet, and they couldn't grasp Lin Fan's intentions. A few minutes later, 3,000 mechs and tens of thousands of drones formed 100 formations in front of the fleet. Oh my, this kid is a genius. To think the mech and drone units could be utilized like this. Why didn't anyone think of this before? Truly a groundbreaking move. Watching the formations of mechs and drones, Li Fu suddenly understood Lin Fan's plan. It was a wildly imaginative idea, and if successful, Liang Xingchen might really end up in deep water. Seeing Li Fu next to him getting excited and turning red, Emma was a bit confused. Dean, what's going on? You haven't figured it out? You need to realize your problem, which is being too textbook and rigid, something you should learn from Lin Fan, me. Don't rush to deny it. Look at Lin Fan's mech and drone units in formations. What do they resemble, huh? Emma looked back at Lin Fan's fleet in front after a few seconds, then suddenly widened her eyes, showing disbelief. Now you understand. Yes, Lin Fan arranged the mechs and drones into 100 formations, and each formation shape matches one of the battleships in his fleet. So, if an opponent fails to detect these mechs when they get close, it's highly likely to appear as a fleet of 100 battleships on the radar. You've grasped it well. Now let's see how Lin Fan will deploy and whether Liang Xingchen will fall for it. Soon, Lin Fan's fleet also made changes, splitting into 3 separate fleets and hiding in nearby dense asteroid areas. The disguised fleet made of mechs and drones slowly moved towards Lin Fan's right side. Meanwhile, Liang Xingchen's fleet in the observation area slowly approached. Watch, the show is about to start. Will Lin Fan really defeat Admiral Liang Xingchen? Emma still felt incredulous. What would it mean if Lin Fan actually won? That's the myth of the Federal Fleet. Li Fu glanced at Emma and said calmly, "You're overthinking it. Perhaps Lin Fan can make Liang Xingchen stumble once, but ultimately winning is unlikely." On the 3rd floor, in one of the small simulation rooms in the small simulation chamber, Liang Xingchen was now looking puzzled at the radar. Just now, the reconnaissance vessel he dispatched easily located the enemy fleet's position. What puzzled him even more was that the enemy fleet was moving forward without any concealment, as if on a leisurely stroll. Now, even a regular cadet should know that in the complex environment of an asteroid belt, hiding oneself should be the top priority in warfare. Did he overestimate him? Liang Xingchen couldn't help but think this way, as he couldn't see any issues. All 100 battleships were fully present on the radar. Regardless, since the fleet was already discovered, there was no reason not to attack. Therefore, Liang Xingchen commanded his fleet to advance stealthily, circling around behind the enemy fleet. 10 minutes later, Liang Xingchen's fleet had already appeared behind the disguised fleet, occupying the best attacking position. Meanwhile, in another simulation room not far from Liang Xingchen's location, Lin Fan was looking at the data feedback on the radar, a slight curve appearing on his lips. End of chapter. Chapter 4. Evaluation is completed in the simulation cabin. As Liang Xingchen looks at the tactical panel, the Allied fleet has already occupied the best attack position, while Lin Fan's fleet still has no response. He can't help but feel that something is wrong, but he can't figure out what the problem is. Liang Xingchen has never encountered this kind of situation before. However, no matter what, the meat is already in front of him, so he might as well have a bite. Just as Liang Xingchen is preparing to launch an attack, he discovers that his fleet is under attack, with firepower coming from his right side. Through the radar, Liang Xingchen discovers that suddenly 3 fleets have appeared on the right side of his fleet, totaling 100 warships. What's going on? Why does Lin Fan have 100 spaceships? With doubts in his mind, Liang Xingchen looks back at the fleet on the radar and suddenly widens his eyes in disbelief. The shapes of the 100 spaceships on the radar are no longer as intact. It is now apparent that each spaceship shape is actually made up of dozens or even hundreds of smaller light clusters. Is this how it is? Have you been manipulating me from start to finish? I will be the butt of old Li's jokes for years to come. But even though you've thrown me off track, it's not going to be easy to achieve final victory. Liang Xingchen does not order the fleet to turn right to face the enemy, but commands the fleet to accelerate and move forward in a straight line at the fastest speed, without any hesitation. At the same time, in another simulation chamber not far away, Lin Fan is frowning. In his plan, Liang Xingchen should have turned to face the enemy, and in the process of turning, at least 30% of his warships would have been destroyed by Lin Fan. Then, Lin Fan, with 100 warships against Liang Xingchen's 70 warships, would engage in a head-on battle. Lin Fan is confident that he can win this war decisively. However, Liang Xingchen did not turn to face the enemy, but accelerated forward instead. With a swift calculation from Lin Fan's trained brain, the results are immediately apparent. If Liang Xingchen flees in a straight line, Lin Fan will be able to destroy at least 40% of his warships from the side, and then capture his tail for a pursuit battle. Ultimately, Lin Fan would have an easier time winning this battle. However, Lin Fan can't understand why Liang Xingchen is so incompetent. This kind of strategic approach is reminiscent of some of the incompetent individuals in the academy. A few minutes later, Lin Fan checked the radar feedback and found that the other party had lost 42 warships, about to break out of his firepower range. Although Lin Fan had many doubts in his mind, the current situation forced him to react. If he didn't act immediately, he wouldn't be able to catch the other party's fleet for a pursuit battle. Temporarily setting aside all his doubts, Lin Fan ordered the fleet to advance at full speed to begin the pursuit. With 100 intact warships chasing 58 mostly damaged warships, no matter how you look at it, Liang Xingchen seemed to have no hope at all, but Lin Fan couldn't shake the feeling that he had overlooked something. Soon, the fleet crossed an arc and arrived behind the enemy fleet. Just as Lin Fan was preparing to launch the attack again, he noticed something unusual on the radar. Behind his fleet, a large number of light spots suddenly appeared, totaling 3,000, and they were quite close to his fleet. Damn it, I've been fooled. No wonder he didn't choose to turn to face the enemy, but accelerated forward. It was all to lure me into this position. In an instant, Lin Fan understood the purpose behind Liang Xingchen's strange actions earlier. In order to pursue the enemy, Lin Fan had to move forward and turn, following an arc to get behind them. However, the enemy had deployed 3,000 mechs here, and Lin Fan could already guess the details. Surely, whenever a small asteroid blocked the line of sight between the two fleets during Liang Xingchen's acceleration, a portion of the mechs would have been dispatched and hidden behind each small asteroid. Truly worthy of being the military god of Federal Fleet. Liang Xingchen, Lin Fan realized he had a lot to learn. As for the outcome of this battle, Lin Fan had already calculated it. The fleet targeted by 3,000 mechs up close would be completely defenseless and slaughtered. After all, his mechs and drones were all deployed. As for the ship's cannons, forget it. They were slow-firing, high-power types that would be a joke against highly mobile mechs up close. His mechs and drone units were already too far ahead, and even if he wanted to use them to attack Liang Xingchen's fleet, it wouldn't be easy. After all, Liang Xingchen's fleet still had 5 intact carriers, each with thousands of unmanned combat aircraft inside. The mech and drone units still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching Liang Xingchen's fleet. Although mechs are the bane of ships up close, that's only after they get close. Before that, ships are the bane of mechs. Trying to approach the fleet in a straight line would surely result in most of them being wiped out by the ships, and the remaining few would be eliminated easily by Liang Xingchen's 10,000 unmanned combat aircraft. I've lost. Hey, since coming to this era, this is my first defeat. Truly, he deserves the title of military god. Watching each ship being taken out one by one, Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh at his first defeat in life. 10 minutes later, the simulated battle ended, with Liang Xingchen wiping out Lin Fan's 100 ships in exchange for the loss of 42 of his own ships. Lin Fan, you did well. It's the first time anyone has caused me such significant losses. Coming out of the simulation chamber, Liang Xingchen looked at Lin Fan, who stood on the side saluting him, and spoke. Compared to Commander Li, I have a long way to go. Your last move was brilliant, turning defeat into victory. What you lack is a battle with life and death. Only through experience will your tactics mature. The Academy is just the Academy. Come to the Mars base, that's where you can truly hone your skills. Yes, Commander. From being called Commander Li to just Commander, although just one word shorter, it clearly expressed Lin Fan's intentions. He is willing to join the Mars base and fight at the forefront of humanity. Satisfied with Lin Fan's response, Liang Xingchen nodded and continued. Very well, I will sign your transfer order later. After the ceremony this afternoon, we will return to the Mars base together. Yes. Subsequently, the two of them entered the virtual observation hall. So, Zhaoliang, are you satisfied? Li Fu came up with a smirk and looked at Liang Xingchen, his expression full of mischief. Enough, teacher, please stop teasing me. Lin Fan is very good. I will officially confer his rank this afternoon, and then take him back to the Mars base, Liang Xingchen said, looking at Li Fu's mischievous expression with a wry smile. Teacher. Lin Fan and Emma next to him were a bit confused. Wasn't the Dean Liang Commander's teacher? A little stunned by the situation, Li Fu explained, you to look so surprised, he was from the 32nd phase of the Academy. He's actually your senior, but his data is currently classified 3S, so you didn't know. Well, Lin Fan found that explanation quite reasonable. With everything settled, Li Fu cleared his throat, put away his mischievous smile, and formally announced, I hereby declare that Lin Fan, the 55th Phase Fleet Command student of the Interstellar Military Academy, has passed the graduation assessment with flying colors. End of this chapter. Chapter 5. The truth on the front line. After receiving his graduation certificate from Li Fu, Lin Fan was informed that the Academy would hold a conferment ceremony for him at 3 p.m. that afternoon. Lin Fan and Emma then left the simulation war building. Are you leaving today? Emma walked beside Lin Fan, asking softly. Yes, the commander said he would take me away after the conferment this afternoon. But the situation on the front line now. Emma was about to say something when Lin Fan covered her mouth with his hand. I know about the front line, and I know more than you do. Emma looked at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes, puzzled. She couldn't understand how Lin Fan knew, as this information should have been highly confidential. Unless it was a big family like the Campbells, it was impossible to know. Indeed, despite the calm appearance of the Federation, it was not the truth. Since humans formed the Federation and began to expand into the stars, within just over a decade, they had annexed the neighboring star systems of Bailin, Barnard, and Tianyuan into the Federation. Humans then embarked on a crazy wave of interstellar navigation. However, they encountered the powerful Ox Empire in space just a few years later. It didn't matter who struck first in the law of the jungle in space. Attacking another civilization didn't require any righteousness. Over the following 30 years, the Federation and the Ox civilization engaged in numerous large-scale battles, from Tianyuan to Barnard, and then from Barnard to Bailin. Ultimately, the three fleets of the Federation outside the solar system were annihilated, and Bailin, Barnard, and Tianyuan fell. At that point, the Federation's four main fleets, stationed in the solar system, were reduced from a peak of 150,000 warships to 30,000, including 20,000 in the 4th Fleet and 10,000 in the Patrol Fleet. The Ox Empire's fleet of 200,000 warships was heading straight toward the solar system. After 52 years of the Federation's existence, the Ox fleet entered the solar system. Liang Xingchen, who had just become the commander of the 4th Fleet at the moment, held the line and ordered all fleets to retreat to the Mars base. Liang Xingchen knew there was no chance of victory against a tenfold difference in strength. Even if he were strong, facing the enemy head-on would result in a war-loss ratio of at most 1 to 3. The only chance was to use the asteroid belt to find an opportunity to defeat the enemy. Soon, due to the lack of defense, the Ox Empire's fleet reached Jupiter, leaving only an asteroid belt between them. 3 months later, after the Ox Empire's 200,000 warships entered the asteroid belt, Liang Xingchen finally found an opportunity to ambush them. The battle lasted for 3 days, with the Federation's 4th Fleet losing 8,000 warships while the Ox Empire lost 80,000 warships and retreated to Jupiter, ending the conflict. It was this battle that solidified Liang Xingchen's position as a military god for the Federation. Afterward, for internal stability, the Federation changed the publicly known battle record to claim that they had wiped out the 200,000 Ox Empire warships, leading to the belief among all Federation citizens that the war had ended. However, the truth was that while the Ox Empire suffered heavy losses, they still had 120,000 warships around Jupiter, and humans were still confined to the asteroid belt, unable to leave. According to Liang Xingchen's judgment, the Ox Empire had not organized a second attack in recent years, and their likely purpose was to wait for reinforcements. Therefore, the humans' current situation was quite dire, a stark contrast to the apparent peace and prosperity within the Federation. Don't worry, maybe by the time you come to the Mars base next year, I will already have become a general. Ha, you're only 19 now, and you think you'll become a general at 20 next year. You're dreaming. Even General Liang Xingchen will be 28 when he becomes a general. Then let's make a bet. If by next year when you arrive at the Mars base, I've already become a general, you'll be my girlfriend. Who would make a bet with you? Emma's face blushed instantly, and she turned and ran away. You're not honest. Oh well, leaving this afternoon. I should report to the old man. What a hassle. Then, Lin Fan returned to his room to pack his belongings. Before packing, however, there was one thing he had to do: make a call to his father. Soon enough, the communication device was connected, and a stern voice came from the other end. I'm Lin Zun. It's me. Speak. I just finished my graduation assessment early. After the conferment this afternoon, I will follow General Liang Xingchen to the Mars base. Thought I'd inform you. Is that so? Is that so? I mean, old man, can't you stop being so terse every time? Why do I need to be verbose with you? Get lost. I'm busy. When aren't you busy? Who do you think I am? Don't think I don't know. You, always sleeping or sleeping at the academy apart from sleeping. What's wrong with me sleeping? Sleeping makes me happy, sleeping makes me strong. No matter how much I sleep, I'm still the strongest. You're driving me crazy. Although angry, Lin Zun couldn't refute the fact that Lin Fan seemed to get stronger the more he slept. It was unbelievable. According to reports from his subordinates, this little guy slept during class, slept after class. He seized every opportunity to sleep. But the problem was, after sleeping for several years, he had become unbeatable to all the instructors in the academy. He used to be an obedient and hardworking child. How did he turn out like this? Lin Zun felt more frustrated as he pondered. All right, old man, I just called to bid farewell to you. Who knows if we'll have another chance to talk in the future? Lin Zun fell silent. Others may not know, but could he be unaware of the situation on the front lines? He was the president of the Federation. As for Lin Fan, he had ensured that information about Lin Fan was kept secret to prevent his position from influencing Lin Fan's growth negatively. He had long ago processed Lin Fan's information securely. The public information about Lin Fan was all modified false information. Thus, even the Academy Director Li Fu didn't know that Lin Fan was the son of the Federation President. There was a moment of silence between the two. Take care. I don't want to see the young sending off the old before their time. You should take better care of yourself. End of Chapter 5 Chapter 6 Mars Base Classmates. Today, one of our outstanding students has completed the graduation assessment ahead of schedule. Lieutenant Li will now grant him the honors, presented by General Liang Xingchen. After Li Fu spoke, Liang Xingchen walked onto the stage, and the audience below instantly became restless. Who is this amazing person? Having the Federal Army God personally grant him honors? General Liang Xingchen, humanity's hero. He has actually appeared in front of me. I thought General Liang's information was confidential. Is it okay for him to appear so openly? That confidentiality is for external purposes, right? We are a military academy, after all, part of the Federal Fleet. If I take a photo now, will I be arrested? What do you think? Watching Liang Xingchen take the stage, the audience below erupted into chaos, whispers filling the entire hall. "Silence!" Li Fu shouted, and the scene instantly quieted down. The dean still had some authority, although a bit cunning behind the scenes. "What's wrong with you? You're all military personnel. Have you forgotten basic discipline? Now please welcome Lin Fan, a cadet from the 55th Fleet Command Course, to the stage." So it was him. No wonder. The entire academy boasted that it took a millennium to produce such a monster, and it made sense why General Liang Xingchen personally came to grant him honors. The audience below instantly understood, as Lin Fan's talents were widely known. His command abilities were unmatched in the entire academy, even surpassing the instructors. He had even directly defeated the famous Colonel Wood Scott, dubbed by many as the next genius commander after Liang Xingchen. Moreover, Lin Fan's reputation as a prodigy did not only stem from his command skills, but also from his terrifying research abilities. In his 3 years at the academy, he occasionally produced research results across various disciplines. The most famous was when Lin Fan designed an artificial gravity device. Remember, a few years ago, this academy had no gravity. It was only after Lin Fan's invention that the academy became no different from Earth. Even the artificial gravity currently used in the Federal Fleet came from Lin Fan's design. Of course, Lin Fan claimed he didn't want this to happen. The system kept providing him with technology after each mission. At this moment, Lin Fan had changed into the black military uniform of the Federal Fleet and stood before Liang Xingchen, standing at attention, saluting meticulously. Liang Xingchen looked at Lin Fan, nodded in approval, turned to his aide, who held a tray, took the insignia with solemnity, and reverently placed it on Lin Fan. "Congratulations! From today, you are an official member of the Federal Army. Yes, I will not disappoint the commander's expectations." At that moment, everyone below was astounded. The insignia on Lin Fan's shoulder was that of a colonel. He was only 19 years old. A 19-year-old colonel. Has anyone ever heard of such a thing? Yet all the cadets found it reasonable because Lin Fan's reputation in both fleet command and research fields was too illustrious. The appearance of a 19-year-old colonel raised no objections, which was quite incredible. The whole hall erupted into applause, ringing on incessantly. At that moment, Lin Fan on stage felt a bit excited, as he heard a pleasant notification from his system. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing Task 2, promoted to Colonel. Reward. 1 tube of gene enhancement potion has been placed in the system space." Gene enhancement potion, a concept present in various novels and movies, made Lin Fan couldn't help but feel excited. However, he couldn't use it immediately, so despite his excitement, he maintained a serious expression on his face. Emma, watching Lin Fan on stage, clapped and whispered softly to herself, "I'll come find you at the Mars base next year." At 4 in the afternoon, after the end of the grand ceremony, Lin Fan, bid farewell by Li Fu, embarked on the journey to Mars base with Liang Xingchen. 3 days later, the Haiyan-class destroyer carrying Lin Fan arrived at the Mars base. This was Lin Fan's first visit to Mars since his arrival. The entire base was located in Mars orbit, comprised of a small space city, 38 large orbit starports, and numerous medium and small orbit starports. The base housed the 4th Fleet's 20,000 warships and countless civilian vessels. Why were there so many civilian ships? The main reason was the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. As the current source of the Federation's resources, it naturally required intense mining. However, mining the asteroid belt was dangerous due to the current situation. Although the Federation and the Ox Empire hadn't engaged in full-scale warfare since the 52nd year of the Federation, the Empire continued to send small fleets to ambush the asteroid belt, primarily targeting the Federation's resource mining ships. Therefore, one of the main tasks of the Second Fleet was to patrol the asteroid belt and protect resource mining ships, resulting in numerous small-scale skirmishes in the asteroid belt over the past 6 years. Thus, out of the 38 orbit starports at the Mars base, 18 were designated for resource mining and transport ships. Is this the Mars base? It's magnificent! Lin Fan admired the scene through the warship's observation window, seeing more than 1,000 warships docked in a military starport within his sight, making a grand display. Thinking about the 19 similar military harbors, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel excited. Soon, the destroyer docked at the port of the small space city, the headquarters of Mars Base. After disembarking, Liang Xingchen took Lin Fan to his office and had his aide notify someone named Liang Zhu to come over. Lin Fan didn't know who Liang Zhu was and didn't pay much attention. "Here is your appointment. Take a look." When the aide left, Liang Xingchen sat in his seat, looked at Lin Fan standing up right in front of his desk, and handed him a document. Lin Fan accepted the document, quickly scanning it and feeling extremely shocked. Liang Xingchen had directly assigned him a fleet. The content of the document included a recommendation by the 4th Fleet Commander Liang Xingchen for Lin Fan's promotion to Federal Fleet Colonel. Additionally, to serve as the commander of the 101st Mixed Fleet of the 4th Fleet, entering office immediately. The 101st Mixed Fleet is the newest experimental fleet of my 4th Fleet, with a total of 144 warships, including 9 carriers, 9 battle cruisers, 18 cruisers, 36 destroyers, and 72 escorts. In addition, Mars Base will allocate a medium-sized starport as the exclusive base for the 101st Mixed Fleet. Hearing this, Lin Fan found it strange. Typically, a medium-sized orbit starport could accommodate 50 battle cruisers and 500 destroyers. Yet Liang Xingchen informed Lin Fan that a medium-sized orbit starport would serve as the exclusive base for the 101st Mixed Fleet. That was quite abnormal. Did 144 warships require such a large starport? You're curious as to why a starport this size is designated as the fleet's exclusive base, aren't you? Yes, Commander. This is because this new port used to be an experimental port for warships, capable of docking just over 100 warships. The rest of the area consists of various production workshops. Understand? Liang Xingchen revealed a significant look to Lin Fan as he spoke. End of the chapter. Chapter 7. Inside Lin Fan's adjutant office, Lin Fan felt a bit uneasy under the scrutiny of Liang Xingchen. "Commander, please don't look at me like that. You scoundrel, trying to act innocent. I understand that everyone has their own secrets, but considering the situation humanity is facing now, with your family background, you should have known long ago. It's okay to hide your talents, but you need to pick the right time." "All right, Commander, I accept it. I will make good use of this base. Speaking of which, I have had some good inspirations recently. There should be good news soon." "That's right. I won't inquire about your secrets, but don't hide your talents at crucial times, understood?" "Yes, Commander." "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." "Report. Liang Zhu is here to report as ordered." Just when Lin Fan and Liang Xingchen finished a conversation that an ordinary person couldn't understand, Liang Zhu, who had been called by the adjutant to report, arrived. Lin Fan slightly assessed the newcomer, around 20 years old, definitely a beauty, not inferior to Emma. Looking at the lieutenant rank insignia on her shoulder, besides his own ability to cheat, becoming a lieutenant at just over 20 years old was quite exceptional. Yet, this person seemed overly cold, even for Lin Fan, who liked the Ice Queen type. He even felt the room's temperature drop a few degrees since Liang Zhu entered. Not an exaggeration. "Ahem, Lin Fan, let me introduce. This is Lieutenant Liang Zhu. She will be your adjutant from now on. You two must cooperate well, understood?" Seeing Lin Fan frown after assessing Liang Zhu for a while, Liang Xingchen guessed what was on Lin Fan's mind. "Ah, when will you warm up a bit, daughter? It's not easy being the commander." "Yes, Commander." What else could Lin Fan say? Judging by the expression on Liang Xingchen's face, this was mostly his daughter's doing. Sigh, having such an icy daughter, the commander was truly enduring. "Well, I'm entrusting the 101 Special Mixed Fleet to you. Don't disappoint me." "Yes, Commander." Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing Mission 1. Become a true fleet commander, commanding at least 10 warships. Acquire warp engine technology. Ding. Due to the host exceeding the mission requirements, a hidden reward is activated. Obtain industrial robot technology. Surprisingly, there was a hidden reward, a first-time revelation that delighted Lin Fan. Now, with a fleet, a base for building warships, and rewarded with industrial robot and warp engine technology, it was truly perfect. Wait, not entirely perfect yet. It would be even better to have some research experts. After all, Lin Fan couldn't afford to switch to a research career. Time was a constraint. "Report. Speak. Commander, could you assign some experts to my base? I don't want to become a full-time researcher. I've already made arrangements for you." They are waiting for you at the base. Thank you, Commander. All right, both of you take the orders and leave promptly. Liang Xingchen waved his hand. Lin Fan saluted and left the office, followed by Liang Zhu. Along the way, a bit silent, Lin Fan couldn't bear it and initiated the conversation. Lieutenant Liang, we'll be working together for a long time. Can you tell me in which aspect you excel? Everything. Let me rephrase. In which area are you particularly skilled? Everything. All right then, could you guide me around? I'm not familiar with this place. As Lin Fan finished speaking, Liang Zhu swiftly moved 2 steps ahead, walking in front of Lin Fan without saying a word, just marching forward. Sigh, couldn't you act differently? This is too much. Lin Fan helplessly observed Liang Zhu's back, realizing it would be much more challenging to adjust her character compared to Emma's. Seeing her walk without even looking back, Lin Fan had to quickly catch up. Half an hour later, guided by Liang Zhu, they took a transport boat at the port and arrived at the 101 Special Mixed Fleet's base, the 27th Medium Orbital Starport. Throughout the process, Liang Zhu remained silent, not showing a hint of emotion, nearly driving Lin Fan to despair. He had to constantly complain in his mind, having a stunningly beautiful adjutant should be enjoyable, but turned out to be a severe torment. Lin Fan shook his head, composing himself as they arrived at the destination. As the newly appointed fleet commander, he had to deliver a speech in front of all the soldiers. One couldn't afford to mess it up, otherwise it would complicate things down the line. After getting off the transport boat, Lin Fan looked at the 144 warships docked in the starport, feeling satisfied, almost perfect. Wait, not quite perfect. If only this woman's character could change a bit, that would be considered perfect. Lieutenant Liang, order all fleet personnel to assemble at the starport. Yes. After Liang Zhu responded, she raised her right hand and, after a few taps on her personal light brain, began speaking. Attention, everyone. Immediately assemble at the starport. I repeat, everyone, assemble at the starport. Liang Zhu's voice quickly echoed throughout every corner of the base. Lin Fan nodded, raised his right hand, and started the countdown timer. According to the minimum requirement, all personnel must assemble within a time not less than 10 minutes after the order is given. 10 minutes may seem slow, but considering this was a medium-sized starport, it would take at least half an hour to run from end to end. Fortunately, the officers' dorms were located near the starport, or else it would take more time to assemble. 1 minute later, the members initially at the starport had completed the assembly. 5 minutes later, many personnel rushed from the internal areas of the starport to gather inside. 7 minutes later, Liang Zhu reported, Report 101 Special Mixed Fleet. All personnel have assembled, expected 32,900. Present 32,900. Lin Fan looked at Liang Zhu somewhat shocked. She did an impressive job counting tens of thousands of personnel accurately. As soon as everyone gathered, Lin Fan took a few steps forward, adjusted his light brain on the right hand to amplify, and began his inaugural speech. Fellow colleagues, I am Lin Fan, 19 years old, and the newly appointed commander of the 101 Special Mixed Fleet. As Lin Fan spoke his first words, the officers below couldn't handle it. 19 years old? Colonel, newly appointed fleet commander. Are they playing an international joke? Which rich family sent their pampered son to gold plate here? What's the Frontline situation now? Still messing around like this? In fact, it was understandable for them to speculate. A 19-year-old colonel was exceptionally rare, and a 19-year-old special mixed fleet commander was even rarer. Normally, a fleet of such caliber would be led by a major general. For a moment, the unfriendly gazes from the crowd fell on Lin Fan. End of this chapter. Chapter 8. Curvature Engine No. 27 in the medium orbit Star Harbor. Lin Fan looked at tens of thousands of officers in front of him with somewhat unfriendly expressions, smiled, and continued speaking. Are you all wondering how this guy, at just 19 years old, could have become a colonel and the commander of a special mixed fleet? Are you thinking if he's just the son of some family here to gain experience? Are you also wondering, why should this guy be the one commanding us? Lin Fan smiled as he asked 3 consecutive questions, scanning all the officers. So, I hereby announce the sole criterion for the 101 Special Mixed Fleet in the future. If anyone can defeat me in the fleet simulation battle, they will be the new fleet commander. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the tens of thousands of officers were instantly stirred up. Which fleet commander would be so bold? Could it be that they had misunderstood, and this overly young colonel truly had exceptional skills? Wait, Lin Fan, why does that name sound so familiar? Many among the officers suddenly realized, increasingly feeling that Lin Fan's name was very familiar, like they heard it somewhere before. Ah, remembered. Could it be that Lin Fan? The lieutenant colonel standing at the front suddenly recalled something, and a look of excitement flashed in his eyes. Report. Speak. I want to ask, did the commander engage in a simulation battle with Wood Scott at the Federal Fleet headquarters last year? Yes, last year. I did indeed have a simulation battle with Wood Scott. Sure enough, it was him. The lieutenant colonel who asked the question became even more excited after hearing Lin Fan's reply. At this moment, others also realized why Lin Fan's name sounded so familiar. Isn't he the one from last year, who single-handedly wiped out Wood Scott with just minor damage to one warship, praised as a demon in military tactics of the Millennium at the Interstellar Military Academy? No wonder he's already a colonel at just 19, and the commander of a special mixed fleet. Everything made sense now. Under Commander Liang's command, how could there be such a lavish playboy trying to gold-plate everything? Many began to rethink in their minds. Does anyone else have any questions? Report. Speak. I heard that the artificial gravity generator we're using now was also designed by the commander. Is that true? Yes, indeed. I designed it. Whoosh. The shock on everyone's face grew even greater now. After all, most officers didn't care much about these technical matters, let alone who designed what. Only a few officers interested in technology would try to understand it. Therefore, the majority didn't know that Lin Fan had designed the artificial gravity generator. Now, upon suddenly learning about it, they were deeply shocked. What is this? Not just a demon in fleet command, but also in research. For a moment, all the officers' faces lost their disdain, replaced by enthusiasm and admiration. With such a demon commander, they all felt that their future was much more secure. If there are no more questions, today's meeting is concluded. Everyone return to their posts. I will let Deputy Liang issue specific orders later. Yes, Deputy Liang, take me to see the research group arranged by Commander Liang. Understood. With an unchanged expression, Deputy Liang agreed and turned to lead the way, without any delay. Lin Fan shook his head, recognizing that he still had a long journey ahead, and followed suit. Shortly after, the two arrived at a large building in the Central Star Harbor, where several elderly white-haired commanders were directing over 100 people in the unpacking and debugging of various equipment. Liang Zhu brought Lin Fan to an elderly man in a white coat, who looked to be around 70 years old. Mr. Bai, this is the base commander, Colonel Lin Fan. Oh, you must be the Lin Fan that Liang Xingchen that brat mentioned to me. The designer of the artificial gravity generator? I'm Bai Zixuan. Mr. Bai, hello. I will trouble you more in the future. Don't bother. I made a deal with Liang Xingchen. If you can't bring me any surprises, I'll walk away. Lin Fan was puzzled. Why did everyone Liang Xingchen sent him to have such a bad temper? Well, it seemed even people with abilities had quirky temperaments. It's natural, Mr. Bai. I have the latest designs here, and I prepared all the related technology. But, you know, I am a fleet commander and have no time for manufacturing and testing afterward. So, I'll have to bother you with that. Let's see it first and then talk about the technology. Here, I believe this will give you enough surprises. Lin Fan reached into his pocket with his right hand, took out a storage card, and handed it to Bai Zixuan. It was prepared long ago, with all the technical data stored inside. After accepting the storage card, Bai Zixuan lifted his right arm and inserted it into the optical neural network device he wore on his right hand, immediately reading the information inside. Seeing the neatly arranged various data folders, especially the names on those folders, Bai Zixuan was stunned. Jump engine design blueprints, spatial folding technology detailed explanation, relevant material formulas and configurations. Bai Zixuan admitted he was shocked. Immediately opened the jump engine design blueprints for viewing and enlarged them through a holographic projection. A few minutes later, Bai Zixuan took a big step forward and came in front of Lin Fan, grabbing his clothes directly. Oh, Mr. Bai, please calm down. Calm down, my foot. Lin Fan, do you know what you've researched? Of course, I do. You're saying it lightly, but this thing is enough to make you the greatest scientist of the Federation. Bai Zichuan wasn't exaggerating. What is the jump engine? It is something that allows the Federation's fleet to navigate in space rapidly without depending on the star road. The distances between star systems will no longer be a problem. With this, at the very least, it can give the Federation's fleet a significant advantage in the war against the Ox Empire. Liang Zu's expression changed for the first time. Who is Bai Zichuan? He is a severe player even Liang Xingchen wouldn't give face to. And now, in front of her, he was so excitedly calling Lin Fan the greatest scientist of the Federation. What data did this guy show Bai Zichuan? Liang Zu looked at Lin Fan, feeling a slight curiosity creeping into her mind. Hey, Liang Xingchen. Bai Zichuan had already contacted Liang Xingchen. Mr. Bai, what's the matter? You brat, how dare you? Quickly get me more people. I need more than 10 times the current number immediately. What happened? And you still dare to ask what happened? Lin Fan has caused a huge wave, and I can't handle just 100 people now. Lin Fan stirred up trouble. End of chapter. Chapter 9 Seal Order. At this time, Liang Xingchen was a little confused in his office. Lin Fan has stirred up a big pot. What's going on? Looking at the time, Lin Fan should have just arrived at Fleet 101 not long ago, right? Mr. Bai, what's going on? What's going on is that he gave me a set of technical data. Do you know what kind of technology it is? What technology? The complete set of data for the jump engine technology. He even worked out all the material formulas needed. Do you know what this means? It means we can start building directly. Do you understand? What? Liang Xingchen suddenly stood up from his seat in shock. Even his adjutant in the next office could hear him, showing how shocked he was. This kid just told me about some new ideas and designs, and this is your new idea. A jump engine? What is a jump engine? How could Liang Xingchen not know? By manipulating space-time, folding space to achieve faster than light speed. You see, currently, human travel between star systems is done through what is called the star road, which, while it can travel at 3 times the speed of light, has significant limitations because it can only move along its fixed routes. For example, the star road is like the tracks that cover the entire galaxy, with each star system being like cities. So, if you want to go to a star system 100 light-years away via the star road, you need to first find the route and reach the entrance to the star road. Then, you follow the route to the first star system, then the second star system, so it's not a direct path, but like a train stopping at each station. As for what the star road is exactly, sorry, up until now humanity has not figured out the logic behind it, only knowing that within the galaxy, it is like a network of traffic routes, full of star roads. Taking the solar system as an example, there are 2 external star roads, leading to Proxima and Barnard star systems. Currently, the most widely accepted speculation about the star road is that it is not natural, but rather artificial, likely laid by some civilization as a cosmic traffic route. However, the jump engine is different. It doesn't need to follow designated routes like the star road. It can freely shuttle to any point within its maximum folding range, and its speed is much faster than traveling on the star road. Especially in military applications, it is more prominent. Originally, within star systems, you couldn't use the star road for rapid movement. After all, the star road only connects the traffic network between star systems. But the jump engine has fewer limitations and can be used within star systems for short-range jumps. What does this represent? As the god of war, Liang Xingchen's mind immediately flashed several tactics utilizing the jump engine. He was startled by the tactics he had thought of, fully capable of annihilating the 120,000 warships assembled by the Emperor near Jupiter. It was because he knew about these things that Liang Xingchen was somewhat out of control and shouted loudly. And he now understood why Bai Zichuan had said that more than 100 people wouldn't be able to handle it. At least 10 times more manpower would be needed. What are you shouting for? Do you want to deafen this old man's ears? Sorry, I got a bit excited. Get the staff ready for me. We need to quickly build the experimental machine for testing. Understood. I will immediately arrange for the staff to come over. If you need anything else, just tell me. I will fully support you. Okay, if there's anything else, I will find you. That's all. Hang up. Watching the communication that Bai Zichuan directly hung up, Liang Xingchen didn't feel anything special. After all, He was used to it. It was always like this. But Lin Fan had brought Liang Xingchen too many surprises. He actually came up with the jump engine. Without any hesitation, Liang Xingchen pressed a red button on the table, which was a direct emergency communication to the federal president and could not be pressed in non-emergency situations. President Lin, this is Liang Xingchen. There's been a situation here. Minutes later, after ending the call with Linzhen, Liang Xingchen called for his adjutant. Go! Have all the engines and material-related researchers at the Mars base report to Orbital Starport 27. Immediately execute. Yes. After the adjutant left, Liang Xingchen contacted Bai Zixuan again. What else do you have? I'm busy. Mr. Bai, I'm here to relay the president's order. President Lin has just signed an order stating that all information regarding Lin Fan is to be classified as top secret. You need to enforce the seal order over there. No one is allowed to leak the source of the jump engine technology. How can this be? You're depriving the Federation's greatest scientist of the honor he deserves. Mr. Bai, it's fine. If you and Lin Fan say it's the president's order, he will understand. The call was quickly hung up by Bai Zixuan again, leaving Liang Xingchen feeling somewhat helpless. At Orbital Starport 27, Bai Zixuan was furiously stroking his beard and scowling. Who did the president think he was to deprive Lin Fan of his honor? What right did he have to do this? Mr. Bai, what's the matter with you? Lin Fan saw Bai Zixuan's angry look and walked over to ask. Lin Fan, you're just in time. That kid Liang Xingchen just said the president issued a seal order. No one is allowed to disclose the source of the jump engine technology. Isn't this stripping you of the honor you deserve? Rest assured, I absolutely won't allow this to happen. Lin Fan finally understood why Bai Zixuan was so angry. He was standing up for him. There was still a warm feeling in his heart. Bai Old Man was a good person. As for the old man from his family, Lin Fan didn't even have to think to know what he meant. He was trying to protect him. After all, the technology he had produced this time was a bit exaggerated. Mr. Bai, you don't have to do this. The president is actually protecting me. Nonsense. Wait a minute. You said the president is protecting you? Linzhen. Lin Fan. After all, Bai Zixuan wasn't a fool and immediately thought of a possibility, staring at Lin Fan with widened eyes. Lin Fan didn't answer Bai Zixuan, but just smiled bitterly and nodded. All right, I won't intervene in this matter anymore. I will issue the seal order to all those in the know according to the president's wishes. Thank you, Mr. Bai. Oh, here's a set of technical data on industrial robots that I came up with before. I'll give it to you as well. Hurry up and let me see it. Watching Bai Zixuan's eager expression, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile wryly. He pulled out another storage card and handed it to him. End of chapter. Chapter 10 marks the first practical application of industrial robot technology. While the Federation has some, they are relatively basic. Though efficiency has improved somewhat compared to manual labor, the high cost and lack of versatility have hindered widespread adoption. However, the industrial robot technology given to Lin Fan by the system is different. Compared to human workers, efficiency is increased by an average of about 5 times, with agility and precision. Moreover, the overall cost is low, and the system has provided relevant new formulas for materials. This is something that humans can easily access, enabling mass production and use. After reading, Bai Zixuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately contacted Liang Xingchen to request more manpower. After resolving matters on the research team's end, Liang Zhu brought Lin Fan to the commander's office. My office is right next door. If you need anything, you can call me. All right, this was what Liang Zhu said upon arriving at the office, and then, well, nothing more, because Liang Zhu had already left. Lin Fan shook his head, looked around, saw the bedroom and bathroom, which was good. Why did he need to confirm the bedroom and bathroom first? Because what Lin Fan was about to do next could potentially cause major issues without a bedroom and bathroom. He closed the office door and took out the genetic enhancement potion from the system space, which was a nice shade of sky blue. He then tilted his head back and drank it in one go. Remembering from past novels, those who used genetic enhancement potions usually experienced only 2 outcomes: sudden drowsiness or the release of foul-smelling toxins from the body. That was why Lin Fan had checked for the presence of a bedroom and bathroom in the office earlier. Sitting at his desk with his eyes closed, a few minutes later, why am I not feeling drowsy? And there's no sign of any toxins being released from my body. Could it be that I am being too traditional? System. Open the attribute panel. Host, Lin Fan Strength, 350 Agility, 350 Reaction, 350 Endurance, 350 Mental, 350 Intelligence. 380 attribute values for a normal person are between 50 to 100 lifespan, 500 years brain development, 20% command abilities, Artillery Command B. Evasion Command C, Formation Command A, Mech Command C Mission 1, destroy 500 Ox civilization battleships, current progress 0.05. Completion rewards Energy Shield Technology Mission 2, attain a higher military rank. Completion rewards Basic Genetic Enhancement Potion Technology. Oh, a lifespan of 500 years, not bad, but it seems like my physique hasn't changed much. Lin Fan took off his clothes, stood in front of a mirror, and looked at his body with confusion. However, as it often happens in life, whenever you leave the door unlocked, something is bound to happen. Suddenly, the office door was flung open. Lin Fan turned to see Liangzhu entering. Huh? Why do you look a bit flushed? What's going on? The next second, Lin Fan realized he was only wearing shorts. The atmosphere in the office instantly turned awkward. Was this a misunderstanding? I'm sorry, Commander. I didn't know you had the habit of working naked. With that, Liangzhu stepped back, closed the door, and executed the whole routine with utmost professionalism. Lin Fan had black lines falling down his head. After putting on his clothes, he sat back at his desk and pressed the communication button. Vice Commander Liang, come to my office. 10 seconds later, a knock sounded. Come in. Liangzhu opened the door, entered, and her face was no longer flushed, but back to its usual icy demeanor. Commander, what can I do for you? I feel it necessary to clarify with you seriously that it was all a misunderstanding earlier. I don't have any strange habits. Whether you have those habits or not is not important, as long as it doesn't affect the mission. I don't care. Lin Fan felt like he was really having a tough time. Compared to her, Emma was much cuter. As the conversation stalled, Lin Fan's communicator buzzed. Seeing that the caller was Liang Xingchen, he immediately answered. Commander, Lin Fan, although you've just taken office, there's an urgent mission that requires the immediate deployment of the 101 Special Composite Fleet. Yes, Commander, please give the order. Here's the situation. We have 30 resource collection ships encountering an Ox Empire fleet in the asteroid belt area to 179. They are currently hiding amidst the asteroid field, awaiting rescue. I've already sent the specifics to your tactical brain for you to review on the way. Understood. The 101 Special Composite Fleet will depart immediately. This is your first real combat, so be cautious. Yes, Commander, rest assured. After ending the communication, Lin Fan glanced at Liangzhu, who nodded. She quickly operated on her tactical brain. Soon, the entire base was sounding a level 1 combat alert. Though frustrating at times, going through with missions was still reliable. Soon, the two left the office and hurried towards the port area. The flagship of the 101 Special Composite Fleet was a cruiser. Lin Fan and Liangzhu boarded the warship. Upon reaching the bridge, the command team members had gathered, and Lin Fan looked around before sitting in the captain's seat, with Liangzhu standing straight beside him. Vice Commander, is the fleet ready to depart? Report, we estimate it will take another 17 seconds before we can set sail. Lin Fan marveled at the efficiency of Liangzhu. She swiftly reviewed all the reports from the warships and estimated the departure time down to the second. Even Lin Fan couldn't achieve such precision. Depart and set course for asteroid belt area to 180. End of this chapter. Chapter 11 Counter Ambush Battle Commander. We are racing against time to carry out the rescue mission. Why do we need to go to zone to 180? Deputy Liang, could you convey my orders first before asking questions? Sorry. Liangzhu instantly realized her mistake and promptly issued new orders. All units, turn immediately towards asteroid belt zone to 180. What does a commander fear the most? The commander's greatest fear is when their deputy fails to understand their intentions and does not execute them, a grave mistake on the battlefield. It's alright not to understand the commander's intentions, but hesitating and failing to act because you don't understand will lead to disastrous consequences. One misstep can result in failure for the entire battlefield. Deputy Liang, I do not want a repeat of what just happened. Yes, Commander, it won't happen again. Alright, now I can answer your question. The fleet from the Ost-Emperor Empire is using a tactic of encircling and attacking. They must have discovered the hidden location of our resource mining ships and are preparing to ambush us. But Commander, how did you determine that their real target is us? Let me ask you, if you were the commander of the Ost-Emperor Empire and wanted to send a fleet to attack the Federation's resource mining ships in the asteroid belt, how would you arrange it? I would organize several high-speed micro-fleets, then. Liang Zhu's foundation was quite solid, but she lacked practical experience. After all, not everyone has a system like Lin Fan's that provides 100% virtual combat simulations all day long. Halfway through, Liang Zhu realized and covered her mouth with her right hand. Yes, that's the correct way. However, there are two anomalies in this whole situation. Firstly, the enemy sent a small fleet of 200 warships, and secondly, the chosen attack area is not very suitable for the navigation of a small fleet. I understand, so the enemy's true intention is not to attack the resource mining ships, but to deliberately trap them in Zone 279 and prepare to ambush the support fleet. Lin Fan nodded at Liang Zhu and showed a look of approval. He then operated the tactical brain and opened the star map of Zones 279 and surrounding areas, continuing to speak to Liang Zhu. So, where do you think they will set up the ambush? It should be between where the resource mining ships are hiding and the Mars base, in an environment suitable to hide 100 warships. I know, it's here. Following Lin Fan's guidance, Liang Zhu immediately identified the most likely ambush location. No wonder the commander decided to turn towards Zone 280. Isn't Zone 280 located directly behind this ambush point? Liang Zhu blinked her pretty eyes once again, looking at Lin Fan with some curiosity. This calm and precise battlefield judgment reminded her of her father, Liang Xingchen. Deputy, please focus on the mission. Lin Fan looked at Liang Zhu, who was gazing at him, and repeated her earlier words back to her without changing a single word, instantly feeling relieved. This made Liang Zhu feel uneasy. She quickly regained her composure, turned her head away, and remained silent. 3 hours later, Task Force 101 arrived at Zone 280. Deputy, have the carrier deploy a reconnaissance ship with anti-ship weapons for reconnaissance, ensuring stealth. Yes. Soon, a small reconnaissance ship flew out from the carrier, hiding among the dense asteroids, moving in a circuitous path. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan received the return information from the reconnaissance ship, confirming the presence of the Ost-Emperor Empire fleet exactly where they predicted, all warships hiding behind the asteroids. This location would indeed be very effective if they were ambushing a fleet heading towards the Mars base, but the problem was Lin Fan's fleet was behind the enemy. In other words, if Lin Fan initiated an attack, the warships hidden behind the asteroids would be cut off from retreat. Turn and face the enemy. Lin Fan would tell you that during the turning process, at least half of your warships would be vulnerable since turning a spaceship by 180 degrees in space is a lengthy maneuver. Not turning, fleeing forward in an arc to eventually engage with Lin Fan's fleet in a circular position where they each bite the other's tail. Sorry, did you forget you were hiding behind asteroids? Directly accelerating forward? That would be suicide hitting the asteroids. Instead of launching an attack immediately, Lin Fan carefully surveyed the detailed environment once again. Liang Zhu, standing beside him, was confused. Why not attack from such a favorable position right away? Deputy, inform the carrier to release all 9,000 mechs armed with anti-ship weapons, proceed to Sector X-718, and await further orders, maintaining stealth. Yes. Learning from her previous mistake, Liang Zhu did not question further and promptly relayed the command to the carrier. Soon, a large number of mechs flew out from the carrier towards Sector X-718. 10 minutes later. Report, the mech units have reached the designated location and are concealed. Good. Deputy, plan the route for the fleet to advance stealthily and then set off. Understood. Route planned. Fleet proceeding. Could it be done so quickly? It seemed like only 10 seconds had passed. Just like the last time at the harbor, it took only a few seconds to count over 30,000 people. Do you also have a system like Lin Fan's? System. Can you scan Liang Zhu's attributes? Scan completed. Name, Liang Zhu. Intelligence, 240. Brain development, 22%. Wow, her brain development is higher than mine. Are you sure you're the one and only system? target Liangzhu shows no system-binding traces. If I'm not using a cheating device, then she must be the strongest human, right? Deputy, we should approach as stealthily as possible, as close as possible. Also, have the reconnaissance ship monitor the enemy fleet. If anything unusual happens, immediately cease approach and engage. Understood. Nearby, aboard the Ostfleet flagship. 9th Prince, it's been 3.5 hours. If they started from Mars base, they should have arrived by now, but the enemy is still not here. To be safe, we should return. Rex, are you implying that my perfect strategy has been exposed by the enemy? Why not consider the possibility of the enemy having lax discipline and slow actions? 9th Prince Duran Aopts looked at Rex with disdain. Rex shook his head helplessly. He knew very well who they were up against. It was that damn Liang Xingchen, who once defeated our 200,000 warships with just 20,000. The elite fleet he commanded was well known, undisciplined, and slow. Was he joking? Rex regretted agreeing to bring the 9th Prince out. It was supposed to be for relaxation, but now he had lost his command, and his fleet was being used to test another's tactics. He could only hope the arriving enemy commander was not more capable. On the other side, Commander, we are at the limit. Getting any closer will surely reveal us, especially with 144 warships. Well, let's begin then. Deputy Liang, you are in charge of allocating firepower and targets. Prioritize the enemy carrier for elimination. Understood. End of chapter. Chapter 12. The ambush point of the Ox Empire fleet was not far behind the continuous layout. A fleet of more than 100 warships quickly emerged from a dense pile of small asteroids to unleash a direct barrage towards the Ox Empire fleet. Following Lin Fan's orders, all warships within firing angle of the enemy carrier were designated for attention. At the same time, inside the flagship of the Ox ambush fleet, 9th Prince Doran Ox sat comfortably in the captain's seat, resting his head. Speaking of which, Doran can be considered a graduate of a prestigious school, having graduated from the Empire's top military academy with top honors, greatly favored by the Emperor. This time, he came to the front lines under the Emperor's orders, which could be described as experiencing the atmosphere of war in a nicer way, or simply being sent to the front lines for some personal gain. After arriving at the front lines of Jupiter, the proud Doran felt it was necessary to lead a victory for his own future. Hence, the current situation ensued. Although Doran had excellent academic performance at the military academy, he liked the baptism of real combat, as known in human terms as armchair strategist. Report, a large number of enemy warships have appeared behind us and are launching an attack towards us. What? How can they be behind us? Before anyone could respond, Doran saw a fireball erupt from the left side of the flagship through the bridge window. A frigate was directly blown up. Damn it, why are we not retaliating yet? What are we waiting for? Doran's words silenced the entire bridge. Come on, how can we retaliate when we are facing our backs against them? It should be noted that the heavy cannons on warships are extremely massive and can only adjust to small angles, unable to rotate 360 degrees. Only small caliber weapons are capable of such rotation. Your Highness, our main weapons cannot attack the enemy from behind. Rex, beside Doran, had to remind him helplessly. Then, advance and make a reverse arc turn to bite their tail. Isn't that simple logic? This rendered everyone on the bridge speechless. Why would the entire fleet advance directly towards what were like solid walls hiding behind each asteroid be a mass suicide mission? At that moment, Rex couldn't bear it. If 9th Prince continued with this plan, the entire fleet would be doomed. All ships immediately turn to the left and accelerate to escape the enemy's attack range. Yes. Rex, how about you? Your Highness, punish me as you see fit. For now, I must command the fleet to survive and safely return you to the Jupiter base. With Rex's words, the proud Doran was at a loss. What did you mean by this, Rex? Are you implying I can't command? Are we doomed without you? If Rex knew what Doran was thinking, he would undoubtedly agree. At that moment, Rex continued directing the entire fleet to change direction. Despite what seemed to be the only correct choice at the time, maneuvering a space fleet is no simple task. Adjusting a battleship's direction is not as easy as turning a steering wheel like a car. Battleships are colossal structures, requiring control through multiple small vector engines along both sides, especially for turning around in place. It would typically take 3 to 5 minutes just to complete a 90-degree turn. Meanwhile, the entire fleet had to endure the relentless bombardment by the 101 Mixed Fleet during this time. Report: the enemy is completing a turn towards the left. Order the fleet to maintain firepower, especially on the enemy carriers, until they leave our range. Every carrier must be destroyed before then. Understood. On the flagship of the 101 Fleet, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction as the enemy's movements matched his predictions. The focus now was on whether they could eliminate all carriers before the enemy escaped to determine the extent of their future battle damages. Identified. The enemy fleet comprised a total of 208 vessels, including 12 carriers. The attack began 1 minute prior, destroying 3 of them. Rex felt a pang in his heart. These were his elite family fleet vessels, being helplessly obliterated one by one before him. 3 minutes had passed, and they had already lost 52 warships, with a significant loss in carriers, losing 10 out of 12. Wait, wasn't the carrier loss particularly high? Rex suddenly felt the casualty data was unusual. Why were the carriers disproportionately targeted, with over 80% losses, and the remaining to severely damaged? It seemed like the enemy was deliberately aiming for the carriers of their fleet, but for what reason? Report: all ships have completed the turn. Immediately accelerate to maximum combat speed, swiftly out of the enemy's range. Yes. Although Rex grasped the anomalies, there was no time nor space for contemplation amidst the crisis. Once the warships reach maximum combat speed, start turning left in an arc formation. Our technology is better than humans. We can efficiently reverse bite their fleet by leveraging our speed and turning efficiency. Commander. Additionally, Tactical Officer, calculate how long until we are out of the enemy's range and estimate our losses. Commander. According to calculations, we will reach maximum combat speed in approximately 5 minutes, and 10 minutes afterward, we should be out of the enemy's fire range, but our losses is speak. Our losses could amount to as much as 50% of the fleet. Rex exhaled deeply. The losses were indeed substantial. Ninth Prince had truly dragged them into a deep pit this time. Only by eliminating this human fleet could the punishment be somewhat lightened, right? As for the human fleet, once I've got you in my sights, even if you have just 100 warships, I can still take you down. How many carriers are left on their side? Only one, heavily damaged. In the flagship of the 101 Mixed Fleet, Lin Fan's primary concern was the remaining enemy carrier. Order all warships capable of covering that carrier to concentrate their attack. Yes. 3 minutes later, the last carrier of the Ox Empire fleet was destroyed. 5 minutes later, the Ox Empire fleet reached its maximum speed, initiating a left turn to advance in an arc. Report: the enemy has started a left turn, potentially attempting to flank us from behind. It's fine. Continue the attack. How many ships can we take down before they escape our firing range? Understood. By the way, did the nuclear bombs instructed for the mech units get buried? All buried as per your orders, Commander. As Lin Fan mentioned this, Liangzi remembered an odd command he had issued earlier. The mech units were required to install drilling nuclear bombs on several small asteroids at specific coordinates. This armament was intended for surface attacks, not in space. In space, without an atmosphere, the nuclear bomb's effectiveness would be greatly reduced and not pose a significant threat to warships unless detonated very close to them. Observing the tactical panel, Liangzi calculated. Wait, the nuclear bombs were placed conveniently between the mech units and the Ox Fleet's arc formation route, when the Ox Empire fleet was expected to arrive at these asteroids in 30 minutes. And the priority was to eliminate the enemy carriers? So that's the plan. Every step was gradually orchestrated in a layout by Lin Fan, leading the Ox Empire fleet towards a trap. With this realization, Liangzi widened her eyes, stunned as she looked at Lin Fan. End of this chapter. Chapter 13 has passed more than 10 minutes between the pursuit and escape of the innate talent, and the fleet of the Ox Empire finally escaped from the range of firepower of the 101 Special Mixed Fleet. It has to be said that the performance of the Ox Empire's warships is much better than the Federation's. If it were not for this asteroid belt, it would have been impossible to engage with the enemy. Just the speed of the warships alone is much higher than that of humans. After escaping the pursuit, Rex finally breathed a sigh of relief. Report the losses. Commander, Our side has lost a total of 98 warships, including 3 battleships, 5 battlecruisers, 12 aircraft carriers, 8 cruisers, 28 destroyers, and 42 escort ships. All 12 aircraft carriers are gone AS. Rex felt uneasy, as in normal circumstances, it is impossible for all aircraft carriers to be lost. In an ambush, the focus would usually be on other warships first, as aircraft carriers do not have much firepower in long-distance situations. Rex's thoughts were correct, as this was not the era of naval battles on planets. The combat radius of fighter jets is even farther than ship-launched missiles. However, Rex could not understand the purpose of the other side's actions. 20 minutes later. Commander, in 2 minutes, the rear of the enemy fleet will fall within our firing range. Very good. I finally caught you. This time it's my turn to chase you. Rex looked at the tactical display panel and said fiercely. However, before Rex could feel too happy, a transformation occurred as the fleet traversed a group of asteroids. 1 minute ago, inside the flagship of the 101 Special Mixed Fleet. Report, in 1 minute, the enemy will reach the location of the buried nuclear bomb. Very good. Set the detonation time of the nuclear bomb to 1 minute and start drilling into the asteroids. Understood. The drilling nuclear bomb was a bizarre thing. It was said that it could even be used to destroy planets. The bomb contained its own energy and a super drill head that could burrow all the way to a planet's core for detonation. However, humans had not yet used this item practically, and the entire 101 Special Mixed Fleet had used them all at once. After receiving the order, these drilling nuclear bombs, previously set up by mechs, began drilling into the interiors of the asteroids. 1 minute later, the fleet of the Ox Empire had just arrived between these dozens of small asteroids. The preset drilling nuclear bombs detonated inside the asteroids at this moment. Bright flashes of light were seen, and dozens of small asteroids were blown into countless large and small fragments. Suddenly, the Ox fleet was in trouble. The space route was filled with asteroid debris, making navigation impossible. Rex had no choice but to order the fleet to slow down rapidly. Even so, during the deceleration process, several ships collided with asteroid fragments and were damaged. Just at that moment, something that completely crushed Rex happened. Deploy all mech units and completely destroy the enemy fleet. Yes. The order immediately reached the mech units ambushed, and 9,000 mechs rushed out from the dense group of small asteroids towards the group of Ox fleet warships. In the chaotic environment filled with debris, the fleet could not move, but that did not mean mechs could not move. With their small size and high mobility, mechs quickly infiltrated the warship group. What followed for Rex was a massacre. Watching the warships being destroyed continuously by mechs around him, Rex closed his eyes. He realized he had no chance left. Such a clever tactic, a series of continuous moves. Could it be Liang Xingchen after all? Rex couldn't help but think this way. Send the 9th Prince to the escape pod immediately. Rex looked at a stunned Doran, waved his hand, and let the guards on the bridge take Doran to the escape pod. He could die here, but the 9th Prince, though incompetent as a paper tiger, was still a member of the royal family and should not die here. After the 2 guards saluted Rex, they immediately took Doran out. 10 minutes later, when the last ship of the Ox Empire fleet was destroyed, the battle came to an end. First officer, report our military achievements. Yes, in this battle, we destroyed 208 Ox Empire warships with no losses on our side, and 528 mech units suffered damage, with 218 successfully ejected, among others. Lin Fan of course understood what the others meant. It had to be said that in this era, mechs were the natural enemies of warships in close combat, but that was all based on numbers. Generally, it was already good if 20 mechs could exchange for 1 warship in close combat. However, in terms of value, the cost of 1 warship was equivalent to hundreds of mechs, and there were at least hundreds of people on the warship. So, exchanging 20 mechs for 1 warship was definitely a cost-effective move. This was why so many people said that once a group of mechs infiltrated the warship group, it spelled doomsday for the warships. Clean up the battlefield immediately, rescue all surviving pilots, search for the bodies of the mechs that failed to eject based on their last known positions, and bring them back. Understood. I will arrange it immediately. After arranging this, send the battle report to Mars base. Understood. An hour later, Liangzhu reported that the battlefield had been cleaned up. Among the 218 pilots who successfully ejected, 185 were rescued and 148 bodies were recovered. In the end, the final casualty statistics were 528 damaged mechs and 343 pilots. Commander, during the cleanup, we found a survival pod from the Ox Empire. It has been captured by our mech unit. There is only one person inside, claiming to be the 9th Prince of the Ox Empire and requesting courtesy. Courtesy, my foot. Treat them as prisoners of war and lock them up. When we return, hand him over to command for disposition. Yes. If there is nothing else, let the fleet set sail and return to Mars. Yes. After the final result was tallied, Liang Zhu wrote a detailed battle report on the way back and sent it to Mars base. At this moment, Liang Xingchen was in his office, feeling a bit worried. Considering the time, the battle should have concluded, but he didn't know how it had gone, whether his strategies on paper had worked, or if the innate talent had prevailed. Knock. Report. Come in. Commander, the 101 Special Mixed Fleet has transmitted the battle report back. Bring it here for me to see. The deputy immediately handed over a document, and Liang Xingchen began to read it seriously. Haha, this Lin Fan kid never disappoints us. Not a single warship of his was lost. Just by sacrificing over 500 mechs, he wiped out 108 enemy warships and even captured the 9th Prince of the Ox Empire. Yes, Commander, when I first saw this battle report, I could hardly believe it. Do you remember that incident at the Interstellar Military Academy that made a fool of both you and me? This kid is remarkable. The deputy recalled the incident when he accompanied Liang Xingchen to the Interstellar Military Academy and felt a sudden realization. If someone could make the commander suffer such a big loss in combat, he truly was exceptional among the federal military. Looking at the battle results, it seemed reasonable after all. But, Commander, how should we deal with the 9th Prince? We don't need to worry about that. The President will make the best use of the Prince. Hey. End of this chapter. Chapter 14. The other side of Liang Zhu, Federal President Lin Zhen, is a bit confused in his office at the moment. His own son just arrived on Mars and got into a fight with the Ox Empire, and even achieved a record of 0 to 200 in battle, and even captured the 9th Prince of the Ox Empire. Even Liang Xingchen's first real battle wasn't this intense, right? For the past few years, Lin Zhen has been hearing reports from his subordinates saying that his son is called a monster in the Interstellar Military Academy. Initially, Lin Zhen thought it was just that. Even if he's a monster, he wouldn't be stronger than Liang Xingchen. But then news of his son developing new technologies kept coming. At first, it was fine, just some civilian technologies, but then this kid gradually reached into the military industry. Until over a year ago, one day, someone suddenly came to him to tell him that his son had designed an artificial gravity generation device, which shocked Lin Zhen. Since then, Lin Zhen began to wonder if his son chose the wrong profession. Should he have gone into research instead? The following year was quite quiet, and Lin Zhen thought the kid had calmed down, not causing any major incidents for over a year. But then, this guy graduated and ended up causing a huge loss to Liang Xingchen in the graduation assessment, and as soon as he arrived at the Mars base, he immediately started stirring up trouble again. He directly developed the Leap Engine, an industrial robot technology that was 30 years ahead of the Federation. And now he's gone out and caused such a big incident. Lin Zhen feels like having a monstrous son is hard on the heart. Well, he doesn't want to think about this stinky kid anymore. The key now is how to deal with the 9th Prince of the Ox Empire. Lin Zhen finally calmed down and started dealing with the real issues, immediately instructing his assistant to notify officials from various departments to come to the office for a meeting. At the Mars base, at the port of the 27th Medium Starport, the 101 Special Hybrid Fleet's warships had just finished docking. After the crew disembarked, instead of leaving, they lined up in the port, not saying a word. And standing at the gangway of the flagship, Liang Xingchen, who had been waiting for Lin Fan to return, stood solemnly with Lin Fan and Liang Zhu. Shortly after, a large number of personnel walked out of the flagship in pairs, each pair carrying a coffin, each coffin covered with a flag of the Federal Fleet, totaling 343 pairs. The entire port was silent until Lin Fan shouted, "Salute!" With a swoosh, over 30,000 people saluted solemnly toward the direction of the flagship's gangway, watching each coffin covered with a flag being carried down. Among these coffins, only 148 contained bodies. The rest were empty. In this era of space warfare, weapons are too powerful, and most of the time, you can't even find a hair, so finding a body is considered very lucky. As the farewell ceremony continued, everyone's eyes were somewhat red. These 343 people were their former comrades, and a few hours later, they were permanently gone. Finally, all the coffins were shot out of the starport into the depths of space, a tradition unique to the Federal Fleet. After bidding farewell to the 343 fallen soldiers, Lin Fan issued the dissolution order. Lin Fan, well done. You didn't disappoint me. Liang Xingchen approached Lin Fan and praised him generously. I still didn't do well enough. 343 people still sacrificed, Lin Fan responded. Lin Fan, you have to understand, there are no wars without casualties. You've done well enough already. Liang Xingchen was somewhat worried. He had seen many commanders who couldn't accept the deaths of their subordinates and eventually collapsed. He didn't want Lin Fan to be the same. Having talent is one thing, being able to withstand the pressures of the battlefield is another. But Liang Xingchen's worries were unnecessary. Who was Lin Fan? He had the system. He had lived two lives. Was he an ordinary person? In terms of mental strength, Lin Fan, who had lived two lives, was definitely superior to any human being. Commander, I understand. I just want to do better next time. Lin Fan replied. Good. I came here this time with a new mission for you. Liang Xingchen said. Yes, Commander. Please give the order. Well, it's about the capture of the 9th Prince of the Ox Empire this time. The President convened a special meeting for this, and it was decided to negotiate with the Ox Empire using the 9th Prince as a bargaining chip. The negotiating team will arrive at the Mars base in a few days, and you will be in charge of escorting them, yes? That's it. After a big battle, you must be mentally fatigued as well. Go and rest for a bit. Liang Xingchen patted Lin Fan's shoulder and left. But did Lin Fan need to rest? With his physical abilities exceeding the limits of ordinary humans by 3.5 times, he didn't feel tired at all. Nevertheless, sleep was still necessary, considering Lin Fan hadn't had a chance to sleep since arriving at the Mars base. Now that there was an opportunity, he decided to take a good rest. Shortly after, Lin Fan returned to his office and lay down on the bed in the adjacent bedroom. System: simulate an escort mission in the asteroid belt with the opponent at level 5. Our fleet will simulate the 101 Special Hybrid Fleet, while the enemy fleet will simulate the Ox Empire's fleet. Ding! The battleground has been set, and both enemy and friendly fleets have been fully simulated per the host's request. Ding! The main focus of the battle is the escort mission. Starting in 3 seconds. Such a considerate system, Lin Fan sighed before entering the virtual battlefield to start a new round of training. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Lin Fan, the door to his office had been opened. It's a common rule in life that whenever you don't lock the door, something is bound to happen. Obviously, Lin Fan hadn't learned from the last time. Liang Zhu walked into Lin Fan's office, didn't find anyone, glanced at the door of the bedroom next to her, and seeing Lin Fan lying on the bed asleep, she silently walked in and stood in front of Lin Fan's bed, looking at him with a smile on her face. If Lin Fan saw this scene, he would surely be shocked. This ice cube even sneaked into his bedroom and was smiling. Was this still Liang Zhu? Unfortunately, Lin Fan was destined not to see this scene. A minute later, Liang Zhu resumed her icy face and left Lin Fan's office. At the same time, in the office of the Dean at the Interstellar Military Academy, Li Fulei was in communication with Liang Xingchen. Hey Liang, you didn't deceive me, did you? The battle record you just sent me was commanded by that kid Lin Fan? Can this be made up? I'm a little surprised, you know? This had happened an hour ago. As per custom, classic battle records from the Frontlines would be sent to the Interstellar Military Academy for instructional use. After all, humans had experienced a few interstellar wars, and there were few real battle examples for teaching. What Li Fulei didn't expect was that Lin Fan, who had just graduated a few days ago, had already been in a battle on the front lines. Moreover, this guy's first real battle was already defined as a classic battle by the Mars base, and the entire battle record was sent over. At this moment, Li Fulei had already made up his mind. The next day, he would convene all the students from the command department and personally explain it. End of this chapter. Chapter 15 ended with a shocking class and communication with Liang Xingchen. Li Fulei was a bit excited. Liang Xingchen had just told him two things. First, Lin Fen made his first move and engaged in a battle that could be considered a classic and included in teaching materials. Second, due to this battle and the capture of the 9th prince of the Ox Empire, policies had been adjusted at the top to allow for the public disclosure of some real frontline situations within the military academy to boost morale. Of course, this wouldn't be made public until the Ox Empire was driven out of the solar system. With these 2 points, Li Fulei began to repeatedly examine the details of the battle examples sent by Liang Xingchen, preparing to personally lead the commentary on the battlefield the next day. Early the next morning, all the command departments in the Interstellar Military Academy received a notification to assemble in the Grand Lecture Hall at 10 a.m. The dean would personally explain a classic practical battle example. At that moment, all the academies were bewildered. Since humans entered the interstellar space, they had only fought more than 20 battles, big and small, right? Except for the last battle, where Liang Xingchen achieved victory in the asteroid belt, which could be considered a classic battle. All the others were dominated by the strength of the Ox Empire, right? And the battle in the asteroid belt had been discussed several times already, so where else could there be a classic battle to talk about? Despite the doubts of the students, they all arrived at the Grand Lecture Hall on time. However, what surprised everyone was that not only the students, but even all the command department instructors in the academy were present and seated in the student seating area listening to the lecture. This was a bit strange. Wasn't it a bit of an overkill to have such a grand setup for a battle example lecture, even if it was delivered by the dean? Besides, don't instructors usually sit on the side of the podium when they're observing? When have they sat in the student seating area below? At exactly 10 a.m., Li Fulei strode powerfully onto the stage. Students, today we're going to discuss a battle example that occurred yesterday, a battle that took place within the asteroid belt between the 101st Special Mixed Fleet under my Mars base's 4th Fleet and the fleet of the Ox Empire. As soon as Li Fulei's words fell, the students below immediately couldn't stay calm. What did I just hear? Yesterday. A battle with the Ox Empire. Didn't they escape the solar system a few years ago after Admiral Liang Xingchen defeated them in the asteroid belt? What the heck? Did the dean time travel, or did I? Why does what you're saying not match what I know? Quiet. Anticipating the chaotic scene below, Li Fulei immediately shouted. As the lecture hall gradually quieted down, Li Fulei continued speaking. I know what you're thinking. I can tell you one thing in advance. In the 52nd year of the Federation, Admiral Liang Xingchen led the 4th Fleet to defeat a 200,000-strong army of the Ox Empire within the asteroid belt. That's a fact, there's no need to doubt it. However, after losing nearly half of their fleet, the Ox Empire did not escape the solar system but stationed themselves at Jupiter, facing off against us across the asteroid belt right until now. Of course, during this confrontation, there have been small-scale skirmishes between the two sides in the asteroid belt that have never ceased. What we're discussing today is a battle that happened yesterday. You don't know about this because the Federation imposed information control. After all, if the information leaked out, chaos would ensue among the civilian population of the Federation. When you know about this, you also need to keep it confidential temporarily as military personnel. You should know the consequences of leaking information. After Li Fulei finished speaking, the students below had a hard time accepting it for a moment. Did that mean we're still at war with the Ox Empire? And their main force is on Jupiter? Li Fulei looked at the students below on stage, knowing that these children needed some time to process this information. Minutes later, when it seemed like everyone had gotten a hold of it, Li Fulei continued speaking. Now we officially begin. Everyone listen carefully. Yesterday afternoon at 1 o'clock, Mars base received a distress signal from Sector 279 of the asteroid belt, sent by a resource collection ship. The content stated that it had encountered a fleet of the Ox Empire consisting of 208 warships and was currently hiding within the asteroid belt, in need of rescue. As Li Fulei spoke, he also provided some detailed explanations, taking a full 2 hours to complete the explanation of this battle. The students below were all excited, with some even shouting in the lecture hall. No wonder our Federation's war god, Admiral Liang Xingchen, is simply extraordinary in his tactics. Li Fulei, on stage, had a black line on his forehead. Did I mention that Admiral Liang Xingchen commanded this? Dean, besides our Federation's war god Liang Admiral, who else could execute it so beautifully? The commander of the 101st Special Mixed Fleet, who had just taken office, you know? What? What did the dean say? Isn't the commander of the battle Yang Xingchen? And do we all know him? The students were a little confused, as Lin Fan had just graduated a few days ago and should have recently arrived at the Mars base, so no one would think it was him, except for one person. Emma, at that moment, thought of a possible scenario. According to Lin Fan's arrival time, he should have arrived at the Mars base yesterday morning. Did he become a fleet commander as soon as he arrived? Did he go straight to the battlefield? Emma widened her eyes, staring in shock at the dean, Li Fulei, who was slightly triumphant. All right, the commander of the 101st Special Mixed Fleet is Federal Colonel Lin Fan. It was his first combat mission upon arriving at the Mars base yesterday. It really is Lin Fan. Have you reached this level already? Upon hearing Li Fulei's confirmation, Emma couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, as she felt like she was getting farther away from Lin Fan. As for the other students, they were in shock. What? Lin Fan? Didn't he just graduate a few days ago? And by counting the time, he must have just arrived at the Mars base, right? Did he become a fleet commander as soon as he arrived at the base? Shouldn't the commander of such a fleet be at least a brigadier general? This prodigy was indeed a prodigy when he went to the front lines. Lin Fan's reputation as a prodigy in the academy was still quite loud. Although some found it hard to believe, most people accepted this fact rather quickly. They all clamored in the lecture hall. What? After graduation, you go to the front lines to join the 101st Special Mixed Fleet. What we need to do is follow Lin Fan's example and drive the Ox Empire out of the solar system in the future. There were also some strange words mixed in, like wanting to give birth to a monkey for Lin Fan, and so on. Well, our Emma had already stared down a few girls who were screaming the most excitedly before. Anyway, despite Emma and the few girls' little episode, Li Fulei was very pleased with the effect, as orders came from above to lift the information control at the military academy, and it seemed like the right decision. Didn't these students look like they were injected with chicken blood? End of this chapter. Chapter 16 Ed Campbell Mars Base. 3 days have passed since the last ambush in the asteroid belt. Lin Fan is currently waiting in the docking area of Star Harbor with Liang Zhu because they just received a communication that the spaceship carrying the negotiation team has arrived. Soon, a destroyer docked at Star Harbor. However, when Lin Fan saw the person leading the group coming down, he felt a sense of familiarity, very familiar. Wait, he remembered now. Isn't this Ed Campbell whom he used to see on TV frequently? He must be related to Emma, Lin Fan thought to himself. Ed came down from the gangway with 4 people, and Lin Fan and Liang Zhu went up to greet them. Hello, I am Lin Fan, commander of the 101 Special Fleet, and this is my deputy Liang Zhu. Lin Fan extended his right hand directly. Hey, young man, what do you mean by hello? You've forgotten who I am after 19 years. I even held you when you were born. Lin Fan was speechless. 19 years and you've forgotten me already? Come on, I'm only 19 years old. Is it possible for a human to remember something like that? Ed said, all right, stop standing there. I was just joking. I'm Ed Campbell, the leader of the negotiation team, and these 4 are my subordinates. By the way, it's true that I held you when you were born. Okay, Uncle Ed. That's right. Ed was satisfied with Lin Fan acknowledging him as an uncle. By the way, Uncle Ed, may I ask you something? Is Emma Campbell from the Interstellar Military Academy also part of your family? What do you mean by part of your family? Emma is my daughter. How do you know my daughter? Lin Fan quickly denied it, realizing that he might have been caught in a trap. All right, let's not dwell on that. Take me to see the 9th Prince. I need to understand his importance in the Ox Empire before devising the right negotiation strategy. Okay, Uncle Ed, please follow me. Lin Fan took Ed towards the detention room, with Liang Zhu following behind them. I have to say, Lin Z, your deputy seems too cold. Yeah, Uncle Ed also noticed. I've been trying to adjust her personality, but I have no clue where to start. For dealing with this type, just tell her dirty jokes every day. Well, Uncle Ed, you're onto something. I can do that without repeating the same ones every day. But then, Lin Fan suddenly felt a hand patting him on the shoulder. He turned around to find Ed Campbell smiling at him, the smile looking a bit terrifying. Uncle Ed, I think there might be a misunderstanding between us, Lin Fan said. Let's not talk about it now. Let's focus on this mission. After we return, I think we need to have a good chat." Liang Zhu, who had been eavesdropping the whole time, was struggling to control her laughter. Initially on the brink of exploding, when she heard Lin Fan and Ed discussing her coldness, the turn of events almost made her burst into laughter. Nevertheless, she managed to keep her composure, albeit with some difficulty. Lin Fan stared at Ed Campbell with a wry smile. Negotiators like this are all cunning old foxes, causing a headache. Soon, the three arrived at the detention room. "Uncle Ed, here we are. Open the door." "Yes." The guard hurried over to open the door for them. Inside, they saw a humanoid creature locked in a single room. Although it was humanoid, there were notable differences from humans. It had two horns on its head, resembling those of a bull, with red skin, somewhat like a demon from human legends. Ed didn't find Morin's appearance strange, as it wasn't the first time humans captured an Oxian prisoner. Approaching the bars, Ed spoke. "Oh, are you the 9th Prince of the Ox Empire? Who are you, Emmy?" "I'm Ed Campbell. We'll be negotiating with your side shortly. Do you have any message you want me to convey? Are you trying to use me as a bargaining chip in the negotiations?" "Oh, you're quite clever." Although Morin appeared inexperienced in battle and more of a theorist, he was politically astute. He had represented the Ox Empire in negotiations with other civilizations many times. The Oxian royal court was full of intrigue, and Morin had been brought up in such an environment since birth. He couldn't help but understand Ed's intentions. "Don't bother, I am the least favored prince. If I weren't, I wouldn't have been sent to the front lines to command a small fleet. All right, that's enough. Let's go." Ed turned to Lin Fan and said a few words before heading out. Liang Zhu was left with a question mark in her mind, wondering about their purpose of visiting. After leaving the detention room, Ed looked at Liang Zhu and said to Lin Fan, "It seems your deputy doesn't quite understand. Explain it to her." "It's simple. Firstly, from a few words we exchanged, you can tell that the 9th Prince is not stupid. On the contrary, he's very clever and well-versed in political intrigue. Therefore, further questioning will be fruitless. Secondly, we already have vital intelligence." When he mentioned not to waste our efforts and referred to himself as the least favored prince, his eyes drifted towards the left for a moment, along with some slight unnatural hand movements. Hence, he was lying. This 9th prince isn't the least favored, but likely extremely favored. He might be the emperor's favorite son. Liang Zhu was amazed at how much they could discern from just a few sentences. "Are you both really human beings?" she silently pondered. End of the chapter. Chapter 17 rested for a night. The next day, Ed brought another for people onto the destroyer they arrived on and followed Lin Fan to join the 101 mixed fleet together. "Commander, how are you planning to make contact with the Oxus Empire for this mission?" Inside the flagship of the 101 mixed fleet, Liang Zhu asked Lin Fan. Indeed, this mission was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. After all, there was no communication mechanism between the Federation and the Oxus Empire, making it impossible to contact each other. If the fleet directly approached Jupiter, they might be annihilated by the Oxus Empire's defending forces right after appearing, without even getting a chance to speak. Therefore, the key to this mission was figuring out how to make contact. "We don't need to go to Jupiter. Have all fleets moved towards the 498 area?" 498 area? Liang Zhu brought up the star map of the asteroid belt, moving it to the 498 area, about 4 astronomical units from the Mars base and located in between Mars and Jupiter. However, the 498 area wasn't a good place, as it was a frequent battleground for the 4th Fleet and Oxus Empire's fleets. It was somewhat like a border between the two sides. "Yes, going there, because it's a region of frequent small-scale skirmishes, so we will have a better chance of encountering the enemy fleets." Liang Zhu was a bit puzzled. What did going there have to do with their mission today? In that area, both sides would open fire upon sight, without any chance for communication. Even if you encountered the enemy fleet and sent a message, they wouldn't respond, but just fire back at you directly. "I see what you're thinking. I'll ask you, when you're in a fight with someone and they're getting too heated, how do you make them calm down and listen to you? Subdue them directly, or show absolute superiority. Make them understand that fighting with you will lead to no good outcomes. You get what I mean?" Finally understand. Lin Fan looked at Liang Zhu's suddenly comprehending expression and nodded in satisfaction. This girl had good fundamentals, but like Emma, she was too rigid, so she could only be a deputy officer. If she wanted to become a commander, she had to be properly molded. Thinking this, Lin Fan couldn't help but turn it over in his mind. The 498 area is actually somewhat similar to the 279 area where we previously fought. Complex terrain, unsuitable for large fleet passage, which is why skirmishes there are always on a small scale. Don't you think it's suitable for our fleet? Perhaps. Alright, with a distance of 4 astronomical units, at our speed of 3,000 kilometers per second, it will take nearly 40 hours to arrive. I'll go rest in the captain's cabin, leaving it to you here. Lin Fan got up and walked out towards the bridge, leaving Liang Zhu slightly dazed. Commander, just set sail and you're leaving already? Well, precisely because we just set sail. On the way to the 498 area, at least the first 2 astronomical units is safe. Once we reach the latter part, I won't have time to rest, so being well rested is essential. Alright, after 18 hours, I'll have you take over. Lin Fan stopped, turned around, explained, and then left. Well, it made some sense. After all the energy would be spent in the first part of the journey, and it wouldn't be good if the commander made a mistake due to fatigue in the later part. Liang Zhu could only console herself this way. If Lin Fan knew what she was thinking, he would definitely say she's overthinking it. He only went to nap because his evasion command ability was about to level up, not to actually rest. After over a year without experiencing it, Lin Fan almost forgot about the rush of information that came with a new ability integration into his body through the system. The feeling was quite exhilarating, as it was due to not having the system for upgrades. Lin Fan had to improve himself on his own through virtual training. 3 minutes later, after processing all the information, Lin Fan ran through the driving information in his mind and confirmed that his current mech driving ability was at least on par with a Federation elite mech commander. However, as a commander, what was the point of having this mech driving ability? Ding, considering the host's thoughts are risky, the system will explain. This is a commander system, not a fleet commander system. Please do not mix them up. Ding, does the host think that a mech unit commander isn't a commander? Isn't the mech driving ability necessary? Alright, you're right on all counts. My mistake. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly and admitted that the system was completely right. Plus, having such a skill was better than not having it, without any downsides. After settling everything, Lin Fan returned to the bridge and saw Liang Zhu sitting at the captain's seat. What was she doing? Lin Fan widened his eyes in disbelief. Liang Zhu was actually opening a virtual panel, drawing something with a faint smile on her face. But this smile was too stunning, making Lin Fan involuntarily recall a line from an ancient poem, "In the palace beauties have no color." Looking over Liang Zhu's shoulder, he saw what she was drawing. Lin Fan had sweat drops forming on his forehead instantly. End of this chapter. Chapter 18 dared to move and will take you down. At this moment, something strange was happening on the bridge of the ship. Liang Zhu sat in the captain's seat, still not noticing that Lin Fan was standing next to him, still drawing on the virtual drawing board. But Lin Fan next to him had a completely black face. What did he see? Liang Zhu actually drew a picture of himself? No, not just a drawing of himself. The key was that Liang Zhu drew himself in tattered clothes tied to a pillar. But it didn't stop there. She even drew a mournful face, shouting for the queen to spare her. In front of the pillar, Liang Zhu drew herself, wielding a whip and lashing at Lin Fan. Although the drawing skills were quite good. Ooh, is now the time to talk about drawing skills? This girl is going too far. She was even smiling while drawing, a smile that had not been seen in millennia. Your drawing skills are really good. Well, my earliest dream was to be an artist, since childhood. Liang Zhu, who had just realized, turned her head and saw Lin Fan looking at her with a black face. The atmosphere on the entire bridge became extremely awkward in that instant. Your drawing skills are really good, but the content you draw is a bit problematic, isn't it? Sorry, Commander. Liang Zhu immediately resumed her icy expression, stood up, and said, "Alright, you don't have to apologize. Go rest for a while. Report to the bridge in 10 hours. Lin Fan waved his hand, not knowing how to deal with Liang Zhu. Should he really take the approach of telling her a few jokes like Emma does all day, slowly changing her personality? But she didn't seem completely cold either. At least that smile she showed just now looked genuine. So was his icy exterior actually a disguise? But wife, yes. Liangzu was feeling very bad at that moment, wanting to quickly leave Lin Fan's side. After responding, she immediately turned around and walked away briskly. But just a few steps later, she heard Lin Fan's voice behind her again. You should smile more often in normal times. You look pretty when you smile. Liangzu was stunned for a moment, then bit her lip and quickly walked away. Listening to Liangzu's footsteps leaving, Lin Fan glanced at the still enclosed virtual drawing board in front of him, where Liangzu holding a whip and facing him with a black face was drawn. AI, she's a good girl. How does she have these tendencies? Meanwhile, in the base camp of the Jupiter Ox Empire fleet, on board a huge battleship, Commander, the reconnaissance fleet sent a message. How is it? Did they find the 9th prince? Adams was extremely anxious at that moment. If the 9th prince caused any trouble under his watch, the outcome was already predictable. The Emperor's affection for the 9th prince was well known throughout the Empire, even surpassing that of the Empress. If something happened, the Emperor might even execute everyone in their entire fleet to cover it up. Commander, the reconnaissance fleet reports that at the last location where the Rex fleet appeared, a large number of battleships were found destroyed. I don't care about the Rex fleet. Just tell me if there are any survivors. Is the 9th prince alive or dead? Commander, according to the reconnaissance fleet's investigation, all battleships of the Rex fleet have been destroyed, but no lifeboats were found in the wreckage of their flagship. They should have been launched. Did the 9th prince escape on a lifeboat? Yes, we believe so, but we also didn't find any lifeboats in the surrounding area. It is likely that they were captured by humans. Damn, order everyone to cancel their leave. Prepare the entire army for battle. We must rescue the 9th prince. Yes, Commander. Over 10 hours later, the 101 Special Hybrid Fleet had arrived in the 498 area and deployed Jurin's escape pod, activating its distress signal inside. Afterwards, after making various arrangements, the fleet hid in a nearby complex asteroid group. At this moment, Liangzu had returned to the bridge, standing straight beside Lin Fan. Lieutenant, how long do you think it will take for the fish to take the bait? It should be no more than a day. That's about what I thought. 0.3. AU away, a microfleet of 18 battleships was hiding in another asteroid group. Commander, we've received orders from headquarters. All fleets can return to headquarters. What's going on? It's been several years since all fleets gathered like this. It's probably related to the earlier disappearance of the 9th prince. The specifics are unclear. All right, then. Commander, we've received a distress signal from our escape pod. With the correct signal code, it's the escape pod from the flagship of the Rex fleet, 0.3 astronomical units away. The flagship of the Rex fleet. Isn't that the battleship the 9th prince was aboard before he disappeared? Yes, Commander. Quick, advance immediately. Retrieve the escape pod. If it's truly the 9th prince, we'll definitely be greatly rewarded. The lieutenant was also excited, immediately ordering the entire fleet to leave their hiding spot and head quickly towards the signal location. However, in their excitement, both of them forgot one thing, that in just a few days, the escape pod could not have traveled from the previous combat zone to this location. After all, an escape pod is not a battleship. Its speed is very slow. Half an hour later, inside the flagship of the 101 Special Hybrid Fleet. Commander, we've received information from the reconnaissance ship. The fish have taken the bait, a total of 18. Good. Have all battleships prepare for battle. Understood. 5 minutes later, 18 battleships appeared in front of Lin Fan and slowly stopped not far from the escape pod. Action! Alert all ships that what I want is for them to lose their combat capabilities, not to destroy them. Now that they are so close, all personnel are to aim accurately. Yes, Commander. Indeed, Lin Fan's ambush location was 30,000 kilometers away from the escape pod, right on the side of the Ox Empire fleet. Therefore, Lin Fan requested the fleet not to destroy the enemy, but to use low-power weapons to accurately strike and render them combat ineffective. After just one wave of attacks, the main guns on the 18 battleships were all destroyed. At a distance of 30,000 kilometers, for the current battleships, it was practically a hand-to-hand combat distance. It was very difficult to miss. As a result, on the battlefield, there were 18 ships with engines and cannons all destroyed, emitting smoke, yet still clinging to their last breath, the reconnaissance fleet. Commander, the mission has been completed. The weapons and engines on the 18 warships have all been destroyed by us. Good. Very good. Now send a message to the other side with the following content. At that moment, inside the Ox fleet, the commander was also very anxious. They had run into human fleets, and it seemed they had run into a trap. It looked like this escape pod was a tool specifically designed to lure them in. How did they fall for such a simple plan? But why did the other side hold back? They only destroyed their weapons and engines, not the warships directly. It was completely illogical. Commander, we've received a message from the other side. Forget it. We're meat that they can eat at any time now. Let's see what they have to say. Read it out. Don't move. If you dare, we will take you down. End of this chapter. Chapter 19 Negotiation Preparation. Don't move at all. Dare to move, and I'll take you down. What on earth? The commander felt puzzled. Commander, the other side has sent a second message regarding the 9th Prince. Read it quickly. The 9th Prince, for attacking a civilian ship of our Federation a few days ago, has been captured by our side and is currently under custody. Considering his status as a member of your Imperial family, special permission is granted for your side to send relevant personnel to the following coordinates to discuss the handling of the case. Coordinates. As the commander listened to the information read by his deputy, his face turned red and almost black. The content was understood, but the phrasing used to convey the message sounded offensive. So the 9th Prince has fallen into human hands. Immediately send the intelligence to headquarters and also reply to the other side, saying that we are in contact with headquarters and to wait. Yes. On the flagship of the 3rd Legion of the Imperial Guards of the Ox Empire in the Jupiter orbit. Commander, we have received the latest information from a reconnaissance fleet regarding the 9th Prince. Speak up. Yes. Today, our reconnaissance unit 031 encountered a human fleet during a mission, and the human fleet subsequently sent a message stating they have the 9th Prince and requested our side to send personnel to negotiate at specified coordinates. As long as the 9th Prince is still alive, but this situation is troublesome. What demands do humans make? It's obvious they want us to leave the solar system. Adams frowned. This situation was indeed troublesome. And from the actions of the humans, they likely already knew the importance of the 9th Prince. In negotiations, humans would surely use this to their advantage, the most likely outcome being our withdrawal. The critical issue is, if I agree to the terms of withdrawal, even if I save the 9th Prince, I would be executed by the Emperor for retreating. We need a solution that benefits both sides. Deputy, where is the 4th Legion of the Imperial Guards? Commander, according to the last report, they have just withdrawn from the front line of the Cabot Empire. It will take at least 10 years to reach our location, passing through 7-star routes. 10 years. All right. Arrange a escort fleet. I will personally go for the negotiation. Commander, isn't it too risky for you to go personally? What are you thinking? Besides the escort fleet, won't you arrange other ships to maintain a distance and follow behind? I don't believe humans are causing this commotion just to eliminate someone who comes to negotiate. Yes, Commander, I will arrange it immediately. In the asteroid belt, for 198th region, reconnaissance fleet of the Ox Empire. Commander, headquarters has replied. Read it. The Supreme Leader will personally come to your location to oversee the negotiation in 2 days, but no one should disclose the identity of the Supreme Leader. You can pass on this information to humans. The Supreme Leader is coming in person? Isn't that too risky? This news left the commander dumbfounded. Normally, negotiation experts should be sent. If something goes wrong, it's the end for me. Ask them for a video call during the negotiation process. Yes. Inside the flagship of the 101st Special Mixed Fleet. Commander, the other side has requested a video call. It probably means there is progress. Connect. Soon, a virtual screen lit up in front of the captain, displaying a red devil-like figure. I am Loss, commander of Unit 031 of the 3rd Legion of the Ox Empire's Imperial Guards. Now you can tell me, how did your headquarters respond to our demands? Clearly, Loss was dissatisfied with Lin Fan's attitude. I have introduced myself. Shouldn't you also introduce yourself with proper etiquette? But now, the situation favors the humans, and Loss dared not lose his temper. Everyone understands that if something happens to the 9th Prince, the entire Legion will suffer. Headquarters has sent negotiation personnel. They will arrive here in 2 days. How will you arrange the negotiation site? Simple. We have brought materials. We can set up a temporary space station here in 2 days. Only shuttles can transport a maximum of 6 people from each side for the negotiation. Alright, but after you set up the space station, we need to inspect for any threats. I can agree, but it must be done with our personnel present. Alright, I agree. That's it then. Once ready, I will inform you. With that, Lin Fan terminated the communication. Deputy Devil, aren't you afraid? Aren't girls generally afraid of devils? Boring. Liangzu didn't want to entertain Lin Fan's meaningless question and rolled her eyes. Actually, you look pretty even when you roll your eyes. Commander, please focus during the mission. Oh, does that mean I can do as I please after the mission ends? Seeing Lin Fan smile at her, Liangzu gritted her teeth, turned her head away, wanting to ignore him. Deputy Liang, we're on a mission now. As my deputy, what are you doing turning your back to me? Never mind. Go and arrange the assembly of the temporary space station modules we brought. Yes, I will arrange it immediately. Liangzu grunted each word through gritted teeth. With the assistance of numerous mechs, a temporary space station was assembled within a few hours, even equipped with an artificial gravity device. Subsequently, accompanied by fleet personnel, several Oxians also inspected every corner to ensure safety. 2 days later, a medium-sized fleet from the Ox Empire arrived. Commander Adams did not use his giant Titan battleship, but boarded a cruiser. He had already changed out of his Supreme Leader uniform into civilian attire. Is that the temporary negotiation site they built? Yes, Supreme Leader. Loss mentioned they completed the setup and have checked it thoroughly for safety. Alright, let's go. After his command, he glanced at the 5 negotiation experts beside him, and they followed Adams out of the bridge. 10 minutes later, shuttles from both sides arrived at the space station. The Ox Empire side consisted of 6 persons, including Adams and 5 negotiation experts, while the Federation side was led by Ed's negotiation team and Lin Fan. Originally, Lin Fan was not supposed to participate, but 2 days ago, the system assigned him a task, Task 3, participate throughout the negotiation process, meet your short-term main opponent, Supreme Leader Adams. Completion rewards upgrading mech piloting ability to a. Therefore, with a stiff upper lip, Lin Fan called Ed uncle numerous times, shamelessly attempting to gain favor. Eventually, he secured a qualification to participate and observe. End of chapter. Chapter 20 of the Ceasefire Agreement mentioned the Mission 3 issued by the system, which made Lin Fan speculate a lot. First of all, the system would never issue meaningless tasks nor give out meaningless rewards. Last time, it suddenly granted him a personal ability, piloting a mecha, and this time it issued a mission with the reward of upgrading mecha piloting to a level. This really piqued Lin Fan's interest. As a highly intelligent and mentally developed human, Lin Fan quickly speculated on hundreds of possibilities. However, Lin Fan believed that the most likely scenario was that in the future, he would face a situation where he needed to utilize his mecha piloting abilities. But that was not something Lin Fan needed to consider at the moment. Right now, he was more curious about the leader of the Legion of the Ox Empire mentioned in the system mission. He remembered being informed that it was just ordinary negotiators, but Lin Fan never doubted the system. Since the system said so, it must be true. Soon, both parties entered a temporary space station where a long table was set up, with a row of 6 chairs on each side. After sitting down, Lin Fan quickly locked eyes with the individual sitting at the top position. It was quite evident from his demeanor that he exuded an air of superiority, which should be the Edamson commander mentioned by the system. Feeling Lin Fan's gaze, Edamson returned the look with his piercing eyes. This person is not a negotiator, right? After staring at Lin Fan for a few seconds, Edamson casually spoke with a smile. Indeed, he is the fleet commander who escorted me here, not a negotiator. Negotiations are the responsibility of the 5 of us. He is just an observer. You need not concern yourself. Edwin, who was also seated at the head, immediately chimed in. However, Edwin was somewhat surprised. It seemed like negotiations wouldn't be easy. Alright, let's get started. Today, we will mainly discuss the handling of the 9th prince of your empire. Humph, just tell us, what are your conditions? Very simple. Your side withdraws from the solar system. You have already occupied all our extraterrestrial territories. There's no need to wipe us out. That's impossible. If I agree today, tomorrow, the Empire's Emperor will have me executed, so suggest something else. Our Federation has only one condition. If something happens to the 9th Prince, I believe you won't be able to handle it, right? Same as before, if the 9th Prince dies, the Emperor will have me executed. But if I agree to withdraw from the solar system, the Emperor will still have me executed. So, you better come up with a more realistic condition. Otherwise, there's no deal. Edwin thought to himself, indeed hard to deal with. However, observing from their expressions, he did not think they were lying. If that was truly the case, then having them withdraw from the solar system was simply not possible. Facing the same fate, the other party would choose a death that brought a good reputation, as being threatened to retreat wasn't favorable. So, where was the breakthrough? Edwin was starting to feel a bit of a headache. Well, if that's the case, how about changing the condition to a 10-year ceasefire? Just then, Lin Fan, seated at the end, spoke up, causing Edwin and the 4 others to turn in surprise. Sorry, we need to discuss internally. Gesturing towards Lin Fan, Edwin led the way to a room set up for such situations. Lin Fan smirked and followed. Lin Fan, I recall you were here just to observe. Uncle Edwin, I think it's necessary for me to provide you with some military insights. Otherwise, you might make a wrong judgment. Oh. After hearing Lin Fan's response, Edwin's initial displeasure turned into curiosity. Had he really missed something crucial? Uncle Edwin, why do you think we've been able to maintain a temporary standoff with the other party? Because 6 years ago, Liang Xingchen humiliated them in the asteroid belt. So until they are confident, they won't want to engage us in another major battle within the asteroid belt. Correct. So if they agree to withdraw from the solar system, do you think the Federation dares to leave the asteroid belt? If not, what's the point of having them withdraw? Edwin was stunned by Lin Fan's words. Indeed, even if the other party withdrew from the solar system, would the Federation dare to leave the asteroid belt? Setting aside other issues, let's talk about the sole remaining 4th Fleet of the Federation. Once they left the asteroid belt and the enemy performed a sneak attack, the humans would have no fighting chance. In a space devoid of any environmental terrain, the battle is decided by the performance of the warships, the commander's strategy, artillery fire, and evasion abilities. If the abilities of both commanders were relatively close, the performance of warships was the decisive factor. And everyone knew that the Federal warships were not as advanced as those of the Ox Empire. This was why the 1st to 3rd Fleets never won a battle against them. With fewer numbers, inferior ship performance, and no significant advantage in command experience, how could they expect to win? So, was proposing the enemy's withdrawal from the solar system truly meaningful? It was utterly pointless. Moreover, it would waste one of their strategic cards. Uncle Edwin, you should be aware of the leap engine, right? Seeing Edwin's comprehension dawn, Lin Fan continued, yes, for this reason, your old man must have shown off a lot in front of me. Oh, so the old man has this side to him as well. I never knew. Back to the point, what we truly need now is not their withdrawal from the solar system, but time. Time. Exactly, time. Nothing else holds any meaning. Alright, I understand. I'm thoroughly impressed by you, young man. A military genius and now showing exceptional insights in dealing with situations. Afterward, both re-emerged at the negotiation table. Apologies for the interruption. Let's continue. Sure, but let's not bring up impossible conditions again, or we'll be wasting time. Then, following Lin Fan's suggestion, how about changing it to a 10-year ceasefire? I can agree to that condition, but when do you plan to return the 9th Prince to us? Naturally, we will return him after 10 years have passed. Impossible. What if you use the 9th Prince to threaten us after 10 years? Then what's your suggestion? If you want a post-return situation, I can agree to 5 years maximum. Return now, and I can agree to 10 years. Returning now is impossible. How will you be accountable then? Alright, then 5 years it is. Lin Fan no longer paid attention to the following discussions. It felt like bargaining at a market. Ultimately, whether it was 5 or 10 years didn't matter to Lin Fan. The main objective for both parties was to achieve diplomatic victory in the end. As Lin Fan predicted, the final agreement reached by both parties was for a 7-year ceasefire. However, just as they were about to sign the official agreement, another unexpected incident occurred. End of this chapter. Chapter 21. Liangzu's accident. Commander, a large number of fighters suddenly rushed out from the enemy fleet and are heading towards the direction of space battle. Liangzu's anxious voice came through Lin Fan's communicator. Don't panic. How many enemy fighters are there? Can we intercept them? And how much time do we have? We can't intercept them. There is a space station between our fleet and the enemy, preventing us from firing. The enemy has over 5,000 fighters, and they are expected to reach the space station within 10 minutes. Order all mech units to deploy. Yes. Commander Adams, do you need an explanation? After closing the communication, Lin Fan looked at Adams. How did you know it was me? That's not important. What matters is what you intend to do. I did not give such an order. Looking at Adams' expression, Lin Fan did not believe he was lying. What was really going on? I'm Commander Adams. What's with the fighters that are launching? Commander, I'm not sure. We are investigating, but 1/3 of our warships have gone out of control. Shoot down all the attacking fighters immediately. We can't, Commander. They are flying in between the fleet and the negotiation point. If we attack, we might destroy the negotiation space station along with them. In that case, be careful, Commander. Shoo. Everything happened in an instant. A negotiator from the Ox suddenly pulled out a laser gun and aimed at Adams, pulling the trigger. Another negotiator, seeing this, immediately pushed Adams aside and got hit by the laser, dying on the spot. Luckily, the laser gun was set to non-lethal, and it didn't pierce through the outer walls of the space station. Adams got up from the ground, looking at the negotiator with a burning glare. Wait, what are you trying to do? Sorry, Commander, but the existence of the 9th Prince will disrupt the Empire. For the sake of the 1st Prince, the 9th Prince has to die. Therefore, we cannot let you make any deals with the humans. You are with the 1st Prince? And you said we. That's right. The approaching fighters are all ours. Today, everyone will die here, and the humans will never return the 9th Prince. Even if the Empire destroys humanity in the future, they will kill the 9th Prince before they are exterminated. Are you so sure you will succeed? When did you ... Just then, Lin Fan was already standing behind him, disarming his right arm and pointing a gun at Wade, who was screaming on the ground. In a moment, everyone was shocked to see Lin Fan's skills. Were they underestimating him? Lin Fan's attributes were all at 350. Was he just an ordinary person? Don't get too cocky. Even if you take me out, you won't be able to escape the attack of 5,000 fighters. Don't worry about that. Shoo. Lin Fan pulled the trigger, ending Wade's life. Commander Adams, hope you don't mind. Of course not. But what do we do now? We don't have much time left. Don't worry. As a precaution, this space station has propulsion systems. I need Commander Adams to take a trip to our fleet, as I can't fly in your fleet's direction now, right? Sure, that's not a problem. After everything is over, how do you want to handle me? Don't worry, I'll send you back after it's over. Alright, I'll go see you guys then. Lin Fan raised his hand and started operating the tactical light brain on his body. Soon, 3 hidden propulsion modules on one side of the space station were exposed and activated. Although not very fast, they would meet up with the deployed mech units faster since they were moving towards them. Marshal Adams, did I hear correctly earlier that 1/3 of your fleet has betrayed you? Yes? Then there may be a fierce battle later. I may destroy over 300 of your warships. I hope you don't mind. Lin Fan smiled and said to Adams, who understood the situation well. The space station would meet the enemy mech units before the fighters reach firing range. However, if the fighter units failed, the 1/3 of the rebel warships would continue to attack. A battle was inevitable, and those 300 warships could be considered as rebels, so Adams felt no burden. Letting them die at the hands of humans would be justified. 6 minutes later, the space station had met with the deployed 9,000 mech units and continued flying towards the 101 Special Fleet. The mech units split into 2 groups, with 6,000 staying to face the enemy, while the remaining 3,000 escorted the space station back. 5 minutes later, the Ox Empire's fighters encountered the mech units of the 101 Special Fleet. Mechs were the only thing humans had that were more advanced than the Ox Empire. During the defense of the solar system, mechs allow the Yongxingchen to achieve a 110 combat record. As for the Ox Empire's fighters, although advanced, they were no match for the mechs in terms of agility and firepower. After losing more than 2,000 fighters, the Ox Rebel Fighter Squadron retreated. The mech units began searching for escape pods and soon returned. Back on the flagship, Lin Fan gathered the remaining 4 individuals of the Ox Empire and the negotiation team of 5, including Ed, in a lounge and headed to the bridge. "Where's Vice Commander Liang?" "Commander, Vice Commander Liang ... What's wrong? Speak up." Her escape pod was ejected, but the mech unit reported they didn't find her. "Damn, that silly woman, don't get into trouble." Lin Fan felt a sudden panic in his heart. "Liang Zhu, can you hear me? Respond if you can." Lin Fan immediately called Liang Zhu. "I can hear you. Sorry, I think I passed out briefly and just woke up. Open your distress signal immediately. I can't locate your escape pod." "It's already open." "Good, just wait there obediently." After cutting the communication, Lin Fan then contacted the commander of the mech squad on the flagship. There were a total of 12 mechs on the battle cruiser, and Liang Zhu had taken 1 out earlier, leaving 11. "Zhang Hu, take 9 pilots with you and meet me outside. I'll be there soon. Prepare the mechs, yes." After ending the communication, Lin Fan looked at the command team on the bridge. "Everyone, switch to Channel 2. I'll give you commands well on the way." With that, Lin Fan ran out, leaving the command team on the bridge stunned. Was Vice Commander Liang like this, and now the commander too? End of this chapter. Chapter 22. Liang Zhu's secret. Inside the hangar of the warship, ground personnel were busy conducting pre-flight checks on the mechs. "Zhang Hu, is the mech ready?" Lin Fan, who had just changed into his pilot's suit and arrived at the hangar, shouted loudly. "Commander, we are ready." "Good, get on board and follow me to rescue Vice Admiral Liang." "What? Commander, we can go without you." "Be quiet and follow orders." Zhang Hu immediately became anxious upon realizing that Lin Fan was personally leading the team to rescue Liang Zhu. What if something goes wrong? But before he could persuade otherwise, Lin Fan interrupted him directly. Still, Zhang Hu hesitated. "Do you want me to put you in confinement? What are you standing there for? Let me tell you something. I have a nickname that others don't know. The strongest human pilot." After saying this, Lin Fan climbed into a mech and closed the cockpit. Lin Fan wasn't entirely bragging. After completing a temporary mission given by the system earlier, his piloting skills had reached a level, making him one of the best among humans. Considering his exceptional physical attributes, even the most talented individuals would be limited by their physical capabilities and unable to reach their full potential. For instance, an average person's reaction limit is 100, while Lin Fan's is 350. This means that even an A-level pilot among humans would be weaker than Lin Fan due to physical differences. Upon seeing Lin Fan enter the cockpit, Zhang Hu also reacted and immediately instructed the other 9 pilots who had assembled to board their mechs. 3 minutes later, 11 mechs set out from the warship towards Liang Zhu's coordinates. However, at the same time, over 2,000 OSC's rebel fighters who had already retreated received a signal. Approximately 100 of their fighter jets turned and headed towards Liang Zhu's escape pod. Glancing at the tactical panel, Lin Fan estimated it would take about 10 minutes to reach Liang Zhu's location. However, the OSC's rebel fleet had already begun moving towards the 101 Special Mixed Fleet's direction. Who was Lin Fan? As a human with a brain development rate of 24%, not to mention multitasking, even 3 or 4 tasks were a breeze for him. Engaging the mech forward, Lin Fan focused on the tactical panel before him, issuing commands to the fleet in a concise manner. Though the current location was unsuitable for negotiations, being in a relatively empty area within the asteroid belt, Lin Fan noticed significant flaws in the OSC's rebel fleet's formation. With only 2 battleships, 10 aircraft carriers, and a few cruisers, the remaining 300 ships were destroyers and escort ships. It seemed that the battleship captains were close to atoms, leading the rest of the fleet composed mostly of smaller vessels. Their fleet coordination appeared lacking, showing disarray even in minor maneuvers. Considering the fleet was an impromptu combination by infiltrators, their poor performance was understandable. Fleet formation targeting the battleships, form an assault formation, advance at top speed and break through the center. I will meet up with the fleet on the way. Remember, concentrate firepower to eliminate their only 2 battleships first. The tactical officer's voice came through the communication before the 101 Special Mixed Fleet began to reorganize. The battleships led the formation, with carriers in the middle and cruisers, destroyers, and escorts protecting the carriers. The fleet's complete formation was set to be completed in 10 minutes. Inside the escape pod, Liangzhu peered through the porthole. However, what she saw chilled her heart. A group of OSC's fighter jets emitting a red glow was rapidly approaching her, their onboard laser cannons already activated. Knowing a strike was imminent, Liangzhu felt surprisingly calm. Her thoughts drifted to Lin Fan, the man from her past who had once claimed he would marry her but now didn't even recognize her. Will this guy feel a hint of sadness after my death? Will he remember who I am? These thoughts brought a slight smile to Liangzhu's face as she prepared for the impending moment. Yet, instead of witnessing a red beam targeting her, she saw a green beam flash past from the left, piercing the fighter jet ready to attack. Following this, a mech appeared before her, occupying her field of vision. Who are you? Liangzhu couldn't help but ask silently. Liangzhu, are you all right? I'm fine. I've seen the rescue mech. Great. Put on your helmet and get into the frame. Following these instructions, Lin Fan continuously took out 6 approaching fighters while shielding the escape pod. Zhang Hu, cover me. I'll get Vice Admiral Liang out. Understood. Lin Fan called out as Zhang Hu guided 10 mechs to protect him, leaving 2 mechs to safeguard Lin Fan. He advanced and directed fire towards the opponents. Witnessing Lin Fan's remarkable precision shooting, Zhang Hu couldn't help but be astonished. He realized Lin Fan's claim of being the strongest human pilot was not an exaggeration. As Liangzhu opened the escape pod and floated out, Lin Fan turned and opened the cockpit. Though the cockpit only had 1 seat, there was enough space for 1 more. Seeing Lin Fan, whom she did not expect to be there, Liangzhu was momentarily stunned. Lin Fan then closed the cockpit after about 10 seconds, turning back to see Liangzhu looking bewildered. Stop staring blankly. You're not secured with a belt. Hold tight. We're still in combat, right? Liangzhu, realizing the situation, promptly seated herself in front of Lin Fan, hugging him like an octopus. Well, I did let you hug me, but this is a bit embarrassing, isn't it? Lin Fan thought, but refrained from commenting, enjoying the feeling for the time being. Zhang Hu, retreat. Otherwise, we won't catch up with the warship. After swiftly taking out 2 fighters with his laser gun, Lin Fan shouted to Zhang Hu, signaling a retreat. End of chapter. Chapter 23 Central Breakthrough, 101 Hybrid Fleet Flagship unfolding behind, in the officers' rest lounge. Adams and Ed were sitting, with the other members of both sides standing behind them, respectively. Adams was not idle at the moment, he was directing his deputy through communication. Commander, the out-of-control fleet has started moving, heading towards the human fleet. What should we do? You hold on to the remaining fleet and watch from there. Commander Lin Fan said he will take care of those warships. All right. Commander Adams, you don't seem worried at all about our fleet being defeated. Of course, I have confirmed Commander Lin Fan's gaze. He is no ordinary person, and although the rebel army has over 300 warships, the composition of the ships is chaotic and there is no unified command. I believe Commander Lin Fan won't have to pay a high price to defeat them. It's rare. You actually have so much faith in us humans. Haha, I have never misjudged a person before. Let's just chat here for a while and listen to my deputy's live broadcast of the battlefield. In front of the 101 hybrid fleet advancing, there were 11 mechs moving at the highest speed, shuttling through a complex asteroid group. As for the fighter jets chasing behind, they had long been left behind, as at least all 11 mech pilots were elite. And in this complex environment, shaking off a few fighter jets was nothing. All right, you can relax a bit now. You've shaken them off. Lin Fan said to Liangzhu, who was facing him and sitting on his legs, holding on to him. Although Lin Fan admitted that being embraced like this by a well-endowed girl was indeed very comfortable, the posture was a bit embarrassing. Do you really not remember what you told me 11 years ago? Liangzhu's voice came from his ear, making Lin Fan stunned. Did Liangzhu and him know each other before? 11 years ago. Lin Fan chuckled. Indeed, he had no memory at all, considering after he crossed over, he did not inherit the memories of the original body's owner like in novels. This reminded Lin Fan of the time when he first crossed over 10 years ago, when he hastily claimed amnesia regardless of who it was. Even if the doctor confirmed there was no problem, Lin Fan did not change his statement. That was the year before he crossed over. No wonder there were no memories of Liangzhu. Sorry, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Maybe you don't know, but I had an accident and lost my memory completely 10 years ago, so I don't remember anything before I was 9 years old. Liangzu suddenly raised her head buried in Lin Fin's shoulder and looked at Lin Fin incredulously. Amnesia, oh yes. So, you're pretending not to know me because of that vixen at the military academy? About my amnesia, I believe your father should know. Why don't you ask him? And by the way, it seems like we knew each other from childhood. Lin Fin tactfully avoided the 3 words Liangzu used, knowing she was referring to Emma. But what was the relationship between him and Liangzu in their childhood? What did they say that she remembered until now? Could it be that the original owner of this body had an early romance at the age of 8? Meanwhile, Liangzu was also quite confused. Amnesia. Had I been mistaken all along? No, when I go back, I have to ask that jerk of a father to confirm this. We've arrived. Liangzu, lost in thought, heard Lin Fin's words and turned to look ahead at the mechs. Indeed, they could already see the 101 hybrid fleet approaching from the right side. They should be able to meet up perfectly. With Lin Fin and the other 10 elite pilots, they wouldn't miss the meeting point, so they all smoothly returned to the warship. I will open the cockpit now. Although it's comfortable to be hugged by you, be mindful, there are many people in the hangar. You're not sure if what you're saying is true. I'll ask about it when we get back. Liangzu hummed and then released her grip on Lin Fin's hand and stood up. Lin Fin did notice that Liangzu's face beneath the helmet was blushing, a sight he hadn't seen before. If the timing had been right, he would have taken a photo. After disembarking, Lin Fin didn't even bother changing clothes. He just ran towards the bridge in his pilot suit, with Liangzu following closely behind. Report the situation? Lin Fin shouted as he entered the bridge, making his way to his seat. Report. We will be within firing range in 1 minute. All right. Inform all cruisers. Target the opponents to cruisers first. Yes. Liangzu was now standing beside Lin Fin, taking over the words of the tactical officer and relaying orders according to Lin Fin's commands. Personal matters were personal. They could sort it out later when they got back, but now she had a duty as the deputy. Lin Fin glanced at Liangzu and didn't say anything, quickly turning to his captain's tactical panel. The 2 sides were getting closer, about to reach the red firing line. Commence firing! Lin Fin, seeing the opponent within firing range, gave the command without hesitation. Simultaneously, the rebel fleet of Oxy also started their attack. The difference was that the 101 hybrid fleet was well organized. The 9 cruisers in front were directly targeting the 2 enemy cruisers for attack, while the rebel fleet's ships were each on their own, indicating a lack of strategic command. Indeed, Lin Fin had not made a wrong guess. Currently commanding the rebel fleet was a trusted confidant of a Grand Prince, expert in conspiracies and schemes, but inexperienced in fleet command compared to theorizing on paper. Due to the rebel fleet's focus on only 2 main ships, their firepower was severely lacking, where normally cruisers were hard to take down quickly as destroyers and frigates were less effective, at most causing damage, no immediate sinking. Both sides advancing against each other. After just 3 rounds of fire, the 2 cruisers at the front of the rebel array had already been blown up. Immediately, the 101 hybrid fleet, like a sharp knife, had slipped through the middle of the rebel fleet's formation. At this point, the Oxy rebel fleet had lost 2 cruisers, 5 cruisers, 18 destroyers, 2 carriers, and 35 escort ships. The 101 hybrid fleet had lost 1 cruiser, 1 destroyer, and 3 escort ships, with several cruisers in front sustaining light damage, but not affecting the ongoing battle. Commander, we have penetrated the enemy formation. All right, have the fleet spread out on the left and right sides behind them and turn in an arc. Yes. The rebel forces were in chaos now, with the commander dead and main ships lost. Now only these crew members remained. Many of the warships had personnel who had forcibly taken over after the captains were killed. Therefore, the entire rebel fleet currently had no idea what to do. However, as the rebels hesitated, the 101 hybrid fleet had already dispersed and turned in an arc, surrounding the rebels in a semicircle on both their left and right rear sides. When the rebels realized and wanted to counterattack, it was too late. Their formation was now easily being breached unilaterally by the 101 hybrid fleet. A great central breakthrough, tactical maneuvering behind, impressive. Completely exploiting the fatal weakness of the rebel fleet having too few main ships. In the lounge, Adams also generously praised. End of this chapter. Chapter 24. The Unavoidable Encirclement. The current battlefield is very peculiar. In theory, dealing with Lin Fan's move shouldn't be difficult, with several methods to choose from. For example, reinforcing the thickness of the central array to have the fleet's main battleships converge in the center. However, the issue is that the rebel fleet in the entire Oxus sector controls two main battleships, while a large number of cruisers, destroyers, and escorts simply cannot resist the firepower of the main battleships, let alone fight back. Another method is, if it becomes apparent that the central array cannot withstand the enemy's assault, to actively split the fleet left and right, then turn each side towards the middle. By adjusting the heading of both side fleets as the enemy's central fleet breaks through, eventually they can turn around and trap the assaulting fleet from behind. However, here lies another problem. The fleet of rebel ships hastily assembled lacks sufficient fleet coordination and skilled commanders. So, if they are breached, does it mean it's game over and impossible to turn the tide? Not quite. There are still various methods to resolve the situation. A common approach is to accelerate the fleet forward, because after the enemy breaks through the formation, they need time to turn around in the rear. So, if you have your fleet accelerate forward as soon as the enemy breaks through, by the time they complete their turn, you'll be out of their range. Yet, this final opportunity was still missed by the rebels because their commander was killed along with those two battleships. Nonetheless, Lin Fan stated that even if the commander hadn't been killed, it wouldn't have mattered because he had left behind plenty of space mines while facing the continuous assault. So, currently, there's a large minefield ahead of the rebel fleet, making it inevitable to lose at least half of the warships attempting to force through it. The panicking rebels, giving Lin Fan the time to directly execute a pincer maneuver from the rear, created a small-scale semi-encirclement. Though labeled as semi-encirclement, due to the minefield blocking their advance, the current semicircle has essentially become a full encirclement. All that's left for the rebels are two choices: surrender or slowly carry out a U-turn. But will the rebel fleet of Oxus surrender? The commanders above are all loyal to the Crown Prince, so surrender is clearly out of the question. That leaves only one option: risking heavy losses to turn and face the enemy again. Seeing this choice made by the rebels, Lin Fan was amused. For Lin Fan, he didn't wish for these rebels to surrender. Otherwise, how would he fulfill his mission? Wait a few more years to resume hostilities? Or sneak out during the ceasefire to engage in some secret battles? Obviously, none of that was possible, making this rebel fleet Lin Fan's final chance to complete his mission. Is the carrier in position yet? 15 more seconds. Once it's in position, release all unmanned drones from both sides, then deploy all mechs. Carrier in position. Begin drone release. Drone release complete. Mechs unit, commence deployment. Even though battleships are the bane of mechs and aircraft in non-close quarters combat situations, they can also be effective against mechs and aircraft if the opponent faces them head-on. Otherwise, they have to wait until they're in close quarters to use point defense weapons. And now the rebel fleet of Oxus faces a choice. With the fleet almost completing its U-turn, the 101 Special Forces Carrier Group's carrier has deployed on both sides of the encirclement, releasing all drones and mechs. So, should they execute another U-turn to attack the drones and mechs or ignore them and continue the U-turn to engage the battleships in the rear? The best option would have been to release fighters to counter the mechs and unmanned drones on both sides. However, the rebels only had 10 carriers to begin with, and during the central breakthrough by the 101 Special Forces, they lost 2 carriers. Within minutes of the turn, they lost 5 more, leaving only 3. Regardless of the rebel fleet's choice, Lin Fan had corresponding strategies. Yet, the choice made by the rebels in the next moment was only met with 2 words from Lin Fan: foolishness. Why foolishness? Because the rebels directly released 30,000 fighter jets from the 3 carriers, splitting into 2 teams to intercept from both sides. Meanwhile, the completed U-turn rebel fleet formed an assault formation charging towards the 101 Special Forces Carrier Group's battleship squadron. It was clear they were intent on taking out Lin Fan's flagship, even if it meant a total loss. Heh, Admiral Adams, it seems they are willing to risk total annihilation just to get to you. Quite tenacious. Lin Fan chuckled while observing the tactical panel. Let them have the middle path, then have the side fleets converge towards the center. Change our front semi-encirclement to a rear encirclement, Lin Fan commanded. Understood. Soon, in a bizarre turn of events, in conjunction with the rebel fleet's assault, the middle of the 101 Special Forces carrier group's encirclement suddenly opened up towards the sides, while the side fleets moved towards the center and connected. Thus, what was initially a frontal semicircular encirclement turned into a rear U-shaped encircling pursuit. Even the rebels were left bewildered. They had launched an attack and torn open a portion of the encirclement. How had a U-shaped encirclement suddenly formed around their sides and rear without their noticing? It was illogical. With only a few dozen mostly damaged warships left, once again semi-encircled, they had no chance. Whether they wanted to escape or launch another assault on Lin Fan's flagship, there was no opportunity left. 10 minutes later, with the final rebel escort ship destroyed, the regular battle came to a close. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission, destroying a total of 500 Oxa civilization warships, receiving the reward of energy shield technology. Phew! Finally completed. With this technology, in a few years, there would be a greater chance for a counterattack. Commander, order the fleet to clean up the battlefield and search for our personnel's bodies. Provide me with the casualty numbers later. Readily. As the battlefield was being cleaned up, Lin Fan initiated communication from the lounge. Admiral Adams, it's all done. Do you need us to escort you back, or should we arrange for a ship to pick you up? No trouble needed. My ship is on its way to pick me up. All right then, your call. I'll instruct the fleet to give way. Much appreciated. There wasn't much more to say between them, because it was understood that once the Ninth Prince was returned in a few years, there would be no end until one side was definitively defeated. Commander, preliminary casualty report is out. Go on. In this battle, we destroyed 348 enemy warships. Our losses were 2 cruisers, 5 destroyers, and 11 escorts. Mech losses totaled to 1,180 for units. Estimated personnel casualties are around 5,000. The exact figure will depend on how many people can be saved from the mech units. 18 warships, 5,000 casualties. I still have a long way to go. In the empty bridge, Lin Fan's sigh echoed. End of chapter. After 5 hours of being rejected, the 101 Special Mixed Fleet returned to the Mars orbit and arrived at the 27th medium-sized starport. After disembarking, they joined Liang Xingchen, who had been waiting inside the starport for a funeral ceremony for the fallen soldiers. They were all outstanding, Liang Xingchen said, patting Lin Fan on the shoulder after the ceremony ended. Yes, they were all outstanding. Now that we have 7 years, have you thought about how to use it? After hearing about the ceasefire, Bai Lao was pestering me half the day, asking you to focus on research for these few years. Spare me. You have me buried in research all day. It's almost as good as killing me. Liang Xingchen glanced at Lin Fan, didn't say anything, just smiled. After all, this answer, he had already anticipated. Let's go to the laboratory together. Bai Lao has already started manufacturing the first jump engine. Let's go check it out together. All right, I also have some new things. Let's hand them over to Bai Lao for research. What new invention did you come up with this time, Commander? Liang Xingchen shook his head helplessly and walked towards the lab with Lin Fan. Lin Fan, you finally came. I heard from Liang Xingchen that we will have several years of ceasefire ahead. During this time, you and I will focus on research together. Bai Lao, no one can guarantee that the Ox Empire won't tear up the agreement. I need to be on standby at all times. Bai Zixuan was so enraged that he nearly exploded. Being the greatest scientist in the Federation, he was obsessed with war. It was simply a waste of talent. Bai Lao, don't be angry first. Let me show you something good. With that, Lin Fan handed over a storage card. Bai Zixuan was surprised when he saw it. When Lin Fan handed him a storage card for the first time, it contained all the technical data for the jump engine. The second time, it was a complete set of industrial robot technology that was decades ahead of the Federation. What would be in it this third time? Bai Zixuan did not immediately accept the storage card. Instead, he went to wash his hands nearby, dried them, returned to Lin Fan, and carefully took the storage card. This action left Liang Zixuan wide-eyed. When had he ever seen Bai Zixuan behave like this? Lin Fan just smirked, thinking why the old Bai Lao was being so exaggerated. Did he need to be that cautious? After Bai Zixuan inserted the storage card, he didn't even look at the two of them and began to examine its contents. Ha ha ha. Several minutes later, everyone was startled by Bai Zixuan's sudden burst of laughter. Bai Lao, are you okay? Liang Xingchen cautiously approached and asked softly. Okay. No, there is something big happening. Do you know what Lin Fan gave me? What did he give you? Something that will allow you to outclass the Ox Empire in 2 to 3 years. What? This time, it was Liang Xingchen who shouted in astonishment, startling everyone once again with his loud voice. What are you doing? Are you trying to deafen this old man's ears? No, I was just surprised. Anyway, what did Lin Fan give you? Listen carefully, it's the complete set of technical data for an energy shield. After saying this, Bai Lao looked at Liang Xingchen with a triumphant expression. Liang Xingchen looked at Bai Zixuan's expression, feeling speechless. Although he thought so in his heart, he didn't dare say it out loud to Bai Zixuan. An energy shield. How could Liang Xingchen not know what that was? It was a technology that had always existed in human imagination. If they truly managed to develop it, then Federation warships would have an absolute advantage over the Ox Empire's warships. Not to mention driving them out of the galaxy, even recapturing nearby Barnard Star, Altair, or launching a counterattack against the Ox Empire's territory would be a piece of cake. What's going on with this Lin Fan, becoming more and more mysterious? Well, everyone has their own secrets. Since he's one of us, and the son of the Federation's president, let's not delve too deep. Bai Lao, how confident are you in developing this? How confident? Are you dumb? I told you, it's a full set of complete technical data. As long as this data is accurate, of course, we can develop it 100%. Alright, my bad. Of course, it's your bad. Let me tell you, the first prototype of the jump engine is expected to be completed next week, and I plan to install it on an escort ship for testing. No problem. Let me know. I'll come observe the test. Well, also, with this new energy shield project, we need more manpower. Okay, I'll contact the president and have the top talents in the Federation brought over. Good attitude. You can go now. Although Liang Xingchen was used to Bai Zixuan's temperament, he was still quite speechless. What does good attitude, you can go now mean? Interestingly, he saw Lin Fan stifling a laugh on the side, which made his mood even less pleasant. Alright, I'll go. Lin Fan, come with me. I have something to ask you. Yes, Commander. Lin Fan followed Liang Xingchen out of the laboratory. Liang Xingchen remained silent the whole way, and Lin Fan had to stay quiet as well. Only when they reached the port did Liang Xingchen finally speak. Lin Fan, Liang Zhu contacted me during the return journey and asked if you had amnesia. Yeah, I know. Liang Zhu told me some things about when I was 8 on the way back. I told her that I had amnesia 10 years ago, and I have no memory of anything before the age of 9. That explains it. I did hear about your amnesia from your father. Apparently, the cause has yet to be determined. Yes, Commander. Can I ask, did I know Liang Zhu when I was a child? You not only knew her, but also… Oh, forget it. I shouldn't be the one telling you. If you want to know, ask Liang Zhu yourself. Okay. By the way, I'll tell you one last thing. Because you've defeated the Ox Empire fleet twice, they're considering promoting you. If you pass, you should receive a formal notification in the next few days. Yes, Commander. Alright, I'll go now. Have a good chat with Liang Zhu? Okay. After Liang Xingchen left, Lin Fan returned to his office. Sitting at his desk, Lin Fan thought about Liang Zhu. Sigh, this matter needs to be cleared up. It doesn't feel right. I need to talk to Liang Zhu and find out. With that thought, Lin Fan pressed the communication button on his desk. Liang Zhu, come to my office. End of chapter. Chapter 26. Lin Fan and Liang Zhu's past knock. Knock. Come in. After the office door opened, Liang Zhu walked in, and a hint of panic could be seen on her face. Indeed, since the end of the battle, Liang Zhu couldn't help but recall what happened in Lin Fan's mech cockpit, so she had been consciously avoiding him. She didn't expect to be called in so soon by him, but after all, it was an order from the superior and she couldn't refuse, but she was truly flustered inside. Close the door. Lin Fan glanced at Liang Zhu's slightly panicked face and said, Speaking of which, this expression was something Lin Fan had never seen before. He suddenly realized that as long as Liang Zhu wasn't wearing that ice block face, he loved seeing any other expression on her. Lin Fan even started to question his own sanity. "Have a seat?" Seeing Liang Zhu close the door, Lin Fan pointed to the sofa in the office. But when Liang Zhu sat down, she kept her head slightly lowered, not daring to look at Lin Fan, and her hands were nervously fidgeting with each other on her lap, the panic evident in her expression. Approaching her, leaning on his desk, Lin Fan observed Liang Zhu and his eyes were full of interest. "You must have asked your father to confirm that I didn't lie to you, right?" "Yes, I asked on the way back." "Can you tell me now? What did I say 11 years ago? After all, I have no memory before I was 9 years old. I hope I didn't make any grand promises at the age of 8, like eternal love or something." Lin Fan, intending to make a joke to lighten the mood, suddenly found Liang Zhu lifting her head and staring at him with her beautiful eyes wide open. Did he accidentally hit the nail on the head? Was that person that magnificent before? Only 8 years old, and Liang Zhu must have been around 11 then. But the look in Liang Zhu's eyes clearly showed shock, as if to say, "You remember?" "Really?" Lin Fan asked cautiously as he looked at Liang Zhu's eyes. Liang Zhu nodded slightly. "Oh dear, did we really make vows of eternal love at the age of 8? Lin Fan couldn't help but rub his head, feeling a headache coming on. "Wait, why am I getting a headache? This is an incredibly rare beauty in front of me, and her figure is impeccable. Why would I have a headache?" Besides, he didn't have any aversion towards Liang Zhu. Since the last time he saw her smile on the bridge, he couldn't forget and even wanted to see it again. At this moment, Lin Fan remembered the scene on the bridge, the scene in the mech cockpit, and realized there was no need for a headache at all. "Liang Zhu, now that you know I have no memory before I turn 9, could you please tell me about our past?" Lin Fan moved closer, sitting beside Liang Zhu, and looked at her as he spoke. She nodded slightly and began to recount. It was when Lin Fan was 8 years old, back when Linzhen wasn't the president yet, and Liang Xingchen was not yet the famous military god of the Federation. Both families even lived in the same compound. Since a young age, Lin Fan followed the 3-year-old Liang Zhu around, always saying that he would marry her when he grew up. It was unclear why this guy was so mature for his age. Starting from the age of 5, he had kept repeating this same phrase until he turned 8. Liang Zhu's icy face had been the same since her mother passed away when she was young. Even though she always wore this icy demeanor even in front of her father, she would smile in front of Lin Fan, who constantly called her his wife. Lin Fan's childhood was spent with Liang Zhu, and in Liang Zhu's heart, Lin Fan held a higher position than even her father. After all, Liang Xingchen was already a major general at that time, often leading troops outside, and Liang Zhu rarely saw him throughout the year. The only person at home was a nanny hired by Liang Xingchen. Until Lin Fan turned 8 years old, when Linzhen became the new president of the Federation. Consequently, the Lin family could no longer live there, and had to move to the presidential palace. Upon separation, Lin Fan still shouted to Liang Zhu, "I will marry you when I grow up." At that time, the 11-year-old Liang Zhu even handed her first kiss to Lin Fan in front of Linzhen, even though it was just a light touch. "I will wait for you," was the last thing Liang Zhu said to Lin Fan. A few weeks later, on Lin Fan's 9th birthday, he accidentally fell down the stairs. When he got up, he was no longer the same Lin Fan. The bodyguards of the presidential palace immediately took him to the infirmary, but with his body already restored by the system, the doctors naturally could not find any injuries. Realizing he had crossed over and not acquired the memories of the original body owner, from that day on, Lin Fan claimed he had lost all his memories. Yet, Liang Zhu had been waiting for him to come back and find her, as she had no way to enter the presidential palace to see Lin Fan herself. So she waited for many years, until Liang Zhu had just graduated from the Interstellar Military Academy and entered the Mars base. By chance, she helped Liang Xingchen deliver some equipment to the military academy, and saw the man she had been thinking about all those years, standing at the library entrance. Although the man had grown up, Liang Zhu still recognized him at a glance, but what she didn't know was that he had no recollection of her in his memory. Thinking to approach him, Liang Zhu saw a Western girl with looks no less superior to her come out of the library, and then witnessed a heartbreaking scene unfold. Lin Fan immediately followed the girl, walking alongside her, chatting and laughing all the way, even though the girl barely paid him any attention. That day, Liangzu returned to the Mars base with red eyes, even startling Liang Xingchen. No matter how he asked, she remained silent. Eventually, from accompanying personnel, Liang Xingchen learned that Liangzu's mood had drastically changed after returning from the top-tier military academy. After some investigation, Liang Xingchen came across a name. A newly enrolled student this year, Lin Fan. After a few days of investigation, he found out Lin Fan was always around Emma Campbell. He was aware of the history between Lin Fan and Liangzu, as well as Lin Fan's amnesia, so how could he not know why his daughter had turned out this way? But what could he do? Confront him at the door? Demand an explanation from Lin Fan, a person who had lost his memory? The matter could only end unresolved, but from that day on, Liang Xingchen began to pay attention to Lin Fan's situation within the Interstellar Military Academy. 2 years later, Lin Fan graduated early and followed Liang Xingchen to the Mars base. At that time, Liang Xingchen still wanted to help his daughter. Maybe after the two of them reconnected, Lin Fan would be able to regain his memory, wouldn't he? Even if he didn't, would Lin Fan not be with Liangzu again? Was his own daughter inferior to the Campbell family girl? That was Liang Xingchen's thought at the time, so he arranged for Liangzu to be Lin Fan's aide. Unfortunately, things went downhill again. When Lin Fan and Liangzu met again, after more than a decade apart, Lin Fan showed no recognition of Liangzu, which chilled her heart completely. It wasn't until Liangzu saw Lin Fan piloting a mech to personally save her and asked him why he pretended not to know her, why he forgot the things he had said before, that she heard a possibility she had never considered from Lin Fan. "I'm sorry, I lost my memory from an injury 10 years ago, so I don't have any memories before I turned 9. End of this chapter. Chapter 27 made people's hearts ache for Liangzu for a full 2 hours. Liangzu kept her head slightly lowered while recounting the whole time. Lin Fan finally understood all the causes and consequences. No wonder this girl never gave me a good look from the beginning. Looking at Liangzu next to him with wet eyes, Lin Fan felt a bit sorry for her, so he unconsciously pulled her closer. "I'm sorry, it's my fault." After Lin Fan finished speaking, he clearly felt Liangzu in his arms tremble slightly. She then turned around, straddled him, hugged herself, buried her head in his shoulder, and started crying. Lin Fan was taken aback. In Lin Fan's perception, Liangzu was a woman lacking emotions, like an ice block. Yet at this moment, this woman was crying in his arms, letting out all the grievances she had accumulated over the past 11 years. Was he ready to accept her? What about that girl Emma? For a moment, Lin Fan didn't know what to do. Even with his high intelligence and highly developed brain, he couldn't offer any help. But Lin Fan asked himself, could he tolerate either of them being with another man in the future? No, clearly not. It's not even worth considering. Why be afraid? Only elementary school students do multiple choice questions. As a transmigrator, even if I want both of them, so what? Soon, Lin Fan stopped hesitating. He wasn't an ordinary person. What was there to worry about and consider? Liangzu continued to cry in his embrace, and Lin Fan, who had come to a realization, extended his arms, wrapped them around Liangzu from behind, and hugged her. Minutes later, Liangzu's crying gradually subsided. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan discovered that Liangzu had fallen asleep on him like that. She must have been exhausted. Feeling Liangzu on his body, Lin Fan once again felt a sense of heartache. Gently releasing Liangzu's hands, he gently lifted her, princess style, and carried her into the bedroom. Finally, he gently placed Liangzu on the bed. Looking at her beautiful face covered in tears, Lin Fan gently wiped away her tears. However, as Lin Fan prepared to leave the bedroom, he heard Liangzu's voice behind him. "Don't go, don't leave me." Lin Fan paused his steps, turned around, and found that Liangzu hadn't woken up. She must have been talking in her sleep. Seeing Liangzu's pitiful appearance now, Lin Fan turned back and sat on the side of the bed, propping up his head with his hands and simply watching her. A smile unconsciously appeared on his face. This girl wasn't emotionally lacking, but rather had overly suppressed emotions and self-restraint. "Don't worry, I won't let you cry again in the future," Lin Fan gently reassured at the bedside. 3 hours later, Liangzu woke up. As she opened her eyes, she saw Lin Fan sitting on the floor, with his head resting near her pillow, fast asleep. Liangzu was momentarily stunned, but quickly remembered something, then smiled. At that moment, The smile Liang Zhu had shown on the bridge before appeared once again. Unfortunately, Lin Fan was asleep and couldn't see the smile he had always wanted to see again. Liang Zhu gently caressed Lin Fan's head, just like in childhood. But before Liang Zhu could reminisce about her childhood for long, she realized that Lin Fan had opened his eyes, startling her, so she immediately withdrew her hand. "Don't, husband, it feels quite comfortable." Upon retracting her hand, Liang Zhu heard Lin Fan say such a conversational opener, and she widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. Observing Liang Zhu's stunned expression, Lin Fan chuckled. "Anyway, I've been calling you that for years in a row, so it's not that abrupt, right? But you've forgotten. It doesn't matter, as long as you remember. No, in the military you can't call people that way. What's the big deal? We're not on a mission. Who cares how I address you privately, you ... Lin Fan's behavior left Liang Zhu somewhat at a loss, but Lin Fan didn't care at all. He checked the time with his hand raised. "It's already meal time. Wife, shall we eat together?" Watching Liang Zhu still looking a bit flustered sitting on the bed, Lin Fan stood up, then lifted Liang Zhu again with a princess-style carry. "Ah, put me down. Wife, how about calling me husband?" "Who's calling you that? Then I'll just carry you like this to the cafeteria," Lin Fan said and walked toward the door with Liang Zhu in his arms. "Husband, please put me down. You'll be obedient. Let's go eat, shall we?" After setting down Liang Zhu, Lin Fan held her hand and walked out. Liang Zhu tried a few times to break free, but found she couldn't and blushed, letting Lin Fan lead her. The officers' cafeteria was on the same floor as Lin Fan's office. When Liang Zhu was led in by Lin Fan holding her hand, she even heard the sound of utensils dropping to the ground. Her face reddened even more. Although there weren't many people eating in the cafeteria at the moment, probably around 10, initially seeing Lin Fan and Liang Zhu walk in together wasn't a big deal. But the next moment, when they saw the two holding hands, everyone froze as if under a spell. This was indeed big news. Although the Federation fleet didn't oppose love affairs and even recognized the need for socializing during long space voyages, the relationship between these two was extraordinary. One was the youngest colonel in the Federation and the fleet commander, while the other was the daughter of the Fourth Fleet's top beauty and the military god, Liang Xingchen. If these two were together, it would definitely be a huge sensation. After choosing a table and sitting down side by side, a waiter approached. Although it was a military officer's cafeteria, they didn't really have a menu to order from. It was mostly composed of Set A, Set B, and Set C meals. After ordering their meals, Liang Zhu ordered a mixed vegetable set, while Lin Fan ordered a curry chicken nugget set. Looking at Liang Zhu's fast food tray without any meat, Lin Fan frowned. "Why don't you have any meat dishes at all? I got used to it when I was young." Indeed, she had gotten used to it since she was a child, and Lin Fan forgot what Liang Zhu had mentioned earlier about her childhood. The nanny Liang Xingchen hired for her only used a small portion of the money he gave her to buy vegetables for Liang Zhu to cook, so Liang Zhu had hardly eaten much meat in years. Additionally, she was strong-willed and never shared this matter with her father, so Liang Xingchen was unaware of it. Thankfully, supplements were common these days, so with the daily intake of supplements in addition to her meals, the body could still get the necessary nutrients even without eating meat. Lin Fan felt a pang of sadness at this thought. This girl had suffered too much. He then held out a piece of chicken. "Open your mouth." Liang Zhu was stunned, but involuntarily opened her mouth seeing the chicken presented to her. "Is it good?" Liang Zhu nodded slightly, her eyes slightly red. In that moment, Liang Zhu felt a warmth she hadn't experienced in over a decade. She chewed on the chicken for a minute before swallowing it. Unbeknownst to them, this scene was recorded and uploaded to the Fourth Fleet's public forum. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Liang Xingchen was browsing the public forum in his office. End of this chapter. Chapter 28, Curvature Engine Testing, Federal Fleet 5-star Admiral Liang Xingchen. As the commander of Mars Base and the Fourth Fleet, he had a unique habit of spending at least half an hour each day browsing the fleet's internal forum. So, the big boss of Mars Base sat in his office and opened the internal forum. Upon entering the forum, he saw a hot post at the top, titled "The Deadliest Dog Food in the Fourth Fleet." Curious, Liang Xingchen immediately opened the post. What did he see? Inside the post was a video. It wasn't crucial. The important part was that it featured his daughter. This wasn't significant either, as his subordinates had been posting about his daughter on the forum for years. In the video, Lin Fan and Liang Zhu were sitting side by side. That was fine. But the crucial part was that Lin Fan was feeding a piece of chicken to Liang Zhu, who obediently opened her mouth and then showed a hint of happiness. Liang Xingqian's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that Lin Fan had regained his memory? Liang Xingqian immediately speculated on the reason and believed this was the only possibility. How could it have developed to this extent in just a few hours if Lin Fan hadn't regained his memory? He watched the video repeatedly, observing the slight look of happiness on Liang Zhu's face after eating the chicken. Liang Xingqian was touched. It was the first time he had seen that expression on Liang Zhu's face. However, he quickly remembered the Campbell girl and felt a headache coming on. It seemed he needed to find time to have a good chat with Lin Fan. Since things had developed to this stage with his daughter, they needed to discuss how they would handle the Campbell girl. Starting from that day, Liang Zhu slowly adapted to Lin Fan's changes in how he treated her. The two of them started holding hands and coming to the canteen together at meal times, showering each other with affection. In general, Liang Zhu was gradually changing for the better and was no longer the unchanging ice block she used to be. 3 days later, Liang Xingqian brought more than 10 warships to the base of the 101 Special Mixed Fleet. In addition to bringing warships, personnel reinforcements, and the promotion order of a rear admiral, he also brought a surprise for Lin Fan. It was a silver-white warship, larger than a battlecruiser, almost the size of an aircraft carrier. It was a custom battleship-class flagship assigned to Liang Xingqian by the Federal Fleet. However, someone had directly sent it over for his daughter and her future husband, making it the flagship of the 101 Special Mixed Fleet. Lin Fan immediately liked this big guy. With its streamlined hull and silver-white paint, it exuded elegance. With the addition of this flagship, the composition of the 101 Special Mixed Fleet increased by 1 ship, now totaling 145 warships. Before Lin Fan could admire his new flagship, Liang Zhu had already gathered all the personnel of the 101 Special Mixed Fleet at the port, with Liang Xingqian presiding over the promotion ceremony. When Liang Xingqian helped Lin Fan change into his rear admiral insignia, a system notification rang in Lin Fan's mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Promotion to Rear Admiral, rewarded with the basic gene enhancement elixir manufacturing technology. New Mission 1, promote to Vice Admiral. Completion rewards nootropic development elixir manufacturing technology. New Mission 2, become the commander of a fleet with a scale of over 1,000 warships. Completion rewards civilization levels 1 to 6 detailed explanation. New Mission 3, destroy 3,000 Ox Empire warships. Completion rewards full star map of Orion's arms sector, including power distribution. These rewards were impressive. The nootropic development elixir could greatly enhance the Federal's research capabilities. The civilization levels 1 to 6 detailed explanation was also crucial, as it allowed individuals to understand how civilizations in the universe were classified, providing vital references for the Federal's future development. The most critical reward was the full star map of the Orion's arms sector, including power distribution, which was simply priceless. With this, humans wouldn't be blindly navigating outside the solar system, but could strategically plan based on the star map and power distribution. However, there was an important issue. Destroy 3,000 Ox Empire warships. System, we've had a truce for 7 years. Are you playing tricks on me? System detects the truce only lasts a maximum of 1 year. Please give up your illusions. Huh, what does the system mean by this? Does it imply that something unexpected will happen? Seems like one needs to be prepared in advance. As for the basic gene enhancement elixir manufacturing technology he had just obtained, Lin Fan decided to wait for 1 or 2 weeks before giving it to Bai Zixuan. It wouldn't seem normal to send 3 groundbreaking technologies in less than a month. Soon, Lin Fan's promotion ceremony was completed, and it was time for other personnel in the fleet. After 2 battles, everyone had their share of credit, with many on the brink of promotion due to their outstanding performance. In the end, a total of 319 people in the 101 Special Mixed Fleet were promoted, taking up 2 hours to complete. Once all was done, Liang Xingqian and Lin Fan visited the progress of the LEAP engine project, with Bai Zixuan informing them that the test could start in 3 days. Liang was satisfied with this, but he was soon again chased out by Zixuan's disdainful look. Liang Xingchen didn't say anything. After all, he was used to it, right? Leaving Lin Fan with a gentle reminder to treat his daughter well, Liang Xingchen departed. Time flew by. During the truce period, Lin Fan led a disciplined life, focusing on 3 activities each day: managing daily affairs, undergoing system training, and deepening his relationship with Liang Zhu. But today was different. It was a significant day, the first test of the human prototype leap engine, even attracting Lin Zhen to observe the test in person. In the dark void, an escort ship was stationed with the experimental machine of the leap engine already on board. The current test involved leaping from Mars to Earth, with the distance between the 2 planets being approximately 200 million kilometers. In a research ship nearby, Zixuan was with hundreds of experts, constantly examining data and making final preparations before the experiment. All checks complete. Everything's in order. All right, President Lin, let us begin. Zixuan might not show courtesy to Liang Xingchen, but he had to respect Lin Zhen, solely because Lin Zhen was Lin Fan's father. Liang Xingchen found himself speechless at the scene. Wasn't he the one who used to disregard even the president's face before? What changed? Now that the president was Lin Fan's father, Zixuan suddenly became so polite. Seeing Liang Xingchen's speechless expression, Lin Fan struggled to hold back his laughter. He could tell what Liang Xingchen was thinking. Okay, let's begin. End of chapter. Chapter 29. The personnel on the escort ship used for testing at 585 times the speed of light are also very nervous now. After all, it is the first test. If anything unexpected happens, it will be a disaster for everyone. Beep beep. Initiating the test. Target Earth orbit. Yes, coordinates have been inputted. Energy is being channeled into the warp engine. Warp engine is activated. Ready for warp at any moment. Beep beep. Warp. Understood. Warp. The driver looked at his right hand, gripping the warp lever, gritted his teeth, and forcefully pulled it down. At this moment, the people observing on the research ship suddenly realized that the warship in front of them distorted for a moment and then disappeared instantly. Quick, check the data. Yes, sir. The experts started to work diligently. Sir, they have confirmed the experimental ship from Earth. The exterior of the experimental ship is intact. What? So fast? Immediately contact the experimental ship and have them report the timing device on board. Understood. At the same time, on the Earth's orbit, the personnel inside the bridge of the experimental ship are collectively confused, especially the driver. Damn it, I only blinked unconsciously when pulling the warp lever, and when I opened my eyes again, Earth was in front of me. 200 million kilometers in just a blink of an eye. Beep beep. Experimental ship, respond please. Experimental ship, respond. This is the experimental ship. We have arrived in Earth's orbit. Everyone is safe. Good. Excellent. Immediately check the warp data collector installed in the bridge to see what the reading is. The reading is 1.14. What? 1.14? Are you sure you didn't read it wrong? Report. Absolutely not wrong. It is indeed 1.14. The crew did not understand the significance of 1.14. But the experts on the Mars research ship were ecstatic. 1.1 for seconds, from Mars to Earth. The current distance is 200 million kilometers. What does it mean to cover this distance in 1.1 for seconds? 585 times the speed of light. You know that the Stargate is only 3 times the speed of light. This suddenly increased humanity's interstellar travel speed by nearly 200 times and can bypass the Stargate, allowing for instantaneous warp anywhere. Sir, what does 1.1 for mean? President Lin, 1.1 for seconds, from Mars to Earth. The current distance is 200 million kilometers. It must have taken you several days to come over, right? However, just now our experimental ship covered 200 million kilometers in only 1.1 for seconds. Do you know what speed this is? 585 times the speed of light. Haha. Lin was stunned, as he had just flown from Earth to Mars and took over 3 days. But now Zixuan was telling him that the experimental ship did it in 1.1 for seconds. 585 times the speed of light. At this moment, he finally understood why the hundreds of experts in front of him went crazy. Sir, when can the warp engine be mass-produced for the fleet to be refitted? Liang Xingchen was equally anxious, and he was concerned about when the fleet could be equipped. But when he asked, Bai Zizhuan rolled his eyes at him. "What are you thinking? You think new equipment can be tested once and be done with it? Can safety be guaranteed? Let me tell you, at least thousands of tests are required before we can ensure the safety meets the standards. Then we can consider mass production and refit the fleet. That's 2 to 3 years at least. Don't even think otherwise." It's okay. We have 7 years now, so waiting for 2 to 3 years is manageable. As soon as Liang Xingchen heard Bai Zizhuan mention 2 to 3 years, he was a bit disappointed, but then he remembered they had 7 years of ceasefire time. Unfortunately, Lin Fan next to him did not see it the same way, as the system had already reminded him that the war would resume in just a year. Half an hour later, under Bai Zizhuan's orders, the experimental ship once again warped back to Mars, with the time remaining 1.14 seconds. This confirmed the speed of the first-generation warp engine to be 585 times the speed of light. This was a terrifying speed. For example, the distance between the solar system and the Alpha Centauri star system is about 4.22 light-years. Advancing at a speed of 3,000 kilometers per second would take around 1,000 years to reach it. By using the Stargate, it would take around 17 months. But now, with the warp engine at 585 times the speed of light, it only takes less than 3 days to arrive. How significant is this improvement? Whether in civilian or military fields, the warp engine will bring explosive development to humanity. The test results gave the federal leadership great confidence, and Lin Fan had already decided to convene all his staff upon returning to greatly modify future policies. Many things that were previously unthinkable or undoable can now be reconsidered. After the initial experiment, Bai Zizhuan immediately began manufacturing new warp engines with the goal of producing 10 engines at once to speed up the testing process. Despite Bai Zizhuan criticizing Liang Xingchen, in reality, Bai Zizhuan was even more anxious. As soon as he returned, he immediately started work to complete the safety testing within a year. A half-month later, the 10 new warp engines were completed. Liang Xingchen cooperated and allocated Bai Zizhuan 1 cruiser, 1 carrier, 3 cruisers, 3 destroyers, and 2 escort ships for testing across all ship types. While the progress on the warp engine was promising, the energy shield project presented some challenges. Although the full set of technology was available, why was it problematic? Because the energy output couldn't keep up. The continuous operation of the shield required a large amount of energy, but the energy provided by the nuclear reactors on the warships couldn't match the consumption rate of the shield. In layman's terms, the recharging speed was slower than the consumption speed, so the shield couldn't be sustained for long once activated, as the recharge speed couldn't keep up. In normal circumstances, this was already an issue. In battle, it was even more difficult to sustain the shield's energy consumption and combat energy consumption. With the current nuclear reactors on board, this was even more improbable. As for the nuclear fusion reactor, apologizes, even after 58 years since the Federation's foundation, they still couldn't produce it. The key technology barrier remained unbroken. However, Lin Fan paid no attention to any of this. At the moment, he was in his room embracing his future wife. "Have you had enough? I still have things to take care of. Let go quickly. Let go. Come here." Lin Fan pointed at his mouth to Liang Zhu. Unfortunately, before the words could be spoken, Lin Fan sealed her lips. Liang Zhu widened her eyes in disbelief and pushed Lin Fan a few times. But how could Lin Fan, with enhanced genetics, be moved by Liang Zhu? Shortly after, Liang Zhu's hands surrendered. 2 minutes later, Lin Fan finally released her. By then, Liang Zhu's face had turned completely red, and she quickly ran out. "She's so cute." Watching Liang Zhu run away, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. End of this chapter. Chapter 30. Upon seeing Liang Zhu escaping, Lin Fan came to his own desk and pondered the words Bai Zixuan had said to him that afternoon. The backwardness of energy sources led to the inability to sustain the energy shield, a problem that gave headaches to all experts. Simply put, the energy required to maintain the shield was far greater than what the nuclear reactors on the battleship could output. As a result, the energy shield could only last for a mere 30 seconds when deployed, and this was under the condition that the battleship wasn't firing and the shield wasn't under attack. Thus, a high-tech advancement ended up becoming almost useless in human hands. The system gave me an energy shield. Why didn't it provide energy-related technology as well? Isn't it toying with people? Ding! Detection of host's dissatisfaction with system rewards. Upon self-check, it is confirmed that there is indeed an irrationality in rewarding energy shield technology. A temporary mission is thus released. Ding! Issue temporary mission. Host is to elevate artillery command and evasion command to a level within 1 month. Completion of mission will yield nuclear fusion technology as a reward. What? The system is so considerate. Just as I was thinking about it, it immediately gives me a specific task to solve the problem. Nuclear fusion. With this, the energy needs of the shield can be fully met, with even some surplus. But raising to abilities to a level won't be easy, especially since I was just promoted to be not long ago. Even with intensive training, it will probably take a month. Well, let's take the opportunity to focus on researching nuclear fusion. Train hard for a month. Let's do it. After deciding, Lin Fan first went to the research room and handed the storage card containing the gene-enhancing potion to Bai Zixuan. White Zixuan carefully took it, didn't say anything, and directly inserted it into his brain's optical processor to check. Despite having learned lessons from the previous 3 times, Bai Zixuan was still shocked by the content. The primary gene-enhancing potion could significantly increase human body functions. Most crucially, it could extend human lifespan. Old Bai, don't be shocked. I came to tell you that for the next month, I plan to focus on researching nuclear fusion technology to solve the energy supply problem for the shield. What? You want to research nuclear fusion? Are you confident? The entire human race has been studying this for 100 years already. Look, out of the 4 technologies I gave you, do you think anyone else could make breakthroughs in a short time? You have a point. If you really succeed, the key issue of the energy shield can be solved. All right. Focus on developing the gene-enhancing potion for the next month. That's very important too. Okay, you go ahead. Leave the gene-enhancing potion to me. Trust me. Watching Lin Fan leave, Bai Zixuan contacted Liang Xingchen. I'm Bai Zixuan. Need money. Need people. Hang up. Liang Xingchen was utterly confused. What's going on? If you need money and people, you have to tell me how much money, how many people, and in what area of expertise, right? And then you just ask for money, people, hang up. Is this a new trend? Is it necessary to be so modern? Helpless, Liang Xingchen had to personally make a trip to Medium Starport No. 27, as he could roughly guess that if Bai Zixuan wanted money and people, it was likely due to some new scheme by Lin Fan, and it was safer to go check it out himself. Meanwhile, returning to his office, Lin Fan called Liang Zhu. Why are you standing so far away from me? Just being cautious to prevent you from playing tricks again. It seems that the previous incident had startled this girl. Well, it's clear there's still a long way to go. More effort is required. Okay, just stay there. I wanted to tell you that for the next month, I'll be focusing on researching nuclear fusion technology. You'll bring me meals every day, and no one besides you is allowed in my office. A whole month. Are you not willing to be away from your lovely husband for that long? Rest assured. Can't you see me every day when you come to deliver meals? And if that's not enough, you can sleep with me at night. Who's missing you? I'd rather you, the lecher, stay in seclusion for a lifetime. With that, Liang Zhu left, but Lin Fan wasn't worried. He had already figured out Liang Zhu's personality. She would follow all his instructions without fail. Lin Fan then went to the bedroom. It seems that for the next month, besides eating, it will be all about sleeping. System, you better stabilize my body. I don't want to be immobile for a month and suffer severe physical degradation. Don't worry. Host, your physical attributes are permanently locked. Even if you sleep without moving for 10 years, there will be no adverse effects. System, I've noticed you've been more enthusiastic lately. Are you now answering my unspoken questions proactively? Well, now you're quiet again. It's like you have a tsundere personality. At 6 p.m., Liang Zhu walked into Lin Fan's office with a meal box. Where is he? Wasn't he supposed to be in seclusion for research? Soon, when Liang Zhu entered the bedroom inside the office, she saw Lin Fan comfortably sleeping on the bed. This annoyed Liang Zhu so much that she placed the meal box on the nearby table and left. An hour later, when Lin Fan woke up after a training session and saw the meal box on the table, he could easily guess what had happened. This girl must have come in, seen him sleeping, and left in a huff, leaving the meal behind. He chuckled, then took the meal and ate it in just 3 minutes, not wasting any time, before going back to sleep. And so, a month passed quickly. During this month, Liang Zhu never saw Lin Fan awake. Every time she came in, he was asleep. But no matter how frustrated she was, Liang Zhu managed to complete all the tasks Lin Fan had assigned very well. Even Bai Zixuan and Liang Xingchen, who wanted to enter Lin Fan's office, were firmly blocked by Liang Zhu. At this moment, as Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes lying in bed, he received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host, Fleet Evasion Command ability has been upgraded to a level, reward, to % increase in brain development, current 28%. Congratulations, host, temporary mission completed. Host has elevated Artillery Command and Evasion Command to a level within 1 month. Reward, nuclear fusion technology. System, open the personal attribute panel. Host, Lin Fan strength, 350 agility, 350 reflexes, 350 stamina, 350 spirit, 350 intelligence, 380 above attributes are normal. With 50 to 100 for an average person lifespan, 500 years brain development, 28% command abilities, Artillery Commanda, Evasion Commanda, Formation Commanda, Mech Command B personal abilities, Mech driving a mission 1, promote rank to Major General completion yields brain domain development drug manufacturing technology mission 2, become commander of a fleet with over 1,000 ships. Completion yields civilization details explained at levels 1 to 6, mission 3. Destroy 3,000 warships of the Ox Empire. Current 0.003 completion yields a complete star map of the Orion Arm, including power distribution. Pleased with the changes in his abilities, Lin Fan nodded satisfactorily. Good. Time to find old Bai. End of chapter. Chapter 31. Returning to the academy and arriving at the research room, Lin Fan saw Bai Zixuan busy inside. Old Bai, you finally came out. Let me tell you, you need to control your adjutant properly. Every time I went to find you, he chased me out with a terrible attitude. Old Bai, it's not his fault. It was my order not to let anyone disturb me while I was in seclusion. It's my fault. How are you doing? Any results? If it were someone else, secluding himself for a month to research nuclear fusion, Bai Zixuan would never ask about any results. Isn't that ridiculous? With so many top scientists in the world unable to produce results for over 100 years, how could one person complete it in a month? Bai Zixuan would definitely look down on this. But with Lin Fan, Bai Zixuan had infinite expectations because this young man was too exceptional. Finally not working in vain for a month. Here. What? Although Bai Zixuan had high expectations for Lin Fan, seeing him hand over a memory card still made Bai Zixuan twitch his mouth. He was too familiar with this action from Lin Fan. This was the 5th time already. As soon as this action appeared, it meant a groundbreaking research result that would shock the Federation had been born. Could it be real? Bai Zixuan, trembling, hesitantly took the memory card and carefully plugged it into the light brain. Even his hands were shaking. Nuclear fusion, he knew all too well what that represented. After reading the data on the memory card, Bai Zixuan looked at it seriously. 5 minutes later, Bai Zixuan didn't move at all, as calm as an old monk in meditation. After half an hour, he was still the same, until over an hour later. I see. Humans have always misunderstood the key point to conquer. That's why they have never succeeded. After looking at the core technical part, Bai Zixuan's emotions were slightly out of control. After all, his mentor had researched nuclear fusion for a lifetime without any breakthroughs. Therefore, the breakthrough in nuclear fusion technology was deeply touching for Bai Zixuan. Old Bai, please control your emotions. Take care of your health. All right, stop bothering me. Go back to your work. I'll follow up on the rest. Okay, I'll leave first. Take care. Lin Fan was truly worried about Bai Zixuan. After all, he was getting older, and such large emotional fluctuations were not good for his health. But fortunately, he had given him the technology for genetic enhancement before. Once successfully manufactured, he wouldn't have to worry anymore. By then, Bai Zixuan should be able to directly return to a middle-aged state. Just as Lin Fan walked out of the research room, he heard Bai Zixuan shouting behind him. Hey, Liang Xingchen! Bai Zixuan, transfer money, give it to someone. After that, the call ended, leaving Lin Fan stunned and couldn't help but sympathize with his future father-in-law. A military god of the Federation was simply asked for money over a phone call and hung up directly. It was truly pitiful. At the headquarters of the Mars base not far away, Liang Xingchen was holding a communicator, smiling ruefully. Old Bai was as embarrassing as ever, not giving him any face. Wait, Old Bai was asking for money and people again. Could it be that Lin Fan had come out of seclusion? Had he completed the nuclear fusion technology? Just when Li Fu had been urging me for a month, I should go and check on him and also talk about the situation at the academy. After figuring it out, Liang Xingchen immediately left the office to head to the 101st Special Mixed Fleet Base. On the other hand, Lin Fan returned to his office, and as soon as he stepped in, he saw Liang Zhu, her eyes looking a bit resentful. "Ah, wife, why do you look at me like that? Did you have a comfortable month of sleeping? I was researching in seclusion. How can you say I slept for a month? Are you kidding me? If I hadn't checked on your body every day to make sure you were okay, and made sure you ate the meals I sent, I would have thought you turned into a vegetable." Liang Zhu's face looked a bit aggrieved. Indeed, this past month had been tough for Liang Zhu. Although she saw Lin Fan every day, they didn't exchange a single word. So every time Liang Zhu came, Lin Fan was either sleeping or, no, training in the virtual space of the system. Apart from the daily worrying about Lin Fan's health, Liang Zhu had to follow Lin Fan's instructions to block Bai Zixuan and others from entering. She even got scolded by the irritable Bai Zixuan for a long time. "You've worked hard." Lin Fan directly walked up and gently hugged Liang Zhu, softly speaking in her ear. With just for words, all the bitterness Liang Zhu had experienced in the past month vanished. It had to be said that this girl was actually quite easy to please. Just when it was warm and cozy, coughing sounds suddenly came from outside the office. Startled, the two immediately separated. "Ah, Commander!" Lin Fan turned around to see Liang Xingchen standing at the office door and instinctively saluted. Meanwhile, Liang Zhu was giving Liang Xingchen a glare that could kill. Their rare moment of warmth had been ruined by him. Seeing Liang Zhu's gaze, Liang Xingchen was speechless. "For heaven's sake, I'm your father after all. Is it necessary to glare at me like that? Cough, I'll say a few words and leave." "Lin Fan, the Interstellar Military Academy has invited you to give a lecture in the command department. Get ready and depart today." I'm going to the research room to find Old Bai. Carry on. Remember to lock the door next time." With that said, Liang Xingchen left the office and closed the door behind him. Having been interrupted by someone, the two had lost the atmosphere they had just created. "Get ready. I'll make arrangements for the departure of the Ulanos." Do we really need to deploy the flagship for a trip to the moon? You're returning in glory, of course. The Ulanos needs to go. Okay, wife, your wish is my command. A silver-white giant battleship sailed out of the spaceport with a streamlined hull distinguishing it from any current Federation warship, exuding a noble and elegant aura. Unforgettable for anyone who saw it, this was Lin Fan's ride, the battleship Uranus. 3 days later, at the Interstellar Military Academy on the moon, all the instructors and students from the command department were gathered at the Academy airfield. Curious looks were exchanged among the students because the instructors had only informed them that someone special would be giving a lecture for the command department today, prompting everyone to await this special event at the airfield. Who could it be? Why was the Academy making such a big deal out of it? Most students speculated that it was Liang Xingchen, since only he seemed qualified enough to be invited to give a lecture for the command department and was met with such a grand reception. "Look! What kind of battleship is that?" As a student pointed outside and shouted, everyone, including Li Fu, looked in that direction and was dumbfounded. What battleship was that? How come I don't recognize it? A silver-white giant battleship was slowly approaching the airfield, its streamlined hull different from any current Federation warship, making it unforgettable. As the battleship got closer, everyone finally saw the name engraved on its hull. Uranus, the god of the sky. That's right, this was Lin Fan's ride, the battleship Uranus. Yesterday, there were so many votes for an update, so the author decided to update to chapters today. This is the first chapter. Another chapter will be released in the afternoon. End of this chapter. Chapter 32. The port showdown at the Interstellar Military Academy. The Uranoth had securely docked in the harbor. Humph! As the side hatch of the warship opened, a man and a woman descended from the ship via the gangway. The man was handsome and elegant, while the woman had an unparalleled beauty. The students below were somewhat stunned by both of them. The man in front seemed familiar, and the key was that he was already a young general. Oh, I remember now. Isn't this Lin Fan? How did he become a general in just 2 months? The speed of his promotion is too astonishing, isn't it? As for the woman behind him, no one recognized her, but that didn't matter. It didn't distract from everyone being stunned by Liang Zu's extraordinary beauty. It was no less than Emma's beauty, coupled with the aura unique to her 3 years older than Emma and the many years of military service. It truly left everyone speechless. However, among the students, at this moment, one person's focus was different from everyone else's. Emma was currently staring at Liang Zu behind Lin Fan, wondering if her woman's intuition was too sharp, as she felt an indescribable sense of threat emanating from Liang Zu. Lin Fan, you finally arrived. I tried several times to find Liang Xingchen, but he told me you were in seclusion and couldn't leave. As they descended from the gangway, Li Fu came and immediately greeted them. I'm sorry, Director. I was in seclusion for a month trying to master an important technology. It's fine. You're here now. I entrust this group of students to you. All right. After saying that, Lin Fan brought Liang Zu to the front of the student lineup. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Lin Fan, 19 years old, with the rank of general, currently the commander of the 101 Special Mixed Fleet. A simple self-introduction, but Lin Fan even heard someone gulp below. After all, a 19-year-old general was quite astonishing, definitely the youngest general in Federation history. Next, I will share my combat experience with you as much as possible. 1 hour later, everyone gather in the lecture hall. Now everyone is dismissed. Watching the gradually dispersing crowd, one female student remained standing in place, looking at Lin Fan. It was Emma Campbell. Long time no see. Lin Fan approached Emma, greeting her. It has been a while indeed. You said you'd reach the rank of general within a year, and now you've done it in just 2 months. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. So, about our bet at the beginning, should I fulfill it? When did this girl become so direct? Initially, Lin Fan made a bet with Emma that if he became a general within a year, she would be his girlfriend. Normally, Lin Fan would definitely say, of course, it should be fulfilled. But now, what could he say? He could feel the chill behind him. He didn't need to see to know that Liang Zu was glaring at him. Just as Lin Fan was unsure how to respond, he heard Liang Zu's voice behind him. What bet? It sounds interesting. Please tell me about it. Well, it's not a big deal. Lin Fan said we made a bet that, if he became a general within a year, I would be his girlfriend. Major life decisions shouldn't be made through betting. It's quite inappropriate. Let's just call off the bet. No, since the Campbell family has agreed, there's no reason to back out. Why are you so stubborn, child? After all, this is a matter between the younger generation. I think this lady doesn't need to get involved. Heh, it seems this student has some misunderstandings about titles. Really? I was taught that women over 20 should be addressed as aunt. Otherwise, it's impolite. It seems there are serious issues with the education in the Campbell family. Watching the 2 women in front of him smiling and chatting, Lin Fan felt like these 2 women were simply devilish. If you didn't hear what they were saying, but only saw their expressions, you would think they were close sisters. But the key was, what were they saying? Every word they said was truly heart-stopping. Lin Fan, when did you start dating Liang Xingqin's daughter? Li Fu, who had overheard the conversation between the 2 women, came up to Lin Fan with a smirk on his face. Director, even you're making jokes now? The situation between me and Liang Zu is quite complicated and not easily explained in a few words. How do you plan to handle this situation? Seeing Li Fu giving him a smug smile, Lin Fan was speechless. What else could he do? Just tackle it head on. Student Emma Campbell, didn't you hear me say we're dismissed? Why haven't you gone back to prepare yet? Also, Vice Commander Liang Zu, are you so idle that you have nothing to do but chat here? Lin Fan suddenly exuded an aura of authority, and his shout startled both women. Both women widened their eyes, looking at Lin Fan in disbelief. Meanwhile, Li Fu, standing nearby, quietly gave a thumbs up in admiration. After graduation, I will be going to Mars base. Lin Fan, I'll lend you to her for a few months. This was Emma. You're always welcome. I'll make sure to train you well when the time comes. This was Liangzu. After they both spoke, they exchanged glances before walking away in different directions. Emma headed towards the campus, while Liangzu approached Lin Fan. Seeing the two women part ways, Lin Fan let out a sigh of relief and was about to call Li Fu to enter the campus with him when he heard a soft voice nearby, words only he could hear. "Don't touch me for a month." Lin Fan turned to see Liangzu pouting, feeling somewhat helpless. It seemed like the plan for dual wives was still a long way to go. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Fan entered the auditorium of the Interstellar Military Academy. As soon as he stepped in, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Give an awe-inspiring speech to the entire audience. Completing this earns you the Quantum Communication Technology reward. Lin Fan checked the task and found it quite easy. For Lin Fan, who had faced thousands of fleet battles since obtaining the system, this task was simply a gift. He had encountered and mastered hundreds of formations and tactics in these battles simulated by the system, based on various interstellar civilizations. Standing at the platform, Lin Fan glanced around at the 300-plus command system students below before speaking. Fellow students, today we will cover a lot of things that may challenge the teachings in your textbooks. Therefore, while I speak, I have only one request. Lin Fan paused, deeply gazing at Li Fu, who was listening nearby, and the other instructors, before uttering the startling words that left everyone amazed. Forget the useless knowledge from your textbooks. This is the end of today's additional chapter. I had intended to post it this afternoon, but some things came up, causing a delay. My apologies. End of chapter. Chapter 33 Formation Changes. Forget all those useless knowledge in textbooks. As this sentence dropped, it immediately caused a stir, especially in the listening area. Li Fu frowned with some confusion. What is Lin Fan up to right now? Can he just say whatever he wants? Is the content in textbooks useless? How many people are you preparing to offend? The rest of the instructors also cast unfriendly glances at Lin Fan. Fought twice and acting so arrogant? Coming over to show off? Trying to deny everything we've done? What a joke. Let's see how you explain it. If there's any problem, you won't get away with it. However, all these reactions from the audience were within Lin Fan's expectations. Quiet. If you have any thoughts, you can bring them up after my lecture. But if you want to refute what I say before I even start speaking, then I can only say you are narrow-minded and resistant to progress. Today, we are going to talk about fleet formations, which is also a commander's basic quality. However, based on the current formation applications in textbooks, I must say, they can be thrown in the trash. First of all, what do you think a formation is? Anyone can answer? Yes, you there. Lin Fan looked at the audience and more than half of the students raised their hands. He randomly pointed to one. A formation is created to maximize the effectiveness of the same number of warships in a specific formation, serving as a formation according to a specific form. Good, sit down. In other words, formations are for tactical purposes. However, the guiding ideology in textbooks now is that tactics serve the formation, completely reversing the order. Why is this so? Because humans have limited formations to 10 rigid formations, the so-called 10 great formations in the textbooks. Therefore, limited by rigid formations, tactics cannot undergo more changes and can only be designed according to formations. This is the current state of humanity, where tactics revolve around formations. Then, have you seen Commander Liang's battle in the asteroid belt 6 years ago, or my two previous battles? Do you think, Commander Liang and I based our tactics on the 10 great formations? Everyone in the audience fell silent, immersed in deep thought. Indeed, following the teachings in the textbooks, everyone would use the 10 great formations as the basis for tactics when engaging in fleet battles. However, whether it was Commander Liang's battle 6 years ago in the asteroid belt or Lin Fan's battles a month ago, there was no sign of any of the 10 great formations. Everyone marveled at the tactical finesse of these two individuals, yet no one had considered the reason their tactics were so classic was that they did not confine their tactics to the limitations of formations. Instead, they let formations revolve around tactics. Now, after listening to Lin Fan's words, upon further contemplation, these two seemed to have no fixed formations at all. Their fleet formations were in constant flux along with their changing tactics, but the 10 great formations were never seen. This realization was terrifying, as it was never considered before. Lin Fan and Commander Liang truly abandoned the 10 great formations from the textbooks. Alright, I think most of you should understand my point now. Let's continue. Today, I am going to talk about the ever-changing formations. What does ever-changing formations mean? First, you must abandon the mindset based on the 10 great formations and break down formations into finer details. For example, when you play with building blocks, if I give you 10 prearranged components made of building blocks, how many things can you build with these 10 components? Probably not many. However, when you disassemble these 10 components back into the original building blocks, how many things can you build with them? I think, as long as you are imaginative enough, you can build countless things. So, the first thing you need to do is to stop considering the 10 great formations as your basis and break down formations into smaller parts as your foundation. Only then you can create numerous formations based on this foundation, and when you have countless formations, you don't need formations as your basis when formulating tactics. Instead, you set tactics first, and then establish the corresponding best formations accordingly. Thus, this is the overview of the ever-changing formations I intend to talk about today. Now let's delve into more details. For a full 6 hours, everyone listened attentively, forgetting about dinner, until 9 p.m. Lin Fan had only discussed about 50 variations. So he ended up making a report with Commander Liang, extending the lecture for another day in the academy to continue the remaining content. The students were excited, especially those naturally talented ones who benefited greatly. Even though Lin Fan only covered half of the material, for these students, it was like opening a new door. After the first lecture ended, everyone gathered in the cafeteria in groups, eating and discussing their gains with enthusiasm. Some highly talented students immediately understood why Wood lost to Lin Fan in the first place and felt that if they could grasp Lin Fan's insights, they could defeat Wood as well. The future shining stars of the Federation, compared to our great Lin Fan, are like ants. Lin Fan, you're really something. I thought you were about to cause a scene today, but after hearing what you said, I realized there are many problems with our teaching materials. Dean, you're too kind. There is never perfect teaching. Perhaps someone will come up with more advanced ideas than mine in the future. The key is to address issues when we find them and be open to advanced ideas rather than clinging to outdated practices. That's the only way to progress, right? Indeed, you're right. By the way, I want to compile the formation changes you mentioned into a book to be a mandatory course at the Academy in the future. How do you feel about that? Of course, it will have your name on it. As long as the Dean thinks it's necessary, I have no objections. As for the authorship, it truly doesn't matter to me. No, authorship is a must. Alright, you have the final say. I have no objections. Good, enjoy your meal. I'll head back to rest. Oh, being old doesn't allow me to do much. Honey, have a bite of meat. Shortly after Li Fu left, Liangzu picked up a piece of beef and fed it to Lin Fan. What's going on? Wasn't this girl just fierce about not letting me touch her for a month? Why the sudden change? Although he found it strange, Lin Fan still instinctively opened his mouth and bit into the beef that Liangzu handed over. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly saw Emma holding a lunchbox standing next to their table and immediately understood what Liangzu was up to. He sighed softly. Ah, the plan of the two wives is still a long way off. End of this chapter. Chapter 34. Wood's Raping. Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary mission, giving a lecture that shocks the audience, and receiving the reward of quantum communication technology. Ding, because the impact caused by the host far exceeded the mission requirements, a hidden reward of personal skill enhancement opportunity has been obtained. The next night, Lin Fan finally finished all the content. In his mind, he heard the system sound, quantum communication technology, another good thing that can solve the real-time communication problem of human super long distance. During the peak period of the Federation, they occupied for neighboring stars, Tianyuan 4 and Barnard 3. But the timeliness of communication and the efficiency of interstellar travel have always been the most headache-inducing problems for humans. The previous leap engines completely solved the efficiency problem of interstellar travel, and now the quantum communication technology will also solve the timeliness problem of galaxy-level communication. Lin Fan expressed his satisfaction with this reward. However, regarding the hidden reward, Lin Fan was a bit confused. According to the system's explanation, it is possible to choose one skill for enhancement in personal abilities. But the key point is, his only personal ability now is operating a mecha, so there is no choice, right? Should he enhance his mecha piloting to S rank? In the end, Lin Fan decided to keep this enhancement opportunity for later use when needed. So after everything was settled, Lin Fan and Liang Zhu prepared to return to the Mars base. Inside the spaceport, Li Fu personally saw the two off. Of course, besides Li Fu, Emma also came. But Emma did not say a word to Lin Fan. Instead, she was whispering to Liang Zhu. Lin Fan had no idea what the two of them were talking about, but what happened next directly baffled Lin Fan. Zuji, Lin Fan is left in your care. I will report to the Mars base next year. Good. When you come next year, I'll directly arrange for you to join the 101 Special Squadron. Ooh. Lin Fan found this conversation very strange. Although he was happy to see the two getting along so well, he couldn't help but feel that it was too strange. Just last night, they were arguing fiercely, and now they become good sisters. It just doesn't make sense. Kid, you've got away. You've settled it in just one night. Li Fu patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and said with a sly smile, "What did I settle in one night? Did I time travel again?" Before Lin Fan could figure it out, Emma approached and added another blow. "Lin Fan, let me tell you, you better not bully Zuji. Otherwise, when I come next year, you'll be in trouble. Got it, guy? Okay, stop with all the me, just go already." Lin Fan, with a head full of question marks, entered the Uranus. "Wife, what's the situation between you two?" "Nothing. Last night I went out to chat with Emma for a while." "What did you talk about? How did things change so much overnight?" "I guess I won't tell you what we talked about. Emma only did this because you lost your memory. I've accepted it, but there better not be a third party." "Sorry." Lin Fan didn't know what to say for a moment, so he took a few steps forward and hugged Liang Zhu. "Okay, it's not appropriate here with so many people around. Let's go to the bridge." "All right, I'll listen to my wife." Although Lin Fan still didn't know what Liang Zhu and Emma had talked about last night, it didn't seem important anymore, did it? The present was already the best outcome. There was no need to dig deep into everything. 3 days later, the Uranus returned to the Mars base at orbit Starport 27. As soon as they got off the spaceship, they saw someone unexpected, Wood Scott. Strange. How did he end up here? The Scott family is a large family that can rival the Campbell family. The Campbells hold influence in politics, while the Scotts have military influence. Wood Scott is the son of the current family head and the future heir of the Scott family. In terms of true talent, there are many within the Fourth Fleet who are more capable than him, but Wood Scott had gained such fame within the Federation mainly due to the political maneuverings of the Scott family. The Scott family had not expected that Wood was simply trying to gain some attention at the Academy, but it had turned into such a huge mess. When this incident occurred back then, the Scott family had tried to destroy Lin Fan using their influence in the military, but before they could act, they were warned by Lin Zhen and Liang Xingchen. Only then did they find out that Lin Fan was actually the president's son. The warnings came from the current president of the Federation and the god of the Federation, who commanded the only main fleet of the Federation. With the combined voices of these two, even the Scott family didn't dare to make any moves, and it all ended without further action. "Lin Fan, it's been a while." "Yes, it's been a while. Why did you come to the Mars base?" "This has something to do with you." "Me?" "Yes, you see, I grew up under the praises and political maneuverings of the Scott family since I was young. Living in that kind of environment for years made me a bit arrogant, thinking of myself as a super genius comparable to Commander Liang. But it was only after you defeated me that I realized I had been living in lies created by those around me." "So are you here to gain frontline experience?" "Yes, I even specially requested from Commander Liang to join your fleet. This is my transfer order. I hope you'll teach me." Lin Fan took the transfer order and saw that it was personally signed by Liang Xingchen, appointing Wood to serve as a staff officer in the 101 Special Squadron. "The transfer order is approved. Welcome to join the 101 Special Squadron." "Yes, thank you, Commander." Wood Scott stood in a standard military posture and saluted towards Lin Fan. It seems that he has truly awakened to reality, Lin Fan thought to himself. After chatting with Wood for a while, Lin Fan left with Liang Zhu. However, What Lin Fan didn't know was that at that moment, Wood's entire expression had changed. He took out a strange device from his clothes and put it in his ear. "Lord Adams, it's Wood Scott. I have successfully infiltrated the base of the 101 Special Squadron, as planned." "Good. Remember, your first mission is to rescue the 9th Prince, the second is to assassinate Lin Fan, and the third is to abduct Liang Xingqin's daughter, Liang Zhu. However, if the first mission conflicts with the other two, you are allowed to abandon them, understood?" "Yes, Lord Adams, I understand." "Good, do well. If you complete this mission, I will recommend you to become an honorary citizen of the Ox Empire, and in the future, help you become the governor of Earth after conquering the Federation." "Thank you, Lord Adams, I will definitely complete the mission." "Well then, end of communication." After ending the call, Wood had a fierce look on his face. "Lin Fan, just wait. As soon as I get the chance, I'll personally take you down." End of this chapter. Chapter 35. The activation of nuclear fusion has passed in the blink of an eye after 2 months, and at this moment, the Federation has entered its 59th year. During these 2 months, the busiest group in the entire 4th Fleet was the research team led by Zixuan. Currently, the team has more than 2,000 members, and various top-secret SSS-level projects are progressing smoothly. First of all, the jump engine has undergone over 3,000 short-range jump tests without any accidents, and the first phase of testing has officially concluded. At this moment, Zixuan is busily preparing for the next phase of long-range jump tests, targeting a location about 1 light-year away from the Tianquan for star system. After all, the Aux Empire travels between star systems entirely through the star path, so even if the Federation appears there, it won't be detected. Secondly, the genetic enhancement drugs have completed the first round of human trials. While the effects may not be as good as what Lin Fan received from the system, they still amazed everyone. Overall physical fitness has improved by an average of 120 to 150%, and lifespans can reach to 150 to 300 years. Finally, the first fusion reactor has been completed and is about to undergo testing. If everything goes well, mass production will begin, and humanity will enter the era of nuclear fusion. Thanks to the industrial robot technology provided by Lin Fan, formerly referred to within the Federation as the second-generation industrial robot, whether it's the jump engine, the fusion reactor, or the energy shields, once these items are finalized for mass production, the entire 4th Fleet can be equipped within 2 to 3 years. Lin Fan, you haven't given me a storage card in a long time. When Zixuan saw Lin Fan and Liang Zhu walking into the research center, he immediately walked up to them and said, with a hint of complaint. Lin Fan helplessly smiled upon hearing this. "What do you mean I haven't given you a storage card in a long time? The way you say it, anyone who doesn't know might think I always bring you a flash drive full of movies. I'm just saying, with your team being so busy with all these projects now, Hearing Lin Fan's words, Zixuan was interested. But instead of focusing on Lin Fan, he was actually looking at Lin Fan's pocket, the same pocket from which Lin Fan had pulled out a storage card 5 times before. Seeing where Zixuan's gaze was fixed, Lin Fan's sweat dropped. "Here." Lin Fan took out a storage card from his pocket and handed it over. "Haha, I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. What's on this one? Is it an attacker or receiver?" Lin Fan felt that over these past 2 months, Zixuan had gradually become more like Li Fu. "What? Quantum communication? Why is it that everything you bring out is never simple? But the timing is just right. We can coordinate its testing with the second phase of the jump engine experiment." "Hey, Lao, aren't you going to ask Commander Liang for people or money?" "Oh, I almost forgot." Saying that, Zixuan took out his communicator and made a call. Lin Fan couldn't help but smirk, hearing Lao's classic line. The past few times, Lao had always said, "I, Zixuan, am calling for money," and then hung up. So domineering. Unfortunately, the call didn't connect yet. Lin Fan then felt a sharp pain around his waist. Seeing Lin Fan's mischievous smile, Liang Zhu knew exactly what Lin Fan was up to. She reached out her right hand and pinched Lin Fan's waist, then twisted it harshly. "Hey, Zixuan. Lao, Lin Fan has something for you, right? What did that little guy bring this time?" Before Zixuan could finish speaking, Liang Xingchen interjected, leaving both Lin Fan and Zixuan dumbfounded. Liang Xingchen actually interrupted? And cut off by Zixuan's iconic declaration? Well, there was only one person trying to suppress their laughter on the side, and that was Liang Zhu. Looking at Liang Zhu's expression, Bai Zixuan glared fiercely at Lin Fan, the message clear as day: take care of your woman. Well, Lin Fan has settled the quantum communication technology. You should know its significance. What? Quantum communication? Okay, I'll arrange for the relevant experts to report to you right away. After finishing his call, Liang Xingchen left Bai Zixuan in a state of doubt. Lin Fan, Bai Zixuan, and Liang Zhu then entered an observation room to watch the first activation experiment of the fusion reactor. Through the large toughened glass in the observation room, they could see a group of people in lab coats bustling around a circular device. All lines have been checked. The startup energy power preparation is complete. The gravity field constraint device is checked. Helium-3 has been loaded. Preparations before startup are complete. Everyone, leave the area immediately. As various reports continuously came from the observation room, finally, after all checks were completed, Bai Zixuan immediately ordered everyone to evacuate. Lin Fan and Liang Zhu came to the glass wall, looking down at the device below. Start inputting energy for activation. Yes, energy is being inputted. Currently at 3%, all lines are good. 37%, no anomalies. 89%, no anomalies. 100%, input of activation energy to the fusion reactor is complete. Activate. Yes, the fusion reactor has been activated. When the fusion reactor was activated, it quickly consumed the large amount of input energy, and a faint blue light appeared within the device, visible to the naked eye. Bai Zixuan felt a bit nervous at this moment, his eyes fixed on the fusion device below. The only person at the scene who wasn't worried was probably Lin Fan. Why would I fear failure with a system-produced item? It's impossible, right? Unless Bai Zixuan altered the design or cut corners, but that's still unlikely. As time passed, the blue light within the fusion device grew brighter, eventually forming a blue-green light ball about 1 meter in diameter, emitting a dazzling glow. Report: activation completed. The device is currently running stable. Don't relax yet, it's not fully successful. Measure the output power immediately and start the timer. Yes, the current output power is 100,000 kilowatts and rapidly increasing. 900,000 kilowatts, still rising to 3 million kilowatts, 9.8 million kilowatts. Report: the final output power has stabilized at 9.8 million kilowatts. Good. The output power has reached the design standard. Now, let's see if it can be maintained. The highest recorded by humans was only about 200 seconds. The final step before complete success: if it can be maintained for 1 hour without any issues, then we can confirm there are no problems. This 1 hour was an ordeal for Bai Zixuan and the project team members. Everyone was nervously watching the data constantly being fed back by the testing equipment. When the timer's reminder sounded, indicating that an hour had passed, all the experts felt as if it had been years. We did it! As one of the experts said this, and the words reached everyone's ears, the entire laboratory erupted into cheers. We did it! End of this chapter. Chapter 36, Crisis Strikes. The entire laboratory. Excitement filled the entire laboratory as Lin Fan watched the enthusiastic crowd, feeling deeply moved himself. Since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, oil had become the lifeblood of humanity. However, the accumulation of billions of years on the planet was squandered by humans within 100 years. With the emergence of nuclear energy, humanity entered the nuclear age, temporarily alleviating the oil crisis. However, nuclear fission still had serious limitations and risks. Numerous accidents occurred as humanity entered the nuclear age, each one enough to strike fear in the hearts of all. Therefore, humanity needed a clean, safe, and almost indefinitely usable energy source. The theory of nuclear fusion was proposed and immediately embraced as the ultimate energy source. Yet, unfortunately, theory remained theory, and actual application remained a distant goal. After more than 100 years, humanity still could not open the door to nuclear fusion and step inside. At this moment, the boiling laboratory declared humanity's official entry into the era of nuclear fusion. This was a leap in the era, with significance comparable to humanity's entry into the interstellar age. Soon, the successful report on nuclear fusion was placed on Lin Zhen's desk. At this moment, Ed Campbell was sitting at Lin Zhen's desk working. Lin Zhen, once this news is released, your re-election in a year is guaranteed. Indeed, in order to maintain policy continuity, the federal president served a term of 12 years and could be re-elected for a maximum of 3 terms. Lin Zhen had only 1 year left in his first term. The success of nuclear fusion was a powerful boost for his re-election campaign, especially since his son was the main researcher. If any unforeseen circumstances arose, making this public would ensure no one could prevent Lin Zhen's re-election. I never expected this kid to be so remarkable. Honestly, I can't even understand his capabilities. Enough with the flattery. The main issue now is to accelerate the helium-3 mining plan on the moon, or else it will seriously impact the nuclear fusion project. That's already arranged. I'm more concerned about the Scott family's recent actions. They seem suspicious. Scott, I've received some information recently too. It appears they've sent a lot of people to the 4th Fleet, and it feels like they're up to something. I agree. That's why Liang Xingchen and I have arranged a team to monitor those Scott family members who entered the 4th Fleet. However, we haven't found anything in these past few months. Well, let's hope we're just being overly cautious. Let's hope so. Indeed, the Scott family had been very active lately, aiming to control the 4th Fleet. They mobilized a large network of connections, transferring many family members to the 4th Fleet. Liang Xingchen, being alert to the Scott family's actions, immediately informed Lin Zhen and arranged for these individuals to be placed in non-decision-making positions, also initiating surveillance on them. However, neither of them knew that even the head of the Scott family had been manipulated and turned into a pawn on someone else's chessboard, with the true mastermind remaining hidden. 6 months later, the Federation was thriving, with numerous nuclear fusion devices established. The original nuclear power plants were dismantled, and humanity embraced a clean and safe energy source. Moreover, due to the low cost and high output power of nuclear fusion energy, electricity prices drastically decreased. The Federation even considered making citizen electricity usage free, charging only for business electricity consumption. As for Bai Zixuan's research team, they had made significant progress over the past 6 months. The long-distance jump engines testing was nearly complete, inching closer to standard deployment. Alongside the long-distance jumping engine, quantum communication technology was also being tested, showing excellent results. During the tests, communication with a location over 10 light-years away was instantaneous and effective. The battleship version of the nuclear fusion device had also been designed, with the first experimental unit in production, poised to enter the testing phase soon. Everything seemed to be progressing towards a brighter future. However, unbeknownst to everyone, a major crisis was approaching. Mars orbit, headquarters of the 101 Special Mixed Fleet, detention room. Swoosh, swoosh. After 2 laser gunshots, 2 guards gazed at the men in front of them with incredulous eyes before ultimately falling into a pool of blood. Wood Scott, accompanied by 2 trusted aides planted by the Scott family, arrived at the prison area, entered a code, and opened the cell door. Prince Dolrin, I am Lord Adam's envoy to rescue you back to the home planet. Please come with me. Prince Dolrin Ox was filled with endless doubt as he looked at Wood in front of him. What was going on? The person in front was clearly human. Prince Dolrin, I've been loyal to the Ox Empire for the past 7 years. If you're unsure, please put this on. Sensing Dolrin's confusion, Wood promptly handed over a communication device related to Adams. Recognizing this device, Dolrin skillfully placed it by his ear. I am Dolrin. Prince Dolrin, I'm Adams. Wood is trustworthy. He will help you escape. I've prepared a reception in the asteroid belt. All right, I understand. Upon hearing Adam's assurance, Dolrin felt relieved and returned the communication device to Wood. You've done well. After this outing, I'll reward you generously. Thank you, Prince. However, you'll have to bear with lying in here temporarily. Wood gestured towards a nearby box being carried by his 2 companions. Dolrin understood the situation and didn't resist, realizing that walking out directly was not a feasible option. He nodded and walked towards the box. After Dolrin lay inside the box and it was closed, his 2 followers lifted it as they followed Wood out. Along the way, many people greeted Wood, and he responded with a smile, maintaining his composure. For the past 8 months, Wood had operated within the 4th Fleet with an air of integrity and warm-heartedness, establishing good relations with everyone, akin to a master actor. However, some curious individuals along the path questioned the contents of the carried box. Wood had prepared an answer, stating it was test equipment from the research institution being urgently transported to the port. 10 minutes later, Wood and his companions arrived at the port and carried the box onto a transport ship docked there. As Wood was about to enter the ship, a voice behind him asked, "Wood, what did you just take inside?" End of chapter. Chapter 37, Liangzu's crisis. At this time, one of Wood's feet had already stepped into the ship. He turned his head slowly and found that it was Liangzu who was questioning him. "Deputy Liang, this is something that the research department over there is requesting to be sent to headquarters." "I don't know what it is." "Nonsense, the research department has always been at the confidential level 3S, and how would I not know if something is being sent out, and I wouldn't let you do the delivery." "Deputy Liang, I really don't know about this. Why don't you check for yourself what it is?" Looking at Wood's aggrieved expression, Liangzu was also puzzled. Could it really be that the research department over there is trying to send something out? Logically speaking, I shouldn't be unaware of it, right? Although Liangzu was puzzled, the key was that Wood's expression was too deceptive, so she didn't have much defense. Liangzu walked into the transport ship. "Wood, is this the box?" "Yes, this is it. I really don't know what's inside. You have to ask the research institute." Seeing that Wood didn't seem to be lying, Liangzu reached out to open the lid of the box, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of her neck, and then lost consciousness. After knocking out Liangzu, Wood immediately closed the hatch. "You foolish woman, you walked right into the trap, perfect for me to use as a precaution. Your Highness Dolan, you can come out now. Well done." After opening the box, Wood immediately put on a fawning expression. "Why didn't you kill her?" Dolan had also heard what happened just now from inside the box, almost thinking that the escape plan had failed. Now that he came out, he wanted to immediately deal with this human woman who had caused him stress. "Your Highness Dolan, please calm down. This woman can be of great use. She is Liang Shinken's daughter and can serve as our talisman just in case so." "Liang Shinken's daughter?" "Exactly. She is very valuable." "All right, then keep her. Can we go now?" "Yes, we can leave now." "Please follow me, Your Highness." The group arrived at the bridge of the ship, where there were a total of 9 people inside, but one was lying in a pool of blood, the original captain of the transport ship. After dragging away the dead captain, Dolan sat in the captain's seat, with Wood standing by his side, and Liangzu was tightly bound and thrown to the floor on the side. "This is Transport Ship 0287, mission for material transport completed, requesting permission to return." "Transport Ship 0287, your return mission has been approved, permission to depart." Everything proceeded as planned. The transport ship was scheduled to return at this time, so the control console had no suspicions and granted permission for departure. With the engine starting, the transport ship slowly left the Star Harbor, heading towards the direction of the Mars base headquarters. However, after a while, it suddenly changed course and flew towards the direction of the asteroid belt. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was in his office dealing with documents when suddenly, the alarm bells in the Star Harbor rang loudly. At the same time, Lin Fan's communicator also buzzed. It was his chief of staff, Will. "Will, what's happening?" "Commander, Dolan has escaped from custody. 2 guards sacrificed, and in the monitoring room of the Star Harbor, 4 members have been killed." "What? Have you checked the external surveillance footage?" "Reported. It has been checked. Surveillance shows that 20 minutes ago, Colonel Wood and 2 others, carrying a box, exited the guardroom and finally boarded a transport ship numbered 0287 inside the airport, which has now departed. Prepare the fleet for immediate departure." "Yes, Commander. There's one more thing to report." "Go on." According to the surveillance in the port, Deputy Liang tried to stop Wood and the others from lifting the box onto the transport ship, then she boarded the ship and hasn't been seen since. "What?" Lin Fan was furious. Liangzu had now completely crossed the line. "Wood, how dare you lay a hand on Liangzu?" "Will, gather the fleet immediately. I need to prepare for an intercept in the shortest time possible." "Yes." After cutting off the communication, Lin Fan walked outside and contacted Liang Xingchen. "Lin Fan, what's going on over there? I received a notification that your Star Harbor has sounded a level 1 alert." Commander, Dolan has escaped. With the help of Woodscott, they are currently on the transport ship numbered 0287, less than 10 minutes after departure. What? Those damn Scots! I've arranged for so many people to watch over them. How could this happen? Commander, there's another thing. According to the surveillance, Liangzhu seems to have been taken onto the ship by them. Say that again. Who was taken? Commander, it's Liangzhu. Lin Fan, listen to me. No matter what it takes, you must rescue Liangzhu for me. Understood. I will definitely bring her back, but Commander, I hope the Fourth Fleet is fully prepared for battle. Since the Scott family has connections with the Ox Empire, and they've rescued Dolan, I believe that Adams will surely arrange for reinforcements within the asteroid belt. Yes, that makes sense. I'll immediately prepare the entire fleet for battle. You should try to catch up as soon as possible and intercept them, yes? 3 minutes later, Lin Fan had arrived at the port and entered the Uranus ship. Fleet, depart immediately. Will, report the current location of the transport ship. Reported. The transport ship is currently heading towards Sector 016. The maximum speed of that type of transport ship is only 1,000 kilometers per second. At our fleet speed, we can intercept it in half an hour. The transport ship is too slow. They won't be defenseless. Sector 016 is at the edge of the asteroid belt. I suspect that the Ox Empire has deployed a response force in the belt. Adjust the course. Have the fleet head to Sector 027. Commander, Sector 027 and Sector 016 are not in the same direction. Issue the order immediately. Yes. Lin Fan knew that the fleet coming to fetch Dolan definitely wouldn't consist of just a few hundred warships. If he directly charged towards Sector 016, a large number of warships from the asteroid belt would emerge, and his fleet of over 100 ships would have no chance of winning. Even if his fleet were completely wiped out, they still wouldn't be able to rescue Liangzhu. Therefore, Lin Fan needed to take a detour and needed Liang Xingqin's cooperation. Lin Fan didn't directly communicate this plan with Liang Xingchen, as he wasn't sure if the Scott family still had spies. So Lin Fan edited a plan and transmitted it to Liang Xingqin's private communicator. Meanwhile, inside the transport ship numbered 0287. Report, we've received information from the inside line that the Fourth Fleet has mobilized in full force and is expected to intercept us in 40 minutes. Heh, 40 minutes? Too late. We will rendezvous with Lord Adams' fleet in 30 minutes. But I am very curious why Lin Fan hasn't caught up immediately. Or is it that you're not that important to him? Do you agree, Liang lovely lady? Would look jestingly at Liangzhu, who was tied hand and foot, with her mouth gagged, now awake and staring at him with wide eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 38. The Second Asteroid Belt War Part 1. The Edge of the Asteroid Belt. Zone 016. Apart from the battleships executing missions outside, the remaining 15,000 battleships of the Fourth Fleet have all gathered here. The transport ship would hijacked is right in front of them, but the Fourth Fleet had to stop. Because at this moment, the Ox fleet hidden in the asteroid belt has revealed themselves and blocked the path of the Fourth Fleet. 30,000 battleships passed through the asteroid belt, yet the Mars base remained unaware, even though the federal side of the asteroid belt was heavily deployed with detectors. In the flagship of the Scott family Fourth Fleet, Captain Liang Xingchen gritted his teeth and said bitterly, "With such a large fleet avoiding all the federal detectors in the asteroid belt, it was impossible to believe there wasn't an insider." Combined with the incident of Wood rescuing Dulong, it naturally pointed to the Scott family tampering with things. Commander, we are still outside the asteroid belt now. If we fight against the 30,000 Ox Empire battleships here, our chances of winning are slim. Liang Xingqin's deputy, Zhang Hai, said with some worrying. I understand, but at this point, it's no longer just about interception and rescue. If we can't defeat them here, the Ox Empire can continuously send reinforcements. The Federation will be doomed. Liang Xingchen understood well. Although not knowing exactly how the Scots interfered, the fact that only 30,000 Ox Empire battleships arrived meant the Scott family's manipulation wasn't enough to allow the entire Ox Empire fleet to pass through the asteroid belt without detection. Even though the Ox Empire fleet was no longer hidden at this moment, their subsequent forces could now come through the asteroid belt without hesitation. Based on the Ox Empire fleet speed and the current distance between Jupiter and Mars, Liang Xingchen immediately calculated that the enemy's reinforcements would arrive in 42 hours. This meant the 4th Fleet had to defeat the current fleet within 30 hours to have enough time to set up snipers deep in the asteroid belt, seeking a lifeline. If this were within the asteroid belt, Liang Xingchen would have had confidence in defeating the 30,000 Ox Empire battleships in 30 hours. But in their current position, as Zhang Hai said, the odds were not in their favor. Even if they won, they would be severely depleted, not to mention sniping at the enemy's reinforcements. But could they retreat? Clearly not. Once humanity lost the asteroid belt, there would be no more defenses, and the Federation would face inevitable annihilation. Adam played his hand well this time, with one move, gaining double the rewards. Not only could he rescue the 9th Prince, but he could also break through the 7-year stalemate. At the Earth Federation Presidential Palace on Mars, the sudden event had reached Lin Zhen's office. With a slap on the table, Lin Zhen was surprised. What he thought was the Scott family infiltrating the 4th Fleet for more power had taken a different turn. Aida, immediately arrest all members of the Scott family. We must find out within 30 hours what they have done, allowing the Ox Empire to bypass all our preparations through the asteroid belt. I'll go right away. Remember, use any means necessary. The sooner we make them talk, the greater our chances of overcoming this crisis. Understood. Seeing Aida walk out, Lin Zhen sank into thought, pondering the uncertainties still present. The most puzzling was why, if the Scott family had indeed acted, their key members were still on Earth, waiting to be captured. It seemed bringing them back and getting the truth out of them was the only way to unravel this. Little did Lin Zhen know, within the Scott family chaos was brewing. Obviously, being a powerful force within the military, they had also received relevant information. But it seemed that their plan was merely to help Wood and some close allies create an escape route for Dulong, then shift the blame onto Liang Xingchen, replacing him with their own. How did things escalate to Wood personally rescuing Dulong and escaping together? Their manipulation of the asteroid belt detectors was solely to ensure a smooth escape for Dulong, not to betray the Federation and guide the Ox Empire. Was it Wood? The head of the Scott family, Harvey Scott, finally thought of the key point. Looking at the entire plan proposed and executed by Wood, he realized the implications and recalled another terrifying event from 7 years ago. A more horrifying speculation sprang into his mind. So, it was you, Wood. Ha! I never thought that the Scott family would be destroyed by my own son's hands. Ha! Just as everyone watched, the head of the household suddenly burst into mad laughter. The door of the Trist family was kicked open. Hands up, no one move. A large number of heavily armed personnel rushed in, quickly gaining control over the Scott family. Harvey, look at what you've done. After Aida came in, he punched Harvey directly. Aida, do you really think I'd wait here to be caught if I had done it? I may want power, but I would never betray the Federation, betray humanity. Is Wood saving Dulong, kidnapping Liang Zhu, and leading the Ox Empire fleet invasion all lies? No, let me tell you everything now. Is there still time? 10 minutes later. This is how everything happened. I've not hidden anything. Then, how do you explain Wood's actions? How do you explain the Ox fleet utilizing your arrangements to bring 30,000 troops directly to our side? I just understood this myself. Do you remember how Wood returned to the Scott family 7 years ago? Hearing Harvey's words, Aida's eyes widened, a chill running down his spine. You mean, was the incident that happened 7 years ago? End of chapter. Chapter 39. The Second Asteroid Belt War II Asteroid Belt Zone 0-7, Uranus Bridge. Report, the main force of the 4th Fleet has engaged with the Ox Empire Fleet in Zone 016. Inform the fleet. Change course to heading 070. Understood. Send a message on confidential line 7 with the contents written in Zone 019 for rendezvous. Yes. Although a bit puzzled, Zone 019 is exactly where their fleet was supposed to go after changing course. Could it be that reinforcements were coming? But since the commander didn't say, they shouldn't inquire blindly. At this moment, on the main battlefield in Zone 016, the 5,000 warships of the 4th Fleet had formed a tight formation and were rapidly advancing towards the fleet's 010 direction. This caught the Ox Empire Vanguard Fleet Commander, Cody, off guard. He had heard that Liang Xingchen's daughter had been kidnapped and had thought that the human side wouldn't dare to focus their fire in that direction. So he only deployed to 1,000 warships with the main fleet positioned directly across from the 4th Fleet. While Cody was hesitating about whether to send fleet support to the left flank array, the assault fleet dispatched by Liang Xingchen had already opened fire. In the 5,000 versus 2,000 assault, the Oaks Empire suffered losses of over 200 warships immediately, with energy shots occasionally striking from the escaping transport ships. Seeing this, Cody's heart trembled. If one of those energy shots hit and led to the death of the 9th Prince, they wouldn't be able to escape being executed by the Emperor, even if they later annihilated the humans. Thus, he reluctantly arranged for 10,000 warships to support the left side and ordered the remaining warships on the left flank array to cover the transport ships and retreat towards Jupiter. A few minutes later, the remaining 900 warships began escorting the retreating transport ships, while the 10,000 warships that arrived from the center filled the gap and engaged the incoming assault forces. At this moment, the entire battlefield was divided into two sections. One had about 4,700 warships of the 5th Fleet in Zone 010 facing the Oaks Empire's 10,000 warships. And the other was the main battlefield, with the 4th Fleet's main force of 10,000 warships facing the Oaks Empire's 18,000 warships. Order the assault ships to change course to 050 for a flanking maneuver. Yes. In the center, the two fleets had already begun intense bombardment, but victory couldn't be determined quickly. Liang Xingchen never hoped for victory through conventional means. The key now was whether the enemy fleet on the right will take the bait. Upon receiving Liang Xingchen's command, the assault fleet immediately changed course and began executing a flanking maneuver towards heading 050. This position was quite strategic. After flying in a curve towards 050, they would pass right over the 10,000 warships in front and the fleeing transport ships behind. Upon noticing this situation, Cody immediately ordered his 10,000 warships on the left to turn and chase after the human fleet, biting their tail and annihilating them. Report: the 10,000 enemy warships in Zone 010 have begun to turn. It seems they are attempting to bite the tail of the assault team. If they succeed, the situation will worsen. I understand. Order the main fleet to abandon facing the enemy head-on and also turn to heading 050 to bite and strike fiercely from behind. After witnessing the actions of the main force of the 4th Fleet, Cody was somewhat dumbfounded. What was Liang Xingchen planning to do? Was he deliberately exposing his tail for them to attack? Indeed, if Liang Xingchen managed to engage the tail of the 10,000 warships on the right front, Cody's main fleet also switched direction to the left and pursued the 4th Fleet's tail. However, what Cody hadn't anticipated was that the initial 5,000 warships of the 4th Fleet, upon circling behind the fleeing transport ships, had not engaged in pursuit, but continued their curved flight, eventually biting at the tail of Cody's main fleet, made up of 18,000 warships. Thus, a strange scene unfolded. The entire battlefield formed a circular chase, with 4 fleets biting tails and pursuing each other. The 5,000 assault ships of the 4th Fleet chased Cody's 18,000 warships. Cody's 18,000 warships chased Liang Xingchen's 10,000 main force. Liang Xingchen's 10,000 warships chased the Oaks' 10,000 warships originally blocking the assault fleet. And the Oaks' 10,000 warships chased the 5,000 assault ships of the 4th Fleet. The whole scene resembled 4 snakes biting each other's tails, trapped in a pure battle of attrition. Commander, this is purely a battle of attrition, and our quantity is less than the enemy, which is very disadvantageous for us. I understand. For now, let it be so. I have my own plans. Zhonghai was currently puzzled. Why did the commander turn this into a war of attrition with the enemy when it was highly unfavorable for them? Now there was no way out. In the chase between the 4 fleets, no matter which side wanted to retreat, they would inevitably expose their sides to the enemy when turning, which, in space warfare, meant what? It meant being heavily damaged by the enemy. However, just maintaining this attrition battle would mean that although the 4th Fleet wouldn't immediately lose, they would eventually be consumed by the enemy fleet, since their number was almost half. Ultimately, even if the Oaks Empire's subsequent fleet arrived at the battlefield beyond the asteroid belt within a few dozen hours, the fate of the 4th Fleet would be total annihilation. The situation is set. Now it's up to you, Lin Fan. Liang Xingchen whispered with a voice only he could hear. With the 4th Fleet no longer in pursuit, the captured transport ship and the nearly 900 escort warships sailed smoothly towards Jupiter. Your Highness, the 4th Fleet has been blocked by the Empire's fleet, and no one can chase us anymore. This time Adams did well. You too, what reward do you want? Your Highness, if possible, I want this woman. Wood pointed at Liang Zhu, bound and still on the side. This woman. Fine, I grant it to you. Dolan glanced at Liang Zhu and readily agreed. After all, the human appearance was severely mismatched with the Oaks people's aesthetic standards. He even secretly despised Wood for wasting a promise of reward from this crown by just wanting this one ugly female creature. However, Wood looked gleeful as he stared at Liang Zhu. The perverse desires he harbored for her had been suppressed for quite a while due to the mission. Hearing the conversation, Liang Zhu glared at Wood with a murderous gaze. But the more she resisted, the more satisfied Wood felt, his face showing an even more wicked smile. End of this chapter. Chapter 40. The Second Asteroid Belt War Part 3, Asteroid Belt Zone 019. Inside the flagship Uranus's hangar, Lin Fan was sitting in the cockpit of the Mecha at this moment. System. Allocate the opportunity for personal ability enhancement from last time to be used in Mecha piloting. Ding. Allocated. Please be prepared. The infusion is about to begin. As soon as the system's voice fell, Lin Fan felt a sudden sharp pain in his mind, as a large amount of high-difficulty mecha movements, tactics, experiences, and more were being infused into him, integrating with his original memories and body. 1 minute later, Lin Fan opened his eyes, feeling as if he had undergone years of training and numerous real battles, with everything deeply etched into his memory and body. Lin Fan checked the system's attributes panel and found that his mecha piloting ability had reached S rank. Combined with his superhuman attributes of 350, he could now be considered the #1 mecha master among humans. The Uranus was different from Lin Fan's previous flagship, as the former was just a cruiser, while the Uranus was a battleship, a custom-made super-spec battleship that could accommodate up to 300 mechas, a whole mecha squadron. Recently, in a large-scale competition, 300 of the most elite mecha masters were selected from a pool of 9,000 to join the Uranus. Therefore, the combat power of a mecha squadron on the Uranus was comparable to a mecha battalion on an aircraft carrier, without any exaggeration. Commander, the fleet and mecha units have been deployed, just waiting for the fish to take the bait. Alright, then I should set off too. When you see my signal, make your move. Commander, I want to advise you one more time, letting Zhang Hu lead the team should be enough. You don't need to take this risk. Will, do you understand who I am? Commander, I am the strongest mecha master of all mankind. Will was a bit bewildered. His commander was the strongest mecha master of all mankind. How did I not know that? I understand. Just follow my plan, and you do not have to worry about the rest, yes. After ending the communication with Will, Lin Fan took a deep breath. Liang Zhu, I'm coming. All units, attack, yes. Through electromagnetic ejection, Lin Fan ejected first from the ship, followed by Zhang Hu leading the other 298 mechas, all heading in the direction Lin Fan was moving. Half an hour later, between asteroid belt zones 019 and 016, a fleet appeared. It was the escort fleet of the 9th Prince, moving towards Zone 019. Report, this is reconnaissance ship 027. Enemy presence detected, entering Zone 019 from Zone 016. 876 warships forming a protective formation, target ship in the center of the fleet. Roger, continue surveillance, yes. Report, this is reconnaissance ship 015. Target estimated to enter the ambush zone in 1 minute. Got it. In the cockpit of the mecha, Lin Fan touched the pendant on his chest with his right hand. Liang Zhu, can you feel it? I'm coming to save you. At the same time, inside the transport ship, Liang Zhu felt the pendant on her chest vibrate slightly, her eyes widening suddenly as she remembered something. Tears streamed down her beautiful cheeks. This pendant was specially made by Bizixuan, a pair for Lin Fan and Liang Zhu. Since it was specially made by Bizixuan, it naturally had a special function. When the two pendants were within 10 million kilometers of each other, there would be no reaction. But if the distance exceeded 10 million kilometers and then returned within that range, it would trigger a slight vibration. Lin Fan and Liang Zhu had said that they were afraid of getting lost like last time, so they had this made. Liang Zhu was touched when she received it, but after such a long time, she had almost forgotten about this function. Moreover, this thing naturally had tracking functionality. This was why their retreat route was so clear. Oh, our beautiful Liang cried. Rest assured, I will take good care of you when we reach Jupiter. Feeling the slight vibration of her pendant, Liang Zhu thought to herself, "You won't have the chance." She closed her eyes, not wanting to look at the despicable man any longer. "All right, do as you please when we return to Jupiter. For now, be quiet." "Yes, Your Highness." Suddenly, everyone saw countless energy projectiles and beams flashing outside the portholes, with several warships being directly destroyed. This scene felt familiar to Durin, almost identical to what had happened at the Rex fleet before. Durin immediately contacted the commander of the escort fleet. "Your Highness, a human fleet of about 145 ships has appeared on our side. Just over 100 ships. We should eliminate them quickly." "Understood. I've already redirected the fleet. Your Highness, please rest assured, we can wipe them out in less than half an hour." "Very well." However, what they did not notice was that just like last time, the 101st Mixed Fleet was specifically targeting the carriers. After the Ox Empire fleet completed its turn, 28 of the 35 carriers were already destroyed. At this moment, the 9,000 mechas that were originally hidden had now positioned themselves behind the Ox fleet. When the escort fleet completed its turn and prepared to fire at the humans, the 9,000 mechas charged in from behind, catching the escort fleet commander off guard. Being hit from behind by mechas was the most unfavorable position, and attempting to intercept meant making a 180-degree turn, which was clearly impossible. During the previous 90-degree turn, more than 80 warships were destroyed by the opponent. Now, to turn again to intercept the mecha force? That would be insane. Luckily, there were still 7 carriers. The commander immediately dispatched all the fighters on board them to intercept the mechas, while the fleet continued its assault on the human fleet. Just then, the human fleet unexpectedly retreated, with ships even hiding among the surrounding asteroid groups, leaving the Ox Empire fleet at a loss on how to proceed. After a few seconds, the commander of the escort fleet made a decision. 200 warships in the rear turned 180 degrees to intercept the mechas, while 400 warships at the front advanced to attack the human fleet, leaving approximately 150 warships to protect Prince Durin in the center. In a cluster of nearby asteroids, Lin Fan in the cockpit of the mecha looked at the tactical panel, his eyes lighting up. The enemy had split their escort fleet into 3 parts, leaving only a little over 100 warships in the center to protect the transport ships. The moment had come. "All units, follow me into battle." End of Chapter 40. Chapter 41. The second Asteroid Belt War Part 430 mechs quickly flew out from the asteroid cluster, carrying heavy anti-ship weapons, heading towards the side of the fleet protecting the transport ships. As soon as they flew out, they unleashed a round of coordinated fire using the energy cannons, mounted on their shoulders. Although mechs, even the heaviest ones, were much weaker compared to battleships' guns, it didn't mean they lacked the ability to inflict damage on battleships. Basically, every 2 or 3 mechs focused fire on one battleship, and with all 300 mechs being operated by elite pilots, their accuracy was exceptional, especially Lin Fan. After each wave of attacks, the escort fleet managed to respond, realizing that 300 mechs had been hiding on their side, so close that they were almost at point-blank range. At this distance, the only choice left for the escort fleet was to defend using their close-range weapons. Having conducted 3 rounds of attacks and losing 9 mechs, 291 mechs successfully penetrated the battleship formation. These elite pilots knew how to operate within a battleship group without Lin Fan's command. Rather than finishing off the battleships that were incapacitated, they used them as shields and trenches to attack other battleships. The entire escort fleet found it challenging to act, even with fewer than 300 mechs, as these were the cream of the crop among human pilots, where one elite pilot was worth 10 ordinary ones. Damn it! What are those useless fools doing outside? Why can't they handle just 300 mechs? Durin looked out of the window, seeing battleships being disabled by the mechs, his anger rising. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, along with Zhang Hu and a dozen other pilots, had already reached beside the transport ship. Zhang Hu immediately used a cutting tool he brought to create a large hole in the cargo hold of the transport ship. 10 mechs stayed outside to prevent the Imperial ships from getting closer, knowing the enemy wouldn't dare fire at them. The rest of the mechs followed Lin Fan inside, entering the cargo hold of the transport ship. The escort battleships noticed the situation, but were helpless. They couldn't provide any support, as trying to get closer and send troops for reinforcement was impractical due to the mechs guarding the transport ship with anti-ship weapons. Firing directly was also risky, as the ninth prince was still on board the transport ship. Inside, the alarm was blaring, and Doran began to feel uneasy. "Your Highness, let's head to the escape pods." "All right. You two, bring Liangzhu over." "Yes." Wood's two subordinates swiftly approached Liangzhu, one on each side, trying to carry her away. However, due to Liangzhu's struggles, they couldn't grab her securely, opting to drag her out instead. "Stop dawdling. Just get rid of her, and let's go." Doran, full of impatience, watched as Wood's men struggled with Liangzhu and eventually slapped Wood before urging them on. One of the men then took out a small laser gun and aimed it at Liangzhu's head, about to pull the trigger slowly. After a loud noise from the laser gun, everyone was stunned as the scene unfolded differently than expected. Instead of Liangzhu lying in a pool of blood, it was Wood's subordinate who fell after being shot in the head by Wood himself. "Who gave you the guts to lay a hand on my woman?" A cold voice filled with killing intent came from the entrance of the bridge. Everyone turned to see Lin Fan, Zhang Hu, and 5 of their men already standing at the door, pointing their guns at the people inside the bridge. The bridge fell into a dead silence as Liangzhu stared at Lin Fan, tears rolling down her face. Ignoring everyone, Lin Fan walked towards Liangzhu. Wood signaled his other subordinate near Liangzhu, who understood his plan and attempted to take Lin Fan down while his guard was down. Just as Lin Fan passed him and approached Liangzhu, the subordinate swiftly moved to strike. However, before anyone could react, Lin Fan had already grabbed the subordinate by the throat. With his 3.5 times human limit physical abilities, Lin Fan easily subdued the attacker, leaving everyone in shock. This display of prowess astonished everyone, including Zhang Hu and the other elite pilots. The realization that their commander possessed such incredible skills, capable of taking on 100 opponents, left them in awe. As Lin Fan knelt down in front of Liangzhu, cutting her loose and wiping away her tears, Liangzhu explained that her tears were of joy. "Let's go. The situation on your father's side is still tense." "All right." Lin Fan escorted Liangzhu out of the bridge, passing by Zhang Hu and whispering something before exiting. "All of them must not be kept alive." End of chapter. Chapter 42. The second asteroid belt battle part 5. Lin Fan's voice was a bit cold, causing Zhang Hu to involuntarily shiver. "Commander's orders. Leave no one behind. Take action." Immediately, the sounds of laser guns firing, screams, and curses echoed inside the bridge. However, just a few seconds later, everything returned to calm. "Lin Fan, is it right to eliminate the ninth prince as well? Doesn't it seem inappropriate? The Ox Empire's 30,000 warships have already passed through the asteroid belt and are battling with the commander in Sector 016. The following 90,000 warships are on their way. If we lose this battle, humanity will be destroyed. If we win, the Ox Empire won't have enough strength to attack again within 10 years. So, the ninth prince is no longer useful. The key is, who allowed them to dare to attack my wife? That's the real reason, right?" Liangzhu obviously knew that all of Lin Fan's previous explanations were just excuses. Even though the war had already begun, as long as they held on to the ninth prince, there was still a good chance to pressure Adams into retreating, contrary to what Lin Fan claimed. However, Liangzhu couldn't help but feel pleased about it. Some things are better left unsaid. "My dear, you still have much to learn." "Beep beep, Commander, this is Will. How are things on your end?" "Liangzhu has been rescued. Wood and Doran are dead." "Good. It's great that Vice Commander Liang has been rescued. However, Commander, we have a tricky situation here. Remote sensors have detected a fleet approaching our battlefield in Sector 031, expected to enter the battlefield in 15 minutes. Don't worry, they are our own people. Keep engaging the enemy main force on your end. Don't engage them head-on, but don't give them a chance to escape. Understood? Yes. I understand. Will thought back to the message Lin Fan had sent him through the secure line earlier. It seemed that the approaching fleet was reinforcements. But from where? Judging by the detected scale, there were about 5,000 warships. Wait, the fourth fleet had 20,000 warships, and currently, there were 15,000 in Sector 016, while dozens of smaller fleets were patrolling the asteroid belt, unable to return immediately, totaling around 5,000 ships. So it turned out that the commander and the admiral hadn't ordered those fleets to rush to the battlefield, but instructed them to secretly assemble in a specific area of the asteroid belt until the message from the commander. Will suddenly understood the key to all the problems. He stopped worrying about the battlefield, as the commander had planned everything hours ago. What else was there to worrying about? All he had to do was execute the orders faithfully. Taking Liangzhu to where their mechs were parked, just like last time, they entered the same cockpit together. Everyone, evacuate immediately. Follow the planned route. With Zhang Hu and others, Lin Fan flew out of the transport ship and immediately issued orders to all mech units. Evacuating warships from a battlefield within the asteroid belt was not a simple task, unlike mechs. Finding a dense group of asteroids and hiding among them could make it difficult for attacking warships to target them. As for the nearly 400 Ox Empire warships currently engaged with Will, their commander, upon discovering trouble with the 9th Prince in the rear, wanted to go back to assist. However, Will didn't give them that chance. Every time the enemy tried to turn back, Will would command his fleet to launch a fierce attack from behind the asteroids. When they turned to deal with the 101 Special Hybrid Fleet, Will would retreat the fleet back into the asteroid cluster. Following Lin Fan's orders faithfully, not to engage directly, but not to give the enemy a chance to escape, left the Ox commander frustrated, but helpless. As Will felt sickened a few times and began to feel impatient, another message arrived, plunging the Ox commander into despair. Commander, a human fleet of about ... About 5,000 warships has appeared on our side. What? According to the latest report, Lord Adams and his 90,000 reinforcements weren't due for another 36 hours. Their vanguard fleet was still engaging with the human fleet, and his own fleet had just over 500 ships, facing an extremely disadvantageous situation. How could they confront 5,000 human warships? The Ox commander fell silent, unable to think of any way out. Immediately change course, don't worry about the losses, head towards the transport ship. At the same time, order one of the warships escorting the transport ship, select the one in the best condition, board the 9th Prince onto the flagship, use speed to lead the 9th Prince to safety. All other warships, follow me to break through. The Ox commander decided to take a desperate gamble, sacrificing the entire fleet to save the 9th Prince. But he didn't know that the remaining 60 or so warships in the middle region had already dispatched landing crafts toward the transport ship. As the fleet began to change course, Will took the opportunity to launch another attack from the meteorite cluster. However, this time, the Ox Empire fleet completely ignored the significant losses caused by Will and continued changing course. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, within the mech, using the secret route number 7, established contact with the approaching reinforcements. Liang Xingchen had already issued orders to them. During this battle, all 32 fleets were under the unified command of Major General Lin Fan. Let 20 fleets coordinate with the 101 Special Hybrid Fleet from the side to annihilate the enemy, while dispatching 2 fleets to support the mech unit on the 3rd battlefield. The remaining 10 fleets will eliminate the remnants of the enemy in the middle of the 2nd battlefield. Lin Fan issued the orders, and the 32 small fleets began to act according to his instructions. As for the main fleet that had completed a 180-degree turn and was now retreating, its commander's face looked very grim. He had paid 120 warships directly for this turn. And now, the 101 Special Hybrid Fleet was attacking from behind. Commander, it's bad news. What's wrong now? The Central Escort Fleet reports that they aborted the transport ship with landing crafts, but they ... Speak up, what happened? But they found the body of the 9th Prince. The body. The commander's eyes went blank as he slumped back in his seat, muttering continuously. It was over. Everything was over. Even if they returned, it was a dead end. End of chapter. Chapter 4-3. The Second Asteroid Belt War Part 6. Half an hour later, when the last battleship of the Ox Empire was sunk, the entire battlefield fell silent. Order the support fleet to stay and clean up the battlefield, rescue any of our soldiers who may still be alive. The rest of the 31 fleets follow my fleet to the 016 area. Yes. Back on the Uranus, Lin Fan and Liangzhu instantly resumed their positions as commander and deputy commander. Also, after the fleet departs, have the commanders of those 31 fleets join me for a video conference. Yes, I will inform them. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan left one fleet behind to clean up the battlefield and conduct rescue operations, and led the other 31 fleets towards the 016 area. Everyone, I am Lin Fan, commander of the 101 Mixed Fleet. According to Commander Liang's orders, I will temporarily command these 32 fleets here for the operations. During this time, I hope everyone can obey my orders. Any questions? None. After all, Lin Fan had a strong reputation in the 4th Fleet, and the 31 commanders present were all commanding small fleets, with the highest rank being a brigadier general like Lin Fan, so there were no complaints. Alright, since the upcoming operation is very dangerous, one misstep could lead to total defeat, so everyone must listen carefully. I will now explain the tactics. 10 minutes later, all 31 commanders looked at Lin Fan in shock. Was it you and Commander Liang who set this trap for the Ox Empire? No wonder Commander Liang engaged the enemy in a strange mutual destruction scenario in the 016 area. When everyone saw the battle reports on the main battlefield, no one could believe how Commander Liang was fighting. It was like the actions of a novice. So, you and the commander were setting traps for the Ox Empire? But who came up with this tactic, the commander or Lin Fan? It doesn't seem like the commander's style of tactics. Could it be Lin Fan? If it's really him, this guy has a bright future. He might even surpass the Federation's military god, Commander Liang, in the future. Alright, everyone prepare yourselves. We will arrive at the battlefield in about 1 hour and 30 minutes. Yes. At the same time, in the 016 area, the 4th Fleet and the Ox Empire's Vanguard Fleet had been locked in fierce battle for a full 4 hours. Because the 4 fleets from both sides were positioned like a coil, forming a circle together. Therefore, only the head of each fleet could attack the tail of the previous fleet, meaning only about 10% of the total ships could engage in the battle at once. As a result, after 4 hours of intense fighting, the losses on both sides were not significant, with each side losing around 2,000 ships. If the battle continued as normal, the 4th Fleet of the Federation would be completely destroyed, while the Ox Empire's Vanguard Fleet would still have around 13,000 ships remaining. At this moment, Cody was feeling puzzled. Was this really Liang Xingchen? After pondering for a while, he couldn't find any flaws. After all, in this formation, whoever leaves the circle first would expose their flank to the rear fleets, leading to a devastating blow. As long as they remain steady and maintain this formation, they would surely win. Cody gritted his teeth, determined not to overthink it, and continued to engage, wearing down Liang Xingchen until there was nothing left. However, at that moment, Liang Xingchen received a message that put his mind at ease. Liang Zhu has been rescued, Dullin, and would have been defeated. The support fleet is on the way, and will arrive at the battlefield in 1 hour and 30 minutes. Lin Fan did not disappoint me after all. Commander, what did you say? Liang Xingchen seemed to hear something from Zhang Hai and quickly asked. Nothing much. Let the soldiers hold on a bit longer. We can determine the outcome in no more than 2 hours at most. Zhang Hai was a bit bewildered. Commander, are you kidding me? With the current situation, it would take at least another 30 hours to determine the outcome, and we would likely be wiped out. But the commander said victory could be decided in 2 hours. Am I really that incompetent that I haven't figured out the situation after a few hours? Zhang Hai was beginning to question his life choices. 1.5 hours later, on the Uranus, Lin Fan was in the bridge communicating with the other 31 commanders. All fleets will be designated according to the numbering I previously assigned, to make it easier for me to command. Understood. Earlier, Lin Fan had directly renamed these 31 fleets as 1 to 31 fleets for ease of command. Alright, fleets 1 to 16 will move to the left side of the 4 snake eating tail formation, attacking the enemy fleets from the side as they pass through. Fleets 17 to 31 and the 101 mixed fleet will move to the right side of the formation, also attacking the enemy fleets from the side as they pass through. Yes. Alright, let's see if the Ox Empire commanders decide to maintain the 4 snake eating tail formation, allowing us to continuously attack from the sides, or if they choose to break away from the formation, exposing their fleet's side to the 4th fleet's main force. Whether they choose one way or the other, victory will belong to us. All fleets, begin your actions. Yes. The entire fleet immediately split into 2, with each side having 16 small fleets, over 2,000 ships, targeting the left and right sides of the 4 snake eating tail formation. Report, discovered to human fleets, each with approximately 2,400 ships, Nearly 5,000 ships? Where are they located? One fleet's course is to the left side of the battlefield, and the other's course is to the right side of the battlefield. What are they planning to do? With our current state, what can nearly 5,000 ships accomplish? Commander, the enemy has approached the outskirts of our battlefield, facing towards the center, in a semicircle formation. This is not good. How did I not think of this? We are currently locked in a snake-eating tail formation, unable to break away, and now these two human fleets are outside of this circle. Every so often, we will inevitably pass in front of one of these fleets, exposing our side to their reinforcements. Commander, should we risk some losses and break away from this entangled formation as soon as possible? No, if we break away, we will directly expose our side to the 4th Fleet, resulting in even greater losses. Cody was feeling quite anxious because he had simulated various scenarios of breaking away or not, and ultimately concluded that whether they broke away or not, their remaining 25,000 ships would end up being wiped out. It was just a matter of doing it sooner or later. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the 4th Fleet was completely different. Commander, so that's how it is. I finally understand. No wonder you said the outcome could be determined in 2 hours. Hey, the whole strategy was designed by Lin Fan. Notify all fleets. If we see any signs of the enemy trying to break away from the 4 snake-eating tail formation, we will immediately catch their side and strike hard. If they show no signs of breaking away, we will continue this snakehead biting the tail formation, and the task of side attacks will be entrusted to Lin Fan. Yes. End of chapter. Chapter 44. The second asteroid belt war part to 7 on the main battlefield. 2 new fleets have joined. Although the number of warships in these 2 fleets is minimal, compared to the fierce battle of the 4th Fleet and the Ox Empire fleet, it is not worth mentioning. The key point is that, through Liang Shinken's arrangement, the Ox Empire fleet is now completely unable to move around freely and can only continuously move in a circle. When these 2 fleets are in position and form up, their deadly fangs are revealed. Report, the fleet has completed the deployment. Ox Empire's fleet will enter our firing range in 1 minute. Very good. Once they enter the firing range, open fire immediately and relay this order to the fleet on the other side. Yes. After giving the order, Lin Fan continued to watch the virtual tactical panel. The 2 reinforcement fleets A and B are currently positioned on the left and right sides of the snake-biting tail formation respectively. Therefore, the 4th Fleet and the Ox Empire, totaling 4 fleets, will take turns passing in front of the 2 reinforcement fleets, exposing their sides completely to the reinforcement fleets. At this moment, in front of the more than 2,400 warships led by Lin Fan, are the tails of the 5 sub-fleets of the 4th Fleet. Once they pass, the chasing Ox Empire fleet will appear, signaling the time for the reinforcement fleets to open fire. 1 minute later, open fire! As the main force of the 4th Fleet passed through, Lin Fan decisively gave the order to open fire, and more than 2,400 warships poured their firepower frantically towards the side of the Ox Empire fleet. The side is the most vulnerable part of a fleet, and also where it receives the most hits, making Lin Fan's warships very accurate in hitting and impressive in sinking the enemy ships. On the other side, the main Ox Empire fleet also entered the firing range of Reinforcement Fleet B, similarly suffering heavy losses from the intense attacks coming from their sides. 10 minutes later, the 2 Ox Empire fleets finally escaped the firing range of the sides, but the losses left Cody somewhat in despair. Commander, in the last round of attacks, the main fleet lost 4,800 warships, and the sub-fleet lost 3,200 warships. If this continues, we will be finished in just 3 or 4 more rounds. Well, we have to take a risk. When we pass through the firing range of those 2 fleets next time, the entire fleet must immediately turn and assault directly towards the direction of the human reinforcement fleet. As long as we move fast enough and penetrate their formation, we can avoid being hit on the side by the human fleet behind us. At this moment, Cody was ready to take a chance, because if they didn't take a risky move now and continue to maintain the snake-biting tail formation and make several more rounds, they would definitely be defeated with no possibility of turning the situation around. However, the risk of this move was also quite significant. If they didn't break through the enemy reinforcement fleet's formation in time, they would be exposed to the sides of over 10,000 human warships, leading to the quick downfall of the entire fleet. But did Cody have a choice? No, not at all. They could only take this risk. 10 minutes later, as the 2 fleets were about to enter the human reinforcement fleet's firing range again, Cody gritted his teeth and gave the command. Fleet maintain speed, arc right turn, begin the assault, target the human reinforcement fleet. Yes. The two fleets immediately began to turn right, forming an arc in the void and heading towards the two human reinforcement fleets. Report, the Ox Empire fleet is beginning to turn, probably trying to break through our formation to avoid being attacked on the sides. Well, it was expected. At this moment, the enemy is sure to take a gamble, but by turning towards us, they do not have time to form a specific attack formation, so they are still maintaining a single line formation, with only about 1/10 of the warships able to fire. Should we bring all fleets closer to increase the fleet's thickness to prevent enemy attack? No, if we do that, the number of warships that can fire will also be reduced. Even if we can block the enemy's entry, our losses will be significant. Then, adjust the fleet formation. Place 1,400 warships in the middle column, and 500 warships on each side, arranged in an inverted character distribution. Form a three-directional crisscross firepower network towards the front enemy warships. Notify Fleet B of this tactic, yes? At this moment, the front of Cody's fleet had already turned, facing the human reinforcement fleet. Commander, the human reinforcement fleet has changed formation. Not good. Cody looked at the battlefield display, also shocked. The human reinforcement fleet was divided into 3 sections, with the largest one in front of their fleet, and the 2 smaller ones on the sides, angled at 20 degrees towards themselves. It was a clear maximization of firepower, indicating that humans were not trying to increase the fleet thickness to prevent them from breaking through, but directly using maximal crossfire to block their path. If the opponent had chosen to thicken their formation, Cody wouldn't be worried. With a thicker formation, the number of firing warships would decrease, and he could lead the fleet to charge directly. But the opponent did not choose to thicken their formation. Instead, they arranged for a 3-directional crossfire using the maximum firepower output of 2,400 warships to blockade their route. It was clear that Cody's fleet was not in a compact assault formation. It was in a single-line formation, with only about 500 warships at the front able to fire simultaneously. How could they withstand the crossfire of 2,400 warships from the opponent? Stopping to form an assault formation before advancing was even more impossible. Speed was the key now. If they stopped, they would immediately be caught on the side by Liang Shinken's nearly 10,000 warships. That would be the end. It seemed that they had to charge forward. However many ships could escape, then they would rely on the terrain of the asteroid belt to delay and await the arrival of Lord Adam's subsequent fleet. Determined, Cody immediately ordered the fleet not to worry about casualties and to rush for their lives with an all-out assault. Meanwhile, on the flagship of the 4th Fleet, this kid Lin Fan really has some skills. If it were me, I might have directly thickened the formation to use some losses to delay the enemy's intention. Lieutenant, the front half of the fleet, head towards 0 for 5, directly bite its right side from behind. The back half of the fleet, head towards 020, after moving 10 million kilometers forward, then turn towards 090, and bite the back of the enemy. Let's cooperate with Lin Fan for a 3-pronged encirclement. Also, notify the 1st to 5th subfleets to do the same. Yes. At this moment, Zhang Hai couldn't help but admire Lin Fan. This young man was only 20 years old, and yet had planned the entire battle. After this battle was over, as long as they didn't fall in battle, based on his military merits alone, he would most likely be promoted to Major General and be in charge of a subfleet. End of this chapter. Chapter 45. The Second Asteroid Belt Battle 8, Asteroid Belt of the Solar System, Region 016. As the last battleship of the Aux Empire was sunk, the entire void was filled with wreckage of battleships. Until the last moment, the Aux Empire's fleet did not signal any surrender from any battleship, which made Lin Fan sigh at their steadfast battle will. Throughout the battle, the main force of the 4th Fleet lost a total of 3,800 battleships in the first few hours and lost 500 battleships when flanking the Cody fleet later. Lin Fan's 101 fleet intercepted Doran in the initial stage in Area 0-7 region and lost 27 battleships, then lost 31 battleships when flanking the Cody fleet later. Finally, the reinforcements in the other fleets incurred light damage to a few battleships in Area 0-7 region initially, and then lost a total of 528 battleships when flanking the Cody fleet. After calculating, the total losses of the 4th Fleet were 4,886 battleships and 3,617 mechs. As for personnel losses, it was difficult to accurately calculate before cleaning up the battlefield. The losses of the Aux Empire's fleet were 30,000 battleships, in addition to Prince Doran. Lin Fan, you did well, but there is still a major challenge waiting for us ahead. I understand. The Adams follow-up fleet. Yes, indeed. It is estimated that there will be a scale of 90,000 battleships. Currently, we have less than 15,000 battleships that can maintain combat effectiveness. The situation is still not optimistic. Commander, how did they manage to pass through the asteroid belt without being detected by us? Have you figured it out? Your father has captured the key members of the Scott family. They have successfully controlled some of our detectors within the asteroid belt, transmitting false information to us. What is the reason for Scott's actions? I don't see any benefit in it. This goes back many years. At the time, Wood was the captain of a battle cruiser in the Second Fleet. When the defense line of the neighboring stars collapsed, he was ordered to join the rear fleet to cover the evacuation of over 2,000 battleships. 7 years ago, when everyone thought he had died in the neighboring stars, the battle cruiser he commanded returned to the solar system through the path of the stars. Of course, when he returned, the battle cruiser was in poor condition, barely able to navigate. And he carefully crafted a story of how he survived the fierce battle, and few doubted it. Looking back now, at that time, he and his crew were probably captured, then intentionally released as insiders. Now, these former crew members, whether on Earth or in the Mars base, have all been controlled. As for the Scott family, your father has confirmed that they are not aware and were used by Wood for ulterior motives, without their knowledge. I see. So now we know the route of the Adams follow-up fleet. Yes, take a look. Liang Xingchen sent the star map of the asteroid belt directly to Lin Fan, with a twisted red line drawn in the middle. Commander, our best approach is still to advance deep into the asteroid belt and set up an ambush at a suitable point on this route. That's right, that's my plan as well. The key is which point to choose and what method to use for the ambush. Remember, Adams was ambushed by me once 7 years ago, and now he will certainly be very careful in advancing. It won't be easy to find his weaknesses. Commander, do you remember the move we used in our graduation ceremony simulation battle? You mean? Exactly, but we can adapt the tactical approach a bit. We only need to. 3 minutes later, Liang Xingchen's eyes widened. He was quite shocked by the tactical plan Lin Fan proposed. If successful, it would definitely be one of the most classic tactics in human history. All right, let's go with your tactical plan. You will continue to command the reinforcement fleet, responsible for the left wing of the fleet. Yes. After discussing some details again, the two ended the communication and began preparations according to the plan. An hour later, after cleaning up the battlefield, collecting a large number of escape pods, and retrieving as many bodies as possible, the remaining Fourth Fleet of about 14,000 battleships with good combat power set off towards the depths of the asteroid belt. 6.2 astronomical units away. The follow-up fleet of the Aux Empire, with 90,000 battleships, was advancing in the asteroid belt. At this moment, Adams felt complicated. More than an hour ago, he received Cody's farewell message, informing him of Prince Doran's death and the imminent total defeat of the Vanguard fleet. The brilliant plan he thought was foolproof had an unexpected deviation, especially Doran's death, which meant that the entire Imperial Guard 3rd Legion might have to be buried as well. The soldiers of the Aux Empire were very proud. If you let them die in battle, they wouldn't hesitate at all, just like Cody's Vanguard fleet, where no one would surrender until the last person. But if they were to know that they would all be executed by the Emperor, rather than perish gloriously in battle, the nature of the situation would be completely different, and a mutiny could likely occur. The only way was to crush Liang Xingchen's 4th Fleet, then take down the entire human race. With such merit, perhaps he could plead with His Majesty, only sentencing himself to death and pardoning the other members of the Imperial Guard 3rd Legion. Therefore, Adams did not inform anyone of Doran's death news. He was well aware that if the news spread, not to mention the upcoming battle, even without a mutiny in the fleet, morale would definitely plummet. The Aux fleet continued to advance along the established route, while the Federal 4th Fleet entered the depths of the asteroid belt, which remained unusually quiet. 3 days later, the two sides finally met. Commander Adams, human fleet spotted ahead, about 15,000 ships. Adams stroked his chin, showing an incredulous expression on his face. Cody did indeed report in the end that they had sunk about 5,000 human battleships, and the remaining battleships should be around 15,000, but the question is, what was Liang Xingchen planning to do? Confront me head-on with his last strength against my 90,000 battleships? He shouldn't be the type to seek a path of death, right? Or could it be that both sides just happened to coincidentally come face to face in this encounter? Over the years, Adams had also received a lot of human intelligence from Wood. 7 years ago, during the Battle of the Asteroid Belt, although Liang Xingchen's ambush resulted in Adams losing 80,000 battleships, the losses of the Federal Fleet were definitely not small either, with only 12,000 battleships remaining in the Fourth Fleet after the war. And during these 7 years, because humans had been locked inside the asteroid belt with limited resources, they couldn't mass-produce battleships. So after 7 years, they only barely managed to restore the establishment of the Fourth Fleet, with not many extra battleships. In any case, the other side should be the last human fleet, and this situation could only be explained by coincidence, indicating that humanity was doomed. Order the fleet to advance and directly crush the humans' last resistance force. Yes, Commander Adams. End of this chapter. Chapter 46. The Second Asteroid Belt War 990. Zero-Ox warships, under the command of Adams, quickly rushed towards the human fleet in front of them. Adams, the human fleet has 10,000 warships retreating, with the remaining 5,000 warships forming a defensive formation in place, seeming to want to cut off the rear. Well, our warships are faster than humans. Let the fleet eliminate the human fleet in front of us at the fastest speed, and then chase after the escaping 10,000 warships, yes? At this moment, Adams believed that his guess was correct. It was indeed a coincidental encounter. It seemed that Liang Xingchen's luck had run out. In that case, let's just destroy the last resistance of humans in one fell swoop. Therefore, Adams directly ordered all warships to press forward together, using an absolute numerical advantage to tear apart the enemy's rear fleet head-on. The distance between the two sides was getting shorter, and they were about to enter the range of firepower. Commander, a human fleet has appeared on the left side of my fleet, with approximately 10,000 warships. Commander, a human fleet has also appeared on the right side of my fleet, with approximately 10,000 warships. Commander, the 10,000 warships of the human retreat have turned back. Listening to the reports of his subordinates, Adams was a bit puzzled. What was going on? Altogether, it was 35,000 warships. Could it be that humans had been hiding their strength all along, just for this moment? Adams looked at the tactical board. In front of his fleet were 15,000 human warships, with another 10,000 warships on both the left and right sides approaching. Soon, they would be within the crossfire range of his fleet from 3 directions. This situation looked quite grim. Quick, while we haven't entered the enemy's firing range, immediately order all warships to make a 180-degree turn and advance at full speed to break out of the human encirclement. Several minutes later, just before being within range of the enemy, the 3rd Legion of the Guards completed the turn and fled at full speed. However, not all types of warships had the same speed. In the situation of full-speed retreat, the formation of the entire fleet became chaotic, slightly better than defeat. Adams did not care about this. As long as he could break out of the triple encirclement, he could reorganize his fleet, and the problem wouldn't be significant. However, another unexpected incident occurred. Commander, a human fleet has appeared in front of my fleet on the left, with approximately 10,000 warships. Commander, a human fleet has also appeared in front of my fleet on the right, with approximately 10,000 warships. What? This is impossible. Where did the humans get so many fleets? Including the previous ones, there are already 55,000 warships. Commander, the human fleets in the front and right have already opened a crossfire on the front of our fleet. Don't mind the casualties, continue straight ahead, break through first. Watching the continuous approach of 35,000 warships on the tactical board from the left, right, and rear, Adams gritted his teeth and gave the command. They couldn't afford to stop at this moment. Stopping would mean defeat. Once the 3 fleets from the left, right, and rear caught up, he would face a crossfire from 55,000 warships from 5 directions. In that case, the Guard's 3rd Legion would undoubtedly face complete annihilation. It was better to risk losing 30,000 to 40,000 warships and break through first. Normally, Adams would have noticed keenly that the firepower from the human fleets in his front left and right was notably weaker than what 10,000 warships should have been capable of, not even reaching half. However, Jurin's death and the sudden appearance of 55,000 human warships completely disturbed him, making him unable to calmly judge the details on the battlefield. Thus, with 90,000 warships facing crossfire from two directions, in a scattered formation, they quickly fled towards the gap in the center. Inside the flagship Uranus, Lin Fan was communicating with Liang Xingchen. "I have to admit, I admire you a bit now." Disguising nearly 50,000 warships as mechs, even Adams was thrown off guard. It wouldn't have been easy to deceive him. Well, Jurin's death, along with the unexpectedly large number of warships appearing suddenly, all played a part. Psychological warfare is also an essential part of war. But the number of Ox Empire warships is still too high. It's not realistic to wipe them all out completely. Commander, we don't need to wipe them all out. We just need to inflict heavy casualties and scare them back to Jupiter. Yes, you're right. If we can eliminate half of their fleet this time, our goal will be achieved. Commander, it's almost time for your performance. Okay, I'll strike when half of Adam's fleet passes your ambush point. Ah, it's a shame we don't have more warships. With another 10,000 warships, we could have captured them all. It's tough for the Federation in recent years. Only 2,000 warships can be built each year. However, with your industrial robots, building 10,000 warships a year is no longer a problem. Things will get better in the future. Let's focus on winning this battle for now. Yes, Commander. While the two were conversing, Adams was feeling extremely uneasy. Adams, 1/3 of the fleet has passed through the crossfire net. What's the current casualty count? Approximately 7,000 warships lost. Adams felt like his heart was bleeding. Losing 7,000 warships just like that, and his fleet hadn't even fired a single shot yet. After all, in order to attack the enemy, they had to turn, as the main cannons of the ship couldn't rotate 360 degrees, only adjusting within a 15-degree range. That's why warships had to face the enemy head-on during an attack. But at present, with the two enemy fleets in front of him opening a crossfire, he had to quickly pass through them and pull away to create distance. If he turned to attack either fleet, his warships would slow down, allowing the 35,000 warships pursuing him from behind to close in. By then, it would be impossible to escape. Therefore, Adams could only retreat quickly while retaliating with the secondary guns. 10 minutes later, 2/3 of his fleet had passed through the crossfire net. How are the current losses? Reporting, Commander. We've lost approximately 15,000 warships. 15,000. Much better than expected. Adams had braced himself to lose 30,000 to 40,000 warships to get through the net. So, losing just 15,000 was a surprise. With such low losses, perhaps after breaking out of the encirclement and creating distance, he could reorganize the fleet and prepare for a decisive battle again. After all, he still had more warships than the humans. But why were the losses so small? A 20,000 warship crossfire net took so long to take out only 15,000 warships. Before Adams could fully contemplate the reason behind this unexpectedly low loss, another change occurred. Adams, at the front of my fleet, another human fleet has appeared, with approximately 5,000 warships deploying a heavily reinforced array, seemingly trying to block us. End of this chapter. Chapter 47. The second asteroid belt battle end. Adams was puzzled at this moment. How much power have humans hidden? Altogether, there are already 60,000 warships, right? But this should be the final strength of humanity. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only 5,000 warships deployed in this position. As long as we deploy 10,000 or 20,000 warships, we can definitely wipe ourselves out completely. With only 5,000 warships, we can still break out, but casualties will increase. Notify the fleet. The 5,000 warships ahead are the final strength of humanity. Even if we clash, we have to push through. Yes. Soon, the front line of Adams' fleet rushed towards the array of 5,000 warships ahead, and unexpectedly, instead of the anticipated decisive battle, they easily tore a hole in the enemy's formation and made a breakthrough in the center. Quick! We've broken through the enemy's formation. All fleets follow immediately. Although Adams was also somewhat puzzled, even though the human array only had 5,000 warships, how could it be so easily torn apart from the center? But now is not the time for Adam Adams to ponder. He immediately ordered the fleet to follow and charged out through this opening. At the same time, on the flagship of the 101st Mixed Fleet, the Uranus, in the bridge. "Commander, you are performing too professionally. How could I deceive Adams if I'm not professional? He's not a fool." It turned out that it wasn't Adam Adams' fleet that easily tore through Liang Xingqin's formation, but Liang Xingchen cooperated with Adam Adams' breakthrough, gradually splitting the fleet into two at the right moment, making it appear as if they were torn apart from the center. Under normal circumstances, Adam Adams might have noticed something, but at this moment, the entire Forbidden's 3rd Legion was in a frenzy of retreat, and Adam Adams, who was already in complete disarray, could no longer observe every detail on the battlefield carefully. After Liang Xingqin's 5,000 warships split, they turned towards the Adam Adams fleet passing through the middle, creating a new crossfire. Meanwhile, the 4,000 warships commanded by Lin Fan and Zhang Hai began to turn as the Adam Adams fleet was about to pass through their midst, eventually converging from behind. Why did Lin Fan and Zhang Hai each only have 4,000 warships instead of 10,000 warships? Clearly, the remaining warships were disguised with mecha, just like how Lin Fan and Liang Xingchen simulated battles. Including the initial 3 fleets, totaling 35,000 warships, they were all disguised with mecha. The real federal warships on the battlefield were only the approximately 14,000 warships commanded by Lin Fan, Zhang Hai, and Liang Xingchen. Thus, the entire battlefield once again formed a 3-sided pincer attack. Half an hour later, the Forbidden's 3rd Legion finally broke free from humanity's encirclement and pulled away. Report immediately. What are the losses? Commander Adams, our current casualties have exceeded 40,000 warships, and among the remaining 40,000 warships, half are damaged. Adams listened to the report from his subordinates, feeling uneasy. Nearly half the warships were gone, and even if the remaining warships had over 20,000 wounded, they couldn't fully unleash their combat power. Looking at the tactical board, the 60,000 warships of humanity had regrouped and were pursuing them. How could they continue to fight? Ah, this is fate. Liang Xingchen is truly my natural nemesis. Adams sighed and thought to himself, order the entire army to retreat to the Jupiter base. Yes. After giving the order, Adams slumped into his seat. He had wanted to lead the Forbidden's 3rd Fleet to find a way out for all the crew members, but it didn't work out. Well, let me face the punishment of His Majesty along with all the crew members here. The 4th Fleet symbolically pursued the Parliament and then gave up. Come on, if they pursued further, Adam Adams, being desperate, could turn around and fight back with nearly 50,000 warships. In that case, he would have only himself to blame. Just make a show of it, force them back, as the results of the battle were already remarkable. They had lost less than 1,000 warships themselves and destroyed more than 40,000 enemy warships. This loss ratio had already reached 140. In the first asteroid belt battle, the loss ratio was only 110, making Liang Xingchen hailed as a military deity. After the fleet stopped pursuing, they returned to the battlefield and conducted rescue operations, saving many people surprisingly. Throughout the battle, the Adam Adams fleet could only use secondary weapons to fight back, unable to use primary weapons, so the majority of damaged warships were disabled rather than sunk, allowing many to survive. After completing the battle, the entire 4th Fleet set out on the journey back to the Mars base. Earth, Federal Presidential Palace. At this moment, Linzen, Ed, and other staff were anxiously waiting in the meeting room. Has the Frontline report not come yet? It's been days. Knock, knock, knock. Before Ed finished speaking, a knocking sound echoed in the room. Come in. Report. The 4th Fleet has sent a battle report. Read it quickly. Upon hearing it was the 4th Fleet's battle report, Linzen immediately stood up and shouted, and the others in the room also nervously turned to look at the newcomer. On February 7th, the main force of the 4th Fleet encountered and engaged in a fierce battle with the vanguard fleet of the Ox Empire in the 016 asteroid belt area. According to the tactics planned by Major General Lin Fan, with less than 5,000 warships lost, they annihilated 30,000 enemy warships. On February 9th, the 4th Fleet ventured deep into the asteroid belt and set multiple ambushes along the route of the Adam Adams fleet, as proposed by Major General Lin Fan. Finally, with a loss of 1,000 warships, they destroyed 43,000 enemy warships and forced the remaining fleet to retreat to Jupiter. Currently, The Fourth Fleet is on its way back to the Mars base. For a moment, everyone in the meeting room was stunned. What happened to the desperate situation? What happened to fighting to the last person? Why did this battle report sound so strange? Especially the ambush in the asteroid belt against Adam's 90,000 warships with a loss ratio of 143. How did they manage such a feat? Is there a detailed account of the war process? Yes. The colonel who brought the battle report immediately inserted a storage card into the room's projector, and the virtual projection device displayed the entire battle process, including tactical applications. Goodness, who is this Major General Lin Fan? With only 14,000 warships, he disguised them as 60,000 warships and set multiple ambushes, scaring Adams into fleeing. The aide couldn't help but exclaim, it was just too incredible. Not only was this aide shocked, even Linzen, the old man in the Lin family, was surprised, as were the Federal Fleet Commander and Deputy Commander beside him. This battle wasn't just extraordinary, it was miraculous. Just as everyone was still in shock, Ed spoke up. I propose promoting Major General Lin Fan to Lieutenant General and appointing him to lead our soon-to-be reorganized First Fleet. End of this chapter. Chapter 48. After the voice of General Ed fell, there was some silence in the conference room. It's not that Ed's proposal was too outrageous. If we were to talk about military achievements, Liang Xingchen is the only one in the entire Federation who is stronger than Lin Fan. However, the key issue is his young age. He's just turned 20, and now he's already a general. Liang Xingchen's promotion was already fast enough. He became a general at the age of 35. For a moment, the staff members didn't dare to easily vote. Everyone looked at each other, unable to make up their minds. It seems like everyone has concerns. If there are any concerns, feel free to speak up and let's discuss together. Ed looked around at the staff members. He knew very well what they were thinking, mainly about the issue of qualifications. Vice President Ed, the key is that Lin Fan is really too young. He's just 20 years old and is already leading a fleet as a general. Isn't it a bit too fast? Yes, the youngest general in Federation history, Liang Xingchen, was also promoted at 35. That's right. Young people should spend more years honing their character. The staff kept expressing their opinions one after another. In the end, the problem boiled down to one thing: age. Is age a problem? If it were peacetime, then yes, age might be a problem because in peacetime, military achievements cannot be easily obtained and it relies more on qualifications. But is it peacetime now? It is a war era that concerns the survival of the Federation. In times of war, what do we look at? We look at abilities, military technology, not age. Your concerns are all about age. Let me ask you this, in the current war era that concerns the survival of the Federation, do you want a commander who is 20 years old but has the ability to defeat the Oaks Empire? Or do you want a commander who is 50 years old but lacks the ability to defeat the Oaks Empire? At this, everyone in the conference room fell silent. Yes, what time is it now? Is it a time to discuss age and qualifications? And where do you think the artificial gravity system came from? The warp engine technology, energy shield technology, nuclear fusion technology. Lin Fan not only has achievements, but other contributions as well. Even giving him the title of a general is not excessive. Now you're using his age as an excuse, not even willing to give him the rank of a general. Will you regret it only when the Oaks Empire warships are parked in Earth's orbit? Ed spoke with a determined expression, while Linzen remained silent throughout. After all, it was about his son. It wouldn't look good for him to speak. Having Ed speak was the best option. Vice President Ed, you're right. I agree to this proposal. Indeed, there is nothing more important now than defeating the Oaks Empire. As long as we can win, even if a 10-year-old child is sent in, I agree. I agree too. With that, all the staff members in the conference room raised their right hands, unanimously agreeing. All right, since it has been unanimously agreed upon, let's promote Lin Fan's military rank to general and appoint him as the acting commander of the First Fleet until he officially becomes an admiral. Linzen stood up and announced when he saw that there were no objections. 3 days later, Lin Fan was informed by Zhang Hai to report to Liang Xingchen's office early in the morning. Come in. Report, Commander. Lin Fan is here to report as ordered. Well, I called you here today to announce a command. At this, Liang Xingchen got up and walked over to Lin Fan, smiling. For the Human Federation, the commander of the 101st Special Fleet of the 4th Fleet, General Lin Fan. After taking over the 101st Special Fleet and achieving outstanding military feats and playing a decisive role in the Second Asteroid War, I hereby appoint you as a Federation Major General. Liang Xingchen finished and picked up the general's shoulder insignia from the table, putting it on Lin Fan. Congratulations! Thank you, Commander! Let's not thank me yet. Here is another order. Lin Fan, listen up. Yes, Commander. Given General Lin Fan's exceptional command capabilities and great military achievements, I hereby appoint Lin Fan as the acting commander of the Federation's 1st Fleet. I hope you will continue to strive and restore our human lands soon. With that said, Lin Fan was a bit shocked. He expected to be given a fleet commander position, commanding around 1,000 warships. But what did Liang Xingchen just say? He was appointed as the commander of the Federation's 1st Fleet. Even though it was acting, it was still the commander of the 1st Fleet, a whole 20,000 warships. As for the 1st Fleet, Lin Fan knew about it. In the past few years, the 4th Fleet had successfully rebuilt to a strength of 20,000 warships, and the newly built warships were prepared to reorganize the 1st Fleet, which now had 5,000 warships. Now, with the Federation's large-scale use of industrial robots, production efficiency had increased significantly, allowing the production of tens of thousands of warships per year. This meant that apart from replenishing the losses of the 4th Fleet, it would only take a year and a half to fill up the 1st Fleet. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, advancing from General to Major General, and receiving the reward of Brain Region Development Drug Manufacturing Technology. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, becoming the commander of a fleet with a scale of over 1,000 warships and receiving the reward of a detailed explanation of civilization levels 1 to 6. Ding! As the host has completed the mission above and beyond expectations, you have received the hidden reward of a detailed explanation of civilization level 7. Ding! A new ultimate assessment task for the novice period has been issued. Stage 1. Expel the Oaks Empire from the solar system with a time limit of 3 years. This task has no reward. The host must complete all 3 stages of the ultimate novice assessment before obtaining the reward, which is the system upgrade to the official version. As Lin Fan heard the system notifications of completing 2 more missions and exceeding 1 mission. In addition to having previously accomplished the 3,000 takedown mission in the asteroid belt 016 area, all 3 missions offered by the system had been successfully completed. However, he was a bit puzzled by the newly issued task. It wasn't because the content of the new mission was an issue, but rather the system's mention of a new rookie period ultimate assessment task. Did the system mean that after playing for 10 years, it's still considered a newbie period? Moreover, it's still a test version? Does one have to complete all 3 stages of tasks to upgrade to the official version? Lin Fan was currently filled with endless complaints. Played for 10 years only to realize you are a counterfeit product. End of chapter. Chapter 49. Check the reward. What's wrong? Are you shocked? Do I need to inform the president that you're not ready yet? Or should you first serve as a fleet commander for a while? Just as Lin Fan was puzzled about the system, Liang Xingchen spoke up, thinking that Lin Fan was startled by suddenly becoming a fleet commander. No, Commander. All right, I'll leave the 101 Special Mixed Fleet to you. Take them to the 1st Fleet together with Liang Zhu. Yes, Commander. 20 minutes later, Lin Fan returned to the headquarters of the 101 Special Mixed Fleet. After getting off the shuttle ship, he went straight back to his office. He had a lot of things to organize now. First, the mission reward he had just received, a detailed explanation of civilization levels 1 to 7. The system, as usual, stored all the data in a storage card, which Lin Fan inserted into his neural processor and began to read. Cosmic civilizations are divided into 12 levels, levels 1 to 10 civilizations, super civilizations, and superlimit civilizations. Level 1 civilization, planet civilization, has established a basic technological system and can explore space to a limited extent, but is still confined to the home planet. Signature technologies, rockets, satellites, space stations, etc. Level 2 civilization. Star civilization, able to fully develop the star system where the home planet is located, but lacks long-range navigation ability, confined within the star system. signature technologies, space cities, asteroid mining, planet terraforming, etc. Level 3 civilization. Level to star civilization has solved energy problems to some extent. Signature technology, nuclear fusion, and has the ability to explore and develop other star systems, not limited to just one star system, but lacks efficient interstellar travel means. Level 4 civilization. Level 3 star civilization masters efficient interstellar travel means, signature technology, jump engines, and advances energy utilization to a higher level. Signature technology, energy shields. Level 5 civilization. Galactic civilization, initial application of spatial technology, able to move within the galaxy more rapidly. Signature technologies, space shields, space teleportation, etc. Level 6 civilization. Level to galaxy civilization, advanced application of spatial technology, able to traverse across galaxies. Signature technologies, space rifts, intergalactic space teleportation, etc. Level 7 civilization. Interstellar civilization, perfect application of spatial technology. Signature technology, hyperspace engines. In addition to the hidden rewards provided by the system, the explanations of the first 7 levels of civilization were now displayed before Lin Fan's eyes. According to the data, the Federal Union should only be a level 3 civilization, but with the jump engines and energy shields provided by the system, it could be considered close to a level 4 civilization. Why is it considered close to a level 4 civilization? After all, humans are still stuck in the solar system and lack progress in other aspects of technology besides the signature technologies, making the Federation possibly not even on par with an average level 3 civilization. So, all in all, it could only be considered close to a level 4 civilization. After reading the introductions to levels 1 to 7 civilizations, Lin Fan took out another storage card, inserted it into his neural processor, and began to review the star map of the Orion Spur and the detailed distribution of power. When he opened it, Lin Fan was shocked. The Orion Spur, a small area within the galaxy, not even located on one of the 4 galactic arms, was considered rural in human terms. However, in such a small area, there were tens of thousands of civilizations. Of course, most of them were level 1 to 2 civilizations, but there were also over 300 level 3 civilizations, and even 1 level 4 civilization. Lin Fan truly witnessed the vastness of the universe. Even in the remote Orion Spur, there were tens of thousands of civilizations. How many civilizations would there be in the entire galaxy? Perhaps millions or even tens of millions of civilizations. He enlarged the star map, found the position of the solar system, and then examined the surrounding civilizations. The closest one turned out to be the Oak civilization, currently spanning 38 star systems. Afterwards, Lin Fan compared the Oak's empire to several other level 3 civilizations and found that the Oak's empire was relatively small among level 3 civilizations in the Orion Spur, as most level 3 civilizations typically spanned between 50 to 200 star systems. Compared to humans who only had 1 solar system, and were even forced by the Oak's empire to stay within the asteroid belt, the situation was truly pitiful. If he hadn't transmigrated, Liang Xingchen would at most help the Federation for a few more years. But since he had transmigrated, humans were destined to compete within the entire universe. Time to ignite a flame under humanity's progress. With those thoughts in mind, Lin Fan left his office and headed towards the research area. Hey, Lin Fan, you've been promoted to Lieutenant General. In the research lab, Bai Zixuan saw Lin Fan walking in, and when he noticed the insignia on his shoulders, his eyes widened in shock. Lieutenant General? This kid is only 20 years old, right? Just promoted. By law, I have an important matter to discuss with you today. Go on. What is it? You know. Lin Fan directly handed over a storage card to Bai Zixuan, giving him a knowing look. Bai Zixuan was momentarily puzzled. What do you mean I know? Stop talking nonsense. But as he received the storage card from Lin Fan and inserted it into his neural processor, his expression changed. Wow, did you steal some advanced civilization's database? By law, come on, you have to trust humanity. Get lost, I'm human too, and right now I don't even trust myself. So, tell me, what kind of impact can this have? Well, the brain development of an average person can be increased by 15 to 20%, and there will also be a certain degree of increase in intelligence, varying for each individual. Bai Zixuan took a sharp breath. An increase of 15 to 20% in brain development for an average person who hasn't even reached 10%. And on top of that, a boost in intelligence? If this were to be widely adopted, how many outstanding scientists would emerge among humans? How much would the development speed increase? Bai Zixuan looked at Lin Fan deeply, then took out his communication device and requested to speak with Liang Xingchen. By law, don't let the commander cut you off again and hang up. Lin Fan glanced playfully at Bai Zixuan, still remembering the scene from last time vividly. Get lost. This time I'll say it all at once, without giving him a chance to interrupt. Just as he finished speaking, Bai Zixuan's expression changed. Huh? Bai Lao, what's wrong? That kid Liang Xingchen actually cut off my call. Can you believe it? Lin Fan burst into laughter, bending over in amusement. The commander was so interesting. Last time he just interrupted Bai Zixuan, and this time he didn't even answer, just cut the call. At that moment, Bai Zixuan's communication device rang. See, I told you it must be Liang Xingchen. Watch him as I give him a piece of my mind. Bai Zixuan instantly regained his composure, picked up his device, and soon his face fell once again. Seeing this, Lin Fan curiously moved closer to take a look. Bai Zixuan's communication device displayed a message sent by Liang Xingchen. How many people? How much money? Just send a report directly. Ha ha. End of chapter. Chapter 50 Adam's Fate Solar System, Jupiter Orbit. Here, just like the orbit of Mars, there's a large starport complex. This was built by Adams after the first asteroid belt war, and at its peak, over 120,000 warships were stationed here. But now, things are a bit grim. Out of the 120,000 warships that went into battle, only 48,000 warships returned here in the end. At this moment, Adams is in his room, having already prepared a report. In the report, he takes full responsibility and pleads with the Emperor to just execute him alone. Although Adams knows that with the Emperor's temper, this is almost impossible, but even if the chance is slim, shouldn't he try his best? After all, these subordinates have followed him loyally into battle for decades. After sending out the report, Adams slumped in his seat feeling drained, his eyes looking empty. 3 months later, Mars Orbit, temporary starport complex of the First Fleet. This starport complex consists of one large comprehensive starport from the original Mars base, 5 medium-sized starports, and 20 small starports, with a total capacity of 8,500 warships. Since the warships produced in the last 3 months were used to replenish the losses of the Fourth Fleet, Lin Fan's First Fleet currently has just over 5,000 warships. For the time being, these starports are sufficient. As for the later starport demands, they are already under construction at an accelerated pace. At the current speed, it will only take a maximum of 3 months to complete 10 medium and 30 small starports. It's worth mentioning that the 101 fleet has been reorganized by Lin Fan into the escort fleet of the First Fleet, with an establishment expanded to 1,000 warships. The remaining 4,000 warships have temporarily been organized into the 1st to 4th subfleets. Moon Interstellar Military Academy. Today is the annual big day of the Academy, as another batch of graduates are graduating today, ready to embark on their military careers. However, in the office of the Dean at this moment, a certain young lady is throwing a tantrum. Dean, you better explain clearly to me. What is going on? Emma is currently slamming the appointment notice on Dean Li Fu's desk and demanding loudly. Li Fu looked at Emma with an amused expression and said with a smile, "What's going on? Isn't it just that you're assigned to the rebuilt First Fleet and directly as a staff member? Others envy you, and yet you're throwing a tantrum. You know that I wanted to go to the Fourth Fleet. Fine, I'll help you sneak into the back door to get reassigned to the Fourth Fleet." Emma thought she would have to fight hard before, and it might be impossible to achieve any results. But now, is it all settled with just a sentence? Emma feels a bit dumbfounded. Oh, by the way, I'll tell you something. 3 months ago, Lin Fan was promoted to Rear Admiral due to his great military achievements and appointed as the acting commander of the rebuilt First Fleet. What? Emma's eyes widened instantly, looking at Li Fu in disbelief. Are you kidding me? Lin Fan is only 20 years old, and he's already a Rear Admiral. And the commander of the First Fleet? Seeing Emma's incredulous gaze, Li Fu felt in a good mood. Well, that's it. Let me go discuss with the military department and get you reassigned to the Fourth Fleet. With that, Li Fu reached for Emma's appointment letter, but she had a lightning-fast reflex, snatched the appointment letter back, and said, "Dean, I have something else to do. I'll leave now." Nothing happened today. With that, without stopping for a second, Emma ran out of the office. Ha ha! Seeing this scene, an old dean with a playful demeanor also burst into laughter. 3 days later, 40,000 graduates of the Interstellar Military Academy arrived at the Mars base. They are divided into more than 10 specialties, such as fleet command, spaceship piloting, logistics management, and mech driving. About 30,000 of them were assigned to the First Fleet, as the Fourth Fleet had already been replenished and the current shortfall is not significant. At the temporary headquarters of the First Fleet in the Mars orbit, over 30,000 newly graduated students who were assigned here are already lined up waiting at the port. Soon after, a man and a woman walked up to the front of their formation. The man was handsome, tall, with the rank of Rear Admiral on his shoulders, exuding an aura of authority far beyond his young age. He stood at the front. The woman was stunning in appearance, with a hot figure, wearing the rank of Colonel, yet emitting an indescribable sense of dignity as she stood behind the man. Many people below had a drastic change in their expressions because they had already recognized that the Rear Admiral was none other than Lin Fan, who graduated early last year. Just a year after graduation, becoming a Rear Admiral at the age of 20 and leading a fleet. Is this a joke? Although most of you already know me, let me introduce myself first. My name is Lin Fan, currently the acting commander of the First Fleet and your direct superior in your future military career. 51 light-years away from the solar system, the Ox star system. This is the capital region of the Ox Empire, with 1 natural life-bearing planet, 12 modified life-bearing planets, and 27 resource stars, making it the most abundant star system within 100 light-years. Planet Ox, Imperial Palace. Emperor Ramiro Ox was looking at a report with bloodshot eyes. With a slap, Ramiro slammed the table, emitting a terrifying aura that made all the ministers present hesitate to even breathe loudly. Issue an order immediately to execute all members of the 3rd Imperial Guard. Your Majesty, please. Minister of the Military Department, Rosso KS, saw Ramiro want to execute the entire 3rd Imperial Guard and immediately hurriedly advised. He was the only one who dared to speak at the audience hall at this time. After all, he was Ramiro's uncle and the biggest contributor to Ramiro's rise to power, making him the most trusted person for Ramiro. Arbitrarily executing a whole military unit would cause instability in military morale, especially during the ongoing war with the Cabot Empire. This was highly unwise, and how could Ross not be in a rush? Damn it, just because of their incompetence, Doran is dead, and Adams has been losing repeatedly within the human mother system, with less than 50,000 warships left in the entire 3rd Imperial Guard. What can such incompetence do besides apologizing with death? Your Majesty, these are still 50,000 warships. If you insist on making the 3rd Prince's funeral guardians, then let them give their last effort. What do you mean, Uncle? Let them fully attack the humans until the last warship. Tell Adams that if they capture the humans, only he will be executed. If they cannot, they will die on the battlefield. And if Adams captures the humans, you'll spare the others? Your Majesty, that's too easy on them. Your Majesty, you need to consider the bigger picture. We are currently at war with the Cabot Empire, another long-standing Tier 3 civilization. Executing a whole military unit at a time like this would inevitably cause unrest in the troops. It's not beneficial for us in any way. Listening to Ross's words, Ramiro slightly calmed down. He was just hot-tempered, not foolish. Well, then, follow Uncle's suggestion. Issue the order to Adams. Yes, Your Majesty. End of chapter. Chapter 51. Snow Leopard-class battlecruiser, Mars orbit, the First Fleet, Star Harbor Group. After finishing the speech and announcing the dissolution, Lin Fan looked at Emma in the audience. To be honest, with Emma's looks and figure, even without deliberately looking, you would notice her under a deliberate glance. However, Emma clearly had her own pride. After announcing the dissolution, she immediately turned and left for the fleet staff headquarters. For her, she would rely on her efforts and strength to eventually stand by Lin Fan's side. Before that, she wouldn't force her way to Lin Fan's side. Still as arrogant as ever, Lin Fan looked at Emma, who had turned and left, unable to help but smile bitterly. Commander, we are going to observe the testing of the new battleship next. Let's go! The new battleship is a new generation battleship designed by the Federation using jump engines, nuclear fusion energy, and energy shields. After finalization, its name was Snow Leopard-class battlecruiser. With the use of new technology, the Federation's future battleships will be standardized excluding aircraft carriers, no longer having escort ships, destroyers, or cruisers. After all, with jump engines, nuclear fusion energy, and even energy shields, the fleet only needs a versatile type of battleship. Therefore, the Snow Leopard-class battlecruiser was born, a new type of battlecruiser that combines attack, defense, and speed, far surpassing all previous ship types in all aspects. Snow Leopard-class battleship class, battlecruiser tonnage, 1.8 million tons, ship dimensions, length 1282 meters. Width to 185 meters, height 178 meters, armor thickness 22 meters at the front, 12 meters elsewhere. Main weapon, twin 15 meters caliber ion cannons. 4 sets secondary weapon, high energy laser cannons, 36 close defense weapon, rapid fire electromagnetic railguns, 96 other weapons, multi-purpose missile launch bays. 512 defense system, first generation energy shield sublight engine. 6,000 kMAS superluminal engine, 585 times the speed of light, first-generation jump engine. Crew complement, 1835 people. Lin Fan and Liang Zhu arrived at the test area on the Uranus and entered the research ship that had been waiting there through a transport boat. Lin Fan, are you here? Yes, I finished the new recruits matter and rushed over. By law, let's get started. HMPH, no need for you to say. Since the last time Liang Xingchen directly cut off by Zixuan's communication, he was full of anger every time he saw Liang Xingchen. Activate the experimental ship's energy shield. The energy shield has been activated. Lin Fan looked at the screen, faintly able to see a faint blue force field appearing around the Snow Leopard-class battlecruiser, enveloping the entire ship. Check the output of the nuclear fusion energy and the status of the energy shield maintenance. Report, the output of nuclear fusion energy is stable, and the shield maintenance only consumes 2% of the maximum energy output. Very good. On to the next step. Lin Fan, it's up to you now. Got it. This is why Lin Fan specifically brought the Uranus over. If they were going to test, they would use the Federation's strongest battleship. Uranus, this is Lin Fan. I order a 3-shot salvo on the experimental ship using the main cannons. Uranus acknowledges. Target locked. Firing now. The Uranus, 3 million kilometers from the experimental ship, began to converge energy on its main cannon. Soon, the first energy projectile was shot, followed quickly by the second and third shots in a matter of seconds. Report, 3-shot salvo completed. Estimated impact on target in 7 seconds. Good. Stand by for further orders. Yes. Several seconds later, the first energy projectile hit the experimental ship with force, but was completely blocked by the faint blue shield, causing no damage. The second and third shots followed. Report, shield integrity reduced to 92%, 84%, 76%. Okay, check the shield recharge rate. Understood. Redirect 80% of the nuclear fusion energy output to the energy shield device for recharging, starting now. Report, recharge rate stable at 1% every 5 seconds. Why only use 80% of the energy output? After all, the battleship itself also needs energy, as do the energy required for the ship's cannons, the ship's engines, etc. Commander Liang, it seems we have achieved the expected results. Lin Fan listened to the data report from the research team and smiled satisfactorily, saying to the excited Liang Xingchen, "Haha, that's right. According to these data, when facing the battleships of the AUKUS Empire, we should be able to withstand at least 20 continuous shots from their main cannon. When the Snow Leopard class is mass-produced, even if we are head-to-head with atoms, I won't worry. Speaking of atoms, I think there might be variables." How so? Before, we learned that the 9th Prince is the Emperor of the AUKUS Empire's most beloved son. If he were to die, the Emperor is likely to make one of 2 choices. Tell me. One possibility is to directly execute atoms or even execute the entire fleet out of venting anger. Then send another fleet to attack the Federation. There's a possibility. If that's the case, I can relax now. What we need now is time. Commander Liang, there's another possibility that we may not be able to relax. If I were the Emperor, I would still want atoms dead. I wouldn't execute him directly, but order him to lead the surviving troops to advance without retreat, to fight to the death and die on the battlefield. Liang Xingqin's expression changed after hearing Lin Fan's words. That's right, since he has to be executed anyway, it's better to let them attack recklessly and die on the battlefield to make the final burst of effort. If that's the case, it's going to be a bit troublesome. After all, fearless armies are the most difficult to deal with when the weapon difference is not big. Take the tactics Lin Fan used in the asteroid belt, for example. If Adams at that time was already prepared to die and had no intention of going back, then he wouldn't have chosen to turn back and retreat, but would have continued moving forward. In this way, the outcome of the entire battle would have been completely different, and the Fourth Fleet would have been defeated. Commander Liang, I don't think you need to worry too much. From what I understand, the communication means of the AUKUS Empire is not much more advanced than the Federation's. By the time the news reaches the Emperor, and is then delivered to Adams, it won't be a short time. I estimate it will take at least another 2 to 3 months for a result. You're right, but just in case, we need to be prepared now. Indeed, we can't let them have another chance to pass through the asteroid belt like last time. Currently, in terms of troops, the enemy is still twice our size. If we want to defeat Adams's surviving troops with minimal casualties, the battle must be fought within the asteroid belt. Well, then I will go arrange to increase monitoring of the asteroid belt. Good. End of this chapter. Chapter 52. The only way out unconsciously. The time has already come to the end of the federal year of 59 years. During this period, all old models of various types of ships have been discontinued, replaced by the Snow Leopard-class battlecruisers and the Azure Sky-class aircraft carriers, which will be the main components of the Federal Fleet in the future. As for the Azure Sky-class aircraft carrier, it was finalized and began production 2 months ago, and its performance has significantly increased compared to the old-style aircraft carriers. Azure Sky-class aircraft carrier tonnage, 3.8 million tons, ship dimensions, length 1525 meters. Width 585 meters, height 395 meters, armor thickness 25 meters, close-range weapons, rapid-fire electromagnetic railguns. Quantity to 156 other weapons, multi-purpose missile launchers. Quantity to 156 defense systems, first-generation energy shields main power source, first-generation nuclear fusion reactor aircraft carried, reconnaissance aircraft, quantity 5, assault aircraft, quantity 20, mechs. Quantity to 1,000 sublight engines, 5000 kMAS hyperlight engines, 585 times the speed of light first-generation jump transition engine. Crew number, 4,000 to 158 compared to the old-style aircraft carriers. The Azure Sky-class's aircraft carrying capacity has doubled, reaching to 1,000 mechs, a significant improvement. In these 3 months, the Federation produced a total of 6,000 Snow Leopard-class battlecruisers and 700 Azure Sky-class aircraft carriers. Among them, Liang Xingqin only needed 1,000 battlecruisers and 100 aircraft carriers to replace the Fourth Fleet's escort fleet, and the remaining quotas were all given directly to the First Fleet. Even Lin Fan's flagship, the Uranus, has been heavily modified and is now more powerful than the Snow Leopard-class battlecruisers. So the First Fleet now has 6,000 various types of old warships and 5,600 new warships. In terms of strength, it can definitely rival at least 3 fully equipped Fourth Fleets. As the strength of the Federal Fleet continues to grow, on the other side of the asteroid belt, in a huge starport in orbit around Jupiter, Adams is looking at the Imperial Army's orders just sent by his subordinates. This order was both expected and unexpected. Firstly, due to the death of the 9th Prince of Moron, the entire 3rd Imperial Guard Legion was accused, a fact Adams had anticipated. Secondly, considering the illustrious military achievements of the 3rd Imperial Guard Legion and Adams' request in his report, Emperor Mila Luo gave the 3rd Imperial Guard Legion a chance to fully attack humanity with their remaining forces, and without retreat, following the death of the 9th Prince. If they succeed in capturing humanity, only Adams will be executed, and the rest will be pardoned. If they fail, then all members of the 3rd Imperial Guard Legion will die with military honor on the battlefield. After reading the order, Adams sighed deeply, understanding that this was the best possible outcome. Adjutant, I want to address the entire fleet. Ensure that every single person in the fleet hears it. Yes, I will arrange it immediately. Half an hour later, everyone in the 3rd Imperial Guard Legion stopped what they were doing and gathered at the various starports. Everyone of the 3rd Imperial Guard Legion, first, I have to tell you something. Half a year ago, the 9th Prince unfortunately perished in battle. Adam's first words struck everyone like thunder, as the entire Empire knew how beloved the 9th Prince was by the Emperor. Now, with the 9th Prince dead under the 3rd Imperial Guard Legion's operations, it was clear what punishment awaited them. The faces of all turned pale at once. Half a year ago, when I reported the 9th Prince's incident to His Majesty, I implored the Emperor to spare everyone in the 3rd Imperial Guard Legion and only punish me. Today, the order from the capital has arrived. His Majesty orders our Legion to engage in a final battle with humanity, with no possibility of retreat. If we win, only I will be executed, and the rest will be pardoned. If we lose, all will die with the pride of Imperial soldiers on the battlefield. This is your only way out. After Adam's final words, all the starports fell silent without exception. Gradually, every Oxperson's eyes turned bloodshot, filled with determination. Yes, what Adam said was correct. This was the only way out that Adams had fought so hard to secure for them. Every starport resounded with rhythmic ox cries. Kill, kill, kill. Now, I command everyone to prepare for battle. Tomorrow, we will launch a deadly assault on humanity. Win or die. Kill, kill, kill. The next day, in Lin Fan's office, Emma stood straight in front of Lin Fan's desk. It was the first time Emma and Lin Fan had faced each other since Emma had joined the First Fleet. If it weren't for Liang Zhu colluding with the Chief of Staff Will, insisting that Emma go to Lin Fan to report on the staff work, who knows how long Emma would have avoided it. Emma had originally planned to at least attain the rank of general before meeting Lin Fan, showing her level of pride. How is it? Have you gotten used to it after 3 months, Emma was fine being away, but when she actually saw Lin Fan, she became flustered. Don't stutter. Are you afraid of me to the point of avoiding me for 3 months? No, it's because ... Speak up. What's the matter? You're already a captain. What's with the hesitance? Yes, Commander. It's because I feel like the distance between us is growing, and I thought maybe it would be better to at least become a general first. Just as Emma finished speaking, laughter came from the office entrance. All right, why are you scaring her like this? And you, Emma, waiting to become a general. How old will you be by then? Not everyone is as weird as this guy. Hey, are you calling your husband weird? Weird. Liang Zhu came in and closed the door, not acknowledging Lin Fan and looking directly at Emma. Sis Zhu, we had an agreement that night, didn't we? You're here now, so why are you hesitating again? I just feel like we're growing farther apart. HMPH, are you scared? Didn't you have the courage to argue with me back at the academy? Sis Zhu, please, I was wrong. At that moment, Lin Fan's communicator beeped, and seeing it was Liang Xingchen, he immediately took the call. Commander Liang. Lin Fan, there's been a disturbance on Adam's end. We've discovered his fleet in the asteroid belt, heading straight for our Mars base. Commander Liang, are we sending out everyone, yes? We've detected 48,000 warships, combined with our previous losses. It should be all of them. If that's the case, it's very likely the second possibility I speculated about back then. When Liang Xingchen heard Lin Fan's words, he also remembered the 2 possibilities Lin Fan had mentioned 3 months ago. The second possibility, that could be quite troublesome. End of chapter. Chapter 53, Atom Suicidal Assault on the Solar System, Asteroid Belt. At this moment, more than 30,000 warships from the 1st and 4th Fleet are rapidly advancing. Commander Liang, based on our current strength, defeating Atom's nearly 50,000 warships is not difficult. The challenge lies in minimizing our losses. According to analysis, we are likely facing a group of desperados who won't retreat or consider losses. Any psychological tactics will be ineffective against such an army. Therefore, our biggest challenge now is how to achieve victory with minimal losses without relying on psychological tactics to build fleet tactics. Inside the bridge of the Uranus, Lin Fan and Liang Xingchen are having a video tactical meeting. For the Federation, defeating Atom's fleet is not difficult, given the more than 6,000 new warships equipped with energy shields and powerful firepower in the 1st and 4th Fleet. However, The opponents are likely a reckless fleet that doesn't care about casualties or even senseless deaths, essentially a suicide squad. Perhaps in war, suicide squads are common, but who has ever seen a suicide squad outnumbering one's entire army? At this point, the suicide squad is no longer just a suicidal squad. It's a sharp sword hanging over the head of the commander, ready to devour them at any misstep. Failure to guard against this would result in massive casualties, even if victorious. Lin Fan, you're right. Do you have any ideas? Well, it's not a particularly creative tactic, just a straightforward beheading operation. Oh, tell me. Meanwhile, 5.5 astronomical units away from the Federal Fleet, the 3rd Imperial Guard Fleet of the Ox Empire. Commander, how should we fight? How? Fight recklessly. Fight shamelessly. Commander, what do you mean? I mean, no matter what tricks Liang Xingchen pulls, we'll just charge head-on. After finishing, Adams looked at his deputy and realized he was puzzled, naturally, because the aggressive strategy in his mind was difficult for any Imperial commander to comprehend. But what kind of fleet did he have now? A fleet unafraid of losses, unwilling to retreat, and more fearless of death. The previously impossible strategies now became a reality. Don't understand, do you? Let me give you an example. Fighting in this asteroid belt follows a routine hide, search, occupy attack. Hiding means concealing your fleet to avoid detection. Then it's searching, locating the enemy under the cover. After that, it's occupying, seizing the most advantageous attack positions based on the enemy's location or movement path. Finally, it's attacking. This is the most accurate tactical application in the asteroid belt. Simply put, trying to achieve victory with minimal casualties by any means necessary. However, what's our situation now? We have a total of 48,000 suicide warships. What does that mean? It means we can break all norms and not play by the rules. You want to ambush me? Fine, I'll let you. Wherever you ambush me from, I'll charge straight towards you. You want to ambush me from multiple directions? No problem. I'll have a small portion of the fleet change direction to intercept you, offering you targets, while the rest of the fleet charges directly towards one of the ambush directions to eliminate you first. Even if I have to sacrifice 20,000 of my ships to destroy 10,000 of yours, I don't care. That's what I mean by fighting recklessly and shamelessly. Finally, the deputy understood Adams saw all 48,000 ships as a suicide squad, disregarding his own losses to annihilate the enemy. The tactics employed by humans in previous battles were successful largely due to psychological warfare. Commanders consider casualties, trying to avoid them, falling into traps set by opponents. After all, that's the intention of the enemy commanders, anticipating how to avoid losses the most. When you go along with what human commanders hope for in avoiding casualties, that's when you fail. In the first and second battles in the asteroid belt, with the resolve Adams had now, the Federation would have been defeated long ago. In human terms, it would be like being willing to go all in. And yet, when the opponent also tosses away their reservations, the outcome is uncertain. One day later, in the asteroid belt zone 039, it's a desolate area with barely any asteroids present. Commander, human warships spotted ahead, totaling 25,000, including Liang Xingchen's flagship, Hum. No other enemies detected in the surrounding space? No, the area we are in is barren. No hidden warships possible. Then all ships advance and take him down. Capturing Liang Xingchen is like capturing half of the human federation. Yes. Soon after, the entire 48,000-strong fleet formed a conical formation and aggressively charged towards the human fleet. Meanwhile, 2-0 away from the battlefield, nearly 7,000 warships were quietly parked, comprising the Uranus and 6,700 new warships brought in from two fleets. A conical formation? Truth be told, a 48,000-strong suicidal fleet in this formation is intimidating, powerful in attack, but defenseless in the rear. Liang Fan and Liang Zhu observed real-time battlefield information. From the tactical display, Adams' conical formation, with its spearhead composed of 43,000 warships, had completely exposed his flagship, carrying only 5,000 warships in the middle of the formation. It's time to act. Lock in the best ambush coordinates and distribute them to the fleet. All ships activate the warp engines. Understood. Coordinates distributed. All ships' warp engines fully activated. Warp, yes. End of the chapter. Chapter 54 Adam's Elegy Solar System, Asteroid Belt Zone 039. Adam's 48,000 warships are quickly advancing in a conical formation towards the human fleet. How long until we enter firing range? About 5 minutes, Commander. Alright, even if Liang Xingchen wants to retreat, it's too late. Notify all warships to maintain formation upon entering firing range, continue firing while advancing, and ram directly into the human array. Yes. At this moment, not far behind Adam's fleet, the empty void suddenly shrunk, and 6,701 warships appeared out of thin air without any warning. The hyperlight engines were activated, charging toward Adam's Central Army. Commander, a human fleet suddenly appeared behind us, 6,701 in number, charging towards us, and ... And what? Speak quickly. Adams was getting anxious. What kind of situation was this? How did these warships appear? And their location was like a dagger aimed at their weakest point. The conical fleet formation was already in place, making it impossible to provide rescue to the Central Army. Moreover, these 6,701 warships, even the smallest, are battleship class. How is that possible? Did humans concentrate all their main warships here? And most importantly, how did they appear? Quickly order all Central Army warships to spread out and urgently release carrier-based aircraft to intercept the pursuers from behind. Yes. However, Adams didn't have much time to react. The human surprise attack fleet had already begun firing. When 6,000 battleships concentrated their fire, the scene was truly stunning. A sense of destruction swept through the void, enveloping the area where Adams was located. In just one wave of attacks, over 1,000 warships of Adam's Central Army were destroyed. The launched fighter jets desperately intercepted the human fleet from behind. Since Lin Fan had just jumped less than 100,000 kilometers behind Adams, the fighter jets reached Lin Fan's fleet within a minute of being launched from the carriers. However, Lin Fan was unfazed, as the weapons on the fighter jets posed no threat to the shield systems. Although Lin Fan remained calm, Adams soon witnessed a scene that shocked him. The human warships deployed light blue energy shields, which completely blocked the laser beams fired by the fighter jets, not causing even a ripple in the shields. These were energy shields. Adams knew about them. The Empire had a fleet of 5,000 battleships, all acquired from the only level for civilization on the Orion Arm, the Bubavi Empire. But the energy shields used by the human warships were slightly different from those of the Bubavi Empire. The warships purchased by the Ox Empire had shields in pale red color, while the human warships had shields in pale blue. So, could it be that humans suddenly appeared behind him due to jump drives? This guess startled Adams, but with the energy shields already in place, having a jump engine of similar level didn't seem far-fetched. What was crucial was that the design of human warships was entirely different from that of the Bubavi Empire, making it impossible to have purchased them from there. Apart from the Bubavi Empire, no other civilization in the Orion Arm possessed energy shield and jump drive technologies. Therefore, the question arose, where did the human warships come from? Were they built by humans themselves? If so, the Ox Empire was in real danger. After fighting for decades and pushing humans back to the solar system, Adams could imagine the consequences of humans gaining the technology to dominate the entire Orion Arm. Commander, we can't hold them off. The fighters are ineffective against them, just being slaughtered. Are those the legendary energy shields? Yes, indeed they are energy shields. Moreover, the reason for this sudden appearance of the human fleet behind us is that their warships are equipped with jump drives. What? Jump drives? Isn't that a technology only possessed by level 4 civilizations like the energy shields? Didn't humans just reach level 3? Perhaps our Ox Empire has provoked a civilization that should not have been provoked. The Empire is about to face hardships. What can we do? We can't continue the fight at all. Adams looked at the tactical screen, the glowing orbs of his surrounding warships disappearing rapidly. The front part of the terrifying human fleet was cutting into Adams' formation. The carrier-based fighters were still under heavy attack by numerous rapid-fire electromagnetic cannons, getting shot down in droves. Some fighters even attempted to collide directly with the human warships when the opportunity arose, but it proved futile. Adams, with a hint of despair, looked at his adjutant. There's no chance. No need to struggle any longer. Help me connect all the warships. I want to make one final broadcast. Yes, Commander. The adjutant looked at Adams with a complex expression, seeing his superior show a sense of despair for the first time. Even though Adams had suffered to major defeats in the asteroid belt, he had never shown such expression before. As chaos engulfed the fleet, Adams' distinct voice came through the fleet-wide broadcast. "Soldiers, my journey seems to end here. After all, I am a condemned man awaiting execution by the Emperor. To be able to die in battle rather than be executed as I should have been, I am already content. But you are different. You still have a chance. Do not turn back, do not hesitate. March forward, tear through the human fleet before you, then proceed to their homeworld and destroy everything." Adams knew it was impossible. Even if they defeated the fleet ahead, they wouldn't escape from the terrifying fleet behind. But for the Empire, any human force they could eliminate was a step towards protecting it. This was the last thing he could do for the Empire. He felt sorry for those soldiers who followed him for decades, knowingly leading them to their deaths in the end. Adams couldn't help but think so. "May the God of the stars guide you forward." Before he could finish his sentence, the broadcast abruptly cut off. In the rear, the battleship Adams was on was hit directly by an ion cannon. The entire bridge didn't survive. This chapter has reached its conclusion today, celebrating the signing of the contract. End of the chapter. Chapter 55. Reclaiming the Solar System, Asteroid Belt Zone 039, Federal Fleet Formation. Commander Lin has transmitted information through Secret Line 3. Read it. My fleet has broken through the enemy's center forces. Adams' flagship has been confirmed sunk. We will now proceed with Plan 3. Good. Zhonghai, how long until the enemy fleet is expected to arrive within firing range? Report, 152 seconds. That's enough. Order the fleet to deploy horizontally according to Plan 3. Yes? Speaking of which, after the loss of Adams' center forces, the formation of the entire 3rd Guard Legion actually turned into an inverted V, while Liang Xingchen arranged his fleet into a line. In the eyes of most commanders, Liang Xingchen's move was extremely foolish. Anyone would know that a conical formation loves to face an enemy deployed in a line. It can easily tear a huge gap in the center and split the fleet apart. 152 seconds later, both sides coincidentally opened fire. And with no signs of slowing down, the 3rd Guard Legion continued to advance at nearly 4,000 kilometers per second, on the verge of colliding with the Federal fleet, a reckless move. Zhonghai, coordinate with the enemy's impact, have the fleet spread out to both sides, make the show look real. Understood. 3 minutes later, the tip of the 3rd Guard Legion suddenly broke through Liang Xingchen's defense line in the center. The center fleet collapsed upon impact, dispersing to both sides, the entire formation torn open. Unfortunately, without Adams, the deception would have been seen through. Good acting. According to Plan 3, let the divided fleet spread out on either side. Yes. Just as the 3rd Guard Legion broke through the Federal fleet's defensive line and made their way out, explosions erupted from the front battleships. It was only at this moment that the temporary commander of the 3rd Guard Legion realized that the human fleet had set up a massive minefield behind them. If they continued to charge forward, there was no need for the Federal fleet to lift a finger. They would blow themselves up halfway through. Though the temporary commander immediately ordered a halt in their advance, upon stopping, they were shocked to find themselves completely surrounded. Lin Fan and Liang Xingchen had already converged, forming a square encirclement, with Lin Fan's fleet on 3 sides and Liang Xingchen's divided fleet on the other, while the 4th side was the minefield. With no chance to maneuver, Lin Fan and Liang Xingchen launched a full-scale assault, attacking the 3rd Guard Legion from behind, left, and right, with a large number of warships being sunk every second. Lin Fan's tactical design from the beginning was simple. Lure Adams' main forces with Liang Xingchen and the old warships, then find the opening and directly lead all the new warships from Tuayu away to decapitate the enemy. Even though Adams had spurred the entire 3rd Guard Legion into a suicide fleet, their straight charge was truly terrifying. However, after losing Adams, this suicide fleet would have a fatal weakness. If there was no enemy in front of them and no famous commander to adjust their tactics, the fleet would be left in disarray, unsure of what to do. Now, with the 4-sided encirclement, the determination of the suicide fleet transformed from one of determination to one of despair. As Lin Fan had predicted, the 3rd Guard Legion fell into complete chaos, with most battleships being slaughtered by the Federal fleet attacking from 3 directions. especially the Lin Fan fleet from behind, with 6,000 Snow Leopard-class cruisers ravaging the 3rd Guard Legion. 20 minutes later, with the final ship of the 3rd Guard Legion being destroyed, the human victory in the 3rd Asteroid Belt War was complete. Of course, Lin Fan and Liang Xingchen did not return to Mars base at that moment. After clearing the battlefield, they led the fleet directly towards Adam's Jupiter base. 2 days later, the 1st and 4th fleets, totaling 29,800 warships, arrived at Jupiter. Surprisingly, there was no resistance from the entire Jupiter base starport cluster. Only after a large number of mechs launched and controlled the starports did the two learn the reason. Adams had taken everyone, even the injured warriors, with him. It made both of them sigh at the thoroughness of Adams' desperate fight. After securing control of the Jupiter base cluster, Liang Xingchen led the 4th fleet and the 1st fleet's old warships to complete the cleanup on Jupiter. Lin Fan led the 5,600 new warships of the 1st fleet straight to Saturn, taking advantage of the LEAP engine's speed advantage to dismantle the 3rd Guard Legion's outposts at Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune's advanced bases. The garrisons at these bases were minimal, with no more than 1,000 warships each. In just one day, Lin Fan had reached Neptune, suppressing all the outposts and fleets stationed on the orbits of these 3 planets set up by the 3rd Guard Legion. After completing the suppression of the 3 major planets, Lin Fan led the fleet to the Kuiper Belt. The entrances to the 2 star paths of the solar system were located here, leading to Proxima and Barnard. As per the prior agreement between Lin Fan and Liang Xingchen, Lin Fan needed to guard this area for 10 months until the 1st fleet completed the conversion of old warships to new ones before a change of guard. As Lin Fan was busy setting up defenses at the entrance of the star paths, a vast fleet emerged from the superb star system, 22 light-years away. The fleet consisted of 300,000 warships, a fully equipped 4th Guard Legion that had been transferred down from the battlefront of the Cabot Empire several years ago. Commander Isa, we have just received the latest news from the Empire. 9th Prince is dead. Huh? How did it happen? The news says 9th Prince died in the solar system, and His Majesty ordered the execution of everyone in the 3rd Guard Legion. Luckily, Minister Ross intervened, and it was changed to just executing Commander Adams. Adams is actually going to be executed? Isa widened his eyes in disbelief. His relationship with Adams was very good, and the sudden news of his friend being sentenced to death shocked him. How far are we from the solar system? Still 22 light-years in a straight line, 28 light-years through the star paths, estimated to take about over 9 years. Okay, no delays on the way. Arrive at the fastest speed possible. I will personally avenge Adams. Yes, Commander. End of this chapter. Chapter 56. Lin Fan is up to something. 3 days have passed since the 3rd Asteroid Belt War. At this moment, Lin Fan has already set up defensive lines on the Star Road with 2 stars. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the ultimate assessment task of the Novice Period Phase 1, driving the Ox Empire out of the solar system. Ding! Due to the host completing the task well within the system deadline, a hidden reward is given, obtaining the personal ability to drive a warship initial level B. Ding! Now announcing the ultimate assessment task of the Novice Period Phase 1, to destroy the Ox Empire with a time limit of 10 years. There is no reward for this task. The host must complete all 3 phases of the Novice Period Ultimate Assessment before receiving rewards. The reward is the system upgrading to the official version. The first phase of the assessment task is finally completed, but now the second phase is to destroy the entire Ox Empire, and the third phase won't require me to unify the Orion Arm, right? Lin Fan thinks it's a bit painful to think about it. Such an exaggerated Novice Period assessment task. Who has ever seen one? System. Open the attribute panel. Let me take a look. Host. Lin Fan Strength. 350 Agility. 350 Reaction. 350 Stamina. 350 Spirit. 350 Intelligence. 380. The above attributes are 50 to 100 for normal humans' lifespan, 500 years brain development, 30% command ability, artillery commanda, evasion commanda, formation command S, mech commanda personal abilities, mech driving S, warship driving B system space. Mission 1. Annihilate the Ox Empire with a time limit of 10 years. This mission has no reward. The host must complete all 3 phases of the Novice Period Ultimate Assessment before receiving rewards. The reward is the system upgrading to the official version. Lin Fan looks at his command attributes, and they are not much different from before, mainly because it's too difficult to improve past the A level. In terms of formations, Lin Fan spent nearly a year compiling a comprehensive set of variable formation materials for the Interstellar Military Academy, and later wrote a book on 1,000 changes in formations for the fleet. In addition to compiling the formations, Lin Fan spent nearly a year in the system undergoing thousands of formation change-related training sessions. This barely reached the system's S-level standard, showing how difficult it is to improve. As for SS to X levels, sorry, not considering it for now. Lin Fan once used the reward from the system, the Personal Ability Enhancement card, to upgrade mech driving to S level. Then spend 10 days inside for mech driving training. But what's the result? When he checked the details of the mech driving ability, the experience reached only 0.3%. This incredibly exaggerated upgrade difficulty left Lin Fan speechless. So Lin Fan decided to spend a few more years to upgrade all his command abilities to S level. As for the new personal ability reward, warship driving, Lin Fan was a bit speechless. Why do I need to learn this? Do I have to be like those anime characters from a previous life, where the spaceship pilot always has to go fly a fighter jet in the middle of a fight, and the captain ends up having to drive the spaceship themselves in the end? Completely absurd, right? Well, since ancient times, the abilities given by the system have always been meaningful, so whether it's absurd or not, I'll upgrade it to a level when I have the time. Setting aside the system matters, Lin Fan is now contemplating another issue. To be honest, it's boring to stay here, with not even a starport. Before the main fleet arrives here and builds a starport complex, everyone can only stay inside the warships. After a while, it really gets boring and something needs to be done. But what can I do in this environment? Oh, I remember, White Zixuan mentioned before that he's manufacturing a batch of new mechs, much stronger than the mass-produced models currently used by the Alliance forces. I can use this to my advantage. Thinking about it, Lin Fan pressed the communication button on the desk. Liang Zhu, inform the staff department, we will have a meeting in the conference room in 10 minutes. You come too. Yes, Commander. After ending the communication, Lin Fan continued to refine the details of the plan in his mind before heading to the meeting room on the Uranus. Well, now that everyone is here, let's get started. Walking into the conference room, Lin Fan saw Vice Admiral Liang Zhu, Chief of Staff Will, and 9 staff members were already there. As you all know, we need to defend the Star Road for 10 months, and during this time, there will be no starport for rest, unlike the Mars base, which has a Martian city for soldiers to relax in. This situation is not ideal if it goes on for too long. I wonder if the commander has any good ideas. Well, understood. Since Lin Fan had already summoned them, he must have a plan in mind. Bringing the staff department together is probably to finalize the details and plan for the event. Indeed, I do have an idea. I want to hold a mech grand competition. Think about it, under our current conditions, what can be more thrilling than mech combat in terms of competition? Well, Commander, if mech combat is held in the form of a competition, in terms of motivation and entertainment, it will be unparalleled. We can even say that if there were mech competitions on Earth, no one would watch soccer anymore. But how do we deal with the venue? We don't have the materials to build a dedicated competition arena. Don't worry about that, Will. Have you forgotten where we are? In the Kuiper Belt? Will immediately understood what Lin Fan meant. The fleet is currently in the Kuiper Belt. Isn't this a natural mech competition arena? The environment here is more complex than the asteroid belt, unfriendly for warships but tailor-made for mechs. That's right, it's the Kuiper Belt. And I plan to set a reward for this mech grand competition, namely, the 20 new mechs being manufactured by the White Group. I will ask for 10 or 8 of them to be used as rewards for the winners. If these are used as rewards, I'm sure the mech troops will go crazy. That's the effect I'm going for. Can I make a suggestion? A pleasant female voice suddenly came from Emma sitting behind Will, raising her hand. Lin Fan looked at Emma's slightly nervous smile, and smiled slightly as well. Of course you can. Well, recently, there have been rumors in the fleet that the commander is the first mech master of humanity. Of course, there's been a lot of debate within the fleet, and I think the final stages of the mech grand competition could include a segment where the winner has the right to challenge the commander. So, What do you think, Commander, our great mech master? Do you have confidence? Liangzu chuckled softly to Lin Fan on the side. Upon hearing this, what's the big deal? Can't a man tell a woman that he's not good enough? Sounds good. When the staff department designs the competition, they will select the 8 strongest mech pilots to compete 1-on-8 against me in the final round. Commander, 1-on-8. Are you serious? End of this chapter. Lin Fan looked around at the shocked expressions of everyone and felt quite satisfied. Of course, I am serious. There's no need to worrying. That group of little bunnies, just 8 of them working together, are no match for me. Well, the staff over here will have the plan ready. Yes, and Liangzu, please contact the presidential palace for me. Tell the old man that I will send him the live broadcast signal in time, so he can arrange the media channel for live broadcasting. Commander, why is that? It's not good to broadcast the major competition within our fleet to the public. You guys don't realize a crucial issue. The Federation is now rebuilding the 4 major fleets. The shortage is not in warships, not in the crew of warships, not in administrative or logistical positions. It's in the mech pilots. And this gap is extremely large. You must understand, being a mech pilot has the highest casualty rate in the fleet. Most people joining the military are reluctant to choose the mech pilot profession. This is the current situation, and I aim to change it. I understand. By showcasing mech combat competitions to the public, it will be more stimulating than any sports event, generating a wave of mech enthusiasm throughout the Federation. To pilot the majestic mechs, one must join the Federation fleet as a mech pilot. So, after listening to Lin Fan's words, Will's eyes also brightened. What a brilliant idea! How did the young commander come up with it? Exactly, that's the idea. So Liangzu, when you contact the old man and me, explain this implication as well. It should be fine. Got it. Also, Will, discuss with the 4th Fleet and temporarily borrow 100 Skydom-class aircraft carriers from them. As you know, we still have a large number of mech pilots in the Mars base with the 1st Fleet. Bring them over. We cannot neglect one group over the other. Yes, Commander. All right, the staff will have the plan for the mech major competition within a week. Meeting adjourned. The next day at the Earth Presidential Palace, Linzen, Ed, and a group of staff gathered in the meeting room again. What do you all think of Lin Fan's plan? Linzen asked directly after everyone finished reading the report. I think it's feasible. The biggest issue in our Federation fleet currently is exactly as Lin Fan mentioned, a severe shortage of mech pilots. People generally believe that being a mech pilot is too dangerous, so the number of people joining as mech pilots each year is seriously insufficient, said the Fleet Commander-in-Chief, Marshal Sanders, excitedly. The mech pilot issue has always been a headache for the Federation fleet. With every fully equipped Federation fleet, they require 1 million mech pilots. However, the number of people becoming mech pilots each year is less than 100,000, causing a huge headache for the fleet. Even if the losses from battles are replaced, the first batch of mech pilots after the rebuilding of the 4 major fleets is insufficient, and by a large margin. Now, the plan proposed by Lin Fan has a high possibility of creating a wave of mech enthusiasm in the Federation. If anyone dares to disagree, this over 80-year-old Marshal Sanders can definitely charge up and punch them to prove he's still strong. Indeed, the mech pilot issue has been a topic of discussion. To rebuild the 4 major fleets, with the current number of mech pilots, only 30% can be met. It's a very serious problem. Therefore, I strongly support Lin Fan's proposal. Ed also spoke up, given that his own daughter had contacted him yesterday. She outright said, any trouble from him, and their father-daughter relationship would be over. That fierce glare, even now, makes Ed, the father, shiver a bit. Seeing the Vice President and the old Marshal of the Federation fleet express their support, and considering that the plan indeed has significant benefits for the Federation, the other staff naturally had no reason to oppose. Moreover, opposing at this point would upset many people. Therefore, everyone unanimously raised their hands to pass the proposal. That night, the Presidential Palace announced a message to the entire Federation. The Federation fleet will hold a Grand Mech Combat Tournament, where the strongest mech pilots from the entire Federation fleet will gather, and the main media channels will broadcast live throughout the event. Additionally, the Federation released an advertisement, specially sent by Lin Fan, featuring Lin Fan and 300 elite mech pilots from the Uranus to put on a dazzling battle in the Kuiper Belt. As soon as the advertisement was released, it dazzled the eyes of all the Federation citizens. Watching hundreds of mechs shuttle through the Kuiper Belt's numerous planetary fragments at high speeds, engaging in combat with those classic high-difficulty mech moves, ignited the passion in everyone's hearts. The entire Federation's network was buzzing. Oh my, mech battles are this cool. This kind of competition is so exciting, much more than regular sports events. I definitely need to watch it. This scene sparks my desire to join the mech forces. Oh, I can't hold it. I need to go sign up for enlistment now. Hey guys upstairs, have you met the physical requirements? Mech pilots have very high physical speed requirements. Let me tell you guys upstairs, I've already signed up. There's a recruitment office right below my home. They mentioned that this time, for recruiting mech pilots, they won't assess physical fitness. It seems like as long as you join, the Federation will naturally find ways to improve your physical fitness. Huh? Is that so? Does that mean genetic enhancement drugs are now available? It might just be possible. Otherwise, why wouldn't they consider physical fitness? Various discussions immediately flooded the entire network, making it lively. The next morning, many Federation citizens discovered something extremely shocking. All the recruitment offices had long queues, with some lines stretching for several blocks. 3 days later, a matter that made old Marshall Sanders both happy and distressed occurred. In just 3 days, yes, only 3 days, over 5 million people had signed up through various recruitment offices to join the Federation Fleet's mech division. This was just from releasing a mech competition teaser. When the actual competition begins and is broadcast live, how many more people will sign up? Forget about that time. Even with the current 5 million people, it is enough to rebuild the 4 major fleets of the Federation, with over 2 million extra recruits. Old Marshall Sanders found himself torn between happiness and distress. He was happy as the biggest problem that had troubled the Federation fleet for years was resolved in 3 days. He was distressed because he didn't know how to arrange so many people and heard that the queues in all recruitment offices were continually lengthening. It is estimated that the final number of sign-ups will exceed 30 million. With 5 million alone being hard to accommodate, if there's a sudden influx of 30 million people, it would be risking Sanders' life too much. With no other choice, Sanders had to issue an order. The current round of mech pilot enlistment is closed. Chapter 58 Lin Fan's name, the old Marshal's order, can be said to be a scene of ghosts and wolves crying. It even caused some chaos. After all, there were at least tens of millions of people queuing outside all the recruiting places. Fortunately, the various recruiting offices repeatedly assured that this was not the only recruitment, and there would be continuous recruitment in the future, gradually suppressing the chaotic scene. Regardless of the things happening on Earth, Will brought an interesting message to Lin Fan at this moment. Commander, I have already communicated with Commander Liang over there. Originally, there was no problem, but as you know, mech dueling on Earth has become popular recently, and the live broadcast intensity by the Federation will be no less than any major sports event. So, Commander Liang wants the 4th Fleet's mech division to participate too, right? Commander, you guess right. That's exactly what Commander Liang means. And he said that not the entire fleet will come. His idea is to select 10,000 mech soldiers internally to accompany the 1st Fleet's mech soldiers to our side. Alright, that's fine. By the way, seeing you holding the documents, is the grand competition plan ready? Yes, Commander. Please take a look. We'll hand it over the report. This was a plan developed by 9 staff members of the staff and himself, completed in 4 full days. Will himself felt that this plan was still quite perfect? Alright, let me see. After taking the report, with Lin Fan's 30% brain development, it seemed like he was flipping through it at an incredible speed. He only paused for 2 to 3 seconds on each page, flipping through nearly 100 pages in less than 2 minutes until he reached the last page. Will was immediately taken aback. He flipped through it so quickly. Could it be that it doesn't meet the commander's expectations? Did he mess up? After reading the report, Lin Fan did not pay attention to the anxious Will in front of the desk, but carefully considered Will's plan. Overall, Lin Fan was satisfied. The plan was very detailed, taking into account every aspect. Firstly, the entire grand competition will be divided into 3 parts. The first part is the individual competition, where all participating pilots can sign up, divided into 32 groups in a knockout format to determine the final 32, followed by a round-robin format with the final ranking based on points to select the top 8. The second part is the team competition, where pilots can form their own teams to compete, each team consisting of 10 people, divided into 8 groups in a knockout format to determine the top 8 teams, followed by a round-robin format to decide the strongest team. The third part is the Legion battle, proposed by Emma after Liang Xingchen indicated the dispatch of 10,000 mech soldiers. In this plan, both the First Fleet and the Fourth Fleet will each organize 10,000 mech soldiers to participate in a large-scale confrontation in a Legion format. As for the rewards for the grand competition, the top 8 pilots in the individual competition will each be granted the qualification to pilot a new model mech. The strongest team determined in the team competition will be retained after the competition and allowed to name themselves as an independent team. As for the Legion competition, the fleet in which they belong will be granted the title of the strongest mech legion. As for whether the First or Fourth Fleet will form these 10,000 mech soldiers into an independent mech legion, it will be up to each fleet to decide. Finally, the entire competition will last for 3 months, meaning all events will last for 3 months before conclusion. Will, looking at Lin Fan, who remained silent, was truly in a panic. "Boss, what do you mean exactly? Please say something. Moreover, less than 2 minutes. Are you really sure you read it all? Okay. Let's go with this plan. You can further plan out the venue." "Yes, Commander." Finally, Will breathed a sigh of relief, scaring me. A week later, the 100 Azure Sky-class carriers of the Fourth Fleet directly transported 300,000 pilots from the First Fleet and 10,000 pilots from the Fourth Fleet. Additionally, they also sent hundreds of media outlets from Earth and a large amount of professional media equipment. As for how 100 Azure Sky-class carriers could transport more than 300,000 pilots at once, the reason was that they only transported the people and not the mechs. As for the mechs for the competition, the First Fleet had already prepared 100,000 mechs for exclusive use in the competition. All participants would draw lots and use the common mechs they drew to ensure fairness. Everything was proceeding smoothly and according to plans, and the mech grand competition was scheduled for 10 days later, on January 5th, Federation calendar year 60. Meanwhile, on Earth, to the Federation's continuous hype, the atmosphere was becoming increasingly fervent, and online discussions never ceased. Just as the entire atmosphere was about to reach its peak, the Federation added fuel to the fire by releasing some information about the First Fleet publicly. The Fourth Fleet and its commander, Liang Xingchen, were already well known among the Federation people, but the re-established First Fleet was still a mystery. Until today, the people of the Federation suddenly discovered on the official website of the Federation Fleet the information about the First Fleet, and even the information about its commander, which was not a minor thing. The entire Federation was thrown into chaos. Is this a joke? A 20-year-old Major General as the commander of the First Fleet. Seeing the uproar on the internet, the Federation seized the opportunity and continued to stoke the fire, revealing more information about Lin Fan. This shocked everyone. Referred to as a peerless genius from the Interstellar Military Academy, unparalleled in commanding, besides Liang Xingchen, in the entire Federation. The most outstanding human scientist, the developer of technologies such as artificial gravity, the second-generation industrial robots, warp engines, energy shields, nuclear fusion, and more. With glorious military feats, no one in the entire Federation can match his combat capabilities, not even those of the Imperial Commander of the Ox Empire. The strongest pilots are to challenge Lin Fan directly. The top 8 pilots in the Mech Grand competition will have the opportunity to challenge him one-on-one. The entire internet was in chaos, and the presidential palace confirmed that they were introducing a real person, not a fictional character. The key issue was that the introductions were too exaggerated. Not that people didn't believe it, but they dared not believe it. This was beyond the level of a genius, okay? But some also said, if all of this is true, then we humans have indeed produced a terrifying existence. Subsequently, the media immediately interviewed Marshal Sanders and Commander Liang Xingchen of the Fourth Fleet, and finally received confirmation from both that all the information was true, without a hint of falsehood. The content of the interviews was broadcast on the news, and the entire Federation people were shaken. Lin Fan, in the Cooper Belt, still unaware, has now resounded throughout the entire Federation. End of this chapter. Chapter 59 of the Mex Monster Li Kenkyong Federal Calendar, January 5th, 60 years. The first Mech Grand Competition of the Federal Fleet began, and the people who came to attend the opening ceremony were quite unexpected for Lin Fan. Apart from Liang Xingchen, a large group of military and political dignitaries, such as the Chief Commander of the Cosmic Fleet, Sanders, the Vice President of the Federation, Ed, and the Dean of the Interstellar Military Academy, Li Fu, all came. The people on the entire podium had an impressive lineup. It is worth noting that in addition to the First Fleet and the Fourth Fleet, the participants in this grand competition also included the Federal Fleet's lunar headquarters and students from the Interstellar Military Academy. However, only a small number of the most elite pilots were sent from these two locations, and they only participated in individual and team matches. The Legion match still only had the First Fleet and the Fourth Fleet participating. Lin Fan, this is our first meeting, right? The old Marshal Sanders came to Lin Fan's side, greeting him warmly. Yes, Marshal Sanders, you are the beacon of the Federal Fleet, and you have always been the person I admire the most. Lin Fan's words were not insincere, but a genuine admiration for this old marshal. It is worth knowing that the fame of the man in front of him is no less than Liang Xingchen. Sanders' military career has witnessed the entire history of the Federation. Enlisting at the age of 16, Sanders, now 88 years old, has had a military career of 72 years, longer than the history of the Federation. Especially, this old marshal had also been the first commander of the First Fleet of the Federal Fleet and the commander who led the fleet to capture Billin and Barnard back then. However, after taking down Barnard, Sanders was promoted to the commander of the Federal Fleet and returned to the lunar headquarters, thus not participating in commanding the later battles against the Ox Empire. Even within the Federation, there has always been a saying that if Sanders had continued to command the fleet on the front lines back then, the outcome of the whole battle might have changed. Even though humans would still be defeated in the early stages, it wouldn't have been so quick and devastating. There is also a little-known fact that all of Liang Xingchen's abilities were taught by Sanders. Speaking of which, he could be considered Sanders' favorite disciple. What beacon? That's too exaggerated. Speaking of which, I should thank you. Thank me. Of course, you need to know that as an old soldier of over 70 years, I have witnessed the history of the Federation. Witnessed the glory and decline of the Federal Fleet. I thought I had only a few days left, but now because of your genetic enhancement potion, I have at least 100 more years of life, allowing me to continue to witness the resurgence of the Federal Fleet. Shouldn't I thank you? Marshal, rest assured, as genetic enhancement potions continue to develop, human lifespan will continue to increase. Marshal, you will not only witness the resurgence of the Federal Fleet, but also witness humanity dominating the Orion Spur, dominating the galaxy, and eventually dominating the whole universe. Good, good, good. With young generations like you in the Federal Fleet, I am relieved. After hearing Lin Fan's ambitious words, Sanders widened his eyes. Even he himself didn't have such ambitions to dominate the entire universe. But immediately, he thought of what Lin Fan had achieved in recent years. Whether in terms of technological research ability or fleet command ability, he could be said to be the most monstrous figure in human history. Perhaps with Lin Fan, the Federation could truly achieve the goal of dominating the universe. Sanders' heart was filled with even greater expectations, and he couldn't help but repeatedly say "3 good" in a row. Soon after chatting with Sanders, the first Mech Grand Competition of the Federal Fleet officially began. This grand competition had over 380,000 participants in the individual matches, over 8,000 teams in the team matches, and only the First Fleet and the Fourth Fleet participating in the Legion matches. Due to the large number of participants, even though the schedule was arranged for 3 months, it was still very intense. Especially in the group elimination rounds, the pace was fast, with more than 10 matches held every day, as long as they were not eliminated. In the Cooper Belt, the staff had already divided the area into 40 regions, consisting of 30 to combat areas for individual matches and 8 areas for team matches. Each individual elimination group area was further subdivided into 100 zones, allowing each group to simultaneously conduct 100 individual elimination matches. A group of big shots also came to the Uranus to watch the matches. Lin Fan, this tiger is the captain of your guard mech squadron on your ship, right? Liang Xingchen pointed to a virtual projection of a venue where an individual elimination match was taking place. One mech defeated the opponent in less than 10 seconds, which impressed Liang Xingchen. After looking at the names displayed on the screen, he remembered that it was indeed the captain of Lin Fan's guard mech squadron on the Uranus. Yes, that's him. Lin Fan smiled and replied. Regarding Zhang Hu's performance, Lin Fan was not surprised at all. This guy almost sparred with Lin Fan every day. Although he had been constantly defeated by Lin Fan, with a record of 1705 fights and 1705 losses, his strength steadily increased. According to Lin Fan's estimate, Zhang Hu's strength was now at an A+ level in the system, making him one of the strongest pilots among humans. This kid over here is also good. According to the information, he's only 19 years old, younger than Lin Fan, and he's a student at the Interstellar Military Academy. Sanders excitedly pointed to another spot on the virtual screen, where a mech was engaged in combat with another, soon to determine the winner. Although he didn't defeat the opponent as quickly as Zhang Hu, Lin Fan judged that the skills of this student pilot were also at an A level, just like Zhang Hu. The opponent, however, was an elite pilot with an A grade level, hence the longer duration of the battle. Not bad. This kid is named Li Kangqiang. Although not as versatile as Lin Fan, in the field of mechs alone, he is undoubtedly a monster not inferior to Lin Fan. Li Fu was also proud to say, as this was a participating student from the academy, giving him some glory. Lin Fan, what do you think? Liang Xingchen looked at Li Fu's proud expression and asked Lin Fan. After all, in terms of mechs, Lin Fan was currently the strongest among everyone present. Indeed, not bad. His strength is almost on par with Zhang Hu, but the key point is that he is only 19 years old and possesses such strength even without actual combat experience. Truly outstanding. How does he compare to you now? Well, he can now hold on against me for 2 to 3 minutes. Haha, your mech skills are that strong. Why did I not know? Li Fu was shocked by Lin Fan's words, looking at Lin Fan with disbelief. He knew Lin Fan's research ability and command ability, but was Lin Fan's mech piloting ability also monstrous? This was something he had no idea about. Dean, Lin Fan is known as the strongest mech pilot among humans. Did you really think it was just a hype by the Federation? Isn't it? This time, everyone was stunned by Li Fu's words. Did you really think that way? Special thanks to sci-fi enthusiast Best for the name Li Kangqiang provided during the naming event. End of this chapter. Chapter 60. When two tigers meet. As everyone watches with excitement at the Cooper Belt, the federal citizens on Earth are also thrilled. Many otaku even feel that after hundreds of years of classic representations and hundreds of adaptations, XDAs suddenly don't seem appealing anymore. The mech battles depicted in the animation are far more thrilling than any actual mech battle footage. According to real-time media reports, the airport ball game being held that day had empty stands inside the sports hall. Even those who bought tickets to watch the game, upon opening their portable virtual screens to catch a glimpse of the live broadcast of the mech grand battle, couldn't take their eyes off the virtual screen. As a result, more and more people in the stands opened virtual screens to watch the live broadcast until eventually everyone was watching the live stream, completely ignoring the game in front of them, which was quite awkward. Similarly, the federal internet was lively as everyone was fervently discussing the Federal Fleet Mech Arena competition. That Zhang Huo is amazing. He quickly defeated his opponent. Li Kangqiang is the real deal. Only 19 years old, and his strength is not inferior to Zhang Huo's at all. Who cares about being fast? It took 3 minutes for him to win. Zhang Huo's opponent didn't even last 10 seconds. Hey there, did you really pay attention? The opponents they faced were on different levels. Li Kangqiang's opponent is definitely an elite class mech pilot. Support Li Kangqiang. So cool. Support Zhang Huo. He's the real man. Currently, the majority of those supporting Zhang Huo online are men, while those supporting Li Kangqiang are women. The divide is clear. In fact, according to Lin Fan's judgment, the abilities of both individuals are similar, but Li Kangqiang is undeniably very handsome, slightly edging out Lin Fan, and is quite popular among female viewers. However, being too handsome and popular with female viewers naturally leads to exclusion from male viewers. It's human nature. Overall, the Mech Arena competition has caused a stir throughout the sports world and even received criticism from some insiders. But it was quickly drowned in the wave of the masses without causing any real disturbance. Solar System, the Kuiper Belt. Now, it has been 2 months since the mech arena competition began. The elimination matches for all the preliminary groups have concluded, determining the top 32 in the individual competition and the top 8 in the team matches. Among the 32 pilots who made it to the finals, the First Fleet has 15 members, the Fourth Fleet has 13, and the Federal Fleet Headquarters has 1. Yet, what surprises people is that the Interstellar Military Academy has produced 3 students who reached the finals: Li Kangqiang, Zhang Zhiwei, and Xia Yina, with the latter to being 20 years old and soon to graduate. It's worth mentioning that these 3 individuals from the academy were instantly dubbed a star trio by the masses. The man is handsome, the woman is beautiful, none of them are unattractive. Even Zhang Zhiwei, who may be slightly less handsome than Li Kangqiang, has garnered support from over 1 billion people on Earth. It's quite astonishing. Starting today, the mech arena competition will enter the rotation system for the individual and team matches. The pace of the competition will be much lighter than the elimination rounds, with each player having only 1 match per day, allowing for ample rest before the game. Some on Earth have already prepared professional ability data sheets for the pilots who made it to the finals, showing a high level of dedication. For example, Li Kangqiang, stamina, 82 points, reflexes, 92 points, endurance, 88 points, control, 95 points, tactics, 88 points, attack power, 85 points, defense power, 98 points overall rating, pros, outstanding mech control, fast reflexes, excellent offensive capabilities, good at tactical planning, and masterful defense. Huge potential for the future. Cons: insufficient mental toughness, as prolonged battles without defeating the opponent can lead to a 1 to 5% decrease in combat effectiveness. This may be due to his young age and lack of battle experience, a characteristic shared among the trio from the academy. And then there's Wang Hu, stamina, 95 points, reflexes, 88 points, endurance, 95 points, control, 88 points, tactics, 92 points, attack power, 96 points, defense power, 88 points overall rating, pros, strong stamina, and mental toughness, a seasoned veteran who's been through many battles. Strong tactical planning and formidable offense, although defense is relatively weaker. Considering his age, although there is room for improvement, his potential doesn't match up to Li Kangqiang's. Cons: slightly weaker in reflexes and control, not at the highest level in those aspects, but his strengths in other areas effectively compensate for the weaknesses. Lin Fan was slightly surprised after going through this data from Earth's internet. Indeed, there's a wealth of talent among the populace, with the data and analysis reports not only matching, but sometimes surpassing those in the fleet, showing deeper and more accurate insights. Liang Zhu, find out who compiled this data. If possible, have them join the First Fleet as a staff member. Such a person would be wasted outside the Federal Fleet. Understood. Leave it to me. In the blink of an eye, it was the final round of the individual elimination matches, with the match between Wang Hu and Li Kangqiang happening to determine the strongest mech pilots as chosen by the federal citizens. Today, all the bigwigs had gathered on the Uranus to watch the ultimate showdown between Wang Hu, currently the strongest active mech pilot, and Li Kangqiang, the future star of mech pilots. With the jump engines now available, the journey from Earth to the Kuiper Belt took a mere 17 seconds. Yes, you read that right. Just 17 seconds, at 585 times the speed of light, directly jumping. Before one could finish a few sentences, they were already there. This is the current interstellar travel speed of humanity. Today not only featured the ultimate showdown between Wang Hu, the most dominant mech pilot in the active force, and Li Kangqiang, but also the Elite 8 in the individual match and Lin Fan's battle against 8 opponents. As a result, all the big shots immediately arrived on site to witness the action. The Kuiper Belt, Section 32 of the individual competition. The starting points of the 2 mechs were about 300,000 kilometers apart, and the region was filled with small asteroid fragments, making the environment significantly complex. Even for a regular pilot, simply moving forward here required extreme caution, let alone engaging in combat. Lin Fan, who do you think will win? Senior Marshal Sanders directly turned to Lin Fan, since he was undoubtedly the most authoritative figure on mech combat in this situation. Each of them has their strengths and weaknesses. Zhang Huo's issue lies in control and reactions, which are weaker compared to Li Kangqiang. However, Li Kenqiang has his own problems, being too young and lacking practical experience, making him psychologically and mentally inferior to Zhang Huo. So that means it might be hard to determine the outcome? No, there will definitely be a winner. If Li Kenqiang can't defeat Zhang Huo within 10 minutes, then he will surely lose. Thank you to Zhuang Beta Emperor for providing the names Zhang Zhuwei and Xia Yina in the naming event. End of chapter. Chapter 61. Is the commander really that strong to determine the outcome? Will Li Kenqiang take down Zhang Hu within 10 minutes, or will Zhang Hu defeat Li Kenqiang after 10 minutes? The big shots were somewhat puzzled because Lin Fan's words were too precise. But what was the basis for his judgment? After all, in their view, the two individuals were evenly matched, and it was highly likely that the outcome couldn't be determined. The main reason lies in Li Kenqiang's lack of practical experience and his age. He has zero practical experience, and at only 19 years old, according to my observation, if he can't defeat Zhang Hu within 10 minutes, he will become impatient and lose focus. And it is equally difficult to determine the outcome within 10 minutes. After all, with zero practical experience, battles between experts often require split-second decision-making, which is exactly Li Kenqiang's weakness. Because he hasn't experienced practical combat before, when facing an opponent of similar level, he will hesitate and be confused. It can be said that the probability of Li Kenqiang defeating Zhang Hu within 10 minutes is around 20%, while the probability of Zhang Hu defeating Li Kenqiang after 10 minutes is 90%. The big shots looked in shock at Lin Fan, who confidently spoke. Some were amazed at how he could assess the probability of victory between the two individuals so accurately. If Lin Fan's judgment was correct, then the chances of Li Kenqiang winning seemed very slim. While the big shots were contemplating, the two mechs had already approached each other closely, both trying to hide themselves and search for their opponent's location. Li Kenqiang was the first to break the deadlock. He found Zhang Hu's location, rushed towards him, and raised the laser cannon in his hand. However, Zhang Hu made an unexpected decision by raising his left arm to protect his vital points and then directly rammed into Li Kenqiang. This momentary hesitation on Li Kenqiang's part led him to dodge the attack instead of firing back. See, this is the performance of someone who lacks practical combat experience. For an ace pilot who has long been on the battlefield, Zhang Hu's move was expected, but Li Kenqiang hesitated and eventually gave up the attack, opting for high mobility evasion instead. In actual combat, it's often the bold who win when they meet at a narrow path. However, Li Kenqiang, despite his good foundation and strong potential, had never encountered Zhang Hu's sacrificial style of combat. Therefore, in that moment of hesitation, the opportunity slipped away from him. Lin Fan pointed at the virtual projection of Li Kenqiang's mech and said with a smile, "Indeed, on the battlefield, the focus is on eliminating the enemy, even at the cost of severe injury, but Li Kenqiang hasn't experienced such situations. When facing Zhang Hu, he hesitated and ultimately chose to retreat." Sanders, after hearing Lin Fan's words, also agreed. An experienced pilot in practical combat conditions can defeat someone more skillful, but lacking in combat experience. Zhang Hu and Li Kenqiang on the field were the best examples of this. In the next few minutes, the two swiftly maneuvered among a pile of planet debris, using various tactics to attack and evade each other, leaving everyone mesmerized. However, the big shots inside the Uranus reacted with furrowed brows. Lin Fan's accurate judgment, indeed, Li Kenqiang had several chances to win the battle, but each time, Zhang Hu's actions forced him to retreat at crucial moments. Truly was too young and lacked practical combat experience. Suddenly, 10 minutes had passed, and Li Kenqiang's movements became increasingly stiff, just as Lin Fan had predicted. Finally, in the 13th minute, Zhang Hu seized a decisive opportunity and struck at the weak point, ending the individual competition and determining the top 8 based on everyone's scores. First place, Zhang Hu, belonging to the 1st Fleet's Guard Mech Squad. Second place, Li Kenqiang, from the Interstellar Military Academy. Third place, Wang Luo, from the 4th Fleet's 3rd Mech Squad. Fourth place, Luo Zhe, from the 4th Fleet's 1st Mech Squad. Fifth place, Radis, from the 1st Fleet's Guard Mech Squad. Sixth place, Hiss, from the 1st Fleet's 3rd Mech Squad. Seventh place, Zhang Zhuwei, from the Interstellar Military Academy. Eighth place, Xia Tiana, also from the Interstellar Military Academy. These 8 individuals would receive the title of Federal Ace Pilot. 3 were from the First Fleet and 2 from the Fourth Fleet. However, what astonished everyone was that the Interstellar Military Academy also claimed 3 spots, with Li Fulai unable to contain his smile inside the Uranus. Sanders sighed repeatedly, realizing that out of the 500 elite pilots brought from the Federal Fleet's lunar headquarters, none had achieved any ranking, likely due to being idle for too long. At that moment, the live feed shifted to the host. To all viewers, the 8 pilots granted the title of Federal Ace Pilots have been determined. Next will be the final segment of the individual competition, the Federation's Strongest Pilot Challenge. An hour from now, the 8 ace pilots will team up against the current strongest pilot of the Federation, Major General Lin Fan. This will be the most anticipated event in the entire mech competition. Stay tuned, everyone. On Earth, nearly 10 billion people were watching the live broadcast. Hearing the host's announcement, they all erupted in excitement. I can't believe it. I thought Lin Fan being the Federation's strongest pilot was just hype, but it's true. Hype! Hasn't Field Marshal Sanders and Vice Admiral Liang Xingchen confirmed the truth of this? It's just that you all don't believe it. On 1 versus 8 challenge, how formidable is Major General Lin Fan really? Oh, he's handsome, powerful, and has a high status. Suddenly, I don't find Li Kenqiang as appealing anymore. What should I do? Are girls nowadays so fickle? As the Federal Network buzzed with excitement, inside a hangar aboard a Kenqiang-class carrier led by Kuiper, the top 8 were gathered in a conference room. Is Major General Lin Fan really that strong? Xia Tiana asked straightforwardly, her posture devoid of any girlish behaviors, despite her exceptionally beautiful appearance. After she asked the question, everyone turned to Zhang-Hu, Radis, and Hiss. I'm not sure since I haven't fought under the commander. Zhang-Hu and Radis might know, as they are part of the guard mech squad directly under the commander on the Uranus. Hiss spoke, and everyone's attention shifted to Zhang-Hu and Radis. Not to undermine your confidence, but in the commander's presence, I could only hold out for 2 minutes, and that was when the commander wasn't even using full strength. What? That's impossible. Li Kenqiang gazed at Zhang-Hu with a complex expression. He knew Zhang-Hu's strength, which was formidable, and his extensive combat experience. The fact that Zhang-Hu claimed even without the commander using full strength, he couldn't last more than 2 minutes left Li Kenqiang puzzled. Was Major General Lin Fan really a monster? Do you think the commander, being the strongest human pilot, was just a hype created by the Federation? That's right, I sparred with the commander once, and I could only last for 30 seconds. Hiss sighed. Silence filled the conference room as everyone contemplated the same question. Is Commander Lin really that strong? End of this chapter. Chapter 60 to 1 vs 8 Part 1 Kuiper Belt, Uranus. Lin Fan, you'll be on stage in a little while. Are you confident? Sanders looked at Lin Fan with some concern. You see, in the past few months, the Federation has been praising Lin Fan as if he were a god descending to Earth. If he were to make a mistake later, the entire face of the Federation fleet would be lost. Don't worry, Marshal, no problem. All right, as long as you're confident. We'll be watching you perform here? Okay, then I'll go to the hangar to prepare. Lin Fan said, and then walked out of the bridge toward the hangar. Half an hour later, with 1 minute left before the battle began, both sides were already in position at their starting points, waiting for the signal to begin. At this moment, Lin Fan's brain was frantically calculating, simulating the planned tactics over and over in his mind to check for any loopholes. This level of computation was like that of a supercomputer, something that probably only Lin Fan, with a brain capacity reaching 30% development, could achieve among all of humanity. As a hint of the start of the race flashed on the virtual screen in the cockpit, Lin Fan grasped the throttle with his left hand and pushed it upwards. The mech immediately shot forward, quickly reaching its maximum speed. This scene shocked all the viewers watching the live broadcast. In the previous battle between Zhang-Hu and Li Kenqiang, although they were also shuttling at high speed through a heap of planet debris, they did not use full speed. But now, Lin Fan was truly pushing to the limit, the entire mech turning into a streak of light, continuously weaving through the complex environment. On the other side, the team of 8. Everyone, we are no match for the commander if we fight alone. Only by uniting and forming a team of 8 against 1 do we have a chance at victory. Zhang-Hu, as the first in the individual match, had already been chosen by everyone as the temporary team leader during the meeting. He was well aware that they couldn't give Lin Fan any chance. Otherwise, they would be defeated one by one. However, there was one thing he didn't know. When Lin Fan sparred with their guard mech squadron, he did indeed use all his strength, but after all, the S-Class was not yet powerful enough to be desperate compared to the A+. But when Lin Fan sparred with them, there was something he never used, his brain, comparable to a supercomputer. Once his brain went into full speed, it could even make the mech unable to keep up with his brain's speed. Captain, target spotted, 100,000 kilometers ahead, flying at high speed. No, flying at full speed. What? Full speed in this environment, yes. There was a moment of silence among the 8 people. Flying at full speed in this environment, was that a joke? At least none of them dared to do so. Everyone be alert. Li Kangqiang. And I will form the vanguard, while the rest of you spread out. Once Li Kangqiang and I engage the commander, the rest of you move in immediately and form a semi-encircling net for annihilation. Understood. With a loud roar from everyone, they immediately followed Zhang Hu's command. Li Kangqiang and Zhang Hu charged at Lin Fan at high speed, while the others spread out, following slightly behind the two. Li Kangqiang, our speed is too far behind the commanders. Remember to cooperate with me to constrain and reduce the commander's speed. Understood. 1 minute later, both sides had entered each other's range. Li Kangqiang aimed his laser gun directly at Lin Fan's mech. 10,000 kilometers ahead, 5 degrees to the left, trying to lock onto himself. Identified suitable evasion point, 5,000 kilometers ahead, 30 degrees to the left, adjust downward by 7 degrees. Within range, able to use 1,180 to pieces of planet debris, selecting the best ones for fragmentation spread, total of 2 pieces. Plan confirmed, simulated 16 times, no problem. In just 3 seconds, Lin Fan's abnormal brain had already developed the entire battle plan and simulated it 16 times, confirming that there were no problems. If anyone knew this, they would truly regard him as a monster. With a quick turn of his right hand, the mech began to veer to the left, then slightly downward. Despite moving at full speed, Lin Fan's control was precise. Not good. Commander Lin has flown into my blind spot, conveniently blocked by several planet debris. Impossible to aim. Impossible to aim. Understood. You continue to try to aim. I'll lure Commander Lin out, and the rest of you be ready to provide support at any time. Understood. With a push of the throttle, Zhang Hu's mech charged forward solo. However, just at that moment, a red beam shot out from the small gaps between several planet debris, directly hitting a smaller chunk of debris. What's going on? Is this a miss? A mistake? Everyone was confused. Lin Fan's sudden shot hit a spot where there was nobody, just some small debris. What was Lin Fan doing? Before anyone could think much further, Lin Fan emerged from the group of planet debris, still at full speed. Everyone, lock on to the target, fire. Zhang Hu, noticing the situation, immediately shouted on the team channel. Instantly, except for Zhang Hu, the other 7 raised their laser guns and began covering fire in Lin Fan's area. Against such a powerful and fast enemy, covering fire was the best approach. You didn't have to guess how the opponent would move, and it was difficult for the opponent to discern your design direction. However, what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. The chunk of planet debris that Lin Fan shattered earlier had turned into numerous smaller fragments, shooting out hundreds and thousands of small pieces that happened to fly between Lin Fan and the team of 7, directly blocking all the laser beams. Subsequently, 2 laser beams shot out from within this debris field and hit the mechs that Roger and Wang Luo had aimed at. As if it were a coincidence, all the pilots of the 4th Fleet were taken out. After dealing with 2 mechs, the field of debris passed between them, leaving the airspace between the 2 sides empty once again. Li Kangqiang and the remaining 4 immediately seized the opportunity to aim and fire once again. At this moment, there was no useful environment around Lin Fan, and he was about to fall into a crisis. Based on the enemy's muzzle position, ballistic trajectory is determined. 1.1 seconds forward, turn left by 23 degrees, 0.4 seconds later, decelerate by 10%, 0.7 seconds later. Adjust downward by 12 degrees, 1.3 seconds later, accelerate again, and turn right by 17 degrees. Dodge all attacks, eliminate to mechs on the right side after evasion. In an instant, Lin Fan's brain went into full-speed operation once again. He had judged all the trajectories based solely on the raised gun muzzles of the 5 opponents. In a matter of seconds, he swiftly turned, decelerated, accelerated, with the entire mech swaying gracefully through the laser beams. Each beam grazed his side as he skillfully dodged them. His lightning-fast maneuvers dazzled everyone watching. After dodging for laser beams, Lin Fan didn't even need to aim. He simply raised his gun and fired, hitting to mechs instantly. Hess and Zhang Zhiwei were out. It's already 3:30. The 3 updates for today end here. Please bookmark, recommend, and give feedback. End of this chapter. Chapter 63, 1 vs 8 Part 2. In just over 10 seconds, the situation changed drastically from 8 vs 1 to 4 vs 1. Even Zhang Hu, who was currently turning back after a solo attack, was stunned. How could the commander be so exceptional? Didn't he even use half of his strength when sparring with us? You should know that the 4 pilots who were eliminated were not weak. Even though they were slightly inferior to Wang Hu, it wasn't by much. After taking down 2 more opponents, Lin Fan swiftly turned and slipped into a cluster of planet debris nearby. Wang Hu, leading the remaining 3 teammates, immediately caught up, but the speed difference between the 2 sides was too great. In no time, even the taillights ahead couldn't be seen. Captain, how is Commander Lin so much more terrifying than you described? I don't know. Maybe the commander didn't even use half of his strength when sparring with us. What should we do now? We lay in wait. If the enemy doesn't move, we don't move. Wait for Commander Lin to take the bait. This is our only chance. Look at the positions of those for planet debris in front. We each hide behind one. In this way, if anyone passes in front of us, they will simultaneously enter the view of all 4 of us, and we can open fire with a crossfire. But what if Commander Lin doesn't come? If he doesn't come, we stay put. Either it ends in a draw, or the commander will definitely come looking for us and pass through here. Although it's a bit underhanded, it's our only chance. Okay, I agree with the captain's plan. I agree too. No objections. Alright, then everyone move immediately. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at the cluster of planet debris Zhang, who had mentioned earlier, confirming it was indeed a natural ambush zone. Everyone immediately hid according to the plan and waited without moving, ready for the prey to come to them. Uranus no. These 4 guys must have been scared by Lin Fan, 4 against 1, and they're still using such tactics. Lin Fan's situation has become quite unfavorable with this terrain. Regardless of which direction he tries to break through, he will be under crossfire from 4 people. If he doesn't break through, it will end in a draw. Yeah, Zhang Hu's purpose must be this. Otherwise, for people who have experienced the battlefield, no matter how despicable they are, winning is what matters. Let's see how Lin Fan breaks through this. The leaders inside the bridge kept discussing. However, Lin Fan was controlling the mech, pushing a relatively larger planet debris than the mech, accelerating towards the hiding spot of the 4 opponents. After a minute, concealed for individuals, suddenly noticed a piece of debris streaking into the ambush circle rapidly, realizing that Lin Fan was most likely behind that debris. The 4 men aimed their guns and kept shooting at the debris. Soon it shattered into pieces, but Lin Fan was not there. In the next moment, another planet debris swiftly flew into the ambush zone from the other end, and the 4 immediately aimed and fired. As the 4 were firing, a mech burst through the spot where the first debris had shattered and sped straight towards Xia Yina. At that moment, Lin Fan happened to be between Li Kangqiang and Xia Yina. Li Kangqiang, realizing this quickly, hurriedly aimed his gun and shot at Lin Fan's back. However, just as he pressed the trigger, Lin Fan's mech subtly veered left, and then a beam of light flashed past Lin Fan, directly hitting Xia Yina. Did he have eyes in the back of his head? The remaining 3 were left stunned. In that moment of confusion, Lin Fan controlled the mech to spin directly. It almost seemed like he was spinning his tail in space. After dealing with Xia Yina, Lin Fan made another turn and darted into the cluster of debris. Using countless pieces that were shattered, Lin Fan blocked Li Kangqiang and Zhang Hu's view momentarily, then controlled the mech to swiftly take down Zhang Zhiwei, who was bewildered. After completing all this, Lin Fan no longer needed to rely on other environmental aids. He went straight towards the last 2 opponents. Jong-Hu and Lee Kangkyong naturally refused to give up, shooting continuously. Nonetheless, no matter how they aimed and seized the moment, they couldn't hit Lin Fan, who was rapidly maneuvering in the space. In contrast, Lin Fan hit his targets every time. Within just over 10 seconds, he shot twice, directly sending the two out of the battlefield. Shortly after the host announced Lin Fan's victory, all those watching the live broadcast were somewhat dumbfounded. The whole process felt like bullying children. The 8 ace pilots were defenseless against Lin Fan's prowess, showing mastery in control techniques and reaction speed. Lin Fan, the strongest pilot in human history, lived up to his reputation. Lin Fan, you are too much. How come I didn't know about your exceptional mech piloting skills? Watching Lin Fan return to the bridge, Li Fulei said with a touch of resentment. Hey, Dean, you never asked, and besides, I'm in the command department. I never had the chance to showcase it. Then now is the time. Quickly tell me what else you can do, so I won't be surprised next time. Well, can I drive a battleship, Count? What? You can even drive a battleship? Li Fulei was astonished. Driving a battleship was far more complex than piloting a mech. In the Interstellar Military Academy, it took at least 3 years to train a qualified battleship pilot. Remember, that's just being qualified. Unlike with mechs, it only takes a year to cultivate a qualified pilot, and the remaining 2 years are all about enhancement. Well, I can, but not as proficient as with the mech. I'd say I'm just pretty good. Huh? What do you mean, just pretty good? Every year, there aren't many outstanding graduates in the Interstellar Military Academy. They spend 3 years immersing themselves in learning, you know? Just as Li Fulei was about to lose it, the final match of the mech contest began, Legion versus Legion. Lin Fan felt no worrying about this match, because the first fleet participating in the Legion battle consisted of 300 elite mech squad and the 9,700 strongest pilots selected from the entire fleet. The 300 men in the elite mech squad had been trained and pushed by Lin Fan for months. Although they had been enduring a lot, their improvement was tremendous. Among the 300 men, the worst was still a grade pilot. In the Legion battle, this squad was the first fleet's trump card. 10 minutes into the battle, as expected, the 4th Fleet had the upper hand, just as Lin Fan predicted. After all, the 4th Legion had been fighting on the front lines, giving them a slight advantage in overall strength compared to the 1st Legion. Without Lin Fan's elite mech squad, the 4th Legion would likely gradually expand their battlefield advantage and ultimately claim victory. However, what they didn't realize was that the opposing 1st Fleet Mech Legion had 9,700 mechs. As the 4th Fleet pressed the 1st Fleet into a retreat, suddenly, from the planet debris cluster on the flank of the advancing 4th Fleet Mech Legion, hundreds of mechs dashed out. They quickly formed a triangle formation and charged directly into the formation of the 4th Fleet Mech Legion. Their target was clear: to decapitate Log. This segment of the mech contest and the last chapter reached its end. We are about to return to the main storyline, focusing on the conquest of the Ox Empire. End of this chapter. Chapter 64. On the battlefield, a squadron consisting of 300 mechs directly inserted into the formation of the 4th Fleet's Mech Brigade. Although 300 mechs were vastly outnumbered compared to nearly 10,000 mechs, it shouldn't have caused much of a stir. However, it all depended on who was piloting these 300 mechs. These were 300 elite mech pilots who had been trained by Lin Fan for nearly a year, with even the worst among them reaching the A level of the system. Coupled with the environment brought by Kuiper, the gap in piloting skills would be greatly magnified. The 300 mechs charged into the enemy formation like a pack of wolves, slaughtering their way through, while the complex environment hindered the enemy from deploying large forces for a siege. At this moment, the 1st Fleet's Mech Brigade on the front battlefield also received Jong-Hu's orders to cease retreating and began a full counterattack. 5 minutes later, Jong-Hu broke through to the central position, and at the cost of over 30 mechs, he forcibly killed the enemy Mech Legion commander, Raj, causing a brief chaos in the command chain of the 4th Fleet's Mech Legion, leading to the gradual collapse of the entire Legion formation. 30 minutes later, due to the chaos in the central position and the disintegration of the forward line, the 4th Fleet's Mech Legion finally suffered a complete defeat. An hour later, with the last mech hit by a training laser beam, the 1st Fleet's Mech Legion emerged victorious with 5,180 mechs surviving. As for the squad competition, Led by Zhang Hu, an A+ level pilot, and 9 A-level pilots, they completely dominated all participating squads. It could only be said that after nearly a year of training, Lin Fan's Vanguard Mech Squadron was indeed too powerful. With this, the Federal Fleet's 8 ace mech pilots, the strongest mech squad, and the strongest mech legion all found their titles. The First Fleet gained 3 ace mech pilots titles, the strongest mech squad, and the strongest mech legion titles. The Fourth Fleet acquired 2 ace mech pilots titles. The Interstellar Military Academy earned titles for 3 ace mech pilots. However, the Federal Fleet Moon Base failed to acquire any titles, which was quite surprising. Over the course of these 3 months, the federal citizens were undoubtedly stirred up, with the media and surrounding establishments all benefiting greatly. The only tragedy was in the sports-related industries. During these 3 months, the attendance at live events was abysmal, and by the final month, major media outlets were even unwilling to broadcast them due to the lack of viewership. After the mech contest came to an end, 7 months passed, and it was finally time for a change in defense, specifically the First Fleet's turn for modification. After the First Fleet's modification was completed, according to the Federal Fleet's plan, the First and Fourth Fleets would set off separately to reclaim the neighboring and Barnard star systems. As for the over 20,000 old-style warships replaced by the 2 fleets' modifications, they would form a Starway Guard Fleet to guard the entrance to the Solar System's Starway. September 5th, Federal Year 60. One astronomical unit behind the Starway defense line in the Solar System, a space previously empty, suddenly saw the emergence of the 20,000 warships, the modified Fourth Fleet. Each fleet in the new formation would equip 19,000 Snow Leopard-class battle cruisers, 1,000 Azure Sky-class carriers, 2,000,000 Typhoon Storm II mechs, and 1 custom-built battleship-class flagship, similar to the Uranos of the First Fleet. Liang Xingqin's flagship, from the outside, was entirely the opposite of Lin Fan's Uranos, with a rough exterior and an all-black coating that made the battleship appear extremely fierce. Inscribed on its hull were 4 large letters, Mars, which marked Liang Xingqin's new command, the War God. On the contrary, Lin Fan's Uranos was entirely silver-white, with a beautiful streamlined design, elegant and dignified. After the handover with Liang Xingqin, Lin Fan, along with the First Fleet, began the journey back to the Mars base for a 7-month overhaul. Like the Fourth Fleet, all old-style warships would be upgraded to new ones. During this process, Lin Fan planned to visit the Interstellar Military Academy and Earth separately to recruit talents he had identified to join the First Fleet. On September 10th, Lin Fan, accompanied by Liang Zhu and Emma, arrived at the Interstellar Military Academy, which was holding its annual graduation ceremony that day. Lin Fan, what brings you here this time? Having received advance notice of Lin Fan's arrival, Li Fu came early, accompanied by several instructors, awaiting them at the port. Upon seeing Lin Fan and the others disembark from the Uranos, he approached them. In fact, Li Fu had a good idea of why Lin Fan had come today. After all, he was an old fox. What else would he be up to on a day like this? Knowing well, but still needing to play the part, after all, he was the Academy's dean. He could grant Lin Fan's request, but there had to be some benefits for him, too. Seeing Li Fu's trademark sly smile, Lin Fan couldn't help but curse him internally, old fox. Dean, you don't need to pretend. You can't fool me about why you are here. You're not cute. So, who caught your eye? Well, then I won't beat around the bush. Li Kengqiang, Zhang Zhuwei, and Xia Yinuo. Hey, you're too greedy. 3 of the strongest mech pilots, you want them all. What about Liang Xingqian? It's fine. I'll have Liang Zhu and Liang Commander communicate with the other side. Haha, can you really play this dirty trick? Snow, are you really going to help this guy deceive people? It's just a matter of subordinates communicating with superiors. Well, Li Fu finally admitted defeat. It seemed that Liang Zhu had already been influenced by Lin Fan. Kid Liang Xingqian, you take care. Half an hour later, they arrived at the graduation ceremony hall, where Li Fu arranged for them to sit on the stage's side. As the 3 walked onto the stage, it caused quite a stir. People recognized Lin Fan, given his recent fame, and although Emma wasn't as well known as Lin Fan, many still knew her. As for Liang Zhu, sorry, hardly anyone recognized her as she had graduated 4 years ago. People couldn't help but marvel at her stunning looks and fiery figure. Quiet! Seeing the chaos in the hall, Li Fu ascended the stage and shouted loudly. Today, We have 3 guests here to witness our ceremony. They are Vice Admiral Lin Fan of the 1st Fleet, Lieutenant Colonel Liang Zhu, the Deputy Commander of the 1st Fleet, and Captain Emma, the 1st Fleet Staff Officer. Now, let's begin the graduation ceremony. 3 hours later, the graduation ceremony concluded. Li Fu dismissed everyone and instructed several instructors to inform Li Kangqiang, Zhang Jue, and Xia Yanuo to stay behind. Once the cadets had all dispersed, Lin Fan approached Li Kangqiang and the others without delay and directly extended an offer. Are you 3 willing to join our 1st Fleet's ranks? End of chapter. Chapter 65. Chris Rodden's invitation was a pleasant surprise for the 3 of them. After all, during the mecha competition before, Zhang Hu had told them that just a year ago, they weren't as skilled, and their current level was entirely thanks to Lin Fan's guidance. The strongest human mecha pilot, if there was a visible gap, perhaps the 3 of them would still have some pride and be unwilling to follow Lin Fan. But the gap was such that they couldn't even see the taillights. Lin Fan, who was like a devil that day, had left a deep impression on the 3 of them. Therefore, when Lin Fan personally extended the invitation, all 3 of them were very excited. What hesitation could there be in learning from such a great god? I'm willing to join the 1st Fleet. Well, the 3 of them quickly answered Lin Fan in unison. All right, I'll have my deputy arrange your transfer orders. Report to the Ulanos on my ship later. Yes, thank you, Commander. Hearing that they would be serving on the Ulanos, the 3 of them became excited once again. In the past 6 months, there was a vote on the internal forum of the Academy about the expected place of future service, and 75% of the people chose the 1st Fleet's Ulanos. The key was that this warship was absolutely beautiful, undoubtedly the most magnificent among human warships, bar none. Moreover, Lin Fan was on this warship. If Liang Xingchen was a legend of the previous era, then Lin Fan was a legend of this era. His visual appeal directly overwhelming 99.9% of humanity. Of course, there was also another important factor. The former campus goddess Emma Campbell was now on the Ulanos, serving as a staff member. After all, Emma had just graduated a year ago, and most people in the academy still knew her and remembered her vividly. All right, the most handsome man in the military, the most beautiful woman, the most magnificent warship, the strongest mecha squadron. If the Ulanos of the 1st Fleet couldn't become the most anticipated place of service, then something was seriously wrong. After finalizing things with Li Kangqiang and the other 2, Lin Fan took Liang Zhu and Emma to Earth. There were 3 main things to do on this trip. First, they needed to visit Lin Fan's father, something Lin Zhen had been urging for some time. Second, they needed to pay their respects to Lin Fan's birth mother, whom he had never met since she had passed away when he was born. Through further investigation, Lin Fan learned that his birth mother had died due to heavy bleeding during childbirth, leaving only Lin Fan behind. The last thing was to find the person that Lin Fan had asked Liang Zhu to investigate, the individual on Earth who accurately analyzed all the competitors in the mecha competition. Lin Fan had seen the person's analysis, and its accuracy was astounding. Even if Lin Fan himself tried, he probably couldn't do better. How terrifying was that? So Lin Fan was eager to find this person, recruit them, and have them join the 1st Fleet. Currently, the 1st Fleet was still in the process of rebuilding, and talent was what Lin Fan desired the most. After all, he was no longer leading just over 100 warships like he used to, but a whopping 20,000 warships. In this situation, Lin Fan couldn't possibly command each warship precisely like he did with the 101st Hybrid Fleet in the past, so he needed more talented individuals. Even Emma, Lin Fan had already considered giving her a special rank of Major and transferring her out of the staff department to gain experience in commanding a small fleet. Emma was a top talent in fleet command, and if not for Lin Fan, she would be the most outstanding commander of the young generation. She had been kept at the staff office for too long. It was a waste of talent. If it weren't for Lin Fan being used to having Liang Zhu by his side, and Liang Zhu not willing to give up her position as Lin Fan's deputy, he would have already promoted Liang Zhu to command a separate fleet. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at a villa in the suburbs. Liang Zhu, is this the place? Yes, Chris Rodden. Graduated from the Interstellar Military Academy, Fleet Command Department. Former commander of the 2nd Fleet's 2nd Division's 3rd Platoon. Promoted to colonel at the young age of 25. But later, Due to offending the Second Fleet's Commander Hornsterling, he was falsely accused and brought to a military court, ultimately getting discharged from the military. However, this led to his return to Earth and saved him from the Second Fleet's annihilation battle. Liang Zhu opened the data and introduced his background once again. If he hadn't been framed, would his achievements potentially match up to Commander Liang's? After all, he was already so skilled 15 years ago. No way! Liang Zhu, you can't just dismiss other people because Commander Liang is your father. From what I see in the data, this person seems quite formidable. Emma, you've got it wrong. What I meant is, if he hadn't been framed back then, he would have probably died alongside the Second Fleet 15 years ago. Where would his achievements come from now, and in the future? No. Alright, Emma felt that Liang Zhu's reasoning was quite robust, leaving no room for rebuttal. Let's go inside and meet him. Watching the two women converse, Lin Fan shook his head helplessly and opened the car door. Ding dong. Who are you looking for? Opening the door was a very beautiful middle-aged woman, likely Chris's wife, Alice, as mentioned in the data. Hello, we're looking for Chris Rodden. Is he home? He's at home. Please come in. The three of them followed Alice into the living room. Just wait a moment. I'll call Chris down. Thank you. You're welcome. Few people come to our house. Chris hardly has friends, so I think he'll be very happy you're here. Alice smiled and said before heading upstairs. Lin Fan, based on the data, after Chris returned to Earth back then, the Sterling family still didn't spare him. They prohibited anyone in the military from contacting him. Combined with the fact that most of his colleagues died in battle, almost no one interacted with Chris. The Sterling family was a curse on the Federation fleet. They should have been eliminated long ago. They were truly harmful. Lin Fan expressed his thoughts, feeling quite deep about it, but fortunately, the Sterling clan's influence within the Federation fleet had been entirely eradicated. 1 minute later, a middle-aged man of about 40 and Alice entered the living room. The moment he saw Lin Fan, a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. Hello, I'm Lin Fan. Lin Fan stood up and extended his right hand to Chris. Hello, I'm Chris. I've heard your name for a long time now. Oh, you two don't know each other? Alice curiously asked. It was evident from their conversation that they were strangers. This is our first meeting, but I've been hearing about his name almost every day for the past 10 months. Haven't you noticed why Eva hasn't been idolizing anyone recently? Chris smiled wryly as he spoke to Alice. Huh. The reason Eva hasn't been idolizing anyone. Wait, Lin Fan. Oh, you're Lin Fan, the commander of the Federation's First Fleet. My daughter said she no longer idolizes anyone but you. Hearing Alice's somewhat unconventional words, Lin Fan had a big headache. End of this chapter. Chapter 66. Dawn of Light. In the reception hall of the Dawn of Light, Chris felt a bit embarrassed. Commander Lin, I'm really sorry. My wife can be a bit unconventional, Chris said apologetically. Commander Lin Fan waved his hand, indicating that he wasn't bothered at all. I wonder what brings Commander Lin here today. Over half a year ago during the Mecha Battle Tournament, I noticed someone had released the ability data of all participating pilots online. I was surprised at how someone could analyze the pilots so thoroughly just from watching the live-streamed matches. I had my deputy investigate, and to my surprise, I discovered there was a hidden master on Earth. Through further investigation, I learned about your past. Now that the Sterling family has been uprooted, have you considered rejoining the Federal Fleet? With each word from Lin Fan, Chris's face changed dramatically, showing a mix of conflict, emotion, and nostalgia. Commander Lin, I no longer have any passion for the Federal Fleet. After a minute, Chris still refused to accept. But Lin Fan was persistent, as he had expected. Can you truly let go of the burning desire in your heart? I could see from your expression earlier that you can't. Deep down, you still have intense feelings for the Federal Fleet. The expulsion of the Ox Empire from the solar system was just the first step. In a few months, we will conquer Biner, conquer Barnard, conquer Tianyuan-4, and even launch a counterattack into the territory of the Ox Empire. Additionally, I can tell you, the Ox Empire is not the end goal. We will conquer the entire Orion Arm, conquer the entire galaxy, and even conquering the galaxy will just be the beginning of human dominance in the universe. Join my first fleet, and in a few years, your daughter will not worship me, but admire you, her father. Are you willing to miss out on all of this? But Chris hesitated, but before he could speak, his wife, Alice, held his hand. He turned to look at her. Chris, all these years I know you've been unwilling to accept. When our daughter admires Commander Lin, you must feel uncomfortable deep down, right? I can see it. Alice, go, since you have such a great opportunity, why not seize it? Let Ava be proud of her father in the future. Chris fell silent. Lin Fan didn't intervene, understanding Chris needed time to struggle internally, especially with the shadow of being expelled from the Federal Fleet years ago. All right, I agree. A few minutes later, Chris raised his head. His eyes had changed completely, sharp, profound, and piercing. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction and stood up, announcing, "Retired Officer Chris Rode." After 15 years, Chris saluted in accordance with military protocol, his movements smooth, standard, and full of vigor. As the commander of the First Fleet, I hereby inform you that you will be re-enlisted, promoted to the rank of Major General, and appointed as the commander of the 1st Division Fleet. My deputy will handle some procedures for you, and your official appointment will be sent to your home. Be prepared to depart with me in 7 days. Yes, Commander. We have other matters to attend to, so I'll leave for now. Use this week to prepare. Understood. Lin Fan faced no resistance to re-enlisting Chris and granting him the rank of Major General. Considering Chris's family background and his reputation within the Federal Fleet, few would oppose this decision, especially now that the Sterling family was no longer a force to be reckoned with. Moreover, Marshal Sanders had a good relationship with Lin Fan. 7 days passed quickly. During this time, Lin Fan stayed with his 2 daughters at the presidential palace and paid respects to his former mother. Once everything was settled, the 3 of them left for the spaceport. Commander, Chris reports as ordered. As soon as he boarded the shuttle to the First Fleet, Chris stood up in readiness. His demeanor and posture did not reflect a retired officer of 15 years, which pleased Lin Fan. Let me explain briefly. The 1st Division Fleet is my personal guard fleet, consisting of 900 Snow Leopard-class battle cruisers, 100 Azure Sky-class carriers, and carrying 20,000 Typhoon Storm to Mecha. All battle cruisers. Yes, it hasn't been publicized yet, but due to the explosive development of federal technology, the new generation of battleships boasts technologies such as nuclear fusion power, leap engines, energy shields, and are considered all-purpose battleships. Consequently, they are no longer classified into escort, scout, cruiser, or battleship classes, but unified under battle cruisers. I see. Chris was taken aback by the immense power the Federal Fleet had attained without his knowledge. Leading a fleet comprised entirely of battle cruisers was indeed luxurious, something he dared not dream of in the past. Now, he was to command 1,000 ships, which got him excited after the initial shock. Subsequently, Chris experienced the leap engines firsthand. In just over a second, he leapt from Earth to Mars, traveling at 585 times the speed of light, an experience both exhilarating and terrifying. As the First Fleet underwent continuous upgrades and drills, over half a year had passed since Lin Fan assumed command of the Federal Fleet. On May 18, 61 Federal history, Lin Fan issued the order, Leap. The fully manned First Fleet appeared in the orbit of Neptune in just over 40 seconds. Simultaneously, the 4th Fleet was stationed in Neptune's orbit, while the Starway Line defense was taken over by the Starway Guard Fleet comprised of over 20,000 old model warships. Is Lin Fan here? Yes, Commander Liang. Today marks the start of our counterattack. I didn't get much sleep last night due to excitement. Heh, to be honest, I couldn't sleep well either. I was too thrilled. It's almost time, so I won't say much now. Let's meet at Tianyuan 4. All right. According to the Federal Fleet's plan, the First Fleet would surprise and clear Biner, while the 4th Fleet's target was Barnard. Subsequently, both fleets would advance to Tianyuan 4 to reclaim these 3 human homeland systems and potentially rescue any surviving humans. Despite the lack of information for many years regarding these star systems, Lin Fan believed a significant number of people could still be alive, likely enslaved or forced to labor by the Ox Empire. Therefore, the Federal Fleet internally codenamed this operation Dawn of Light. End of chapter. Chapter 67. Reclaiming the Neighbors 1. The neighboring galaxy is 4.22 light-years away from the solar system. It would take nearly 1.5 years to reach it through the star path, but the Federal First Fleet equipped with the jump engine only needed less than 3 days. In the neighboring star system, there's a natural life planet and 10 resource stars. Humanity once migrated here with 1 billion people for development and acquired abundant resources. This star system is much richer than the solar system. Since the colony ships were all destroyed at Tianyuan 4, and Earth needed data from the neighboring star system to manufacture more warships for combat. Only about 100 million people were ultimately evacuated, and the rest remained in the neighboring star system for resource extraction. The final message sent back by the Second Fleet was that the star path defense line was breached, and a farewell message was transmitted before being surrounded, after which there was no news from the billion people in the neighboring star system. At this time, on one of the resource stars in the neighboring system, tens of millions of humans were working in simple spacesuits. Strangely, the overseers wielding electric whips were also human. Damn these traitorous people! Keep your voice down. Being overheard will only result in a beating. What are you afraid of? Humans will strike back someday, and when that happens, these beasts won't be able to escape. Strike back. Forget it. Maybe humanity has already perished. Let me tell you, a few Ox people came down to visit last time, and I overheard them saying that the fleet attacking Earth was blocked and suffered a major defeat. Humanity is not yet extinct. We must not lose hope. Really. Just as one person was speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. Shut up, get to work quickly, or you won't eat tonight. A supervisor with a fierce demeanor walked towards them, holding an electric whip. Surprisingly, he was also human. His name was Lance Sterling, the son of Horn Sterling. At the same time, outside the planet, in a huge space fortress, a human was kneeling before an Ox person, showing extreme deference. If Chris were here, he would definitely recognize this person as Horn Sterling, the commander of the Second Fleet who had framed him years ago. Horn, efficiency has been steadily decreasing recently. Headquarters are very unhappy about it. Master Lancer, many human slaves die every day, and we are severely understaffed. Is that my concern? I only care about results. If you don't meet your targets today, you won't be a supervisor tomorrow. Out you go to become a slave. Everyone, please, don't. Please, I will find a way to increase efficiency. That's the spirit. I have faith in you. Thank you, Master Lancer. Lance was the commander of the 8th Fleet of the 3rd Legion of the Imperial Guard. In the Ox Empire, a fleet consisted of 10,000 warships, and Otis had stationed a fleet in each of the 3 star systems. Unfortunately, Adams was killed during the 3rd Asteroid War when an energy blast hit his ship's bridge directly, preventing him from transmitting any information. Therefore, Lance was unaware of the destruction of the entire 3rd Legion of the Imperial Guard. Lance waved his hand at Horn, who then crawled out. Yes, he literally crawled out, as Ox people did not allow humans to stand in their presence. Lieutenant, how long until the 4th Legion of the Imperial Guard's fleet arrives? If we calculate the timing of the Vanguard units, they should arrive in the next few days, with the remaining 25 fleets arriving 9 years later. All right, notify me as soon as they arrive. They are going to the solar system to assist our 3rd Legion, and it's important to maintain good relations. Yes, Commander. In the neighboring star system, at the entrance of the star path leading to Tianyuan 4, 1,000 Osk Empire warships were stationed to guard the star path. Since Tianyuan 4 on the other end of the star path was currently under the control of the Ox Empire, the personnel on these warships were quite relaxed. Alert! Alert! Large number of warships detected. Suddenly, a mechanized alarm sounded inside the warships. It was the intelligent detector assisting the system at the entrance of the star path. What's going on? Don't worry, it should be the Vanguard fleet of the 4th Legion of the Imperial Guard. The adjutant informed us yesterday that they would arrive in a few days. Ah, you're right, I almost forgot. You startled me. But just as the relieved officer was looking out the porthole, he saw an adjacent warship explode in midair. Realizing something was wrong, he tried to hurry back to his position on the bridge, but it was too late. An energy blast hit the bridge directly, and he was engulfed by the explosion. Commander, all enemy warships at the entrance of the star path have been eliminated, and we have suffered no losses. Good. The 19th and 20th Fleet stay back to build defenses, while the 9th to 18th Fleet are assigned to the 10 resource stars to implement orbital airdrops. The 1st to 8th Fleet come with my ship for a surprise attack on the enemy fleet in orbit around the life planet and the fortress. Move out immediately, yes. All fleet commanders began to act according to the orders, apart from the 2 fleets left to guard. The rest of the fleets swiftly moved towards their respective target. The 1st to 8th Fleet followed the Uranos towards the only life planet in the neighboring system for their jump. Ara! Suddenly, an alarm sounded in the fortress where Lance was located. What's happening? Commander, a large number of warships have been detected, 8,000 in total. Our fleet has gone up to meet them. How did they appear out of nowhere? How did we only notice them when they're right in front of us? Commander, they appeared suddenly. Order the fleet to destroy them all. Understood. Following Lance's command, 9,000 warships moved directly towards the Federal First Fleet. Soon, both sides entered into a firefight. However, a few minutes later, Lance began trembling all over as he saw something. Energy shields. There were a total of 8,000 warships equipped with energy shields, all of cruiser class, and they were not to be underestimated. The vice commander was stunned on hearing the commander's order to surrender, so soon after the battle had begun. It was unheard of for any Imperial Guard soldier to surrender. Are you sure, Commander? Of course, I'm sure. Open your eyes wide and see what that is. It's an energy shield. This is a level for civilization. Do you understand? Surrendering to a level for civilization won't incur blame from His Majesty. On the contrary, if you provoke a level for civilization, His Majesty will definitely execute you in the cruelest manner. Listening to Lance's words, the vice commander broke out in a cold sweat. Yes. At the same time, the 10 fleets heading to raid the resource stars arrived at their respective orbits, and 20,000 mechs flew out from the 100 Sky-class carriers, heading towards the resource stars to commence their airdrop mission. Look, up in the sky. It's the Federation's mechs. The Federation fleet has returned. They've finally come back. The laboring humans recognized the approaching mech forces and couldn't help but get emotional. After 16 long years, the Federation fleet had finally come back. Brothers, let's capture these traitors together. With a loud shout from someone, all the humans rushed towards the human overseers in their vicinity. End of this chapter. Chapter 68. Reclaiming Neighbors 2 Hunter's Arm. Neighbor Star System. Resource Star No. 7. In the carrier formation of the 15th Fleet, mechs kept launching out continuously, and everyone heard the voice of the fleet commander, Chu Zihong, in their ears. All pilots, attention! All pilots, attention! According to our detection, there are no large heavy weapons on the surface of the planet, but there are over 30 million humans. They are our compatriots left behind in the neighbor. Protecting their safety is your top priority after landing. Hiss, the pilots sitting in the mech cockpits were shocked. After all, the news that 2 billion humans were stranded in 3-star systems and might still be alive had never been publicly disclosed by the Federation. Therefore, in the general perception, those 2 billion humans were believed to have all perished. Now, hearing that there were over 30 million humans on the resource star below, it indicated that a significant number of humans were still alive. This was just one resource star. The entire star system might have hundreds of millions of people. These were all compatriots, as the commander said. Since we've come, protecting them is the top priority. Everyone had a clear understanding of how to fight against the Council. Similar situations were happening on all 10 resource stars. According to the data aggregated to the Uranos, just on the 10 resource stars alone, there were over 400 million human populations, not counting the inhabited planets ahead, which could easily go over 500 million. Minutes later, mech airdrops began on all the resource stars' orbits. On the orbit of resource star No. 7, a total of 20,000 mechs and several hundred assault ships swiftly entered the planet's atmosphere. From the ground, it looked as if more than 20,000 meteors suddenly streaked across the sky. At the workplace, Luo Fei suddenly fell to the ground. He could no longer hold on, lying there gasping for air, his eyes staring blankly at the sky. Suddenly, he seemed to see something, rubbed his eyes, looked again, and saw tens of thousands of fireballs rapidly descending. Is this the end? Well, it's fine. Living is more painful than dying now anyway. Luo Fei had come to the neighbor at just over 20 years old, and now he was nearly 40. After 16 years, he could no longer endure. "Hey, you there, who let you lie on the ground? Get up and work, don't you want dinner?" Lance shouted and walked over with a whip. "One day, humans will strike back. You traitors, none of you will have a good end." "Hey, I don't know if humans will strike back, but I know you're about to die now," Lance said, preparing to wave the electric whip in his hand, but just as he raised his hand, he saw Luo Fei staring in shock at the sky. Subconsciously, he also lifted his head along with Luo Fei's gaze. In the sky, as the 20,000 fireballs descended, mech after mech sprang out from them. As they descended, the humans on the ground could now clearly see what they were. "Are those mechs?" Luo Fei mumbled in uncertainty. After all, the last time he had seen mechs was the Federation's first-generation Storm mechs, which looked quite different from the current Storm to mechs. In the sky, within the rapidly descending mech group, the on-site commander frowned as he looked at the scenes on the ground. To his surprise, they were all humans, each wearing crude spacesuits. Some even had ankle restraints, while others held whips or light weapons. The humans with whips or weapons clearly wore better spacesuits and would occasionally lash out at other humans. The on-site commander of the mech unit immediately understood what was happening. "All mechs, attention! All mechs, attention! All the humans on this resource star are armed. Immediately suppress the humans holding weapons. Do not harm the humans with ankle restraints. Repeat." Hearing the words of the mech unit's on-site commander, everyone understood. They looked at the humans with whips or weapons, their eyes becoming more hostile, and they began directing the mechs to scatter and carry out the suppression order. After looking with Luo Fei for a while, Lance shrugged, as he was just over 20 years old and had never seen human mechs before. He thought that they were new equipment of the Ox Empire until a mech landed in front of him and Luo Fei. About to go greet them, Lance saw the mech aim its weapon at him, immediately freezing in place. "First warning. Put down your weapon, or you will be terminated on the spot." The loud voice from the mech speaker overtook everyone. Several meters away, Luo Fei finally saw the markings and text on the mech shell. It was the Federation fleet's emblem, and the row of text underneath wrote the First Fleet of the Federation. "It's really the Federation fleet. Humans are really striking back." Luo Fei's current emotions were beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. After despairing for a whole 16 years, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. How many people had left due to not being able to hold on during this time? Perhaps no less than 300 million people within the neighbor star system alone. At that moment, an assault ship landed beside the mechs. Once the hatch opened, 200 fully armed human warriors quickly rushed down and began taking control of the situation. Commander Chu Zihong of the 17th Fleet was inside the bridge, watching the images returned by the mech unit, his face filled with anger. "Commander, we need a large amount of food and medical personnel here." "I understand. Immediately arrange the resources. You stay stationed inside the planet, taking care of our compatriots and keeping an eye on those traitors." "Yes." "Vice Commander, report the situation here to headquarters. We need a large number of resources." "Understood." Similar situations were happening in all 10 division fleets, tasked with suppressing the resource. Chapter 69, Taking Back the Neighbors, Part 3. On the Astar orbit, inside the fortress of the Ox Empire, Lancer was looking anxious. "Has the signal to surrender been sent out?" "Commander, it has been sent 3 times already." "Damn it, why are they still attacking?" "At this rate, our fleet will be completely wiped out in less than 10 minutes. Lancer couldn't understand why the other party was not accepting their communication requests or surrender. But he had no choice but to watch his fleet being slowly destroyed. What else could he do? Their energy shields rendered their attacks useless when hitting the enemy ships. While it was feasible to focus dozens of ships on one and maybe take out 10s or even 100 enemy ships before being annihilated, it wouldn't lead to victory. Instead, it might anger a level for civilization and ultimately lead to the destruction of the Ox Empire. Lancer didn't dare to take that risk, so he could only command his fleet to counterattack symbolically while continuing to send communication requests and surrender signals to the enemy. This situation left Lin Fan somewhat speechless. It felt like even a student from the Interstellar Military Academy could handle this situation without any tactical arrangement, just lining up and firing. After more than 10 minutes, when the last Ox Empire warship was sunk, the First Fleet immediately surrounded the fortress. "Commander, the enemy has sent another communication request." "All right, you can connect it now." "Yes." A few seconds later, Lancer's image appeared in the projection on the bridge. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lin Fan. "You're human." "That's right, I'm Lin Fan, commander of the First Fleet of the Federation." "This is impossible. Adams should have trapped them in the solar system." "Adams? I took care of him half a year ago, and his fleet has been wiped out." Lin Fan's words shocked Lancer. He kept muttering that this couldn't be true. "All right, I'll give you two choices, surrender or die." Lancer fell silent. If it were a level for civilization saying this to him, he would immediately surrender. However, this was a human. Though he didn't know how they acquired the energy shield technology, if he dared to surrender, he would have no future. Even if he escaped, his loved ones would still be at risk. The Emperor of the Ox Empire ruled through terror, and this fear had penetrated deep into everyone's hearts. "It seems you're unwilling to surrender, then." "Soldiers of the Ox Empire never surrender." "Then I won't force you." "Liangzu, order the Guardian Mecha Battalion to deploy, and let the First Fleet's Mecha Legion and assault ships launch together to take down the fortress. Remind them not to damage it too much. We might need this fortress." "Understood." With the orders given, the various units started to move. The fleet targeted the fortress's weapon systems, destroying them with secondary cannons. Meanwhile, the Guardian Mecha led the charge, followed by the Mecha Legion from the aircraft carrier and assault ships penetrating a port of the fortress. "Commander, a warship has left from behind the fortress. Do they want to escape?" "Commander, it's weird. Our sensors detect that it's a Federation warship." "Commander, Vice Admiral Chris of the First Fleet requests communication." "Connect him." The communication was quickly established, and a furious Chris appeared in front of Lin Fan. "Commander, something's happened." "Chris, what's going on?" "Commander, I recognize the warship leaving from behind the fortress. With the serial number 20001 on the hull, I'll never forget it. It belonged to Horn Sterling and was once the flagship of the Second Fleet." "Are you sure?" "I'm very sure, Commander. We can't let him escape." "Don't worry. Do you think he can escape in front of the transition engine? If it's your old acquaintance, then I entrust this to the First Fleet. But if it's truly Horn Sterling, I want you to capture him alive and bring him to the military court." "Understand?" "Commander, rest assured, I will bring him back." "All right, go." At the same time, at the entrance of the Starway in the direction of Tianyuan 4, the 19th and 20th Fleets were stationed. "Donnie, it seems like we're really unlucky. Look, the commander has already dealt with 10,000 warships and we can't do anything here." "Stop complaining, Eric. We never know when a large fleet will come out from the Starway. It is necessary to have the fleet guard here." "I understand, but still, why us? Wait, what's that?" "Eric, your mouth is wide open, you know that, right?" As the two fleet commanders were chatting, a large number of warships started to emerge from the Starway exit, one after another. "What are you waiting for? Start attacking. Who knows how many fleets are behind them? Don't let them gather. We only have 1,000 warships." "You don't have to tell me that." The two fleets immediately established crossfires at the channel mouth, and the first wave of attacks blew up over 200 warships. However, the vanguard fleet of the Forbidden Scarred Legion was confused at this moment. What was happening? Why were they attacked as soon as they came out? This wasn't our Ox Empire territory, right? Their good military training made them only stand confused for about 3 to 4 seconds before starting a counterattack in an orderly manner. But with only 4,000 warships gathered, they couldn't pose a significant threat to the two fleets on the defensive line. Nonetheless, Donnie and Eric were feeling uneasy. Just when it was about 4,000 warships attacking, after 3 waves, the enemy's quantity didn't decrease. Instead, it increased to over 6,000 warships. Even more warships kept emerging from the Starway, increasing the pressure on the two commanders. 30 astronomical units away, on the Uranus, at the speed of light, the progress of the Guardian Mecha Battalion is smooth. They'll break through to the enemy's command center in 1 minute. Good. Commander, a distress signal has been received from the Starway defense line in the Tianyuan for direction. What's going on? Report, a large number of Ox Empire warships are coming out through the Starway. There are already 10,000 warships out, and more are still emerging. It seems like a large fleet. Don't rush. Order the 19th and 20th fleets to retreat. Don't stubbornly hold the defensive line. The energy shield is not indestructible. At the same time, order the 9th to 18th fleets to gather. Understood. End of the chapter. Chapter 70. Regain the neighbor end. As the commander of the 4th Legion of the Imperial Guard of the Aux Empire, leading the Vanguard fleet, Solra was currently frowning, feeling rather agitated. Over 20 years ago, the 50,000 warships led by Solra suffered heavy losses in a battle against the Cabot Empire. Eventually, under the command of Commander Isaac, they headed to Houghton to replenish warships and personnel. 7 years ago, after reorganizing the fleet and personnel, Isaac sent a new order for Solra to go to the solar system to support the 3rd Legion of the Imperial Guard, while the 4th Legion of the Imperial Guard would choose the right time to retreat from the Cabot Empire front lines and head to the solar system. After 7 years, crossing several star systems, Solra arrived at Neighbor, but what did he see when he sailed out of the Stardust Path? The Vanguard fleet was in fierce battle, and nearly 3,000 warships had already been lost. Most crucially, according to the reports, they hadn't even managed to take down a single enemy warship yet. Was this a joke? According to the intelligence, is this where Commander Lancer of the 3rd Legion of the Imperial Guard is stationed? Contact him immediately. Yes. Soon after, the communication was established, and a grim-faced Lancer appeared in front of Solra. I am Commander Solra of the 4th Legion of the Imperial Guard, leading the Vanguard fleet. Commander Lancer, what is the situation here? Why was I attacked as soon as I arrived? Commander Solra, you arrived at the worst time. It is the human fleet. My fleet has been completely destroyed, and I am trapped in the fortress. Humans. Aren't they confronting Commander Adams in the solar system? Confronting? They have already arrived here, and Commander Adams is likely in danger. Currently, their numbers are only 20,000, but all warships have energy shields. You must be careful. Are you kidding me? 20,000 warships with energy shields. Solra looked angrily at Lancer. This guy must be insane. 20,000 warships with energy shields. Are you asking me to send my 50,000 warships in to die? I'd need at least 500,000 warships for that. Commander Solra, listen to me. Asterisk boom, asterisk. Asterisk pew, pew, pew asterisk. Just as Lancer was about to say something, explosions rang out, followed by the continuous firing of energy rifles. Lancer, Lancer. Watching the communication screen go blank, Solra anxiously called out, but there was no one to answer him. Damn it, how many fleets have not come out of the Stardust Path yet? Commander, currently nearly 38,000 warships have sailed out of the Stardust Path, and 12,000 have not come out yet. A direct attack won't work. We can't fight this battle. When the remaining 12,000 warships come out, the central and rear fleets will turn and head to Tianyuan 4 through the Stardust Path. The leading fleet's remaining 16,000 warships will stay behind. Yes, Solra was preparing to escape, but unfortunately, Lancer's incomplete words were meant to inform Solra that the enemy had jump engines, so fleeing was futile. On the other side, inside the Ulanos, Commander, the assault team has captured the enemy commander and is currently on the way back. Good. How about Chris? Chris's 1st Division has surrounded the fleeing warship and destroyed its engines. Tell Chris to leave a few warships to watch over and come back immediately. Yes. Report the situation at the Stardust Path. Currently, 40,000 warships have sailed out, and Donnie and Eric are withdrawing as per the orders. Make sure they don't retreat too quickly, must lure the enemy into pursuit, spread them out, and elongate their array. Understood. 2 minutes later, Chris's 1st Division fleet directly jumped back to the array in a short distance. As for the 9th to 18th Divisions attacking the Resource Star, besides carriers, they had also completed their assembly. On the Ulanos, Linfin watched the battle at the Stardust Path. Nearly 50,000 warships had appeared by now, with almost 4,000 destroyed in the initial interception and around 45,000 left. At this moment, to pursue the 19th and 20th Divisions, the advance fleet of the Aux had already formed a straight line. Soon time, tell Donnie and Eric to continue luring, and we will first deal with the enemy's rear fleet of 30,000 warships in the back. Understood. This time, we will break through on 10 fronts. Order the 1st to 10th Divisions to jump to designated coordinates and launch an attack on the enemy rear fleet. The 11th to 18th Divisions are on standby, ready to jump at any moment. While issuing orders, Linfen marked 10 coordinates on the virtual tactical board and sent them to Liangzhu. Upon receiving it, Liangzhu immediately allocated the 1st to 10th Divisions according to Linfen's markings. Commander, all preparations are ready. The operation can start at any time. Good. Commence the operation. Fleets jump. Commander, all fleets have sailed out of the Stardust Path. All right. Central and rear fleets turn 180 degrees on the spot and re-enter the Stardust Path leading to Tianyuan 4. Hearing the report from the deputy, Solra didn't want to waste any time and immediately ordered the fleet to prepare for their escape. Commander, the situation is dire. Multiple enemy fleets suddenly appeared around our fleet and formed assault formations, launching attacks on us from 10 different directions. Just as the deputy finished speaking, Solra saw lights bursting continuously in the distance through the porthole. He knew those were his warships being constantly destroyed. Hurry up and change the fleet's direction. Once we enter the Stardust Path, we will be safe. In the battlefield, Linfen had led the 10 divisions of 9,000 warships each to different coordinates, attacking Solar's fleet simultaneously. The reason for 9,000 warships in each division was that everyone's mech troops were on a mission, making carriers meaningless. This operation was conducted purely with battlecruisers. And although there were only 900 warships at each position, remember, these were battlecruisers. According to regular formations, one would need at least 5,000 warships to have that many battlecruisers, indicating their breakthrough capabilities. Most significantly, the 10 divisions jumped very close to Solar's fleet, almost surrounding it from different directions. This led to an interesting problem. Solar's fleet was in the process of changing direction, unable to use the primary guns, which couldn't turn as much, leading them to counterattack with their less powerful secondary guns, risking friendly fire. However, Linfen faced no such restrictions. To sum it up, fire at will, as the enemy surrounded them from all sides, shooting in any direction. Even if they accidentally hit their own warships, they had shields and wouldn't die. Commander, the enemy is changing direction, suggesting they want to escape through the Stardust Path. Been waiting for that. Order the 11th to 18th fleets to jump and block off the entrance to the Stardust Path and the enemy fleet. Yes. After a hard-earned 2 minutes and paying a price of nearly 1,000 warships, Solar's fleet finally completed the turn, only to find a fleet of 7,200 battlecruisers blocking their path towards the Stardust Path entrance, attacking them. Already troubled by Linfen's 10 simultaneous intrusions from the sides and rear, Solara now found their only retreat blocked by 7,200 battlecruisers. Deputy, order all warships to advance. We must clear a path to the Stardust Path. Yes. Unfortunately, wishes were beautiful, determination was firm, but the result was destined to be tragic. Left with only 20,000 warships, engaged in chaotic battles on the sides and rear, with fewer than 10,000 warships available for the frontal assault, breaking through 7,200 battlecruisers with shields was no joke. As time passed, Solara's fleet dwindled, unable to break through the defensive line formed by the 8 divisions. 15 minutes later, Solara's central and rear fleets, totaling 30,000 warships, were completely wiped out. 18 minutes later, Linfen regrouped the 18 divisions, dividing them into 3 parts and having them jump to the sides and rear of Solara's fleet. With a flank from Donnie and Eric, they encircled and annihilated the remaining 16,000 warships in the middle. After 25 minutes, within the neighbor star system, not a single ship of the Aux Empire could be found. End of this chapter. Chapter 71. We can't afford to drag the Earth. Federal Presidential Palace. Everyone has read the report, right? Linzen looked coldly at the group of aides in the conference room. His mood was very bad at the moment. Yesterday, he received a message from Lin Fan saying that Binning had been taken down and 60,000 battleships of the Aux Empire had been wiped out, and he was feeling good. But upon seeing the contents of the report, he immediately became furious. Binning was infested with a large number of collaborators aiding the Aux Empire in managing nearly 1 billion humans, all of whom were former members of the Second Fleet, to be precise, all from the Sterling family of the Second Fleet, and their loyalists. It turns out that the Sterling family is a cancer. Mr. President, I suggest keeping this matter secret, as it would have a detrimental impact on the reputation of the federal fleet. One aide suggested, with a few others nodding in agreement, which greatly angered Lin Zun. Just as he was about to say something, Ed spoke first. Secret. How could it be kept a secret? Several 100 million survivors are right there. Are you planning to never let them return to Earth again? Or are you planning to simply exterminate them all and keep it a secret? The aide who was criticized by Ed was speechless. Yes, Ed was right. How could something known to hundreds of millions of people be kept a secret? Are they really considering extermination? Give me a break. Watching the aides lower their heads, Ed continued, not only should we not keep it a secret, but we should proactively address it by publicly trying and executing those collaborators led by Horn Sterling. We should also shape Lin Fan into a new hero. By doing so, even if the reputation of the Federal Fleet suffers a bit, by turning Lin Fan into a hero, we can completely restore that part of the reputation and even elevate it. Similarly, we should proactively disclose everything about the Sterling family. Though it may cause a stir, since the president has already eradicated the entire family, we can use this opportunity to promote it as the rebirth of the Federation. The group of aides below listened to Ed's plan in shock. This not only resolved the trust crisis of the people in the Federal Fleet, but more importantly, this operation would elevate Lin Zhen's reputation to the highest position among all past presidents. People would wonder, with such a big cancer existing in the Federation for so long, what were the previous presidents doing? Were they colluding with the Sterling family? Moreover, after Lin Zhen took office, he used Liang Xingchen to block the Ox Empire, reclaim territories, and rooted out this big malignant family. With such remarkable achievements, how could Lin Zhen's prestige not skyrocket? When the time is right, if the news about Lin Fan being Lin Zhen's son is leaked, even if Lin Zhen wants to amend federal laws and serve as president for decades, probably not many people would oppose it. What do you all think of the vice president's proposal? Lin Zhen, the first to speak, looked at the group of aides below before slowly stating. After a while of whispering and exchanging glances, they all expressed their agreement. Okay, since everyone agrees, the matter is settled. Ed, you're responsible for the specific operation. Okay, no problem. Yes, let's move on to the next item on the agenda, regarding binning. 4.22 light-years away, the First Fleet was exceptionally busy. The temporary settlement of 530 million people, food distribution, medical aid, and many other issues needed to be addressed. Fortunately, Binninga and the stronghold in orbit still had plenty of food supplies. Even if they were allowed to eat freely, the 500 million people would have no issues for the next 1 or 2 years. The old man also mentioned that they would swiftly transport a large number of related personnel and supplies to Binninga. Though there was no immediate survival crisis, the work was still demanding, especially in the medical field, which was already overwhelmed. After all, with such a population being mistreated for 16 years, many people had various health problems, and there were quite a few amputees. Aircraft carriers continually transported people from various resource planets to Binninga, as it was the only habitable planet in the star system, where the Ox Empire had built quite a few residential areas. Despite these homes not meeting human standards, they at least provided shelter. Temporarily accommodating them was feasible. However, the resettlement process was not easy. Each aircraft carrier, after clearing out all mechs, could only transport about 300,000 people at once. With 2,000 aircraft carriers in total, minus the 10 fleets stationed at Starways, they could deploy 1,000 carriers, each capable of transporting 300 million people at a time. Although it seemed that all people could be transported into trips, the most time-consuming process was actually embarking and disembarking. Aircraft carriers couldn't directly land on the planet to pick up people. They relied on assault ships to continuously transport people to the aircraft carriers. With only 20 assault ships per carrier, each could only carry 300 people. Therefore, Lin Fan ultimately assigned 300 aircraft carriers for the transportation plan. After more than 20 hours, barely 100 million people were successfully transferred to Binning A. Commander, the 4th Fleet has reported that they have recaptured Barnard and wiped out its defending fleet of 10,000 battleships. Expected. With our current military strength, as long as we don't encounter the Legion of the Ox Empire with tens of thousands of warships, there shouldn't be any issues. Get me in touch with Commander Liang. Already connected. Commander Liang, How's the situation on your end? Well, destroying the Ox Empire's defenders didn't take much effort, but we found over 200 million surviving humans being used as labor. We are currently focusing on rescue efforts. How are things on your end? The situation here is more severe than yours. With a full 530 million human survivors, aside from the defense fleets at the starways, all remaining fleets are participating in the rescue effort. Okay, it seems the plan to retake Tianyuan IV will have to be delayed for at least a month, as there's too much to handle here. No, Commander Liang. I'm contacting you to prepare for an immediate departure to Tianyuan 4. Take Binning, for example. Before we arrived, tens of thousands of humans were dying from overwork or hunger every day. Every day we delay means mass human deaths. We can't delay. Humans can't afford to wait. What do you propose? My idea is this. Each of us leaves behind 10,000 battleships to conduct rescue and settlement work, awaiting the arrival of supplies and personnel from the main camp. At the same time, each of us leads 10,000 battleships straight to Tianyuan 4. I agree. Let's calculate the respective distances to Tianyuan 4 and plan our departures accordingly to arrive simultaneously. Good. That's how we'll proceed. 10 hours later, the 1st to 10th fleets of the 1st Fleet had assembled in the void. Distribute coordinates to all battleships. Activate the translite engines of the entire fleet. Commander, coordinate distribution is complete, and all fleet translite engines are activated for departure. Translite. End of this chapter. Chapter 72. The relaxed skies of Tianyuan 4 when Lin Fan and Liang Xingchen led the fleet to transfer to Tianyuan 4, more than 40 light-years away. Oxus Star System, Planet Oxus, Imperial Palace. Uncle, how are things on the human side now? Your Majesty, we haven't received any news from Adams for over a year, I'm afraid. Speaking of Adams, Ross was also puzzled. It was not normal to have no news for over a year. Ross understood Adams, a professional soldier loyal to the Empire. Even if ordered to sacrifice himself, he would do so without hesitation. But the prolonged silence was alarming. Adams' fleet was likely wiped out within the solar system. If that was the case, the neighboring systems, Barnard and Tianyuan 4, would be in danger. Ross didn't believe that scattered fleets in those systems could stop humans. Tianyuan 4 was the only star system in the border between human and Oxus Empire territories connected to the Star Road. If humans reclaimed Tianyuan 4 and secured their position, the Empire would have to start over to eliminate humans. I don't care about Adams. He's already a dead man. I want to know how long until we can wipe out the humans. Ross was speechless at Ramiro's words. How could they not care about Adams when they ordered him on a suicide mission? If Adams failed, who would lead the fleet to attack humans? Even the 4th Imperial Guard Legion would need nearly a decade. Did he make a mistake in supporting Ramiro's ascension to the throne? Your Majesty, the most important thing now is how Adams is doing. If he fails, we might lose at least 3 star systems in a short time. Then mobilize other legions. Your Majesty, the 4th Imperial Guard Legion is already on the way, but it will still take nearly 10 years to arrive. What about the other legions? We have 8 major Imperial Guard Legions, and 4 border legions. How can we not have troops to spare? Your Majesty, we are still at war with the Cabot Empire. Pulling out a legion is already a stretch. The remaining 6 legions cannot be moved, and the border legions have their own borders to guard and cannot be easily mobilized. Damn it! If even the 4th Imperial Guard Legion is not enough, negotiate with the Cabot Empire. I'd rather cede a few star systems to them than let the humans who killed my son off the hook. With that, Ramiro left in a huff, leaving Ross with a conflicted expression in the room. Did I make a mistake in supporting Ramiro's ascension to the throne years ago? Several days later, Tianyuan 4. The void suddenly contracted, and 10,000 warships appeared without warning. Simultaneously, the void near them also contracted, revealing another 10,000 warships. Commander, a communication from Commander Liang. Patch it through. Connected. Lin Fan, I'm in charge of managing the resource stars and constructing the Star Road defense line. You take care of defeating the enemy fleet. All right, let's act immediately. After a brief communication, the two began their respective operations. Liang Zhu, report the enemy fleet's positions. Currently, detected the enemy fleet converging on the sea orbit of Tianyuan 4, numbering 10,000, and it seems they are all docked in the starport. Additionally, there is a small fortress on the orbit. No surprise. To them, this is already their territory with no need for extra vigilance. Let Chris handle the fortress. Other fleets don't need to consider tactics. Just jump over and wipe out the enemy fleet docked in the starport. Yes. After assigning tasks, Chris immediately jumped and arrived next to the Oxus Empire's fortress 3 seconds later. Like in the previous tactic with Barnard, Chris first instructed the warships to destroy all weapons on the enemy fortress, then sent in the mechanized units and assault ships. On the other side, Lin Fan's 9,000 warships also appeared in the Oxus Empire's starport cluster, starting the slaughter. The defense of Tianyuanfor was indeed lax, not even a patrol ship in sight, with all warships docked in the starport. As for the crew, few were diligently at their posts, with many attending various gatherings instead. Suddenly, alarms blared in every starport. Sadly, the crew had been at ease for decades, even treating the alarm as a random drill, their movements still leisurely. It wasn't until they saw countless energy blasts raining down, warships being destroyed one after the other in the harbor, explosions everywhere, that they realized this was no drill. However, it was too late. Like motionless targets, all 10,000 warships were wiped out in less than 5 minutes. After eliminating the warships, the mechanized units came into play. The starports were left mostly intact for short-term usage by the Federation. Thus, mechanized units and assault teams were the best choices at the moment. The mechanized units swiftly infiltrated through the port openings, and lacking heavy weaponry, the Oxus soldiers posed no significant threat. Soon, the soldiers within the port were cleared out. Subsequently, a vast number of assault ships carrying 300 fully armed human soldiers each efficiently landed. While the mechanized units advanced, the assault teams followed suit, swiftly breaking through to the starport command center and swiftly gaining control. After 40 minutes of mechanized and assault team operations, all starports had been taken, with remnants of Oxus fighters hiding therein needing cleanup. At that moment, Chris communicated that they had captured the small fortress in the orbit, but the enemy commander had committed suicide. After securing the fortress and all starports, Lin Fan contacted Liang Xingchen. "Commander Liang, my mission here is complete. The defending troops have been wiped out, and we've taken control of the fortress and starports. So fast? You may not know, but their 10,000 warships were all simply parked in the starport, not even a patrol ship. After fighting for hours, not a single ship of theirs launched." Lin Fan couldn't help but smile wryly, feeling an impulse to facepalm at the situation, even though they were enemies. Despite being to star systems away from the front lines, they were still slack. Chapter 73. The Battle of Federal 5-Year Plan Tianyuanfor has been over for a week. Humankind, suppressed for decades, can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Tianyuanfor is extremely important for humans, as the solar system is located at the edge of the Orion Arm, almost like a remote and desolate area. Whether leaving the solar system or attacking it from the outside, Tianyuanfor is an unavoidable strategic node. As long as Tianyuanfor is in human hands, the neighboring star systems, Barnard, and the solar system are safe. Of course, if the opponent is a civilization of level 4 or above with jump engines, it's a different story. However, Lin Fan knows that in the entire Orion Arm, there is only one level for civilization, and its location is a full 20,000 light-years away from the solar system. They have no interest in the remote area of the solar system. Of course, even without enmity, a battle must be fought unless humans are prepared to stay within these four star systems. Originally, the resources in the asteroid belt of the solar system have been extensively mined over the past few decades, and valuable resources have been almost depleted. Fortunately, the Aux Empire was expelled from the solar system in time, allowing humans to obtain resources from the Kuiper Belt. Now, resources can be obtained through the neighboring systems, Barnard and Tianyuanfor, ensuring resource security for the Federation's future shipbuilding plans. As a result, the Presidential Palace urgently convened a meeting and made 3 important decisions for the next 5 years. First, the First Fleet and the Fourth Fleet are jointly responsible for the stellar road defense line of Tianyuanfor. Second, to fully develop the neighboring systems, Barnard and Tianyuanfor, including the construction of habitable planets, transformation of non-life-bearing planets, and resource development. Third, a large-scale expansion of the federal fleet and the reorganization of the second and third fleets. Fourth, popularize genetic enhancement drugs and brain domain development drugs to the entire Federation population, foster more scientists, and promote explosive development of federal technology. In simple terms, the First and Fourth Fleet will guard the stellar road of Tianyuan-4, and based on this foundation, the Federation will make full development efforts and expand its military strength. The fourth point is the most important because although Lin Fan has obtained technology from several levels for civilizations through the system, in terms of the technology tree, it is very abnormal. Apart from jump engines, energy shields, and nuclear fusion, federal technology remains in the early stages of Level 3 civilization, while the Aux Empire is in the mid-stage of Level 3 civilization. Even the Federation's strongest warship currently only possesses the defensive power and jump capability of a level 4 civilization, but its attack power and speed are still firmly Level 3 civilization. In other words, with the current 40,000 warships, they can handle the Aux Empire with 100,000 warships. But facing an Aux Empire Legion with 30 to 40,000 warships, even if they win, they will suffer huge losses, maybe even being crippled, and the Aux Empire has more than one legion. After all, energy shields are not omnipotent. Being focused on by dozens or tens of warships will be instantly destroyed. This is why a full-scale war with the Aux Empire is not yet possible. Delay and time are advantageous for humans. But Lin Fan is not prepared to wait too long. After all, with the system mission on hand, he has to destroy the Aux Empire within 10 years, and now it's been over a year. Lin Fan plans to start promoting the plan to attack the Aux Empire after the first 5-year plan is completed. In the simulated battle between the Uranus and the internal battle, Li Kangqiang, you are indeed as I expected. The command talent of the fleet is also outstanding. Have you ever thought about following the path of a fleet commander like me? Can I? After several fleet simulation battles, Lin Fan found that his intuition was indeed correct. Li Kangqiang, besides being an excellent mecha pilot, also has outstanding fleet command talent. Although he did not receive training from the system and was not Lin Fan's match in a simulation battle, it did not diminish Lin Fan's recognition of his talent. Well, if you wish, I can arrange for you to return to the Interstellar Military Academy and have the Dean provide you with special training. Yes, thank you for nurturing. I am willing to return to the Interstellar Military Academy for further study. Good. There won't be much warfare in the next 5 years. You can wait for news after returning these days. I will arrange for you to go over there soon. Yes, Commander. Li Kangqiang was a bit excited. Since being defeated by Lin Fan last time and realizing the gap, he has gradually become a fan of Lin Fan. As Lin Fan's fan, what does he desire the most? It is to become a fleet commander like Lin Fan, a military god like fleet commander, the strongest pilot, and the most outstanding scientist among humans. Now that he has the opportunity to advance further on the path of a fleet commander, it means that he can draw closer to Lin Fan. How could Li Kangqiang not be excited? Apart from Li Kangqiang, Xia Yina and Zhang Jue have also been receiving training from Lin Fan recently. Now their skills are already at the 3rd and 4th in the Vanguard Mecha Squadron, while the 1st and 2nd naturally belong to Zhang Hu and Li Kangqiang. However, according to Zhang Hu himself, Li Kangqiang is already on par with him. In a matter of months, Li Kangqiang will definitely be the strongest pilot in the Vanguard Mecha Squadron. Emma is now the commander of the 4th Squad of the 1st Fleet. With Lin Fan's special attention, Chris has been particularly caring towards Emma, often giving her some fleet command experiences. Chris once told Lin Fan that Emma is the second most talented fleet commander he has ever seen, with the first naturally being Lin Fan. But why isn't Liang Xingchen the first? According to Chris, in terms of talent, both Lin Fan and Emma surpass Liang Xingchen by far. Emma is only 21 years old now. With a few more years and more combat experience, she will definitely be the strongest fleet commander among the younger generation, second only to Lin Fan. Even Chris directly suggested letting Emma command a sub-fleet. Currently, she only leads a squad, and it's a bit of a waste. However, Lin Fan temporarily rejected the idea. After all, Emma is only a major. Commanding a squad is already a high-ranking role. It's just that because Lin Fan is there, no one in the fleet dares to say anything. But if you let Emma command a sub-fleet now, that would be a big issue. Subfleets are generally commanded by rear admirals or vice admirals, and it would be very inappropriate to directly promote Emma. It might directly harm her. Lin Fan was more talented than Emma when he was younger. Although his promotion speed was frighteningly fast, it was all based on actual combat achievements, so no one said anything. However, Emma's situation is different. Lin Fan does not deny her very high command talent, but crucially, she currently has no combat achievements. Chris also realized his mistake, having thought too presumptuously. End of this chapter. Chapter 74. Secret mission. 3 months after the Federations took down Tianyuan 4, the news finally reached Emperor Ramiro of the Ox Empire. Your Majesty, we have received information from the defenders of Tianyuan 4, saying that it has been breached by humans, and the commander has taken his own life in apology. Moreover, since humans have reached Tianyuan 4, it is very likely that Bana and the neighboring systems have also been breached. What? That's impossible. Don't humans only have 20 to 30,000 warships? Your Majesty, Adam's fleet of 200,000 ships fell into the hands of humans. We cannot underestimate them anymore. Currently, the human fleet at Tianyuan 4 can already threaten Lao. We must be prepared. Ruse was really worried now. Among the Empire's 8 legions, 6 were fiercely fighting on the Cabot Empire front line. The remaining 2 legions, one was the 3rd Imperial Guards Legion, which had already been wiped out in the solar system. The other, the 4th Imperial Guards Legion, had just withdrawn from the Cabot Empire front line and was about 9 years away from reaching Lao. At present, Lao only had 50,000 defending troops. If breached, then more than 10 star systems behind Lao, with garrisons of 5,000 to 10,000 warships each, would be defenseless. If all were lost, it would shake the very foundation of the Empire. How could Ruse not be anxious? Order all defending troops around the star systems to converge on Lao, block the path of the enemy. At the same time, Uncle, you go negotiate with the Cabot Empire. I can cede 3 star systems to them. If they agree, then peace. If not, then it's a fight to the death. Very well, they should agree. Yes, with 2 legions to guard the front line, and the other 4 legions all moving towards the human side, along with the 4th Imperial Guards Legion en route, we will have nearly 2 million warships. I refuse to believe we cannot wipe out the humans. Yes, Your Majesty, I will go now. After speaking, Ruse immediately rushed out to prepare for contacting the Cabot Empire front line. However, the Ox Empire did not have the quantum communication technology of the Federation, so communication took time. It would likely take 2 to 3 years to reach an agreement. In addition to the Cabot Empire, Ruse also issued orders to 14 star systems within a 12 light-year range in the direction of Lao, requiring all defending troops to converge on Lao. Ruse calculated that he could gather around 90,000 warships within 5 years. Together with the 50,000 warships at Lao, the total fleet could reach 140,000. With this force guarding the Star Road, it should be able to hold out until the 4th Imperial Guards Legion and subsequent legions arrive. If they could defend Lao for 15 years, the fleet of nearly 2 million would be fully in place, making it easy to crush the entire Federation. Tianyuan 4, Star Road defense line, within the Uranus Lin Fan, who was training in his room, was interrupted by an unexpected communication. Uncle Ed, is there something you need from me? Lin Fan was quite surprised by this private communication from Ed. What was this daughter-in-law's father up to now? Well, you previously captured a Ox Empire commander named Launchy near the Bina system, right? We have been interrogating him for the past few months and finally got some results. Yeah, I know that guy. What kind of information did you get from him? Lin Fan was quite surprised that they were able to extract information from an Ox Empire commander. These guys were tough nuts to crack. Getting them to talk must have required unconventional methods. The information we obtained this time is crucial. Firstly, the Star Road at Tianyuan 4 leads to a star system called Lao, which currently has 50,000 warships in defense, with no major fleets nearby. This means that within the next 10 years, the Ox Empire is unlikely to launch a large fleet attack on Tianyuan 4. Secondly, the Ox Empire's main legions are currently concentrated on their borderlines, actively engaged in combat with the Cabot Empire, which is also a Tier 3 civilization comparable to the Ox Empire. Therefore, we have decided to send your first fleet on a top-secret mission to the Cabot Empire. Lin Fan looked at Ed and basically guessed the nature of the mission. It was either to seek cooperation with the Cabot Empire to jointly strike the Ox Empire, or to deceive the Cabot Empire into fighting the Ox Empire to the death. In fact, Lin Fan's guess was quite accurate. Lin Zhen and Ed were indeed thinking along those lines. I want your first fleet to pose as a tier for civilization, deceive the Cabot Empire, and make them fight the Ox Empire to the death. Lin Fan quietly said to himself, "All right, I accept this mission." Good, but this is a top-secret mission. The Federation fleet will not issue formal orders. Additionally, we have already arranged things with Liang Xingchen. He will act as if your first fleet never left. As for the coordinates of the Cabot Empire's capital, we have obtained them from prisoners and will transmit them to you shortly. Understood, but I will need to request some items to make them believe without a doubt. Tell me what you need. I need a batch of energy shield devices, preferably in large quantities, but each must have a back door. When a tier for civilization asks a tier 3 civilization to do something, some rewards are necessary, right? Well, you are just like your old man in your thinking. Don't worry, we still have over 10,000 energy shield devices in stock. After implanting the back doors, we will transport them to Tianyuan 4. Once you receive these devices, you can set off. Great! After ending the communication, Lin Fan's first action was to take out the star map he had received from the system as a reward and confirm the coordinates of the Cabot Empire. After all, he couldn't fully trust information obtained from prisoners. He had to confirm it himself for safety. After checking, he found that the coordinates were correct, and Lin Fan started to feel curious. How had they managed to make Lanchi spill the beans? Did human interrogation methods work on Oxians as well? A week later, 200 Bull-class supply ships arrived at the Star Road defense line of Tianyuan 4. These ships carried a total of 10,000 energy shield devices. They would accompany Lin Fan's first fleet on their way to the Cabot Empire. Once everything was ready, under the guise of conducting live-fire training, Lin Fan led the fleet and the 200 supply ships out of the defense line. Liang Xingchen, who had already received the message, naturally did not say anything. After leaving the radar monitoring range of the defense line, the fleet arrived at a region far from the monitoring range of the Star Road defense line. After briefing the division captains on the mission, Lin Fan transmitted the coordinates to them. 10 minutes later, with a sudden contraction of the void, the first fleet with 200 supply ships under Lin Fan's command moved away. End of this chapter. Chapter 75 Intelligence Analysis. Inside the Ulysses, Lin Fan frowned as he looked at the virtual screen in front of him, displaying all the information unearthed from Lance. It was quite shocking to see. No wonder the presidential palace came up with such a plan. Otherwise, relying solely on the Federation to deal with the Ox Empire would indeed be a bit inadequate. According to the information displayed, the Ox Empire has 8 major guard legions, 4 border legions, Emperor's elite legion, and scattered garrisons in various star systems. Let's start with the 8 guard legions. Each fleet has a quantity of 30 to 40,000 ships. The Adams fleet that previously attacked the Federation belonged to the 3rd Guard Legion. Don't be deceived by them, having only 200,000 ships entering the solar system. That's because they left garrisons behind in the previous star systems, and the reason for heavy battle damage along the way. Next are the 4 border legions, specifically tasked with guarding the Empire's borders, with each legion having around 500,000 ships. 3 are stationed towards the Cabot Empire, on nodes connected by starways. The remaining 1 is stationed towards the EO Federation, also on nodes connected by starways. In other words, the Ox Empire shares borders with 2/3 civilization-level entities, with the Cabot Empire having similar overall strength, and the EO Federation slightly weaker. Following that is the Emperor's elite legion with approximately 200,000 ships. Don't underestimate this smaller fleet. Each ship is among the most advanced the Empire has, built using the latest technology with formidable combat capabilities. Among them, 5,000 ships were specially purchased from the Babavi civilization, equipped with energy shield systems. As for the jump engines, that's another story as Babavi Empire prohibits the sale of such technology. Therefore, this elite legion can easily take on 2 guard legions simultaneously. Lastly, there are the garrison fleets in each star system, with varying ship numbers ranging from several thousand to 20 to 30,000 ships in some areas. In total, across all star systems, there are about 500,000 ships. When tallying it all up, the Ox Empire currently possesses nearly 5 million ships, while the Federation has around 40,000 ships. The gap in strength is significant. Crucially, Lin Fan has a map showing the distribution of the Orion armed forces. According to the map, the Ox Empire is relatively weaker compared to other third civilization entities. If it were one of the stronger ones, or even the fourth civilization Babavi Empire, the situation would be much more frightening. Indeed, the path ahead for humanity is long and arduous. Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh deeply, then continued reading the rest of the intelligence, mainly about the war between the Ox Empire and the Cabot Empire. According to the information, the war had been ongoing for over 40 years. The Ox Empire alone had amassed 7 guard legions and 3 border legions at the front line, totaling nearly 4 million ships. Importantly, the 4th Guard Legion had been redeployed years ago to support atoms towards the solar system and was expected to arrive in over 8 years. However, for Lin Fan, the arrival of the 4th Guard Legion was not a concern, as 300,000 ships arriving in 8 years wouldn't pose a threat to the Federation. Plus, with the system demanding the Ox Empire's defeat within 10 years, time was running out, and Lin Fan doubted the 4th Guard Legion would reach Tianyuan 4. The real threat lay in the 4 million ships assembled at the frontier by the Ox Empire. Even with the Federation's jump engines and energy shields, the sheer volume of the enemy's fleet would be overwhelming. Confronting them with only 80,000 ships, even if the Federation fully restored all 4 fleets, would be a futile attempt. Averaging 50 ships per one, the Federation fleet would be decimated. Another threat would be the Emperor's Elite Legion with 200,000 ships, especially the 5,000 Babavi Empire ships among them. These ships, despite lacking jump engines, were true 4th civilization vessels. With energy shields similar to the Federation's and superior weapon systems and speed, facing these 5,000 ships would be akin to facing 10,000 Snow Leopard-class cruisers. And together with the 200,000 advanced ships, they would overpower the Federation fleet. Furthermore, this was just information provided by a small fleet commander, likely not encompassing the full military might of the Ox Empire. Who knows what other cards or fleets they hold? After interpreting the intelligence, it became clear why the Presidential Palace undertook this mission and even generously distributed 10,000 energy shield devices. Essentially, they aimed to let the Cabot Empire handle this tough nut while disrupting the power balance between the two sides by providing the energy shield devices. While the Cabot Empire might gain some advantage with 10,000 energy shield devices, completely crushing the Ox Empire's fleet would still result in significant losses. This was the outcome desired by the Federation, as Linzhen didn't want to conquer the Ox Empire only to face another powerful enemy like the Cabot Empire immediately. After reviewing all the information, Lin Fan stood up, gazing out of the porthole at the streaming lights, shook his head, and let out a sigh. It will take 49 days to arrive. The efficiency of the jump engine is still too low. I need to urge the old man to accelerate the research on the 2nd generation. To truly navigate the galaxy effortlessly, at least 5,000 times light speed would be necessary. Lin Fan even thought that reaching 10,000 times light speed would be reasonable. If the system could talk, it would probably straightforwardly tell Lin Fan, "You are thinking too much." Even 5th civilization entities can only achieve about 1,000 times light speed. To truly exceed 10,000 times light speed, one would need the space folding engine of a 7th civilization. As the days passed by, Lin Fan found himself not as frustrated as he had initially expected, but rather quite relaxed. He trained in combat simulations with Zhang Jue, Xia Nina, and Zhang Hu, and in his free time, he teased Liang Zhu. The rest of the time was devoted to various training activities. Unknowingly, 49 days had already flown by. On that day, while engaged in virtual training in his room, Lin Fan had just completed a match and opened his eyes to find his communicator ringing. Upon seeing it was Liang Zhu, he promptly answered, "Commander, we will arrive at the target location in 1 hour." "Good, I'll head to the bridge immediately." End of chapter. Chapter 76, located in the Cabot star system, only 20 days away from Tianyuan 4, 79 light-years away, is the imperial capital of the Cabot Empire. It has 1 natural life-bearing planet, 3 terraformed life-bearing planets, and 15 resource planets. Despite having only one natural life-bearing planet in this star system, the Cabot Empire is known for its massive size, with its planet Cabot having a diameter of 100,000 kilometers. Similar to the Ox Empire, 70% of the Cabot Empire's main fleet is concentrated on the border, and the intense border conflicts have already heated up. With only one fleet of about 300,000 warships guarding the Cabot star system's capital, a massive fortress looms in the orbit of Cabot, serving as the headquarters of the Cabot Empire's space fleet. However, at this moment, the fortress is sounding a piercing alarm. What's going on? Admiral Hamid quickly entered the command center of the space fleet, barking directly. Admiral Hamid, an unidentified fleet suddenly appeared 0.2 astronomical units away, with an approximate quantity of 20,000 ships. What are those people from the outer star system up to? They invaded our capital region without any warning? Have the data been compared? Can we identify which civilization they belong to? Admiral Hamid, the data has been compared, and the style of these warships is different from all known civilizations to us. Order the Royal Guard Legion to prepare for battle, and let the patrol fleet intercept first. Yes, Admiral Hamid. Soon, warships from the Royal Guard Legion began emerging from the fortress, lining up nearby to prepare for battle. At the same time, approximately 30,000 warships from the Imperial Guard fleet headed directly towards the opponent to carry out the intercept command. Unidentified fleet ahead, immediately halt and announce your purpose, or you'll be considered aggressive and destroyed. Hamid was not a fool and was not reckless. The fact that the other side could sneak through more than 10 outer star systems and arrive directly here indicated that this was no simple matter. Most importantly, the Empire had defense lines established in every star system, so to reach here without being detected, only one possibility remained. But if that was indeed the case, wouldn't the other party be a level for civilization? Thus, Hamid was cautious. His speculation compelled him to proceed carefully, opting not to direct the fleet to attack directly, but rather to issue a warning message first. Admiral Hamid, we have received a message from the other side. Read it quickly. This is the level for civilization, the Human Federation. Tell your Emperor to come and talk to us. The direct command tone and the message content made Hamid's eyes widen, confirming this was indeed a level for civilization. But why would a level for civilization come all the way to their remote corner? Get Emperor Fahal immediately connected. Yes, Admiral Hamid. Meanwhile, on the Uranos vessel. Commander, what shall we do next? Wait. It shouldn't take long, and then bamboozle them to no end. Commander, there is a communication request coming in. Just 3 minutes, faster than I expected. Seems like they will be relatively easy to deceive. Patch the signal through. Signal connected. As soon as the signal went through, the virtual projection device inside the bridge started operating, projecting the figure of the Emperor of the Cat Empire. Lin Fan, seeing the other party for a moment, was somewhat amazed. Their appearance was quite unique. From outward appearance, they seemed like a stone person. How to describe it? Somewhat similar to the character Lin Fan had seen in a movie from his previous life, X-Men. I am Fahal, Emperor of the Cabot Empire. May I ask who you are? I am Lin Fan, Commander of the 3rd Platoon of the 9th Division of the 108th Fleet of the Human Federation, a level for civilization. Lin Fan immediately crafted a fabrication to make it seem like the Federation fleet was of immense scale. Fahal's eyes contracted. Although he had already suspected the other side was a level for civilization, hearing it directly still had a jarring effect. For a level 3 civilization, a level for civilization was like the heavens, an entity not to be provoked. May I ask why Your Excellency has come to the Cabot Empire today? Fahal's tone was respectful, although he did not have concrete evidence of the other side's level for status. Being courteous wouldn't hurt. Even if the other side was deceitful, they could easily be dealt with later. Merely a loss of face. Besides, no one could see his current appearance except the human on the communication line, so Fahal felt no psychological pressure. Today we are here to hire your empire to do something. Please, go on. To destroy the Ox Empire. For a level for civilization, annihilating a level 3 civilization was as simple as pie. Why should they handle it themselves? Fahal felt a bit dumbfounded, wondering what was happening. Do you not understand why we are not taking action ourselves, but asking you to do it? Please explain. It's quite simple. There is a level for civilization in the Orion Spur, which means the entire Orion Spur is under their influence. Directly attacking will lead to conflicts. However, wars between local level 3 civilizations do not fall under this category. Are you referring to the Babawi Empire? That's correct. As for how the Ox Empire provoked us, you need not concern yourself. Your task is to eliminate them, and of course, we will provide you with appropriate rewards. Rewards? Yes, I brought 10,000 sets of energy shield devices. You can use these to arm your frontline warships, gaining an advantage. Once you have completed the mission, we will provide you with even more rewards. Any more questions? None at all. At this moment, Fahal felt somewhat incredulous. This was 10,000 sets of energy shield devices. Although the Babawi Empire also sold these, the prices were exorbitant. Purchasing 10,000 sets would consume the Cabot Empire's savings for a century. Yet, this human civilization was offering him 10,000 sets directly. And with upfront support, more rewards awaited after the Ox Empire's eradication. Fahal felt no psychological pressure about obliterating the Ox Empire. Both sides were already engaged in all-out war. Now, he could arm a whole fleet of 10,000 energy shield warships. It was practically a windfall. Very well, I will directly deliver the energy shield devices to your front line. How can we accept that? We'll handle the transportation ourselves. Ha! Handle it yourselves? How long would that take? 10 years or 20? Not looking down on you, but your communication to the front line takes more than half a year. That's... Fahal felt somewhat embarrassed. But what the other side said was true. The distance to the front lines was approximately 30 light years, and the star lanes weren't a direct route to the front. It would take at least 15 years. From the perspective of a level 4 civilization, such a delay was unbearable. All right, arrange for a significant figure to accompany our warships to the front. From here to your front line will only take 20 days. 20 days. Fahal mentally did a quick calculation and was shocked by the result. Close to 600 times the speed of light. End of chapter. Chapter 77. The task completed at this moment, Hamid was in a lounge in Uranus. This room was specially modified by Lin Fan. Everything that could expose federal technological levels was removed, and it was turned into a room designed in the style of an ancient palace, giving off a rather luxurious feeling. Indeed, this vintage style was the best at concealing one's actual civilization level. Of course, Lin Fan did not forget the most crucial point: no one was allowed to leave. The reason was quite simple: the battleship belonged to a high-priority area, and Hamid couldn't wander around freely. Hamid was not surprised by these arrangements at all. After all, the battleship of the Cabot civilization would not allow people from other civilizations to casually visit. And don't think that being locked in a room for 29 days would drive someone crazy. Keep in mind, a third-level civilization without jump engines, traveling the pathways of the stars, would take several years, even a dozen years at times. What's 29 days compared to that? Hamid said it was nothing. He was used to it, and even felt like it was just a short journey. Lying on the luxurious big bed, Hamid recalled the scenes he had seen before. A total of 20,000 battleships, all of them consisting of battle cruisers and carriers. And according to Lin Fan's introduction, this was just a small squad. There were fleets above them, and even legions. How terrifying could a fourth-level civilization be? This was not just about the terrifying numbers, but more importantly, the energy shields and jump engines. The energy shields could make battleships fight as 10 when in battle, and jump engines could make a joke of all the defensive lines in the pathways of stars. Looking through the porthole at the colorful lights outside, Hamid sighed once again. Indeed, a fourth-level civilization was truly in existence, not to be provoked. 29 days later. In the Hengxing system of Cecil, this was the border of the Cabot Empire, one of the 3 nodes connected by the pathways of the stars with the Oaks Empire. The Cabot Empire stationed a fleet of 2 million warships here, while on the other side of the star pathways, 1.2 light-years away in the Veet star system, there were 1.2 million warships stationed. Although it seemed that the Cabot fleet outnumbered the Oaks Empire on this battlefield, they still found it very challenging to break through the defense line at the Veet star pathway exit after more than 30 years of fighting. After all, the pathways of the stars were limited. When you crossed over from a star pathway, you could only slowly exit from there. Meanwhile, The opponent had set up defenses and was ready to fire at you as soon as you came out. Who could withstand such a situation? Therefore, in a war between third-level civilizations, if the equipment differences were not significant, at least 3 to 4 times the opposing forces would be required to break through a defense line at a star pathway. Since the Cabot Empire's failed attempts at 2 invasions over 30 years ago, this node had reached a stalemate which had now lasted for over 30 years. Another boring day, unable to start a battle, unable to retreat. When will this end? In a command center of a giant fortress in orbit around the planet Cecil, the Frontline commander Ferris muttered to himself in frustration. However, at that moment, a shrill alarm sounded, causing Ferris to startle. Where did this fleet come from? Has the defense line on the other side of the star pathway been breached? But there was no news at all. This shouldn't be happening. Commander Ferris, an unidentified fleet is sending a communication request using our internal communication network. Hung, connect quickly. Connection established. Commander Ferris, it's been over 30 years, hasn't it? President Hamid. What's going on? Is this strange fleet a newly formed unit of the Empire? There's no record in the database. Looking at Ferris's puzzled expression, Hamid smiled bitterly. If he were in Ferris's position, he would be confused by this situation as well. This is a fleet from a 4th-level civilization. They sent me here and have also brought you some goods. A 4th-level civilization? President Hamid, are you serious? Yes, this 4th-level civilization is called the Human Federation. His Majesty Fahal has already reached some cooperation agreements with them. As a result, they have sent us 10,000 sets of energy shield systems, which are currently on the transport ships. What? Energy shield? 10,000 sets? Ferris knew exactly what an energy shield was, but as for the agreements between Fahal and the other side, as a military man, he didn't care about those things. But 10,000 sets of energy shield systems made Ferris unable to calm down. How did this deadlock occur? Simply because they couldn't break through the opponent's star pathway defense line. But with 10,000 warships equipped with energy shields, what would be the outcome? If used well, they could totally crush the opponent's defenses at the Vite star pathway. Yes, now in my capacity as the President of the Galactic Fleet, I order you, Commander Ferris of the Cecil Frontline, to immediately gather 10,000 battle cruisers and battleships for modification. Yes, President Hamid, I will arrange it immediately. Also, prepare the fortress's port for the Human Federation's dignitaries to unload their cargo. Understood. After the communication ended, the entire fortress immediately became busy. Ferris cleared a port area in the fortress and dispatched shuttles to guide the transport ships. Meanwhile, Ferris also pulled out 8,000 battle cruisers and 1,000 battleships from several fleets for the modification work. But what Lin Fan did next simply left Hamid and Ferris stunned. 200 Bull-class transport carriers opened their hatches one after another, unloading airtight crates containing energy shield engines directly into space. They even threw Hamid back into the shuttle he came with before rushing out of the Uranus. Oh, they also sneaked in a quantum communicator for him before leaving. Watching the shuttle flying out of the port, Lin Fan chuckled to himself, jokingly, "Allow me to come inside your fortress to unload the cargo. That would be really easy to expose, right?" After settling everything, Lin Fan directly activated the jump engines with the fleet heading towards the Tianyu quadrant. Left behind were 10,000 huge crates floating in space, with Hamid and Ferris standing dumbfounded. Were these big shots from a 4th-level civilization always so whimsical? It took several minutes before the two of them remembered to hurry and retrieve those 10,000 crates, as that was the real focus. 3 months later, after the modification of 10,000 warships was completed, including 8,000 battlecruisers and 1,000 battleships, and after testing, the energy shields could withstand at least 7 shots from a battleship's main cannon. Why only 7? It mainly had to do with the energy technology not being up to par, as the Cabot Empire had not yet mastered nuclear fusion technology. However, for Ferris, being able to withstand 7 main cannon shots was already enough to conquer Vite. End of this chapter. Chapter 78. The attacking empire of Cabot Cecil Galaxy, the entrance to the Way of Stars in the direction of White, is densely packed with one fleet after another lined up. Basically, each fleet has at least 100,000 warships, but the most conspicuous is a small fleet with only 10,000 warships. But one must not underestimate these 10,000 warships, as they are all composed of battle cruisers and battleships. Coupled with energy shields on all ships, their combat power can absolutely match a common fleet of 10,000 warships. This is the confidence of Ferris in attacking the White Galaxy again, which he named the Ambush Fleet. Deploy according to the plan and set off one after another. With Ferris's command, the Ambush Fleet first entered the Way of Stars, followed by one fleet after another. Ultimately, it took a little over 6 hours to send the entire fleet into the Way of Stars. Ferris, should everything be stable this time? Lord Hamid, rest assured, this time I am 99% certain that we will take over the White Galaxy and not suffer too great losses. Good. The distance between the White Galaxy and the Cabot Cecil Galaxy is very close, only 1.2 light-years. It takes a little over 4 months to reach through the Way of Stars, which is considered a relatively short journey for a Level 3 civilization. At this time, the Cabot's 2 million troops are about to arrive at White, while the defending forces of White are unaware that a crisis is approaching. On the defense line of the Way of Stars, there are usually 100,000 regular defense forces, while the other warships are stationed in the surrounding fortresses. After all, you can't keep over 1 million warships at the highest alert for decades, right? Furthermore, the Way of Stars is not so spacious. Basically, the limit is to allow 50,000 warships to pass every 10 minutes. Once these warships come out, they face a defense line consisting of 100,000 warships. Also, by the time your reinforcements arrive, the defending force's other fleets will have caught up as well. Therefore, deploying too many troops on the defense line of the Way of Stars doesn't make much sense. Even if you deploy them, there's not enough room to fire. After all, the passage of the Way of Stars is only that wide, accommodating only a few hundred warships passing through at once. 100,000 warships have already filled the defense position. Cabot, over 30 years ago, invaded here twice, but had to stop both times due to heavy casualties. According to post-war calculations, the casualty ratio reached a terrifying 112, indicating the advantage of the defending side on the defense line of the Way of Stars. The narrow passage between White and Cabot Cecil further accentuates the advantage of the defending side. Just when the troops of the Oaks Empire were welcoming a boring new day, the alarm suddenly rang through all the warships and starports in the entire galaxy. After 32 years, the Cabot Empire has started its attack again. A large number of warships are constantly coming out of the Way of Stars. The commander of the Oaks defense line was surprised to find that all these Vanguard warships were battleships and battlecruisers. The commander on the Oaks Empire defense line frowned. Could it be that Cabot concentrated its main forces as a vanguard to quickly break through the defenses? But the enemy's commander shouldn't be that foolish. Even with the main forces concentrated together, facing a much larger number and crossfire from multiple directions would end in defeat. Although it felt somewhat odd, there was no time for further consideration. Warships were immediately ordered to open fire. On the other side, the over 5,000 ships of the Ambush Fleet, which had just emerged from the Way of Stars, immediately formed an assault formation and fired upon the defending troops on the front line. With over 5,000 battleships and battlecruisers firing simultaneously, the density of this firepower was simply staggering. Although the Oaks Defense Forces had over 100,000 warships, including over 10,000 battleships and battlecruisers, they were dispersed throughout the entire fleet. The first wave of attacks intersected. The defense line of the Oaks Empire was immediately shattered with over 1,000 warships destroyed and another 1,000 damaged. The caliber of the main guns on battleships and battlecruisers was not comparable to the escort cruisers. Being hit by their main guns meant either destruction or being severely disabled. On the other hand, the ambush fleet of the Cabot Empire was completely unscathed, with each warship brightly lit with a transparent blue energy shield. The eyes of the Oaks Empire commander widened as he immediately realized the unfavorable situation. In the first wave of attacks, the Oaks Empire commander could not concentrate fire, so no warship was hit by a large number of main guns simultaneously. Most likely, they only sustained hits from 2 or 3 main guns, with the rest being from secondary guns and non-main warship types like escort ships, destroyers, and cruisers. After 2 rounds of bombardment, the Oaks Empire commander realized that the enemy indeed had energy shields and ordered all warships to focus their firepower. However, by this time, The ambush fleet of the Cabot Empire, with its 10,000 warships, had fully assembled. The ships that had suffered several main gun hits were now moving to the center of the formation. The entire fleet began a full-speed assault on the defense line. At the same time, the regular fleet of the Cabot Empire started coming out of the way of stars. While the Oaks Empire commander made the correct decision to concentrate fire, he still could not stop the advance of the ambush fleet. Ultimately, about 500 warships were destroyed, and they smashed into their own defense line. The defense line turned into chaos, making it difficult for the Oaks Empire. Warships on both sides were mixed up, making it impossible to use cluster coverage fire, and the main guns could not be easily used, attacking only with secondary guns. As for the ambush fleet, they unleashed their firepower without reserve. Even if they accidentally attacked their own, the shield would protect them, ensuring no casualties from a single main gun hit. Badly beaten, the Oaks Empire commander could only endure the situation, facing a casualty ratio of more than 130, continuing the melee. Holding on for another half hour wouldn't have been an issue, but the problem was that the Cabot Empire's subsequent regular fleet had already emerged from the channels, with around 50,000 ships joining the assault and more steadily streaming out of the way of stars. How could they hold out for another half hour with so many reinforcements coming? The next moment brought even more confusion. The ambush fleet of the Cabot did not engage further. Instead, after handing the first defense line to the subsequent fleet, they passed through directly. They rushed toward the second defense line, where the assembled fleet of the Oaks Empire was stationed. End of chapter. Chapter 79 Vite Falls. The attack of the Cabot Empire has already exceeded half an hour. While the Oaks Empire's second line of defense was not yet fully formed, the invading fleet rushed in, with over 150,000 warships emerging from the star path in this hour and a half. The Oaks Empire's star path defense line, thrown into chaos by the invading fleet, was easily crushed by the Kabbalah Empire's reinforcements. As time passed and the fleets of both sides gradually arrived, after 3 hours of war, the total number of warships engaged on the Oaks Empire's second line of defense had reached nearly 1.75 million. Of these, about 950,000 belonged to the Oaks Empire, which had already lost 150,000 warships in the past 3 hours without reinforcements. On the other side, the Cabot Empire had approximately 800,000 warships in the battlefield, with losses of around 150,000 warships. Crucially, the Cabot Empire still had over 1 million warships gradually emerging from the star path, with an average of 50,000 warships arriving every 10 minutes, tilting the balance of victory in favor of the Cabot Empire. The surviving invading fleet currently numbered around 8,000 warships, which had retreated to the rear. In such a million-level confrontation, sending 8,000 warships into battle might gain some temporary advantage, but would incur significant losses, which was unnecessary. Iron should be used in the right place. In the current situation, as long as the Cabot Empire avoided major mistakes and relied on the continuous flow of warships, they could overwhelm Vite's defenders with sheer numbers. By the 4th hour after the war began, the Cabot Empire's warships had increased to 1 million, while the Oaks Empire was left with only 800,000, marking a shift in the balance of power. However, this change was not the end, as an additional 700,000 Cabot warships were still arriving in Vite. By the 5th hour, the power balance had widened to 1.2 million versus 500,000, with parts of the Oaks Empire's fleet showing signs of collapse. Finally, in the 8th hour after the war started, with the destruction of the last Oaks Empire warship, the Cabot Empire successfully took control of the Vite star system. In this war, the Oaks Empire lost 1.2 million warships, while the Cabot Empire lost nearly 500,000 warships, including 2,000 invading fleet warships. The fall of Vite had a significant impact on the Oaks Empire, as it connected for star systems, not only with Cecil, but also with 3 other star systems, including the locations of the other 2 nodes, Rassel and Leo. This meant that the Cabot Empire could threaten Rassel and Leo simultaneously through Vite, coordinating with the massive Kabbalah Empire fleets from the other 2 nodes and encircling both star systems. Alternatively, they could even dispatch a 1 million-strong army straight to the rear of the Oaks Empire, where besides the Imperial Capital region, there were scarce defensive forces. However, this strategy also carried risks, as Rassel and Leo together had nearly 3 million warships and might willingly abandon the 2 star systems to encircle and attack the Cabot fleet later. If the over 1 million Cabot fleet in Vite were encircled and annihilated, it could reset the power balance to the previous state. Therefore, after discussion between Ferris and Hamid, they decided to send a fleet of 300,000 to disrupt the Orcs' Empire's rear directly. The remaining 1.2 million warships would defend Vite, threatening Rassel and Leo, and if necessary, coordinate with the other two routes to encircle Rassel and Leo. Solar System, Tianyuan 4. At this moment, Hamid had already sent the battle situation through the quantum communicator left by Lin Fan. It seems the Cabot Empire did well, directly destroying 1.2 million Orcs' Empire warships and capturing a key strategic location. Inside the Uranus, the virtual figure of Liang Xingchen stood before Lin Fan, discussing the battle report received from Hamid. Lin Fan nodded approvingly at the Cabot Empire's achievements. They did quite well. Indeed, after taking control of Vite, the pressure on Rassel and Leo next to it has increased. Originally defending one node, now they have to split forces to defend two nodes at the same time. Liang Xingchen analyzed the situation around Vite from a strategic perspective. Losing Vite had a huge impact on Rassel and Leo, making it necessary to withdraw their fleets from those star systems and regroup elsewhere. After losing Vite, continuing to defend Rassel and Leo had become pointless and foolish, risking a loss of almost 3 million main fleet warships of the Orcs' Empire. Commander Liang, how do you think Emperor Ramiro of the Orcs will react when he receives the news? It's hard to say. Strategically, the best approach would be to redirect the 4th Legion to intercept the Cabot Empire's 300,000 warships coming our way. Simultaneously, withdraw the fleets from Rassel and Leo, find other suitable nodes, and fortify the defense. Yes, indeed. However, based on the intelligence obtained from Lancer, it was said that the Imperial Emperor is notoriously cruel and often acts irrationally out of anger. If not for the rational advice of the royal family on the side, the Empire would have been ruined long ago. Lin Fan recalled the information he had read before. If that's the case, then the Imperial Emperor might not recall the 4th Legion, but continue sending them our way due to his hatred for Doran. In fact, I hope this uncle can persuade Ramiro to make the right choice this time. Both sides suffering losses would be most beneficial to us. If the Cabot Empire easily defeats the Orcs' Empire, our pressure will be equally great. After thinking it over, Lin Fan shared his thoughts. Indeed. 3 months later, 45 light-years away, on the planet Orcs. Your Majesty, something has happened. Uncle Ross burst into the audience chamber in a state of panic. What is it, Uncle? You seem unusually agitated, which is unlike you. It's Vite. Vite has fallen. What? That's impossible. Vite had a full deployment of 1.2 million warships, and the star path there was particularly narrow. Even with 120,000 warships, they could have held off an attack of millions of warships. Ramiro looked incredulous, thinking it was a joke. This was completely impossible, right? Your Majesty, normally that would be the case, but this time the Cabot Empire deployed tens of thousands of warships with energy shields as the vanguard, breaking through the star path defense. What? Tens of thousands of warships with shields? End of this chapter. Chapter 80. Ramiro, who had awakened, met with Rose inside the room. Ramiro looked at Rose with an incredulous expression. Uncle, are you sure the information is correct? A total of 10,000 ships? Yes, the Frontline commander reported it that way. Upon hearing Rose confirm the news to be true, Ramiro fell into contemplation. Logically, if the Cabot Empire had purchased battleships from the Babawi Empire, he should have known. After all, the battleships sold by the Babawi Empire externally were versions without jump engines. So, for these battleships to reach the hands of the Cabot Empire, they must pass through the territory of the Orc Empire. Yet, he had not received any information at all, which was clearly illogical. But if it wasn't the Babawi Empire, then who could it be? Uncle, does the Frontline have a detailed report on the new battleships from Cabot? Yes, he said that the battleships are still from Cabot, but they now have energy shields in a light blue color. Still from Cabot Empire's battleships? Wait, did you say the shield is in light blue color? Yes, what's wrong? However, Ramiro once again fell into contemplation, ignoring Rose. Light blue, light blue. Damn it, that is definitely not from the Babawi civilization. When the Empire purchased 5,000 battleships from Babawi, Ramiro had asked before, aren't the shields of a 4th level civilization always red? Ramiro remembered clearly that the response from the Babawi Empire's trade official at the time was, not necessarily. Energy shield devices, in essence, are a way to utilize energy. Each civilization's technology is not exactly the same, so shields developed using different technologies will have different colors. After recalling that conversation, Ramiro became even more convinced that the energy shield device of the Cabot Empire was definitely not purchased from the Babawi Empire. Uncle, there's something you don't know. The color of the energy shield can vary among different 4th-level civilizations, and the Babawi Empire's shield is red. Your Majesty, are you suggesting that Cabot acquired equipment from other 4th-level civilizations? Yes, it's highly possible. Your Majesty, no matter what, we should quickly have the 4th Legion returned, or else Cabot Empire could sweep through our rear with just 200,000 to 300,000 battleships. This was exactly the reason why Rose urgently sought Ramiro today. He didn't believe that the people of the Cabot Empire hadn't thought of this. If the 4th Legion wasn't withdrawn, then as long as Cabot dispatched 100,000 to 300,000 battleships, they could sweep through almost half of the Empire's territory. Except for the capital circle of the Ox star system, the other star systems were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, completely defenseless. The 4th Legion? No, absolutely not. The 4th Legion is going to avenge Doran. Your Majesty, if we don't move them, the Cabot Empire could easily sweep through half of our territory if they deployed 100,000 to 300,000 battleships from Vyrte. If they are more ruthless, they could directly deploy the entire fleet. Even the Guard fleet wouldn't be able to stop 1.5 million battleships. Then let the Guard fleet go, and the 4th Legion continues with its original mission. No, Your Majesty, the Guard fleet must not leave Ak, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Your Majesty, there are still many opposition forces outside that haven't been cleared. Once the Guard corps leave, those people will undoubtedly act. Watching the unresponsive Ramiro, Rose, to be honest, also felt bitter. He never expected Ramiro to be so adamant about humans, to the point of disregarding the survival of the Empire. But now he had to convince Ramiro, otherwise, the Empire could very well be destroyed due to the issue of fleet mobilization. Your Majesty, saving the Empire is crucial. If the Empire is lost, even if you've avenged Doran, what's the point? Uncle! Ramiro was somewhat angry. Being opposed by Rose repeatedly, did he take his title of uncle too seriously? Your Majesty, even if you were to behead me today, I must say that between Doran and the Empire, there is no equivalence. In the face of the survival of the Empire, everything else must yield. You should also control your immature temper, otherwise, the Empire will have no future. It's possible that even before you exterminate humans, the Empire would be destroyed by the Cabot civilization. I've said all that needs to be said. Your Majesty, if you think I've defied you, you can execute me directly. At least I've said what needs to be said and done what needs to be done, not shaming the royal brother. Ramiro widened his eyes, looking shocked at Rose. In his memory, though Rose was his uncle, he had always appeared in front of him as a subject, never stepping beyond that. But now, he was yelling at him in the audience room. Could it be that he was truly in the wrong? In reality, Ramiro wasn't foolish. On the contrary, he was quite intelligent. Otherwise, Rose wouldn't have supported him to rise to power years ago. He just had some character flaws, being more violent. Since Doran, his favorite son, died, Ramiro's emotions had been somewhat out of control. At this moment, being yelled at by Rose face to face, he was somewhat sobering up. Yes, humans could be wiped out a few decades later, but if the Empire didn't exist, what was the point of talking about exterminating humans? Watching Rose standing before him, with his eyes closed, seemingly waiting for his judgment, Ramiro suddenly understood many things. Uncle, I understand. Notify the 4th Legion to turn around and intercept Cabot's attacking fleet. Your Majesty, you... Enough talk, I've come to a decision. It's alright to delay the extermination of humans by a few decades. Let's secure the Empire first. Understood, Your Majesty. As Rose spoke, tears streamed down his face. He was overjoyed. Ramiro had finally come to his senses, so the Empire still had hope. 1 month later, as the 4th Legion was rushing towards the human territory, they received the command sent by Rose. Commander Isa, Minister of the Military Department Lord Rose, has issued a new order. Read it. Vyrte fell from months ago. The Cabot Empire is highly likely to send a fleet from Vyrte to sweep through the Empire's rear. The 4th Legion is ordered to immediately change course and intercept the possible fleet from Cabot to ensure our rear's safety. Lastly, Commander Isa, the fate of the Empire rests in your hands. What? Vyrte lost? What have those guys been doing? Commander Isa, Lord Ross also sent a detailed battle report, which is highly confidential and has been sent to your terminal for viewing. Please check. I'll take a look. Isa also felt skeptical. Why was a battle report sent as a top-secret document? But when he opened it and read through it carefully, he could no longer maintain composure on his face. It was filled with profound shock. And he now understood why this battle report was classified as top secret. 10,000 ships with energy shields? If this information was made public, it would be a massive blow to morale. Command the fleet to turn back when we reach the Starway exit and head to Houghton. Understood. 3 chapters finished today. The Federal fleet needs to purchase a large number of battleships, but due to inadequate funds and recommendations, dear readers, please support us generously so that our Federal fleet can become even stronger. End of this chapter. Chapter 81 Leo Battle Part 1. At this time, the war between the Cabot Empire and the Aux Empire has escalated. After capturing Vite, President Hamid's confidence soared, and he quickly formulated a plan to strategize Russell and Leo. With a fleet of 1.2 million stationed in Vite, 200,000 were left to guard the path towards Russell, while the remaining 1 million warships set out directly from Vite to attack Leo. Also attacking Leo were the 2 million Cabot Empire armies stationed in the Cyril of Cecil. The total attacking force reached a staggering 3 million. According to calculations, this major battle was set to begin in 2 years. After all, Cyril was 6 light years away from Leo, and it would take 2 years to travel the path. The distance between Vite and Leo was approximately 3 light years. To coordinate the attack time, they would set out 1 year later. On the other hand, the Aux Empire stationed 3 Forbidden Legions and 1 Border Legion in Leo, totaling 1.6 million troops. Originally, with favorable conditions, these 1.6 million warships defending Cyril would have no problem against the 2 million stationed by the Cabot Empire. But now that Vite had fallen, the defending forces of Leo had to allocate half of their warships to guard the entrance to the pathway, leaving only 800,000 ships to defend Cyril. The key point was that the entrances of these 2 pathways were a full 0.2 astronomical units apart, making it impossible for the defending forces on both sides to quickly support each other. As for the 4th Forbidden Legion currently returning, they were headed towards Horton and expected to arrive in 3 years. Horton was approximately 12 light years away from Vite, serving as a pivotal point that the Cabot army could not bypass while attacking the Aux capital. Knowing this, Isa headed straight to Horton in an attempt to lay in wait. 2 years later, when the time reached the 64th year of the Federation calendar, the Leo battle finally commenced. The first to appear at Leo through the path was the Cabot Empire fleet from Vite. Following their strategy from capturing Vite, they swiftly broke through the defenders' formation with a decoy fleet, creating an opening for the rest of the warships to penetrate and shred the defense line. However, the Aux Empire was not ignorant. Having witnessed the fall of Vite, they knew about the Cabot Empire's decoy fleet of nearly 10,000 warships. Therefore, the defenders at Leo also prioritized this fleet. The Frontline immediately launched a concentrated attack, which resulted in the loss of over 500 warships within the decoy fleet. The Cabot Empire were prepared for this scenario, and in President Hamid's plan, the decoy fleet was meant to draw fire to allow the subsequent fleet to secure a foothold at the exit of the path, enabling them to overpower the enemy through sheer numbers. Because unlike the narrow path between Vite and Saya, 10 minutes were enough for 20,000 warships to pass through this path. Despite having 800,000 defenders on the pathway, not all could engage in the attack simultaneously, with a maximum of 300,000 at most. If the Cabot Empire's 200,000 warships could pass through and establish a foothold, the defenders' 800,000 would stand little chance, as the rate of ship consumption in a direct confrontation was slower than the arrival of the Cabot Empire's subsequent fleet. Thus, Hamid intended this decoy fleet to lure and divert the enemy's firepower. In a strategic perspective, eliminating the defenders at Leo completely would leave the Aux Empire with only 1.2 million troops at Russell's border, whereas the Cabot Empire had around 5 million. With these remaining 8,000 decoy warships, if they could secure this advantage for the Cabot Empire, why not go all in? Moreover, Hamid recalled Lin Fan's promise that defeating the Aux Empire would bring further rewards. As a result, the defenders of Leo faced a tough choice. 1. Focus all firepower to eliminate the decoy fleet at the cost of allowing the enemy to establish a bridgehead. 2. Follow the usual strategy without specifically targeting the decoy fleet, risking a direct breach and potential collapse akin to Vite. Finally, the commander of the defenders at Leo gritted his teeth and made a decision. In the name of the Aux Empire's ultimate victory, no matter the cost, the decoy fleet must be wiped out here, even at the price of Leo's fall. After eradicating the decoy fleet, while maximizing the consumption of the Cabot Empire's warships before their own annihilation, this became his overarching strategy. Soon, all fleets on the defense received orders to concentrate fire on the decoy fleet, completely ignoring the Cabot Empire's subsequent fleet. After the initial 10 minutes, the decoy fleet lost over 7,000 warships, and the losses for the Aux Empire were significant. In the assault process alone, the decoy fleet had destroyed at least 20,000 warships, and in those 10 minutes, the nearly 200,000 warships that entered the path had not stood by but had immediately joined the attack on the defending fleet, successfully eliminating at least 50,000 warships. As the defender's commander of Leo had anticipated, although the decoy fleet had been weakened, the enemy had established a bridgehead, and nearly 200,000 warships were already deployed. The next moment, the real slaughter began. The defenders no longer concentrated fire on the remaining hundreds of warships, but started covering the exit area of the pathway, while the Cabot Empire fleet at the bridgehead launched a full-scale counterattack. In the battlefield, thousands of warships from both sides were destroyed every minute, and as one ship exploded, another would immediately take its place, plunging both into an intense battle of attrition. However, the Cabot Empire still had 1 million warships at the battle's commencement, whereas the Aux Empire had a little over 700,000. Just as the Leo defender's commander pondered whether to pull 300,000 warships from Cyril to support, another Cabot Empire army from Cyril had arrived at Leo using the pathway. The Leo defenders knew about the Cabot's over 2 million warships at Cyril. While uncertain if all had arrived, it was clear that reinforcements from the defense at Vite's pathway could not be drawn at this moment. Tonight is just one chapter, with 2 more to be published in the afternoon. End of this chapter. Chapter 82. The Battle of Leo Part 2. At this moment, the fierce battle between Leo and the other side has reached a fever pitch. In the Starway battlefield in the direction of Vite, the Leo defenders are showing signs of defeat. After 3 hours of intense fighting, their firepower has decreased to 2/3 of its peak. At the peak, there were 300,000 warships firing simultaneously on this defense line, with tens of thousands of reserves ready to fill in any gaps. But now, out of the initial 700,000 warships, less than 200,000 remain, and due to the lack of warships, the firepower along the defense line is sparse. On the other hand, the Cabot fleet across the battlefield still commands a force of no less than 500,000, and the casualty ratio has gradually shifted from maintaining a near 1-to-1 ratio for a long time. On the other side, in the Starway battlefield in the direction of Cyrus, after the price of over 400,000 warships, a bridgehead has finally been established, with a lineup of 150,000 warships gathering at the Starway exit. In this battlefield, Leo defenders have only lost less than 50,000 warships in 3 hours, annihilating over 400,000 enemy warships with a casualty ratio as low as 1-to-9. However, with limited troops, only 650,000 warships remain on the defense line. On the other hand, apart from the bridgehead lineup of 150,000 warships in the Cyrus direction, there are still 1.4 million warships gradually joining the battlefield through the Starway. For the commander of Leo, there seems to be no hope in sight. When the battle reached the 4th hour, the Starway battlefield in the Vite direction completely collapsed, leaving less than 20,000 remnants scattered around, unable to resist. Speaking of the soldiers of the Aux Empire, Lin Fan once sighed that the theory of collapse was not so effective on the Aux Empire fleet. This is a fleet that would even fire at you with only the last warship remaining. In the battles Lin Fan experienced, apart from the time when Lancer mistook humans for a 4th-level civilization and surrendered, were there any times when the Aux people surrendered? Every time, it was necessary to blast the last warship before the battle ended. Lin Fan truly admired the soldiers of the Ox Empire for this aspect. At this point, the Cabot fleet advancing from Veith clearly did not intend to engage the remaining Leo defenders for long, leaving 50,000 warships to contain them, while the other 400,000 warships headed straight for the Starway battlefield in the direction of Cyrus. This further distressed the commander of the Leo defenders, with only 550,000 warships remaining. It was already insufficient to defend against the enemies in the direction of Cyrus, and now facing an additional 400,000 warships attacking from the flank, how could they continue the battle? He already foresaw the final outcome. At a distance of 0.2 astronomical units, the Cabot Empire fleet would be able to enter firing range within 1.5 hours, leading to being encircled on both sides, resulting in a total defeat. To avoid this fate, the commander of the Leo defenders issued a bold order: all warships cease maintaining the line, advance at full speed, and engage in close combat within the enemy formation. Retreat was not an option. The soldiers of the Ox Empire did not allow abandoning their positions to flee. This rule had been deeply ingrained in the minds of every Ox Empire soldier. Years ago, Adam retreated twice from the battle in the asteroid belt, but that was because he was the attacker, not the defender. If it was Liang Xingchen attacking Adam's Jupiter base, it would be impossible to retreat with even the last warship. So, under this honor, under this pride, this was the only solution the commander of the Leo defenders could think of. How to avoid being caught in a pincer attack by the enemy? Simply charge into their formation and engage in close combat, preventing them from firing from the side, unless they wanted to attack together with the Cabot fleet from Cyrus. Another advantage was that once they entered into close combat, there wouldn't be a significant disparity in the number of troops, even if the enemies outnumbered them tenfold. During close combat, the quantities wouldn't be overwhelming. Since they were destined to lose, they might as well make it difficult for the enemy. In the end, take a piece of flesh from the opponent. This was his true thought at the moment. After receiving the order, the 550,000 defenders promptly activated their engines, firing while speeding towards the enemy array in the direction of Cyrus. This completely caught the Cabot fleet off guard, even causing some slight confusion. What was the Leo defenders trying to do? Was this a suicide attack? Were they charging in knowing they were going to lose and ready to perish together? 50 minutes later, over 500,000 warships directly penetrated the Cabot fleet's formation and immediately engaged in close combat. Both sides released their fighters at close range, flooding the array with various colored lights and exploding scenes. Even Ferris, who was on his way with 400,000 warships for a flanking attack, was taken aback by the situation. How could he flank in this scenario if he couldn't even launch an attack? Quick, rush to the battlefield at full speed and release all fighters to assist. This was the only action Ferris could undertake. At least his fleet wouldn't just charge into the array. After over an hour, Ferris arrived at the edge of the battlefield, and millions of fighters were launched from the carriers, diving into the combat zone. At this moment, the Leo defenders found themselves in a difficult situation. Initially, their fighter numbers were similar to the enemies, and they held their own for a short time, especially since 1 million enemy warships were still inside the Starway. However, the 400,000 warships from the flank, releasing millions of fighters, instantly shifted the balance, turning the tide against the Leo defenders. As time passed and more warships poured out from the Cyrus direction of the Starway, the situation deteriorated rapidly. By the 8th hour of the battle, all fighter units of the Leo defenders were exhausted, and the warship count had plummeted to less than 200,000. The commander, in agony, issued the final order he never imagined himself giving. Order all warships, even if it means our deaths. Take out one Cabot warship, even if it means ramming into it if the chance arises. The fleet went into a frenzy upon receiving the command, their Ox warships charging and firing frantically. While the battle had been chaotic, both sides had tried to avoid collisions, but now everything had changed. Ship collisions were happening everywhere, with Ox warships careening into each other and Cabot ships desperately evading. The extremely chaotic melee was further intensified by a touch of madness, which the Ox Empire soldiers considered their final honor. 12 hours after the battle began, the last Ox Empire warship en route to collide with a Cabot battleship was destroyed mid-air. With that, the entire campaign came to a close. I'm exhausted today and had planned to sleep early. However, it seems like I can't sleep at all and rather feel energized. ended up writing another chapter. End of the chapter. Chapter 83. The new battle plan. Although Cabot succeeded in capturing Rio, when the casualties were tallied, Hamid's expression was very unsightly. Rio garrison of the Ox Empire, total battleships 1.6 million, losses 1.6 million. Cabot Empire vs Frontline Army, total battleships 1 million, losses 550,000. Cabot Empire's Asili Frontline Army, total battleships 2 million, losses 1 million. Cabot Encirclement Fleet, total battleships 8,200, losses 7,800. It can be said that although the Cabot Empire captured Rio, the losses were almost comparable to that of the Ox Empire. The key point is that if we include the Encirclement Fleet, then the losses are even greater compared to the Ox Empire. Currently, the comparison of forces in the two fighting zones is as follows. Cabot Empire. Vite Star System, 200,000. Rio Star System, 1.45 million. Filton Star System confronting Russell Star System, 1.5 million. Others, 300,000, heading towards the heartland of the Ox Empire in a killing spree. Ox Empire, Russell Star System, 1.2 million. Ox Star System, 200,000. Others, the 4th Imperial Guard 300,000, currently heading towards Horton. If we only consider the balance of power, the forces of both sides have reached 3.45 million versus 1.7 million, with the Ox Empire totally at a disadvantage. In fact, in the previous battles of Vite and Horton, the Ox Empire only suffered a few 100,000 more casualties than the Cabot Empire, which was not the main reason for such a significant disparity in power. The key lies in the fact that the Ox Empire shares borders with 2 Level 3 civilizations, requiring a large number of troops to be stationed on the Io Federation's borders, preventing them from fully engaging the Cabot Empire in battle. Also, if we consider humans, they share borders with 3 Level 3 civilizations. Although humans have just entered the Level 3 civilization stage a few decades ago and are still weak, they have managed to tie up to entire Imperial Guard legions, totaling over 700,000 troops, even though the 4th Imperial Guard Legion turned back halfway. On the other hand, the Cabot Empire only shares borders with the OKS Empire, a single Level 3 civilization. All other Level 1 and 2 civilizations are basically their vassals, posing no threat, allowing the Empire to mobilize the majority of its forces for war. Originally, with Vite, Rio, and Russell as the major strongholds blocking the Cabot Empire, even with the disparity in forces, the problem wouldn't be significant. However, Lin Fan intervened by providing the Cabot Empire with a batch of energy shield devices, ultimately breaking the balance and leading to the direct capture of 2 of the 3 strategic strongholds. The current situation is extremely disadvantageous for the Ox Empire. Unless they directly abandon Russell, push the garrison to Horton to merge with the 4th Imperial Guard, and keep the Cabot Empire's main force out of Horton. But if they do that, they would have to give up the outer 17 star systems. It should be noted that the Ox Empire only has a total of 38 star systems. Giving up 17 star systems would weaken them even if they manage to hold Horton. On the contrary, the Cabot Empire with an additional 17 star systems will inevitably become stronger. As time goes on, the power gap between the two sides will widen completely. This is why Ramiro and Ross have been hesitant to retreat the garrisons of Rio and Russell to Horton, the main reason being that as the Cabot Empire successfully captured Rio, the Human Federation completed the reconstruction of the 4 major fleets ahead of schedule. It is now the 64th year of the Federation, over 3 years since humans reclaimed the neighboring systems of Bailin, Banati, and Tianyuan. During this time, humans vigorously developed these 3-star systems, acquired abundant resources, expanded the battleship production line, and finally, in the 64th Federation year, restored the establishment of the 4 major fleets. The Second Fleet reached full strength at the beginning of the 63rd Federation year, with Vice Admiral Zhang Heron serving as its commander, concurrently promoted to Rear Admiral. The Third Fleet was commanded by Rear Admiral Quate Klein from the Federation Fleet Headquarters. Regarding Quain, he had a close relationship with Liang Xingchen, both of them being graduates from the Interstellar Military Academy, with one ranking first and the other second in their class. The difference was that, after graduation, Liang Xingchen went to the fleet while Quain went to the lunar headquarters. Lin Fan had asked Liang Xingchen about Quain's evaluation, and according to him, Quain had the skills, but was more rigid in command, good at defense, but lacking in offense. Currently, the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Fleet of the 4 major fleets have gathered in Tianyuan 4. As for the 3rd Fleet, they had just received the last batch of battleships and personnel and were expected to arrive at Tianyuan for in a week. Inside the Uranus, Lin Fan was currently holding a virtual warfare conference with Liang Xingchen and Zhang Heron. Lin Fan had submitted the battle plan to higher-ups, which had been approved and dispatched to the commanders of the 4 major fleets. Lin Fan, I've reviewed the battle plan, and overall, there are no issues. However, I still need to discuss the follow-up handling with you, said Admiral Liang. Sure, Commander Liang. What do you need to confirm? Although the geographical location of Horton is excellent, with only one star path connecting externally, but internally there are 4 star paths, undoubtedly a strategic location. Capturing it shouldn't be a problem for us. However, how will we deal with the millions of Cabot Empire battleships? Their target is definitely Horton as well. This place is their route to conquer the capital circle of the Ox Empire. Liang Xingchen looked at the battle plan provided by Lin Fan, and frankly, this plan was bold. First, before the 4th Imperial Guard reaches Horton, they would directly capture it, then lie in wait on the Star Path defense line, utilizing advantageous terrain and technological superiority to directly annihilate their 300,000 fleet. Subsequently, they would take over Lils and Kolyu to star systems deep in the Ox Empire, but connected to the star paths externally, cutting off all outbound routes of the Ox Empire's 12 star systems. Ultimately, they would capture all 12 internal star systems, including the capital circle of the Ox Empire. After the completion of the entire plan, the Human Federation would gain a total of 15 star systems from the Ox Empire, simultaneously generating 3 star systems with external star paths. Although the Federation had restored the formation of the 4 major fleets, there were only 80,000 battleships. And the 2nd and 3rd fleets mainly consisted of recently graduated soldiers with a significant gap in combat capability compared to the 1st and 4th fleets. In terms of battleship quantity and troop quality, they wouldn't be able to face the millions of enemy troops. At this point, if the Cabot Empire's large army were to directly attack Horton, Liang Xingchen truly lacked confidence in holding it. Even with the energy shield, the situation would remain the same, as the shield was not invincible. As for this issue, Commander, no need to worry, I've got it covered. What? Lin Fan confidently smiled and said to the two, while Liang Xingchen and Zhang Heron looked at him, puzzled. End of this chapter. Chapter 80 for surprise attack on Horton. How did you manage that? Liang Xingchen looked at Lin Fan suspiciously. Millions of troops, and Horton is an important target for them in the middle of the war. How did they get them to give up? Didn't do much. Just continued to deceive them, told them we needed to establish a stronghold on the support arm, encircling 15 star systems of the Ox Empire, and as compensation for allowing them to purchase energy shields and even nuclear fusion devices in the future. Is that possible? No wonder. After listening to Lin Fan's words, one person showed an expression of understanding, while the other was full of shock. Naturally in shock was Zhang Hai, as he was unaware of the secret mission Lin Fan carried out at Cabot last time and was extremely surprised. Why did saying that make things resolve with Cabot? And when did you make contact with the Cabot Empire? Seeing Zhang Hai's confused expression, Liang Xingchen had to turn to him and briefly explain the mission assigned to Lin Fan before. So that's it, meaning we are going to deceive them again. After hearing Liang Xingchen's explanation, Zhang Hai had a look of understanding. Are you talking nonsense? How can you call it deceit when the Federation is genuinely preparing to sell to them? No way. How can such powerful things be casually sold to other civilizations? Zhang Hai was shocked by Lin Fan's words. If sold in large quantities to the Cabot Empire, in the future they would have more warships than us. Their warships would not be inferior to ours. Then how are we going to play? Is the Federation disregarding the bigger picture for money? Speaking of which, Zhang Hai had been following Liang Xingchen for over 10 years. Although he was good at leading wars, on the other hand, truth be told, Lin Fan could only think he was naturally slow-witted. Commander Zhang, what we are selling to them naturally has a back door. If they turn these things against us, we only need to give a command, and they will all be finished. By obtaining abundant resources from Cabot and gradually controlling their warships, what's not to like about it? Can things really be done this way? Zhang Hai widened his eyes. Is it this malicious? Liang Xingchen looked at Zhang Hai, smiled bitterly, This deputy who had been with him for over 10 years was good at everything, but he was just too upright, completely not understanding schemes and intrigue. Not completely not understanding. If it was various cunning tactics in war, Zhonghai was proficient, but outside of war all right. Let's continue. Has the arrival time of the 4th Legion of the Ox Imperial Guard to Hotten been confirmed? Liang Xingchen directly interrupted the topic and continued to ask. Yeah, the speed of travel within the star path is fixed at 3 times the speed of light. We received the position of the 4th Legion of the Imperial Guard from Lancer before, and then based on the time of Vite's fall, as well as strategic inference, we can judge that over 90% of them are likely to turn back to Hotten. Assuming the people of the Ox Empire don't act foolishly, and even if they don't turn back, it doesn't matter to us, given that they still have several years of travel to reach Tieyuan 4. Based on all the intelligence, we will depart in a week, aiming to capture Hotten before they arrive. The time deviation will not exceed 3 months, meaning once we take Hotten, if all predictions are correct, the 4th Legion of the Imperial Guard will use the star path to appear in Hotten in 1 to 3 months. Okay, I have no problem. Me too. Okay, let's proceed. Now let's discuss the specific attack tactics on Hotten. A week later, the newly reorganized Federal 3rd Fleet arrived at Tieyuan 4. Lin Fan also saw their new commander, Quater Klein, for the first time, and there were not many pleasantries exchanged. Once the transfer of defense lines was quickly completed, they each went back to make arrangements. 3 hours later, the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Fleets had completely withdrawn from the defense line and arranged themselves behind it. Commander, all fleets are ready and can depart any time. Okay, set a 1-minute countdown and distribute it to all warships. Understood. A minute later, the void suddenly shrank, and the 3 fleets of 60,000 warships disappeared in an instant. Tieyuan Ivy is 21 light-years from Hotten, and with the leap engine, it will take about 13 days to arrive. At this moment, the 4th Legion of the Ox Imperial Guard is also nearing Hotten. Commander Issa, there is an urgent battle report ahead. Inside Issa's flagship, the deputy rushed in with the latest communication in hand, looking flustered. Read it quickly. 2 months ago, Leo was attacked from both sides by Cyril and Vite. The Cabot Empire mobilized a total of 3 million warships and over 8,000 warships with shields in the attack. Under the pincer attack, Leo fell. Also, according to the commander of Leo's last message, the defenders of Leo, with 1.6 million warships, fought to the last moment, and the Cabot army also suffered heavy losses. With an estimated casualties of 1.5 to 1.6 million warships and 7,800 of the shielded warships destroyed. After hearing the news, Issa was stunned. Even Leo was lost, and of the 8 original Imperial Guard legions, only his 4th Legion and Russell's 7th and 8th legions remain. A sense of grief surged into Issa's heart. Deputy, how far are we from Hotten? We still have 30 days to go, Commander Issa. Good. When we reach Hotten, we will first deal with the Cabot surprise assault fleet and avenge the frontline soldiers. Yes. 10 days later, in the Ox Empire, in the Hotten star system. This place is the gateway to the inner ring of the Ox Empire, one of the 3 star systems in the outer ring that can connect to the outer territories. In Hotten, there are 5 star paths, one connecting to the Ox Empire's external territories, and the other for connecting to the 4-star systems in the inner circle, making it well connected. Moreover, Hotten is known as the first strong barrier of the Ox Empire, as the star path leading outward is narrower than Vite's, and only allows 100 warships to pass through at a time. It can be said that as long as tens of thousands of warships are stationed at this star path, not even 1 million fleets can get through. It's like one man guarding the pass against tens of thousands. Additionally, Hotten is famous for having numerous resource stars. It has 1 natural life planet and a total of 42 resource stars. Not only that, there are also 3 large asteroid belts in Hotten, whose overall scale is at least 30 times that of the solar system's asteroid belt. Therefore, the Ox Empire's largest shipbuilding base is located here, producing 50,000 warships annually, and without needing to transport raw materials from other star systems. As everything needed can be self-sufficiently obtained in Hotten, indicating its abundant resources. However, on this day, after hundreds of years of silence, the alarm for war readiness suddenly rang out. Woo, woo, woo. End of this chapter, Chapter 85. the technological overwhelm of the Orion Arm in the Huntress constellation, the Hutton star system. As a key military-industrial town of the Ox Empire, this place has been stationed with 30,000 warships for years. Despite receiving a series of unfavorable news from the front lines, Joseph, the commander of the Hutton garrison, remained calm. After all, the starway leading out of Hutton was narrow to an astonishing degree. Even with only 30,000 warships, he was confident that with this first line of defense of the Ox Empire, he could block the invading 1 million troops of the Cabot Empire. At this moment, the 30,000 warships formed a C-shaped formation around the exit of the starway. Any ship appearing from the starway would face a full-scale attack from all angles of the 180-degree range. Considering that only 200 warships could pass through the starway at once, just imagine 200 warships emerging and then facing a blanket fire from the surrounding 30,000 warships from all sides. Do you think there is any way out? A few months ago, the Leo garrison defended the Cecil starway with 800,000 warships, but only 300,000 warships could fire at a time, hence being understood as 300,000 defenders. The Cecil starway could accommodate thousands of warships passing through simultaneously. Yet, in the early stages, the Leo garrison was hard-pressed to maintain a 1-to-9 damage ratio, demonstrating the advantage of the defenders. Watching the deployment of the defense line on his flagship, Joseph nodded in satisfaction with a face full of pride. I want to see how the Cabot Empire will break through this defense line. Joseph, Commander, we just received a message from General Isa of the 4th Imperial Guard Legion. They are expected to arrive in 17 days. I wonder what Lord Ross is thinking. As long as he dispatches the garrisons from several nearby star systems to complete our force to 100,000 warships, we can definitely block the advance of the Cabot Empire's millions of troops. There is no need to let the 4th Imperial Guard Legion come to assist in defense. They should be supporting the front lines. Joseph frowned. In the star systems behind Hutton, due to their proximity to the imperial capital, there were plenty of garrisons, each numbering around 10,000 to 20,000. If the Empire concentrated the garrisons from several star systems to Hutton, they would surely be able to prevent the Cabot army from advancing any further. The 4th Imperial Guard Legion had 300,000 main warships, but they chose not to go to the front lines, but rather gathered here, countering the purpose. This was a slap in their own face. In fact, Joseph completely misunderstood Ross. Although the Leo garrison had reported that the Cabot Empire's shield warships were reduced to only a few hundred, who knows if there are others remaining? No one dared to take such a risk, as if Hutton fell, the Empire would be one step closer to destruction. Therefore, the safest way was to have the 4th Imperial Guard Legion and Joseph's 30,000 garrison forces together at Hutton. Just as Joseph was complaining behind the scenes, the alarm on the warship suddenly sounded. Joseph was startled, immediately shifting his gaze to the tactical screen, but there was no sign of enemy ships appearing at the starway exit. What's going on? There are no enemies. Why is the alarm sounding? Commander Joseph, it's not the starway. It's a problem in our rear. Once hearing the issue was from the rear, Joseph panicked. What was happening to his rear? It was the shipyard manufacturing base group. If something went wrong there, the Empire would lose 70% of its warship production capacity, which was no joke. Report immediately. What's the situation back there? Commander Joseph, according to the Fortress report from the rear, 20,000 warships appeared out of nowhere and have launched an attack on us. According to the database comparison, those are the latest human warships. What? Humans? That's impossible. Aren't they trapped on Tianyuan 4? Besides, Law has also assembled over 100,000 warships, and we have not received any reports of them being breached. Even if they were breached, it is impossible for them to arrive here so quickly. It's only been a few years. Commander Joseph, our flanks have also suddenly appeared with 2 human fleets, each with 20,000 warships, and they have already started firing on us. The adjutant urgent call to Joseph. But Joseph had no time to pay attention to him. Instead, he quickly turned to his brain, considering his options. 2 human fleets appearing on his flanks meant what? Their fleet was in a C-shape, surrounding the starway exit. Wouldn't the human fleets on the 2 sides be behind his flanks? How could they face the enemy? Turn to face. That's a joke.